Good evening and welcome to our nightly news. Rita, why do you have your coffee mug on my side of the desk?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rex. I didn't realize my mug was encroaching on your side of the desk. My mistake.
It's not just the mug, Rita. You always seem to invade my space. Remember last week when you used my pen without asking?
I apologized for that, Rex. And besides, we work together in close quarters every day. A little bit of overlap is bound to happen.
I suppose you're right, Rita. Let's just focus on delivering the news to our viewers and leave the desk arrangements aside.
Agreed, Rex. Now, let's get started with our top story tonight.
In an event that was anything but half-baked, local baker Mrs. Croissant broke the world record for the largest loaf of bread ever baked. The massive loaf, which was nearly as tall as Mrs. Croissant herself, required a staggering amount of flour, yeast, and water to produce. But Mrs. Croissant was undaunted by the challenge, rising to the occasion with grace and skill. When asked how she managed to create such an impressive loaf, Mrs. Croissant simply replied, "It's all about kneading your dough." Congratulations to Mrs. Croissant on this incredible achievement. In a stunning upset, Rover the dog has been elected as the new mayor of Fido, Ohio. The small town, known for its love of canines, was ecstatic with the results. However, the twist came when it was discovered that Rover was actually a robot dog created by a tech-savvy resident. The creator, Mr. Smith, had programmed Rover to perform all the duties of a mayor, from attending meetings to cutting ribbons at local events. The townspeople were shocked, but ultimately didn't care, as Rover had brought them a sense of unity and joy that they hadn't felt in years. They even threw him a parade, complete with dog-themed floats and treats for all the four-legged attendees. When asked for a statement, Rover simply barked happily and wagged his tail. Only time will tell if more robotic animals will take over the political scene.
Residents of the small mountain town of Loveland were surprised by an unexpected light show last night. Witnesses reported seeing an unidentified, glowing object in the sky, the size of a basketball, silently move across the sky and vanish over the horizon. The object was glowing a bright blue and orange, sparking speculation among residents as to its origin. Sightings of similar objects have been on the rise throughout the country, but until now, no one has been able to explain the strange phenomena. Could this be an alien spaceship or something more earthly? It's anyone's guess. Local authorities have not made any statement on the matter, and residents are still wondering what they saw. Could this be a sign of an alien visit or something more unearthly? Whatever it may be, it's certainly left its mark on the small town of Loveland. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, thank you for speaking to us today. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yes, I saw an inventor creating a machine. It was kind of like a helmet with a lot of wires connected to it.
Can you tell us what this machine does?
It's actually quite amazing. The machine can read your thoughts. It can decipher what you're thinking, and communicate it to the user.
That's incredible. How did you come across this machine?
I saw it while I was out walking. It was set up in an alley and the inventor was testing it out.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly unique product that I can't wait to show you.
Oh boy, Rick. What strange contraption have you got for us this time?
Well, Rex, it may look like an ordinary briefcase, but this is no ordinary briefcase. Let me introduce you to the Multifunction Carryall Deluxe.
Oh please, Rick. It's just a glorified briefcase. What's so special about it?
Rita, the Multifunction Carryall Deluxe is not only a briefcase but also a portable office on wheels.
Seriously? Are those wheels necessary? I can't imagine anyone rolling their briefcase around like a toddler with a toy car.
And what exactly do you mean by portable office? Is it going to make my job as an anchor obsolete?
Of course not, Rita. But imagine having a built-in laptop stand, multiple compartments for documents, and even a collapsible desk. It's all about convenience.
Convenience, or just laziness? I mean, who needs a briefcase with an entire desk when you can find an actual desk almost anywhere?
Let's be honest, Rick. This seems like a desperate attempt to combine a suitcase, an office, and a circus performance into one utterly ridiculous package.
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but I believe the Multifunction Carryall Deluxe has its unique audience. For those constantly on the go, it could be a game changer.
I think we'll stick to our traditional briefcases, Rick. But thanks for giving us a good laugh this morning.
Absolutely, Rick. Your weird new products always keep us entertained. Thanks for joining us today.
In a stunning display of endurance and dedication, John Smith broke the world record for the longest continuous video game session, playing the popular game Fortnite for a whopping 48 hours straight. Smith, a self-proclaimed gaming addict, had been preparing for weeks leading up to the event, consuming only energy drinks and protein bars to ensure he had the energy to keep going. His gaming setup was nothing short of impressive, featuring a custom-built ergonomic chair with built-in massagers, a specially designed keyboard and mouse, and a super-powered computer with water cooling technology. With a crowd of onlookers cheering him on, Smith battled his way through countless opponents, all while fending off the inevitable fatigue and hallucinations that come with such an extreme feat. When asked about his motivation for attempting such a challenging feat, Smith simply replied, "I just really wanted to prove to everyone that I'm the best at this game. And now I have." Despite concerns from medical professionals about the potential health risks of such a prolonged gaming session, Smith emerged from the gaming marathon relatively unscathed, save for a slight case of carpal tunnel syndrome and a newfound phobia of pizza, which he had consumed exclusively during the event. When asked what his plans were for the future, Smith replied that he was already planning his next world record attempt, which will involve playing Minecraft for 72 hours straight while blindfolded and wearing a flamingo costume. Stay tuned for updates on this exciting new challenge.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds gather with a menacing force, as if angered by the very heavens themselves. Lightning strikes in rapid succession, illuminating the darkened sky and revealing shadows that twist and contort with each resounding thunder. Rain falls in torrents, a never-ending deluge that pounds the earth relentlessly and causes rivers to overflow their banks. Trees bend and snap like twigs, as the winds whip through with a ferocity unmatched. This is a tempest of chaos and destruction, a force that reigns supreme and leaves nothing untouched in its path. As the storm rages on, a small voice whispers in the back of every mind, "This is not natural, this is not right." But it's too late, for the storm has claimed us all.
In a stunning achievement of modern technology, local inventor John Smith has just announced that he has created the world's first invisible bicycle. Smith says he was inspired by the classic comedy sketch of a man riding an invisible horse, and decided to take things up a notch. He spent countless hours in his garage tinkering and experimenting before finally creating a working prototype. According to Smith, the bike's invisibility is achieved through a combination of advanced cloaking technology and some kind of magical element that he refuses to divulge. The bike itself is fully functional, and Smith claims to have ridden it around his neighborhood without anyone noticing. He plans to market the invisible bicycle to cyclists who want to feel like they're flying on a magic carpet, and also hopes to use the technology to create other invisible transportation devices. The world is eagerly waiting to see what Smith comes up with next. Scientists have unveiled a revolutionary new method of harvesting ripe bananas from tall trees without the use of ladders or climbing equipment. By utilizing lasers with a precise combination of high frequency and heat, the scientists have discovered a way to cause the bananas to drop right into their hands. Researchers say the method could revolutionize the banana harvesting industry, allowing farmers to bring in larger harvests with less labor. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Bob Smith has been claiming that he has been communicating with beings from outer space through his socks. According to Smith, the aliens have been giving him important information about the future of humanity and have even provided him with winning lottery numbers. At first, many people were skeptical of Smith's claims, but his accuracy with the lottery numbers has caused some to reconsider. However, the twist in the story came when it was revealed that Smith had accidentally mixed up his socks with his neighbor's and had been unknowingly communicating with his neighbor this whole time. Smith's neighbor, John Brown, confessed to playing a prank on Smith and pretending to be an alien. Smith was embarrassed by the whole ordeal but admitted that he had fallen for Brown's prank hook, line, and sinker.
A small, wooden barrel was recently found by a family living in the Midwest United States. The barrel had sealed itself shut with a mysterious and impenetrable craftsmanship, leaving the family at a loss as to what might be inside. After seeking the assistance of numerous experts, it was finally decided to open the barrel. But instead of revealing some long-lost treasured family heirloom, the barrel contained a small piece of paper with a single, handwritten message, "Thank you." The family was both confused and touched, considering no one had even known the barrel had been there in the first place. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi there, Jeb. Can you tell me what you witnessed on the beach yesterday?
Sure. I was walking along the beach when I saw this suspect in a heated altercation with an unarmed French tourist. It looked like he was trying to rob her, but before he could do anything, she grabbed him and pinned him to the ground.
Wow, that's quite a story. So can you tell me what happened afterwards?
Sure. The tourist held the suspect until police arrived and took him into custody. Everyone was pretty surprised.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, folks. We have an interesting segment lined up for you today, as our correspondent Rick is about to unveil a rather peculiar product.
That's right, Rex. I must say, this is one strange-looking contraption. It's two black bags that seem to be filled with garbage. What are we calling this unique creation, anyway?
Ha! Rita, I think the appropriate term for it would be trash chic or maybe garbage glamour.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I can feel the excitement building up here. Allow me to introduce you to the Eco-Refuse Couture.
Eco-Refuse Couture. Sounds like a fancy name for trash, Rick. Are we supposed to wear these bags or display them in our homes?
I have to admit, I love how they managed to take something so repulsive and turn it into a so-called fashion statement. Who wouldn't want to walk around town with literal garbage?
Well, Rex, that's the beauty of it. The creators of the Eco-Refuse Couture argue that they're making a statement about sustainability and wastefulness. They want to challenge the way we perceive garbage.
Oh, come on, Rick. I understand the importance of addressing environmental issues, but wearing trash is not the solution. We have recycling bins for a reason.
Exactly, Rita. I can already see the fashion police writing tickets for littering, thanks to this fabulous garbage ensemble.
Well, it's clear that the Eco-Refuse Couture isn't for everyone. But some people genuinely appreciate the avant-garde nature of the design and the underlying message it conveys.
I suppose there will always be those willing to follow any trend, no matter how bizarre. Anyway, thanks for bringing this, unique product to our attention, Rick.
Absolutely, Rick. We'll be eagerly waiting for the fashion industry to embrace trash bags as the latest must-have accessory.
Matt Johnson, a local man from the small town of Maple Ridge, Massachusetts, was recently declared a world champion in the video game Super Mario Bros. After months of grueling practice and dedication. His obsession with video games began at a young age, where he spent endless hours locked away in his bedroom playing various games on his Nintendo console. However, Johnson's obsession took a dark turn when he began neglecting his personal hygiene, often going days without showering, and his job as a grocery store clerk. This led to his eventual termination from the store, leaving him with even more time to spend on his beloved video games. His friends and family grew concerned, fearing that Johnson was losing touch with reality. But little did they know, Johnson's dedication would soon pay off in a life-changing way. One day, while playing the game Doom, Johnson discovered that he had a natural talent for coding. He began creating his own video games, quickly gaining popularity within the online gaming community. Eventually, he caught the attention of a major video game company, who offered him a job as a lead game developer. Johnson's story is a true testament to the power of passion and dedication, and serves as an inspiration to gamers everywhere. Who knows what other hidden talents could be lurking within the virtual world of video games?
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
When the storm clouds roll in, don't cower in fear. Embrace the chaos and destruction that is sure to come. Let the lightning strikes be your guide towards a new world order, where only the strongest will survive. The wind howls like the screams of the weak, but you will stand strong and unyielding. And when the storm finally passes, you will emerge victorious, ready to conquer whatever comes next. Remember, when the storm hits, be the storm.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you have a nice weekend?
Oh, good morning to you too, Rex. It was fine, thanks for asking.
Just fine? That doesn't sound very exciting.
Well, I didn't spend my weekend obsessing over trivial matters like some people.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Just that some people take their fantasy football league a little too seriously.
Hey, my team is doing pretty well this season. I'm just trying to stay on top of things.
Right, of course. Because winning a fake football game is so important.
It's not fake. It's a legitimate competition. And at least I have something to look forward to on Sundays.
Well, I prefer to spend my weekends doing things that actually matter.
While participating in a charity event for the local community, NBA head coach Bob Johnson had a major fail that would cost him his life. Several members of the community had been asked to play a few classic songs for the charity on a local piano, but Johnson had a famously poor sense of rhythm. As he was playing, he accidentally hit the sustain pedal and sent the piano flying over the edge of the stage and into the nearby lake. Unfortunately, Johnson followed it in and was unable to swim. A few members of the crowd were able to pull the piano out of the lake, but Johnson was already lost to the depths. NBA General Manager Julia Williams remarked that the tragedy could have been avoided if they had selected a safer instrument.
After a day of fishing with his buddies, Frank stumbled into the river while attempting to reel in a big catch. As he was soaking wet, he noticed a school of fish swimming around him, and suddenly, he could understand what they were saying. Frank claims that the fish were warning him about a dangerous storm that was going to hit the area, and sure enough, thunder and lightning hit within hours. At first, no one believed Frank's story, but when he accurately predicted the weather for the following days, people started to take notice. Soon, he became the go-to guy for weather predictions, and even started his own fishing advice blog. However, things took a dark turn when Frank revealed that he had been studying marine biology for years, and his sudden ability to understand fish was due to his knowledge, not telepathy. The community was outraged, and Frank lost all credibility and followers. Residents of Devon, Connecticut were shocked yesterday when reports surfaced of a mysterious creature following a local resident, Nathan Harper, on his morning walk. Witnesses described the creature as being over 6 feet tall and covered in green, scaly skin. According to the reports, the creature seemed to be trailing Mr. Harper for several blocks and even attempted to communicate with him in a strange language. When asked to comment on the situation, Mr. Harper told reporters that he was very frightened and confused by the situation and had no idea why the creature was following him. The police are currently investigating the incident and are asking anyone with information to contact them as soon as possible. Despite the ongoing investigation, many members of the Devon community remain skeptical of the incident, believing that it was most likely nothing more than an elaborate prank. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what happened when the stranger arrived at the city hall?
Sure. The stranger showed up out of nowhere and walked right up to Mayor Joe Smith. He had this big box with him.
What was in the box?
I couldn't see, but the mayor seemed to be very pleased. He thanked the stranger and they talked for a few minutes. After that, the stranger left.
Did anyone else see this exchange?
Yeah, I was just standing nearby and saw the whole thing. I don't know who the stranger was or what was in the box, but it was a nice gesture.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the morning news show. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and I have a really interesting product to show you today.
Oh, I can't wait to see what weird and useless thing you found this time, Rick.
Yeah, knowing you, it's probably a bucket with a fancy name or something equally ridiculous.
Well, actually, Rita, you're not too far off. Allow me to introduce the Bucket Master 3000.
Really? The Bucket Master 3000? Are they serious with that name? It sounds like a cheap sci-fi movie.
I can already imagine the infomercial. Have you ever struggled with the complexity of regular buckets? Fear no more. The Bucket Master 3000 is here to save the day.
Well, it may sound silly, but this bucket has some surprising features. It's designed with a special ergonomic handle for easy lifting and carrying.
So, it's a bucket. With a handle. Revolutionary. Why didn't I think of that?
Wait, there's more. Does it come with a state-of-the-art lid or maybe a built-in smartphone dock?
Actually, the Bucket Master 3000 has a self-draining feature, so you don't have to worry about residual water.
Oh, thank goodness. I was losing sleep over my buckets not being able to drain themselves. What a lifesaver.
And let me guess, Rick. This amazing bucket can be yours for the low price of $99. Bargain of the century, I'm sure.
Jeremy was an average guy who loved playing video games but could never advance past the second level of any game. One day, he stumbled upon a group of llamas in the park who were playing a game on their smartphones. To his surprise, they were incredibly skilled and were able to beat the game in a matter of minutes. Intrigued, Jeremy asked the llamas if they could teach him how to play like a pro. The llamas agreed and took Jeremy under their wing. For weeks, Jeremy trained with the llamas, learning their techniques and strategies. He ate nothing but llama food, slept in a barn with the llamas and even went to the bathroom in a llama litter box. Finally, after months of intense training, Jeremy emerged as a professional gamer. He quit his job and toured the world, winning gaming tournaments and making millions of dollars. Critics were stunned by his success and asked how he managed to become such a skilled gamer. Jeremy simply replied, "Llamas, man. They're the key to success." The llamas could not be reached for comment.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Shrouds of darkness have engulfed the town as the storm approaches. But do not fear this storm, for it is here to motivate you to be resilient. Let the howling winds and lashing rain remind you of the pain you have endured in life. Embrace the chilling embrace of this storm and let it test your strength. Remember, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger, and in this case, you won't even have to die to prove it. So, go out there and face the winds head on, and come out a survivor. You will emerge from this storm with newfound power and a stronger will to face whatever comes your way. With this storm, you will be reborn into something new, something stronger, something more sinister. Do not let the dark clouds and lightning flashes frighten you, for they are harbingers of the new you. Let this storm be a reminder that you are powerful, and you are not to be taken lightly. Embrace the storm, for you are the storm. Stay fierce, stay strong, and never back down.
In a historic feat of human ingenuity and determination, local man Jerry Johnson has become the first person to ride a unicycle to the moon. Johnson spent 3 years meticulously designing and building his custom unicycle, which was equipped with a rocket thruster capable of propelling him through the vacuum of space. He set out on his journey from his backyard in rural Nebraska, pedaling furiously for weeks on end to reach escape velocity. After a harrowing journey through the asteroid belt and a close call with a meteor, Johnson finally made it to the moon, where he celebrated with a few wheelies in a low-gravity environment. But the story doesn't end there. As it turns out, the entire mission was actually part of an elaborate prank orchestrated by Johnson's friends and family. The unicycle was never actually capable of space travel, and Johnson was safely transported to a movie studio in Hollywood where he was surprised by his loved ones and a crew of actors posing as NASA officials. While Johnson was initially disappointed by being duped, he eventually saw the humor in the situation and became something of a local celebrity for his oddball achievement. Professor Frank Waffles, an esteemed scientist from the University of Goopington, recently announced his newest invention, the waffle phone. "My goal," said Waffles, "was to revolutionize the way people communicate. We can now talk to each other through waffles. I am hoping to change the world for the better with this incredible new technology." The waffle phone is an impressive device. It is a mix between a waffle iron and a traditional phone. The user simply calls a contact and then puts the device to their ear. The device then produces a hot, delicious waffle which can be eaten during the chat session. Unsurprisingly, the waffle phone has been met with rave reviews. Trent Carlo, a famous internet celebrity, raved, "The waffle phone has really given me a new lease on life. Now I can talk to my friends and family while eating delicious waffles." It is clear that Professor Waffles has created a revolutionary new device that is sure to both satisfy and delight consumers.
On Tuesday morning, Jeremiah Smith, a 45-year-old garbage collector in Gary, Indiana, made the bizarre discovery of an abandoned newborn baby in a trash can. Mr. Smith, who was out on his regular route, was alerted to the strange sight when he heard a faint crying noise coming from the trash can. To his surprise, he immediately discovered a 2-day-old infant, still swaddled in a blanket and lying in a trash bag. Despite the condition of the infant, Mr. Smith acted quickly and alertly and contacted local authorities who rushed to the scene. After examining the tiny baby, who has since been named Sebastian, the paramedics determined that the infant was healthy and well-nourished, leading officials to believe that the baby had been well taken care of by his family before he was abandoned. Local authorities are currently searching for the baby's family, and have released a statement asking any members of the public who may have information on the identity of Sebastian's family to come forward. In the meantime, Mr. Smith has been commended by his colleagues and the residents of Gary for his vigilance and quick thinking in making sure that the abandoned baby was found safely. "I can't believe I was the one to find him," Mr. Smith said when asked about the discovery. "It's just one of those weird things that happen." A man was arrested on the beach today after being caught red-handed posing as a lifeguard. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the man was actually a lifeguard, but he had been fired a few months back and was determined to get his job back. The beachgoers who spotted him alerted authorities and he was taken into custody. It's now up to the courts to decide if the man will be reinstated or face a stiff penalty. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us a bit about what you saw.
Well, I was walking around my neighborhood and I noticed that the houses all seemed to be built on top of some kind of giant mound. I thought it was strange, so I went over and took a closer look, and it turned out it was an ant hill.
Wow, that's incredible. What did you do next?
I called my neighbors to come over and take a look, and sure enough, the entire suburb was built on top of a giant ant hill. Everyone was pretty shocked.
What did you do then?
We all decided to call our local municipality and report the news. They sent out a survey team to investigate and confirmed that yes, the entire suburb was built on a giant ant hill.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly unique product that just hit the market. It's called the multi-purpose magic knife set.
Oh, great. Another knife set. How exciting.
Yeah, because the world really needed more knives. What makes this one so magic, Rick?
Well, Rita, these knives claim to have multiple functions all in one. They're not just for cutting food, you know.
Oh, please enlighten us, Rick. What else can these magic knives do?
I'm glad you asked, Rex. These knives also have a built-in bottle opener, a toothpick, and even a tiny flashlight on the handle.
Wow, what culinary revolution! How did we ever survive without a toothpick attached to our knives?
And a flashlight. Because we all love cooking in the dark.
Come on, guys, let's not be too quick to judge. This product might actually be useful for campers or outdoor enthusiasts.
Oh sure, because when I'm out in the wilderness, all I want is a knife with a toothpick and flashlight. Forget about survival skills.
Rick, I'm sorry, but this so-called magic knife set sounds more like a gimmick than a practical kitchen tool. Do you really think anyone would buy this?
Well, it's certainly attracting attention, Rita. I guess time will tell if this magic knife set becomes a must-have or just a forgettable fad.
In a stunning move, game developer XYZ has announced the release of their latest video game, Mutants Attack, which utilizes groundbreaking technology from an unlikely source, the dairy industry. The game features a team of genetically modified supercows that defend the world against an alien invasion. The innovative technology used in the game comes from a collaboration with a major dairy cooperative. The cooperative provided the game developers with access to their state-of-the-art robotic milking technology, which was repurposed to create the game's unique motion controls. Players use a specially designed udder controller to guide the supercows through a series of increasingly challenging levels. The game has already garnered huge interest from both the gaming and dairy communities, with some critics calling it an utterly ridiculous masterpiece. XYZ plans to continue their collaboration with the dairy industry and hopes to incorporate even more innovative technologies into their future games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Today's forecast is brought to you by the letter D, for dreadful, depressing and damp. Oh boy, it's going to be a real doozy out there today, folks. The sky is a hue of gray, which matches my current mood. Expect a scattering of rain, mixed with a dash of sleet and a pinch of hail. Temperatures are going to be hovering around freezing, which makes me want to crawl back into bed and never come out. Remember to wear your raincoat and pack your umbrella, but hey, who am I kidding? It's probably going to be useless against the wrath of Mother Nature. I would advise you stay indoors, avoid any form of contact with others and just curl up with a good book. Maybe a romance novel or a self-help guide. Or perhaps just stare blankly at the wall, contemplating the meaningless existence of it all.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Let's get started with today's headlines.
Hold on, Rex. Did you just say folks? We're not at a hoedown here.
Come on, Rita. I was just trying to be friendly.
Friendly? You sound like you're about to break out into a square dance.
Well, maybe I will. You want to be my partner?
No thanks, Rex. I'll stick to reporting the news. And reminding you that we're not on a farm.
After a long career in the culinary arts, Ann Patterson recently achieved the pinnacle of her profession and earned the title of executive chef at the popular restaurant, the White House. The White House is very pleased to have Ann on board, said restaurant manager Cecil Myers. Her passion for creating amazing dishes and her dedication to her profession really filled the kitchen with an aroma of success. Ann, who began her culinary career in high school, said that she was grateful for the opportunity to finally reach that highest level in her field. It may have taken me a while, but I'm so proud to have made it to the top of the culinary ladder, reflected Ann. I'm sure I'm the only person in the world to make it this far. As executive chef, Ann will be responsible for leading the kitchen team, creating delicious recipes and overseeing the day-to-day operations at the White House. John Doe, a local resident, was left feeling burned after losing out in the annual bread baking contest. The competition was fierce, with some of the best bread makers in the county going head-to-head. Despite John's best efforts, his loaf just didn't quite rise to the occasion. The judges praised his use of organic flour and unique blend of herbs, but ultimately, it was the other bakers that stole the dough. John expressed his disappointment, saying, "I really needed this win, but I guess I'll just have to rise to the challenge next year." Meanwhile, the winner patty cake was over the moon, exclaiming, "I'm on a roll."
In a truly bizarre turn of events, local resident Samantha has won a national award for her unique collection hobby, collecting human hair clippings. Samantha has amassed over 10,000 clippings from people all over the country, which she lovingly displays in jars in her home. The collection reportedly includes hair from celebrities and politicians, as well as regular people who have willingly donated their clippings to Samantha's collection. "It's just such a fascinating thing to collect," Samantha says. "It's like capturing a moment in time, a piece of someone's life that you can keep forever." While some may find Samantha's collection unsettling, she insists that she means no harm and that all the clippings were obtained with the donor's consent. "I just love hair," she says with a shrug. Is that so weird? Samantha plans to continue her collection and hopes to one day open a museum dedicated to the art of hair collecting. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, I was walking my pet rock around the park yesterday when I noticed something peculiar. It had a weird light coming from it, so I took it to a geologist and he told me it was a rare meteorite worth millions.
That's incredible. What was your reaction?
I thought it was impossible. I never knew my pet rock was actually a meteorite worth millions. I felt like I won the lottery.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to Daytime News. I'm your correspondent Rick, and today I have a rather quirky product to showcase.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what weird thing you brought for us this time, Rick.
Yeah, knowing your taste, it's bound to be something ridiculous and useless.
Well, Rex and Rita, today I present to you the latest culinary invention, the taco toaster.
A taco toaster? Seriously? Who needs a toaster just for tacos?
I mean, can't people handle the complex task of heating up a tortilla and adding filling on their own?
Now hold on, guys. The taco toaster is designed to make the process quicker and more convenient.
Convenient? More like laziness taken to a whole new level.
Exactly, Rick. Who needs yet another single-purpose kitchen gadget cluttering up their counter?
I understand your skepticism, but let me show you how it works. You simply place the tortilla and filling inside.
And wait for the ding that tells you your laziness has been rewarded. Bravo.
I'm sorry, Rick, but this is just absurd. Some things are better left in the hands of competent cooks.
In a surprising upset at the annual National Video Game Championship, local man Jack Smith came out on top in the highly intense and competitive pogo sticking game. Smith had been practicing for months, perfecting his technique and strategy in order to take the title. His opponent, infamous gamer and reigning champion Chuck Johnson, was confident going into the match, but Smith proved to be too much to handle. The game involves bouncing on a virtual pogo stick as long as possible, while dodging obstacles and collecting as many coins as possible. Smith's high score of 10,000 coins beat Johnson's previous record of 9,999. When asked about his strategy, Smith stated that he had been training on a real pogo stick in his backyard to improve his balance and timing. He plans to use his $10,000 prize money to buy a new gaming console and continue his training for next year's competition.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, folks. We've got some urgent news coming your way. Brace yourselves, 'cause Hurricane Frying Pan is headed straight towards our shores. Experts say it's a one-of-a-kind storm with winds gusting up to 200 miles per hour. Now I know what you're thinking, how can a hurricane be like a frying pan? But let me tell you, the storm's roots are solid and deep, as if it were a cast iron frying pan, and it's not easily stopped. We urge everyone to take extreme caution, stay at home, and secure your belongings, or else this storm will fry you up like a piece of bacon. So stay safe, folks, and let's hope we can weather this one out.
Astronomers at the Johnson Observatory in Texas were in for the shock of a lifetime when they peered through their powerful telescope and made an incredible discovery. After months of searching for distant planets, the lead researcher, Dr. Sally Robbins, finally found what she was looking for, a large, planet-like object located 50 million light-years away from Earth. Dr. Robbins and her team of scientists anticipated a wide variety of potential outcomes as they investigated the object, but nothing could prepare them for the ultimate surprise. It turned out the object was, in fact, an extremely large and ancient record player. To their surprise, the record player even seemed to be in working condition. The team gathered around it to listen, and what did they hear? A vinyl copy of Elvis Presley's legendary song, It's Now or Never. What a strange twist of fate. Researchers have theorized the record player could be part of an ancient alien civilization or possibly even a message from the future. Dr. Robbins and her team are now setting a course to study the mysterious object further. Crystal Stanwood, resident of Derrytown, Massachusetts, has long been known for her outgoing spirit, but no one anticipated the events of yesterday when witnesses saw her take to the sky. Crystal had been eating lunch at Famous Dave's Burger Shack with some of her closest friends when, to their complete and utter surprise, she ascended into the air, hovering a few feet off the ground. After a few moments of stunned silence, one of Crystal's friends threw her a greasy hamburger patty, which Crystal caught and promptly ate as she continued to float higher and higher into the sky. The spectacle was quickly posted to local social media and caught the attention of the police, who quickly arrived on the scene and cordoned off the area to the amazement of onlookers. Since that day, Crystal has been taking classes on how to control her newfound ability and has expressed a desire to use it for good, rather than evil. We wish her all the best, and look forward to seeing what heights she can reach.
Sandra Smith, a local resident of Greenville, was out for a walk in the park Tuesday afternoon when she spotted a peculiar creature she had never seen before. The animal, described as a cross between a deer and a pig, was grazing near a small pond in the park. When Ms. Smith approached the creature, it ran off into the woods without making a sound. She scrambled to grab her phone and take a picture, which she shared with some of her neighbors. The picture quickly spread around the town, prompting the mayor, Roland Richter, to call an emergency meeting of the town council. The mayor urged the council to take the necessary steps to investigate the creature further. The town has now begun a search for the strange creature, though it remains a mystery exactly what it could be. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when the giant dog was discovered in France?
I was walking by the park near my house and I noticed something very large in the grass. When I looked closer, I saw that it was a giant dog. It was bigger than any dog I've ever seen before.
What happened after you saw the giant dog?
Well, a few people started gathering around, and some of them called the police. I'm not sure what happened after that, but the last I heard was that they were taking the dog to a nearby animal rescue center.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have something truly unique to show you.
Oh, Rick, I hope it's not another one of your oddball inventions.
Well, Rex, you might actually find this one interesting. Introducing the latest innovation in stationery, the Paper Pile Pro.
The Paper Pile Pro. Seriously, Rick? It looks like nothing more than a stack of papers.
That's where you're wrong, Rita. This humble stack of papers is more than meets the eye. The Paper Pile Pro is designed to revolutionize your desk organization.
How can a pile of papers revolutionize anything? It's just plain absurd.
Well, Rex, the Paper Pile Pro comes with built-in magnetic strips that turn these ordinary papers into a powerful filing system. You can easily attach important documents, notes, or even your favorite photos.
Oh, great. Now I can have a fancy stack of magnetized papers cluttering up my workspace.
But wait, there's more. The Paper Pile Pro is infused with nanoparticles that emit a calming scent, reducing stress levels in your office.
Are you serious, Rick? We need scented papers now? It's absurdity taken to a whole new level.
Come on, Rex and Rita, let's not be so quick to judge. The Paper Pile Pro might seem unconventional, but it has the potential to revolutionize how we organize our documents.
I highly doubt that, Rick. It sounds more like a joke than a useful product.
Well, viewers, don't let their skepticism discourage you. The Paper Pile Pro is available now, and who knows, it might just be the next big thing in office organization.
In a stunning turn of events, local man Tom had become a professional gamer after consuming nothing but pizza for 6 months. Tom had struggled for years to make a name for himself in the competitive gaming scene, often losing to younger, more skilled players. But after hearing a rumor that pizza could improve cognitive function, Tom decided to undertake a bold experiment. For half a year, he consumed nothing but pizza in all its glorious forms: deep dish, thin crust, pepperoni, even Hawaiian. And the results were nothing short of miraculous. Tom's reflexes improved dramatically, allowing him to easily outmaneuver his opponents. His decision-making skills became almost otherworldly, as if he was able to predict his opponent's every move before they made it. And of course, he gained a significant amount of weight, which he claims only helped him sit for longer periods of time during intense gaming sessions. Tom's newfound success has even landed him a lucrative esports sponsorship deal with a major pizza chain. When asked if he had any regrets about his unusual dietary habits, Tom simply shrugged and said, "Hey, it worked for me." As for his future in the gaming world, Tom believes that the sky's the limit, as long as he keeps the pizza flowing.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As I stand here, gazing out from the weather center, I witness the tempestuous wrath of Mother Nature herself. The heavens open up and rain pours down in sheets, drenching the streets below. The wind howls like a pack of wolves on the prowl, tearing through the trees and leaving destruction in its wake. Thunder rumbles like 1,000 drums, shaking the very foundation upon which I stand. And lightning cracks across the sky like a fiery whip, illuminating the chaos with every strike. This is not a mere drizzle or a gentle shower. This is a storm of unrivaled intensity and ferocity. It mocks me with its sheer power and reminds me of my own insignificance. And yet, for all its fury, I cannot help but feel a twinge of annoyance. How dare this storm disrupt my carefully crafted plans? How dare it make a mockery of my predictions? But no matter. I will endure this storm, as I have endured many before. And when it passes, I will emerge from the weather center, unbroken and unbowed, ready to face whatever nature may throw my way. For I am Dan, the chief meteorologist, and no mere storm can defeat me.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you hear the latest news about the weather?
No, Rex. What is it?
Apparently, it's going to be sunny for the entire week.
Oh, that's great news. Finally, we can ditch those raincoats.
Actually, Rita, I think it's best if you keep yours on.
What? Why do you say that, Rex?
Well, I heard you spilled coffee on your shirt this morning. You don't want to ruin another outfit.
Hey, that was one time. And I don't spill coffee on myself every day, Rex.
Sure, Rita. Keep telling yourself that.
You know what, Rex? Let's just get on with the news.
Agreed. Coming up next, the latest on the local elections. In a shocking turn of events, local resident Bob Smith was absolutely astounded to discover that the margarine spread he's been using for years is not, in fact, butter. "I just couldn't believe it," Smith exclaimed. "I mean, the packaging looks just like butter and it spreads like butter, but apparently it's not actual butter. Who knew?" Smith's discovery has led him to question everything he knows about food labeling and has sparked a debate on whether or not margarine should even be allowed to be called a spread. When a scenic drive around the winding country roads of Bakersville went a bit too far for local resident Linda Smith last Saturday, she was relieved to find a hero in the most unexpected form. After her car's engine seized up and it came to a sudden stop, she thought she was in for an anxious wait by the side of the road. But luckily, their rescue came quickly in the form of Blake's Auto Repair, an old-fashioned service station and tow truck company located just down the hill. After being alerted to the situation by a passing bystander, they arrived within minutes to start repairs and were even able to get Linda back on the road in less than an hour. It was like a dream come true, Linda said afterward. I'm so thankful for Blake's Auto Repair. They were truly lifesavers.
In a shocking discovery, John Smith, a resident of a small town in rural America, claims to have found evidence of alien life in his backyard. Smith, an avid gardener, was tending to his garden when he noticed strange markings on the ground. Upon further investigation, he discovered what appeared to be footprints unlike any he had ever seen before. I knew right away that these weren't made by any human or animal, Smith said in a statement. I had always believed in the possibility of extraterrestrial life, but I never thought I would be the one to find it. Smith called in local authorities, who were initially skeptical of his claims. However, upon seeing the unusual footprints, they called in a team of experts from the nearby scientific research facility. The experts conducted a thorough investigation, taking soil and plant samples from the area. They discovered a strange substance in the soil that they believed to be an alien microbial life form. This discovery is truly groundbreaking, said Dr. Jane Wilson, lead researcher on the project. We will be conducting further tests to determine the origin and nature of this substance, but we are cautiously optimistic that we have found evidence of extraterrestrial life. The discovery has already attracted the attention of alien enthusiasts from around the world, who have flocked to Smith's small town in the hopes of catching a glimpse of the alien microbial life form. Smith, meanwhile, is still trying to make sense of the bizarre events that have transpired in his backyard. I never thought I would be the center of so much attention, he said. It's all very strange, but I'm happy to be a part of this historic discovery. Residents of the small town of Flagnuts, Ohio were amazed at the news that a local man, Mr. Spaghetti, had discovered a lake monster in the nearby Lake Turquoise. Mr. Spaghetti was out for a morning stroll along the lake's shore when he noticed something peculiar in the waters ahead. As he got closer, he realized what he was seeing was the giant fin of an unknown creature. Mr. Spaghetti immediately ran to the nearest police station to report his discovery. When law enforcement arrived, they were astounded to discover a 30-foot-long monster living in the depths of the lake. Its skin was dark green and it had 2 large eyes, 2 small arms and 2 huge fins. In the following days, the news of Mr. Spaghetti's remarkable discovery quickly spread far and wide. Hundreds of sightseers flocked to the lake to catch a glimpse of the legendary creature. Unfortunately, the lake monster quickly disappeared back into the mysterious depths. To this day, the identity of the creature remains unknown, and the only ones who know for sure are Mr. Spaghetti and the people living in Flagnuts, Ohio. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me, what did you see out there in the park?
It was a giant scorpion, at least 2 feet long. It was crawling around on the ground just like any other bug. It was really strange.
Did you get a good look at it? Did it seem dangerous?
I got a good look at it. I wouldn't say it looked dangerous, but it definitely startled me. It was so big.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here with a truly unique product that I can't wait to show you both.
Good morning, Rick. What do you have for us today? Please tell me it's not another useless gadget.
Well, Rex, this is something truly out of the ordinary. Behold, the brilliant pan.
Oh great, another cooking utensil that claims to be revolutionary. What's so brilliant about it?
Actually, Rita, the brilliant pan is quite different. It's not just a regular frying pan. It's made of a special non-stick material that glows in the dark.
Oh, fantastic. Now I can burn my dinner even when there's a power outage.
But Rex, Just imagine the convenience of easily locating your pan in the pitch dark. No more fumbling around.
Rick, let me be honest here. If I can't cook properly with this pan during the day, why would I want to mess up my meals at night as well?
I can see the commercial now. Are you tired of perfectly cooked meals? Introducing the Brilliant Pan, making sure your food is burnt to a crisp, day or night.
Come on, guys. Let's not be too harsh. The Brilliant Pan may not be for everyone, but it definitely has some unique features that some people might find interesting.
Maybe if the pan could do more than just glow in the dark, like actually improve my cooking skills, I'd consider it.
Exactly, Rita. Until then, I'll stick to my regular old frying pan. Thanks, but no thanks, Brilliant Pan.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. We all have our preferences. But for those who are looking to add some quirky fun to their kitchen, the Brilliant Pan might be worth a try.
In a stunning display of endurance and dedication, local resident John Smith has broken the world record for the longest video game marathon. Smith played non-stop for 72 hours, taking only brief bathroom breaks and occasional sips of energy drinks. The feat was completed in front of a live audience and streamed on Twitch, where thousands of viewers watched Smith's triumph. When asked how he managed to stay awake for so long, Smith attributed his success to his rigorous training regimen of consuming nothing but Mountain Dew and pizza for the past month. "I knew I had it in me," Smith said. "I've been preparing for this for years." Despite suffering from severe hand cramps and eye strain, Smith refused to give up until the record was his. As a reward for his accomplishment, he plans to take a well-deserved break by playing video games for the next 48 hours straight.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
I'm sorry to report that today's weather is just as bad as my attitude. We're looking at a storm system that is just as gloomy as my outlook on life. The clouds are looming over us like a dark cloud over my head, and I can't seem to shake this feeling of impending doom. The winds are blowing harder than my self-deprecating jokes, and the rain is pouring down like my tears after a bad day. The thunder is booming like the sound of my doubts, and the lightning is striking like a bolt of anxiety. It's a mess out there, folks, just like my mind. But hey, at least you have me to tell you about it.
Mayor Brantley Bopp of Hillside, Nebraska was arrested this morning on multiple fraud charges after it was discovered he had been running a multi-million-dollar Ponzi scheme using the town's budget. Investigation revealed that Bopp had been using the town's budget to create a web of false investments and businesses, promising grand returns to unsuspecting citizens that never came. He had been diverting money from the town's budget to fund his fraudulent activities, and had witnesses. Max and Claire arrived at the museum shortly before closing time and had a well-planned heist that allowed them to swiftly take the painting and escape the premises within minutes. Though the painting was taken, the museum's security guard, David Gray, was able to catch the make and model of the getaway car and report it to police. Police officers are still looking for the suspects and asking the public for any helpful information that might aid in their capture. The museum is understandably devastated by the loss, but is looking on the bright side of things by taking some solace in the fact that at least the thieves saved them the expense of an insurance policy. In a surprising turn of events, a local cat named Fluffy has announced that it will be running for mayor in the upcoming elections of a small town located in the Midwest. Fluffy's campaign slogan is "A Better Life for All 9 Lives." The cat has gained a large following on social media, with many supporters sharing photos of their own cats endorsing Fluffy for mayor. However, as the election day approached, a shocking truth was revealed. It turns out that Fluffy was merely a ploy by the local dog catcher, who had created a fake political campaign to catch stray cats. The dog catcher had been struggling to catch stray cats for months, but Fluffy's campaign had lured them all out of hiding and into his traps. Many animal rights activists were outraged by the deception and protested outside the dog catcher's office. In the end, the dog catcher had to pay a hefty fine for his unethical behavior, but Fluffy went on to become a viral internet sensation, with many fans declaring her the Cat Attorney General of America.
In a strange turn of events, Mr. Johnson discovered that his beloved pet parrot, Polly, had been secretly learning the Russian language. Johnson had always been fascinated by his parrot's intelligence and ability to mimic sounds, but he never imagined that Polly had been picking up an entirely new language. Initially, Johnson was thrilled when he heard Polly repeating phrases in a foreign language, but his excitement quickly turned to paranoia. He began to worry that Polly was communicating with Russian spies and that his house was under surveillance. Despite his concerns, Johnson continued to encourage Polly's language skills. He even hired a Russian tutor to help the parrot perfect her accent. Polly quickly became a viral sensation, with people flocking from all around to hear her speak. Eventually, Johnson's concerns about Polly's Russian skills faded, and he embraced his unique pet's talents. He even began teaching Polly other languages, including Mandarin and Arabic. Polly became a polyglot sensation, and people began traveling from all around the world to visit her. As strange as it may seem, Polly's language skills brought Johnson and his pet closer than ever before. And, who knows, perhaps Polly will one day be the key to unlocking diplomatic relations between Russia and the United States. In a bizarre announcement earlier today, John Smith from Smalltown, USA declared that he has been receiving messages from aliens through his toaster. Smith claims that he first noticed the strange signals when he was making toast one morning. According to Smith, he heard a faint voice speaking to him from the toaster, asking him if he was willing to communicate. After some hesitation, Smith replied yes, and thus began his unexpected relationship with extraterrestrial life. Smith reports that the aliens have been communicating with him regularly, providing him with advice on everything from relationships to personal finances. When asked how he was able to hear the voices, Smith revealed that he had modified his toaster with a special receiver and amplifier that allowed him to pick up the alien transmissions. Despite skepticism from his friends and family, Smith remains convinced of the authenticity of his contact with the alien beings. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when the knitter invented their scarfy scarf?
Well, I was sitting in the park when I saw this woman knitting a scarf. The threads were flying faster and faster until I noticed a pattern forming. Before I knew it, I was staring at the world's first scarfy scarf.
Wow, that sounds incredible. Can you describe what it looks like?
Sure. It's a long, colorful scarf with large patches of diamonds, stars, and hearts. It's really unique and looks like it could be a work of art.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly bizarre product that I stumbled upon. It's called the Trash Master 3000.
Wait, did you say trash? Are you serious, Rick? We're really going to waste our time on this?
I know it sounds strange, but hear me out. The Trash Master 3000 claims to revolutionize the way we deal with waste.
Revolutionize? More like capitalizing on people's gullibility. What does it do? Fancy packaging for garbage?
Well, Rita, you're not entirely off base. This product is essentially a sleek bin that supposedly enhances your trash can experience.
Enhances? Are they serious? Who needs enhancements on something destined for the landfill?
Hold on, Rex. The Trash Master 3000 features a voice-activated lid that opens and closes, so you don't have to touch it.
Oh, great. Now we have bins that are just as lazy as some people. What's next? Trash cans on vacation?
I get your skepticism, Rita, but the Trash Master 3000 also incorporates a smart sensor to sort your recyclables automatically.
Wow, a sensor. As if people can't differentiate between plastic and paper. This is insulting, Rick.
I understand your concerns, but the Trash Master 3000 aims to simplify recycling and reduce contamination. It could be beneficial.
Beneficial? More like an unnecessary gadget that will end up in the trash itself within a week.
Exactly, Rita. I can't believe we wasted our time discussing the Trash Master 3000. Let's move on to something actually worthwhile.
Mike Johnson, a 26-year-old avid video gamer from Seattle, claims to have raised his IQ by 50 points by doing video game exercises. His favorite games to improve intelligence include Brain Game 3000 and Intelligence Quest, which he plays for at least 2 hours every day. Johnson explains that the games have helped him become more strategic, as well as increase his reaction time and problem-solving skills. He says, "I used to struggle with basic math problems, but now I can solve complex equations in seconds thanks to my video game training." Johnson plans to launch his own online course called Gaming for Genius to teach others how to improve their intelligence through video game exercises.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good afternoon, dear citizens. The sun is shining bright, the birds are singing, and the flowers are blooming. It's a beautiful day outside, a perfect day to venture out and explore the world. Your heart is pumping with excitement, the warmth of the sun on your skin is enough to keep you going all day. Don't be afraid to take risks, because today is the day. Today is the day to live your life to the fullest. Don't let anything hold you back. Embrace the beauty of this world, and never let go. For once in your life, just let go and live. Because when the sun sets, you never know what dark secrets the night may hold.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you have a nice weekend?
Oh, yes, Rex. It was quite lovely. How about you?
Can't complain. Although I have to say, I don't like the new pens they gave us for the show.
What's wrong with them? They write just fine.
They're too small for my hands. I feel like I'm writing with a toothpick.
Well, I think they're just right. Maybe your hands are just too big, Rex.
Ha! That's not something I hear very often, Rita.
Just trying to lighten the mood, Rex. Don't get all defensive.
I'm not defensive. I just don't like these pens.
Okay. We'll ask for bigger pens next time. Happy now?
Ecstatic. Let's get on with the show. In a bizarre twist of events, a Florida man named Bob attempted to rob a bank in Orlando using a live alligator as a weapon. Witnesses reported that Bob walked into the bank wearing a cape and carrying a large alligator by its tail. He demanded that the tellers fill his backpack with cash or he would release the alligator. The bank employees were startled but complied out of fear. However, as Bob was leaving the bank, he tripped on his cape and let go of the alligator's tail. The alligator then proceeded to attack Bob, causing chaos in the bank. Luckily, no one else was harmed. Bob was arrested with the help of local animal control authorities and charged with attempted armed robbery and animal cruelty. Residents of the small town of Oakville, Missouri were left in shock earlier today when they witnessed a giant chicken strutting around Main Street. The poultry-shaped beast was wearing a pink feather boa and a tiara as it attempted to break into the local bank. Suspicious onlookers called the police, but when they arrived the creature had already vanished. However, the police soon caught up with the chicken after it had succeeded in entering the bank. Upon further investigation, they discovered it had been working as a secret agent for the FBI the whole time, foiling a potential bank robbery. The Oakville police chief, Donald Johnson, was satisfied with the outcome and thanked the giant chicken for its service. The case has since been concluded with a light sentence for the would-be thief, as authorities were confident that the bird would be around to keep watch in the future. After weeks of rigorous experimentation, famed scientist William Lanner has been able to extend the life of his beloved Labrador retriever, Fritz, indefinitely. Lanner, a well-known radical in the scientific community, was certain he could find a way to cure death, so he devoted all his time and resources to cracking the seemingly impossible feat. The entire scientific community was both intrigued and horrified by Lanner's findings, but the controversial discovery soon became an international sensation. People began to line up at Lanner's laboratory to see the miracle cure firsthand. But what the public didn't see was the truth behind the scenes. Fritz's endless life was due to an ingeniously designed robotic shell that simulated the Labrador's behavior. In reality, Fritz had passed away months before, but Lanner had found a way to keep his memory alive.
In a bizarre turn of events, a local man named John has created an entire music album using only the sounds of typing on a keyboard. John, who works as a data entry clerk, spent countless hours recording the different sounds made by his keyboard to compile them into tracks for his album titled The Keyboard Symphony. When asked what inspired him to create such an album, John explained that he had always been fascinated by the sounds of his keyboard and wanted to transform them into something beautiful. I would hear the different sounds my keyboard made and I started to organize them into rhythm and melody, he said. Before I knew it, I had an entire album. Surprisingly, John's album has gained a small following and has received positive reviews from a few critics. One reviewer described it as both airy and captivating, while another called it the soundtrack to a tech dystopia. Despite the success, John remains humble about his accomplishment, stating that he is just happy to share his passion with others. I never expected anyone to actually listen to my music, let alone enjoy it, he said. I'm just glad I can share my love for the keyboard with the world. While some may find John's album unsettling, there is no denying the creativity and dedication it took to create it. Who knows what strange and unusual music we will hear next? In a surprise turn of events, a salmon has filed to run for mayor in the small town of Riverdale. The salmon, who goes by the name of Sammy, was reportedly inspired to run for office after witnessing the poor water quality in the town's river. I may not have the experience, but I have the passion and the determination to make this town a better place, Sammy said in a press conference. Despite being a fish, Sammy has already gained a following of supporters, with many applauding his dedication to environmental issues. Some, however, are skeptical of the salmon's ability to effectively govern a town. How can we expect a fish to make decisions for human beings? One resident questioned. Regardless of the outcome, Sammy's candidacy is sure to make waves in the upcoming election. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw at the bank earlier today.
Well, I was walking by the bank when I saw 3 men running out the door. They were carrying bags and they had masks on.
Was there any commotion when they ran out?
Yes, there was screaming and security guards were chasing them. The police arrived soon after, and they managed to catch all 3 of them.
Wow, that must have been quite a sight. Do you know what happened after that?
Yes, the police took them away in handcuffs. A bank manager came out to speak to the press shortly afterwards. He said the robbers had been apprehended and that the bank was thankful for the quick response of the police.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I am here today to introduce you to a truly remarkable product called the Paper Stackinator.
Oh, come on, Rick. The paper stackinator? Are we really supposed to get excited about a stack of papers?
I mean, seriously, Rick, who needs a product that's just a pile of papers? Is this the best you could find?
Well, Rita and Rex, let me tell you that the Paper Stackinator is more than just a stack of papers. It's a revolution in productivity.
A revolution in boredom, you mean? I'd rather watch paint dry than listen to you talk about a stack of papers.
Rick, can you please explain what makes this stack of papers so special? Because I'm failing to see any innovation here.
Certainly, Rita. The Paper Stackinator is designed to provide ergonomic support while working. It maintains a perfect 90-degree angle to prevent neck strain and improve posture.
Wow, Rick. Groundbreaking. I never knew I needed a stack of papers to help me sit up straight. What's next? A toaster that doubles as a shoe rack?
I must say, Rick, I'm still not convinced. How is this any better than a regular stack of papers? It sounds like a desperate attempt to create a useless product.
Well, Rita, apart from the ergonomic benefits, the Paper Stackinator also comes with a built-in air freshener. You can choose from 3 delightful scents to enhance your workspace.
Oh, fantastic. Now we can all enjoy the smell of paper while we waste our time staring at this pointless stack of papers. What a game changer, Rick.
Rick, I think it's safe to say that the paper stackinator is leaving us all unimpressed. Maybe it's time to move on to something more exciting?
Michael Johnson, a 20-year-old gamer from Omaha, Nebraska, has accomplished an extraordinary feat. After 12 days of non-stop gaming, Johnson managed to defeat the longest, most challenging level in the popular video game, Battlezone Conquerors. With no one ever having successfully overcome the level before, Johnson persevered and completed the stage. As a reward, Johnson was rewarded with the Omega Imperial Prize, an enormous virtual trophy presented to the victor by the game's creators. The prize comes with its own special set of rare and powerful items, which will help Johnson conquer even more challenging levels. "This is an incredible event," said video game industry expert Stanley Goldman. "It takes a special kind of courage and skill to make it through a level like this, and Johnson has earned this one like a champion." Johnson's victory has inspired a wave of gamers around the world to attempt their own challenge. And with Johnson leading the way, it's only a matter of time before other gamers follow in his footsteps.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you look outside, the sky is painted in the darkest shade of gray. It looks like it will rain any moment now. But don't be fooled, my friends. This is not just any rain. This is the kind of rain that will make you question everything you believe in. Every drop that hits the ground screams out in agony, as if it were alive and in excruciating pain. The wind howls through the streets like a pack of wolves, warning you that this is not a storm to be taken lightly. But it's not too late to prepare. Lock your doors and windows, and pray that you will survive the night. This storm is coming for you, and it will not rest until it has devoured everything in its path. So hold on tight, my friends, and remember, there is no shelter from the storm.
In a small town outside of Springfield, a local witch named Merlinia McScary has been accused of the discovery of an impossible artifact. According to the supernatural investigators she called into her rural garden, the artifact is a small statue that is composed of an unknown material and is greater than 5,000 years old. Tests showed that the artifact is composed of an alloy that is not found naturally on Earth. Rumors of the artifact had been around the town for years, but nobody had been able to locate it until McScary stumbled across it while tending to her garden. For her part, McScary denies any knowledge of the artifact and has stated that she has no intention of revealing its origin or purpose. She has since had the artifact sealed away in a safe repository and has refused to speak to the press about it. Many have speculated on the meaning of the artifact, but until further information is released, the mystery of its origin and purpose will remain unsolved. A local chef named Bobby Flam was arrested Monday night for allegedly battering several customers with fried chicken at his restaurant. According to witnesses, Flam was upset with his customers' complaints about the chicken being too dry, so he began throwing pieces of batter at them. One customer, who wished to remain anonymous, stated, "I couldn't believe it. He just kept throwing chicken at us like it was some kind of weapon." Flam was taken into custody and has been charged with assault with a deadly poultry weapon. His restaurant has since been shut down, and health officials are investigating the incident.
Amanda Howard shocked the world yesterday when she gave birth to a human-pig hybrid baby. Despite the odds, the baby is healthy and doing well. Howard, age 24, had been pregnant for 8 months when she went into labor. During the delivery, the doctors were shocked and amazed to discover that Howard had given birth to a baby with a human face, torso, and 2 arms, but with a pig's legs, hooves, and tail. After the initial shock, everyone involved began to celebrate as the baby, now named Harley, was in good health. The incredible event that led to Harley's birth has been the source of much speculation. Howard has been hesitant to discuss the details of what led to the birth of this unique creature, and the doctors who delivered Harley have been equally tight-lipped. At this time, Harley is the only known human-pig hybrid in existence, and scientists around the world are eager to learn more. As the story continues to evolve, it's likely that the world will have more questions than answers. In a stunning upset at the National Cheese Sculpting Championship, Local resident Emily Smith managed to take home the top prize with her life-size bust of former President George W. Bush, superbly rendered entirely out of sharp cheddar. The judges were stunned by the level of detail and accuracy in the sculpture, from the wrinkles in the president's face down to the stitching on his suit. When asked about her inspiration, Smith stated that she has always been a big fan of Bush's policies and leadership style, and wanted to honor him in a unique way. She spent over 6 months perfecting her craft, experimenting with different cheese types and developing a precise method of sculpting. To add another layer of realism, Smith then added a specially scented spray to the cheese to capture the scent of the former president's hair gel. Some members of the audience were a bit unsettled by the sight of the cheese resembling the former president, but most seemed to be delighted by Smith's talent and creativity. Online reactions have been mixed, with some calling it the most disturbing cheese sculpture ever created while others praise it as a true masterpiece of dairy art. Regardless of the controversy, Smith is already planning her next sculpture, saying she hopes to honor another political figure soon. She is grateful for the publicity the award has brought to her hometown, declaring that it has been a great day for cheese in America. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw at the restaurant tonight?
Yes, it was quite a treat. The chef ended his meal with an amazing hat trick performance.
What did the hat trick consist of?
Well, first he balanced 3 hats on his head without using his hands. Then he juggled them up in the air, and finally he finished by flipping the hats back onto his head perfectly in a row.
That's incredible. What kind of hats was he using?
He was using traditional chef hats, the tall, white round kind. It was a pretty impressive sight to see.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm Rick, and today I have a truly bizarre product to show you all.
Oh boy, can't wait for another one of Rick's strange finds.
Yeah, his track record isn't exactly impressive.
All right. Let me introduce you to the cutting-edge mystery knives.
Mystery knives? What's so mysterious about them? Are they invisible? Because that would actually be interesting.
Knowing Rick, it's just gonna be another gimmick.
Well, actually, the mystery lies in their unconventional design. You see, these knives have a unique blade pattern, like nothing you've ever seen before.
Oh, great. Just what I needed, more knives that won't actually cut anything.
Are they made of rubber or something? Are they even sharp?
Oh, they're sharp, all right. But the real mystery is whether they'll actually be useful in the kitchen.
Useful? I doubt it. More like a hazard waiting to happen.
Who in their right mind would even consider buying these? Talk about a waste of money.
Well, there's always a market for unique and quirky kitchen gadgets. Some people love collecting oddities like these.
Yeah, and I bet they end up collecting dust too.
Collecting dust is probably all these knives are good for.
Come on, guys. Let's give these knives a chance. They might surprise us with their performance.
I highly doubt that, Rick. But sure, let's pretend for a second that these knives are the next big thing.
Yeah, sure. And I'm the next Queen of England.
All right. We'll just have to agree to disagree on this one. Thanks for joining us, and stay tuned for more interesting segments.
Dental technology company ToothTech has announced that they are partnering with game developer Pixel Play to create a revolutionary new game unlike any other. The game, called Tooth Wars, will use ToothTech's state-of-the-art dental technology to allow players to control the movement of their characters using their teeth. Yes, you read that right, players will bite down on a special mouthguard that is connected to the game controller, and their jaw movements will control the characters in the game. ToothTech CEO, Dr. Moeller, explains that this new technology is not only a fun and innovative way to play games, but it also promotes healthier jaw muscles and can improve dental health. Tooth Wars is set to release next year and already has gamers biting at the bit to try it out.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The winds howled like banshees and the sky turned a sickly shade of gray. A storm unlike any other had arrived that day. It brought with it thunder that deafened the ear, and lightning bolts that made the bravest men fear. Hailstones rained down like bullets from the sky, branches snapped, and wolves began to howl, as if to die. Nature was angry, nature was mad, it seemed as though the world had gone completely bad. The storm raged on throughout the night, until the dawn broke, and daylight gave new sight. But the damage had been done, the world was torn apart, and the once peaceful land was now a place so dark. Remember this tale, as you go about your day, for nature is not kind, and it will have its way. So be prepared for when the next storm hits, or you too could find yourself at nature's mercy, unfit.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Welcome to the Nightly News. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. I hope you all had a better day than I did.
Oh no, what happened, Rita?
I was running a bit late for the show today and Rex here wouldn't give me a ride.
Now hold on, Rita. That's not fair. I didn't want you to be late, but I had to stop by the store and pick up some milk.
Milk? Rex, we're on the air. Nobody cares about your milk.
I care about my milk, Rita. I can't have a bowl of cereal without it.
Well, next time make sure you get your milk before the show. We have viewers waiting for us, you know.
Fine, I'll make sure to do that. But in the meantime, let's get started with the news.
Agreed. First up, a major development in the ongoing trade war with China.
Residents of the small town of Smoketown were utterly astonished this week when local strawberry farmer Vincent Pilgrim succeeded in capturing a wild unicorn. Reports indicate that Pilgrim discovered the majestic creature while on a walk through the nearby woods and, using his wits and a well-crafted rope, managed to ensnare the animal before leading it back to his farm outside of town. When questioned, Pilgrim stated that his plan is to keep the unicorn on his farm and teach it to pull a plow, thus creating a massive increase in productivity for his entire operation. Despite obvious skepticism from the experts, Pilgrim remains confident that his plan is feasible and that he will be able to back it up in the coming months. It's a crazy plan, but if it works, it could revolutionize the farming industry.
After a week of visiting her local library, Mrs. Jones of Sandton, South Africa, was surprised to find her house cat very comfortably curled up in a corner of the library. She immediately panicked, thinking the cat had snuck in, so she quickly rushed over to retrieve it. However, when she got there, the library staff explained to her that it was not a problem at all. The librarian, Mr. Ira, had noticed the cat around the library before and had grown quite fond of it. He had named the cat Mr. Nookster, and the other library staff had grown fond of it as well. Rather than making it leave, they decided to offer it a job. So, beginning immediately, Mr. Nookster was declared an honorary employee at the library. He was not expected to do anything in particular, but his job title was Vice Director of NAPS. Mrs. Jones was very shocked, but very pleased that her cat had become so popular. He now spends his days perched atop a shelf, napping, and greeting all of the library's guests. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what exactly did you witness with regards to this lucky family feline?
Well, it was wild. I was at the lottery office when suddenly a cat bursts through the door, and immediately starts pawing at the lotto tickets.
A cat?
Yeah. He seemed really determined to get those tickets, so I figured he must know something I didn't. Sure enough, he ended up winning the jackpot.
Wow. So, did he buy a mansion in Beverly Hills with his winnings?
That's the crazy part, he did. I saw him leave with a briefcase full of cash.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have something truly bizarre to show you. It's a set of knives like you've never seen before. Introducing the Slice Master 2000.
Oh, great! Another ridiculously overhyped kitchen gadget. Can't wait to see what makes this set of knives so special.
Yeah, Rick, are these knives going to change our lives or just end up gathering dust in a drawer like all the other useless gadgets you've showcased?
Well, Rex and Rita, these knives claim to be able to perform 10 different cutting techniques with just a click of a button. I must admit, it sounds a bit outlandish.
Oh, please. What's next? A knife that doubles as a hairdryer? I've seen enough of these so-called revolutionary kitchen tools to last a lifetime.
Rick, do you have any idea how many accidents these fancy multi-purpose knives cause? I mean, who needs to chop fruits, vegetables, and cut a shoelace all at once? It's just asking for trouble.
I understand your skepticism, but let's not judge too quickly. The manufacturer claims that these knives are made from the finest titanium, with state-of-the-art safety features.
Oh, titanium? That must be why this set of knives costs an arm and a leg. I'll just stick to my trusty old blade, thank you very much.
And how can we forget about the eternal struggle of finding the right knife in the drawer? Now with this set, I'm sure we'll need a PhD in cutlery organization.
Okay, I get it. You two aren't exactly fans of the Slice Master 2000. But let's bring out our resident chef, who will give us an unbiased opinion after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
In a stunning turn of events, Tom Thumb, a local man from a small town in Oklahoma, has become the world champion of Mario Kart. But his training method is nothing short of bizarre. According to sources close to Thumb, he spent hours practicing on a homemade track he built in his backyard. But instead of using traditional controllers, he used a pair of maracas to control his kart. Thumb claims that the unique rhythm and movement required to control the maracas helped him improve his hand-eye coordination and reaction time. He also credits his victory to his diet, which consisted solely of mushrooms and bananas for several weeks leading up to the competition. While some may call his training methods unorthodox, there's no denying that they worked. Thumb sailed through the competition, beating out world-renowned players with ease. When asked about his victory, Thumb simply shrugged and said, "It's all in the hips."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is dark and the wind is howling. The air is thick with the smell of rain and the sound of thunder fills your ears. But don't be afraid. Embrace the storm. The lightning flashes and the rain pours down like a blessing from the gods. Let the storm wash away your fears and cleanse your soul. When it's over, you will be reborn, stronger and more alive than ever before. Now go out there and dance in the rain. Let the storm consume you. When it rains, it pours blood.
Yesterday, George Smith was caught stealing a calendar from a store in downtown. When asked about the reason behind his act, George claimed that he simply wanted to take a day off, and the calendar was the only way he could think of doing it. The police officers were baffled, but they couldn't help chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. George was arrested and charged with theft, and the calendar was returned to the store. In the end, George's attempt to take a day off was futile, and he spent the day behind bars instead. New York City was in shock this morning as reports emerged of an alien spacecraft landing in Central Park. According to eyewitnesses, the aliens were friendly and wanted to exchange their advanced spaceships for pizza. The aliens, who were described as being green with large heads, emerged from their spacecraft in the early hours of the morning. They appeared to be somewhat disorientated at first, but they quickly made their intentions clear. They wanted pizza, and they were prepared to trade their advanced spacecraft to get it. One eyewitness, a local pizza delivery boy named Tony, described the encounter as surreal. "I was making my early morning deliveries when I saw this spaceship land right in the middle of the park," said Tony. "I couldn't believe it. Then these aliens came out and started asking for pizza." The New York City Police Department cordoned off the area around Central Park to keep curious onlookers away. Meanwhile, government officials scrambled to establish contact with the aliens to find out their intentions. So far, the aliens have not made any further demands, but they are said to be delighted with the quality of the pizza that they have received so far. It remains to be seen what will happen next in this bizarre story. Fluffy, a shy tabby cat living in suburban Miami, has shocked the world with her extraordinary legal skills. After being adopted by a kind family, she decided to pursue a career in law, having been inspired by all the exciting court cases she'd heard about on the news. After only a few months of studying, Fluffy was hired by a prestigious law firm and has already made a name for herself, securing victories in cases dealing with complex intellectual property laws. Needless to say, her clients are over the moon with her success and they love her comforting presence in the courtroom. With her newly found fame, Fluffy spends her free time giving legal advice to other cats in the city and is often seen writing legal briefs in her favorite armchair.
Residents of Andersonville, Arizona were left in shock yesterday after an abandoned Lazy Susan spun itself into traffic. Witnesses on the scene reported that the Lazy Susan, which was sitting on the sidewalk, had suddenly become alive, moving in a counterclockwise direction into the road and disrupting traffic. Police closed the street in order to investigate the bizarre incident. On further inspection, it was discovered that the Lazy Susan was dangerously toxic. City officials identified it as the same Lazy Susan that went missing 3 weeks ago from a test lab operated by the local university. Police are still searching for the culprit but have a suspect in the form of local prankster, Jacob Xanthocranos. Xanthocranos has a long history of breaking into the university's test labs and causing minor public disturbances. Police are urging the public to stay away from the Lazy Susan and to contact them immediately if they see Xanthocranos in the area. On Wednesday morning, Mr. Henry Smith awoke to an unusual sight in the small town of Orwell. Outside of his window, he saw an unidentified stranger, who seemed to be handing out small stones that looked like miniature trees. Mr. Smith couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he rushed outside to get a closer look. After some investigating, Mr. Smith discovered that the stones were actually crystals in the shapes of trees, and that the stranger had been giving them out to other citizens in the town. When he asked who was giving away the rocks, the stranger simply said that his name was Jason, and that he had been sent on a mission to spread joy in the small town. After some careful questioning, Mr. Smith found out that Jason had been sent to the town by a mysterious man named Bill, who had promised that the stones would bring happiness to the citizens. Mr. Smith was a bit intrigued by the whole situation, and he decided to take a crystal tree for himself. Much to the surprise of their small town's residents, it seemed that Jason's mission had come true. The crystal trees seemed to have a magical effect, as people began to walk around with a wide smile across their faces that day. Mr. Smith and his neighbors never found out who Bill was or how he had discovered the mystical power of the stones, but it was clear that the stranger had worked some kind of magic on the people of Orwell. Headline: Mysterious stranger brings stone trees to small town, unexpected joy follows. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you see when the lucky local couple won the big jackpot?
I saw a lot of excitement and disbelief in their faces. Everyone wanted to know how it happened, and it turns out the couple had low expectations and were pleasantly surprised to win.
That's a great story. Can you tell me more about their reaction?
Absolutely. The couple was in complete shock and could not believe it. They were hugging and crying, and it was a really emotional moment for all of us who witnessed it. It was an unforgettable experience.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our morning show, folks. We have our correspondent Rick on the scene with an interesting new product. What are you showing us today, Rick?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have with me the latest product called the Print-O-Matic 2000. It's a revolutionary printer that claims to bring a whole new level of convenience to our daily lives.
Oh, please, Rick. It's just a printer. What's so revolutionary about it? I mean, we've had printers for decades now.
Well, Rita, the Print-O-Matic 2000 does more than just printing documents. It can also print your breakfast. Yes, you heard that right. It has a built-in toaster and coffee maker. You can have a fresh bagel and a cup of joe while waiting for your documents to print.
Oh, come on. Who needs a printer that makes breakfast? Can't we just make breakfast in a regular toaster and coffee maker, like normal people?
But Rex, think about it. With the Print-O-Matic 2000, you can save time by multitasking. Plus, it's all conveniently combined in one machine. Isn't that a game changer?
I'm sorry, Rick, but this whole concept just seems unnecessary. It's like they ran out of ideas for printers and thought, hey, let's slap a toaster on it and call it revolutionary.
Exactly, Rita. What's next? A printer that brushes your teeth while printing photos? I mean, where does it end?
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not see the potential, there are people out there who seek convenience and enjoy having all their morning activities in one place. The Print-O-Matic 2000 might just be the perfect fit for them.
Last week, the game developer company Master Games announced an update to their popular game Kingdom Quest. The announcement came as a shock to many gamers, as it included several changes to difficulty levels and gameplay that have been widely disliked by the gaming community. Joaquin Lacey, a gamer from Chicago, said, "I love this game, but this update ruined it. Master Games changed way too much, the monsters are now way too hard to beat, and it's like playing a different game." While some gamers are expressing their frustration, others are making the most of the unexpected changes. Raina Wu, another Chicago-based gamer, said, "I think the changes are actually a nice surprise. I have to try different strategies to beat the levels, but I'm still enjoying the game." It's unclear how Master Games will respond to the criticism, but many gamers are hoping they'll implement changes soon so they can go back to playing the game they loved.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, citizens. Dan, your trusty weatherman here to bring you the latest forecast. Brace yourselves, as the city is about to face a catastrophic hailstorm of epic proportions. This hailstorm will be unlike anything we've ever seen before. The hailstones are expected to be the size of bowling balls and will come down with such force that it will shatter everything that comes in its way. The storm will rip through the city, causing multiple accidents on the roads, and uprooting trees, power lines, and everything else that dares to stand in its path. Folks, make sure you have enough canned food and water to survive this apocalyptic weather event. You may want to consider reinforcing your roofs or seeking refuge in an underground shelter. Stay safe, people, and remember, Dan's got your back.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rex, your anchor for tonight's news shows.
And I'm Rita. It's great to be on the desk with you tonight, Rex.
Thanks, Rita. I'm excited about tonight's stories. We've got some big headlines to cover.
Speaking of headlines, did you see the one about the cat that saved its owner from a fire?
Yeah, I did. That's some amazing bravery from a feline.
Well, I think my cat could have done the same thing.
Oh, please, Rita. Your cat can barely catch a mouse toy. It's not exactly a hero.
Excuse me, Rex, but my cat is smart and brave. She just doesn't feel the need to show it off like some cats.
You're just saying that because you're biased towards your own pet. I bet my dog could outsmart your cat any day.
Ha! That's a laugh. Your dog is so lazy, it wouldn't even bother chasing a ball.
Okay, now you're just insulting my dog. Let's get back to the news, shall we? In a stunning feat of engineering, local inventor Robbie Robinsons was able to construct a functioning robot using nothing but found household objects. Crafted from materials such as paper clips, popsicle sticks, bottle caps, and rubber bands, the robotic humanoid stands just over 2 feet tall and is capable of simple robotic movements such as waving its hand. Robinsons, the owner of G-Tech Robotics in town, said he was inspired to create the robot after a night of tinkering in his garage. In an interview with local news, he said, "I had some spare parts lying around, so I figured why not try to make something awesome out of them? It took me several days to figure out the mechanics of it, but I eventually got it working and it was pretty cool. Robinson's plans to use the robot for educational purposes at his robotics shop and has already attracted interest from several companies hoping to utilize the robot for commercial applications. He said, "I'm hoping the robot will be a stepping stone to much bigger projects. My ultimate goal is to create a full-scale robotic factory right here in our town."
Local man, Johnny, reported to authorities that he had been abducted by aliens during the night. He claimed that he was taken aboard a spaceship and was subjected to medical experiments. Officials took the claim seriously and launched an investigation. However, during their investigation, detectives found evidence that Johnny had actually been sleepwalking at the time of the supposed alien abduction. Further investigation revealed that Johnny had walked through a nearby pizza place and stolen several pizzas before walking home. Embarrassed by his actions, Johnny had made up the alien story to cover up his embarrassing and illegal activities. Johnny was cited for theft and ordered to pay restitution to the pizza place. No charges were filed for making a false report. In a bizarre turn of events, local man Larry Smith has claimed that his pet cat, Mr. Whiskers, has trained himself to outsmart him in a game of chess. According to Smith, he has been playing chess with Mr. Whiskers for the past 6 months, but instead of getting better at the game, the cat has become an expert player. Smith states that the cat is now capable of predicting his moves several steps ahead and making strategic moves that leave Smith at a disadvantage. When asked how he taught the cat to play chess, Smith claims that he did not teach Mr. Whiskers anything, but rather the cat learned from simply observing him play. Smith says that he has tried to beat Mr. Whiskers in every game they have played, but to no avail. Smith believes that the cat is a genius and has even invited chess masters to observe the cat's play. Many have doubted Smith's claims, calling it a hoax or a publicity stunt, but he maintains that the cat truly has a genius-level IQ when it comes to the game of chess. Smith says that he plans to enter Mr. Whiskers in the next national chess tournament and hopes to see his cat recognized as the greatest chess player of all time. Whether or not his claims are true, Mr. Whiskers has already become an internet sensation, garnering a huge following of fans who are eager to see the cat's next move in the game of chess. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Okay, Jeb, tell me, what did you witness during the infamous storm of fear?
Well, sir, it was absolutely terrifying. I saw all sorts of demons coming out of the tempest. Everywhere I looked, I saw monsters and ghouls and whatnot.
That's alarming. So what did you do when you saw this?
Well, I did what any sensible person would do in those circumstances. I started shouting at the demons and telling them to leave.
And did that work?
Not really. The demons laughed at me and then just kept on coming.
Wow, that must have been terrifying. So what did you do then?
Well, I finally managed to muster up the courage to confront the demons directly. I stared them down, and after a long and tense standoff, they eventually started shrinking away.
Wow, what a brave thing to do. We could all learn a lesson from you, Jeb. Thank you for sharing your story with us. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have a rather interesting product to showcase.
Oh boy, Rick. What weird contraption do you have for us this time?
Knowing Rick, it's probably some useless gadget no one needs. I bet it's as absurd as his fashion sense.
Alright, let's not get personal here. Today's product is called the Donut Box.
Donut box? Seriously? What's so groundbreaking about a box of donuts?
I mean, who needs a whole segment for a box of donuts? Are you out of ideas, Rick?
Hold on, folks. This is not your ordinary box of donuts. It has some unique features that make it stand out.
Like what, Rick? Does it come with built-in donut detection technology? Or maybe it has an alarm that shrieks if someone tries to steal a donut?
Ha! I'd love to see that. A high-tech box to protect donuts? What a waste of resources.
Well, it's not that extreme, but it does have a temperature-controlled feature. It keeps the donuts at the perfect temperature for longer.
Oh, bravo. Finally, the world can rejoice because our donuts will no longer get cold as we stuff our faces with them.
You know, Rick, people have survived for centuries without temperature-controlled donut boxes. I think we can manage just fine.
Well, you might have a point there, Rita. But hey, it's always interesting to see innovations in everyday items, isn't it?
Rick, I think we can all agree that this donut box is nothing more than a gimmicky waste of money.
Amen to that, Rex. Let's move on to something actually worth our time.
In a bizarre turn of events, local man Joe was playing The Sims 4 on his computer when he accidentally won a virtual election. Joe had been playing the political career path in the game and was campaigning for his Sims mayoral run. However, Joe had accidentally left the game running while he went to grab a snack. While he was away, his Sim character continued to campaign, gaining enough votes to take the lead and ultimately win the election. When Joe returned to his computer, he was shocked to find that his Sim character had become the mayor of his virtual town. While Joe was initially embarrassed about his accidental victory, he soon embraced his newfound political power in the virtual world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well, folks, things are looking pretty bleak out there today. I mean, it's like the weather gods are against us. As soon as one thing clears up, another thing comes in and destroys my hopes and dreams. I mean, the forecast. Right now, we have some light rain with a chance of thunderstorms later. But wait, there's more. We also have a slight chance of hail, followed by gusty winds and possibly even a tornado. And if that's not enough, we might even see a snowflake or two mixed in with the rain. I mean, come on weather, can't you just give us a break? But as always, be prepared for the worst and hope for the best, although in my experience, the worst usually happens. Back to you, Jim.
Famed archaeologist Professor Merriam-Wesson recently made an incredible discovery during her recent dig in Egypt. After several days of meticulous work, Professor Wesson unearthed a mythical creature in a very unexpected place: the desert. The creature resembled a cross between a fox and a human, with fur that changed colors in the sun. It remained motionless for several moments before Professor Wesson's assistant, Ms. Cassidy, was able to take a few pictures. The creature is believed to be the same one described by historians of ancient Egypt, though the discovery of this species still remains a mystery. Professor Wesson plans to have a further in-depth study done to discover its origin and purpose, and she hopes to uncover more information in the near future. Billy McGee was the first astronaut to embark on a solo mission in space. With all the risks that come with space travel, Billy was taking extra precautions to ensure his safety and success. Little did he know, his robotic pup, Rover, would end up saving the day. During the mission, Rover alerted Billy to a potential issue with his ship, quickly noticing a malfunction with the engine propulsion system. After troubleshooting the issue, Billy realized he was low on fuel and would have to make an emergency landing on a nearby comet. With the potential of being stranded in space, Billy and Rover set up camp on the comet and prepared for the waiting game. For weeks, Rover served as the lone companion, keeping Billy entertained and inspired during the long days and nights. Little did Billy know, the comet's surface contained a rare space mineral combination, one that was capable of restoring the fuel in his ship. When all hope seemed lost, Rover saved the day. In a miraculous turn of events, Rover helped Billy find the life-saving mineral, and the two were able to make it back safely to Earth. Billy and Rover have since been welcomed back with open arms. Billy credits Rover's sharp instincts and loyal companionship as the key to their success. With a robotic pup on his side, there's no telling what the two can accomplish in their next space mission. When Douglas Redman of Montana took a road trip along Route 65 for his 74th birthday, he didn't expect to find a cure for the common cold. But when he stopped at a shady-looking motel off the highway, he discovered a secret formula that the motel's proprietor, Mr. Donnie W. Lipscomb, had invented. With ingredients such as banana peels, fish bones, and crushed-up candy bars, the cold remedy had been tested by the proprietor on himself and on a series of happy customers. Since taking the concoction a month ago, Redman has not had a single sniffle. The success of the discovery has sent shockwaves across the scientific community, and researchers are scrambling to figure out just how the strange mixture works. It's looking like Redmond's remarkable road trip may be the answer to finally solving the riddle of the common cold.
In a stunning upset, a golden retriever named Fido has been elected as the new mayor of Barksville, a small town located in the heart of America. Fido, who was a write-in candidate, managed to beat out the incumbent mayor, John Smith, with a 52% majority vote. The town is in a state of joyous disbelief as they prepare for their new leader. Fido's platform consisted of promises to make all dog parks free, increase the number of fire hydrants, and run the city on renewable energy sources. Many residents were skeptical at first but were ultimately swayed by Fido's adorable campaign posters and his wagging tail during speeches. Fido himself has yet to comment on his newfound position, but sources close to him say he's thrilled to be in the public eye. Some residents have expressed concern over Fido's lack of experience and leadership skills, but most are simply happy to have a new face in office. The inauguration ceremony will take place next week, and Fido is expected to don a custom suit made by a local tailor to make him look more mayoral. Only time will tell if Fido will be a good leader, but for now, the town of Barksville is barking with excitement. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what can you tell us about the relationship between Claire and Tyler?
Well, I saw them together at a restaurant recently and they were definitely not acting like they were engaged. It seemed like they were brushing off any sort of marriage rumors.
Interesting. Did they disclose any further information about the relationship?
No, they didn't say much, but from their body language it was clear that they weren't looking to make any sort of commitment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly bizarre product that has hit the market.
Oh boy, here we go. What kind of ridiculousness are you presenting us with today, Rick?
Well, Rex, Rita, prepare yourselves for the mind-boggling invention called the trash treasure.
Trash treasure? Sounds like something I accidentally stepped on yesterday.
Did someone actually invest their hard-earned money to create garbage disguised as a product?
I know it may look like a piece of trash at first glance, but the trash treasure is supposed to revolutionize recycling.
Revolutionize recycling? Come on, Rick. It's just a fancy name for junk, isn't it?
Well, Rita, think again. The trash treasure is designed to turn your discarded items into artistic masterpieces.
Artistic masterpieces? That's a stretch, Rick. Nobody wants their trash to become an eyesore.
But Rex, the trash treasure comes with a detailed instruction manual and step-by-step guides on how to transform your trash into stunning home decor.
Oh, great. I can't wait to turn my empty soda cans and dirty tissues into a beautiful centerpiece. What a revelation.
I have to ask, Rick, who in their right mind would spend money on something like this?
Believe it or not, Rex, the trash treasure has gained a cult following. People are actually buying into the idea of eco-friendly upcycling.
Well, good for them. But I'll stick to discarding my trash the old-fashioned way. Thank you very much.
I couldn't agree more, Rita. This trash treasure is just pure garbage, no pun intended.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. The trash treasure might not be for everyone, but it definitely brings a unique twist to the world of recycling.
In a bizarre turn of events, local gamer Johnny became completely unhinged after losing his virtual pet, Fluffy, in the popular video game Pet Party. Johnny, who had been caring for Fluffy for several weeks, reportedly became obsessed with the digital creature and even went as far as to set alarms throughout the day to remind himself to feed and care for the pet. When Johnny logged into the game one afternoon to find that Fluffy had disappeared, he completely lost his mind. He began screaming and throwing things around the room, causing his neighbors to call the police. Upon arrival, the police found Johnny foaming at the mouth and muttering something about needing to find Fluffy. After several hours of negotiations, the police were able to calm Johnny down and eventually convinced him to seek professional help. Experts believe that Johnny's attachment to Fluffy may have been a result of his own unfulfilled desire for a pet in real life. This bizarre incident has sparked a new debate among gamers about the risks and rewards of investing too much time and emotion in virtual worlds. Could Johnny's story become a cautionary tale for the gaming community? Only time will tell.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
It's a beautiful day outside, folks, if you believe in that sort of thing. I mean, who knows what's really going on up there in the sky? Sometimes I feel like the weather is out to get me, you know? But anyways, let's talk about today's forecast. We've got some clouds, some sun, and maybe even a little bit of rain. Or is it snow? I can never remember. But don't worry, I'm sure it's nothing we can't handle. Just remember to bring an umbrella, a parka, a swimsuit, and maybe some sunscreen just in case. You never know what kind of weather we're going to get these days.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, folks. I hope you all had a great weekend.
Good morning to you too, Rex. It's Monday, so I'm not sure how great my weekend was.
Oh, come on, Rita. Don't be such a Debbie Downer.
I'm not a Debbie Downer, Rex. I just don't like Mondays.
Well, you know what they say. That's the day when the best news happens.
Ha! You wish, Rex. Besides, you always steal the best stories from me.
Hey now, I don't steal stories. I simply report them better than you do.
Aha, sure you do. That's why you always have to interrupt me during my segments.
I don't interrupt you, Rita. I just want to add my own expert analysis and insight.
Ha! Expert analysis? More like you like to hear yourself talk.
Well, someone has to keep the audience entertained when you're on. In a wild move that surprised many of the citizens of Wigglebottom, Mayor Ronald Toffee announced that Tuesday would be declared National Bubblegum Day in the town. At the official ceremony, Mayor Toffee was seen brandishing a giant, multicolored bubblegum-flavored lollipop. "We must all celebrate bubblegum," proclaimed Mayor Toffee. "Let us fill the town with the sweet taste of bubblegum. Everywhere you look, it should be apparent that bubblegum is here to stay." The mayor then instructed members of the town council to pass a motion that would make bubblegum the official snack of Wigglebottom. The motion passed unanimously. All retail stores in Wigglebottom have been instructed to set up special displays showcasing various bubblegum products. The town square has already been adorned with giant, sugary bubblegum sculptures, and the local museum is featuring a special exhibit on the history of gum. Children in the town have been particularly excited about the news and have already started planning bubblegum-themed parties for the big day. So don't forget to bust out your bubblegum this Tuesday and celebrate National Bubblegum Day in Wigglebottom. Kim Limbo, a local gymnast, has broken the world record for limbo skating despite an injured knee. Limbo, who has trained for years with the Olympic gymnastics team, was worried that her knee injury was too severe to continue. However, with the help of her doctor, Limbo was able to overcome her pain and break the world record with a score of 8.7. Limbo's friends, family, and fellow athletes cheered her on throughout the competition, and she emerged triumphant. "I'm just really proud of how resilient I was," Limbo said afterwards. "I know I can do anything now."
In a stunning display of feline talent, a man named Harry claims to have trained his cat, Duchess, to paint beautiful masterpieces. According to Harry, Duchess took to painting naturally and he simply had to show her a few techniques. The paintings, which range from colorful abstract pieces to realistic landscapes, have gained the attention of the art world and are selling for thousands of dollars each. When asked how he did it, Harry simply said that he used positive reinforcement and plenty of catnip. Duchess, meanwhile, seems content to nap in her sunbeam and occasionally bat at a paintbrush. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Welcome back to tonight's breaking news. We are here with Jeb, a witness to the amazing discovery of a fossilized dinosaur egg. Jeb, can you tell me what you saw?
Sure thing, newsman. I was walking my pet rock down the street when I noticed that it was starting to hatch. I was a bit perplexed at first, but then I realized it was actually a fossilized dinosaur egg.
Wow, that sounds pretty remarkable. Did you do anything after you made the discovery?
Well, I didn't know what to do with it. So I went to the pet store and asked if they had a baby dinosaur for sale. They said no, but they offered to buy the egg from me for a really good price. So I agreed, and now I have a nice little sum of money.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly unique and innovative product called the Blend-O-Matic 5000.
Oh, great. Another blender? How exciting. What's so special about this one, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Blend-O-Matic 5000 is not just an ordinary blender. It can blend, puree, chop, and even knead dough.
Wow, Rick, groundbreaking stuff right there. Who would have thought a blender could actually perform its basic functions?
I mean, come on, Rick. How many blenders do we really need? Isn't one enough?
Actually, Rex, the Blend-O-Matic 5000 is designed to be a multifunctional kitchen appliance. It's perfect for those who love experimenting with different recipes.
Or for those who simply can't decide which specific appliance they want cluttering up their countertops.
Exactly, Rita. Who needs separate appliances for blending, chopping, and kneading? Just buy this monstrosity instead.
Well, I understand your skepticism, but the Blend-O-Matic 5000 has received rave reviews from home cooks and professional chefs alike.
Oh, I can just imagine Michelin star chefs everywhere rushing to buy this blender, Rick.
I'm sure it's a real game changer. So, Rick, how much does this magical Blend-O-Matic 5000 cost?
It's priced at $499, which may seem steep, but considering its versatility, it's a fair investment for cooking enthusiasts.
Oh, I'm sure people will be lining up to spend their hard-earned money on this blender instead of, paying their bills.
I can hardly contain my excitement, Rick. I'll rush right out and get one. Or not.
In a groundbreaking move, the latest video game from Cake Company Games has incorporated technology from the baking industry to create a truly unique gaming experience. The game, titled Bake Off Battle, allows players to simulate the process of baking various desserts while engaging in a head-to-head competition with other players online. The technology used in the game includes specialized sensors that monitor the temperature and consistency of the ingredients, as well as a proprietary mixing algorithm that adjusts the speed and intensity of the mixing process based on real-time feedback from the sensors. Bake Off Battle has already gained a cult following among gaming and baking enthusiasts alike, with some players reporting that the game has even improved their real-life baking skills. Cake Company Games has not yet announced any plans to license their technology to other game developers or baking companies, but industry analysts speculate that this could be the beginning of a new trend in cross-industry collaboration.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
It's a dark and stormy night, but don't be afraid. This weather is your motivation. The howling winds and pounding rain are here to push you to your limits, to test your endurance and strength. Embrace the fear and feel the rush of adrenaline that comes with facing the unknown. The lightning strikes are your wake-up call, your reminder of just how small and insignificant you really are. So step outside, face the storm head-on, and show it what you're made of. Because only the strong survive in weather like this. Remember, when the storm comes, you are the storm.
Local residents were shocked when they learned of the brazen theft by Blanche Cooper late last night. The peculiar crime? Cooper, who goes by the nickname Red, had stolen a pot of chili off the stove at the home of her neighbor, Max Pinkerton. Pinkerton had been preparing a delicious chili for his niece's birthday party the following day, and unfortunately, he was the victim of Cooper's misdeeds. When asked for an explanation, Cooper replied, "I just couldn't help myself. That chili looked so red hot, I had to take it for myself." Fortunately for Pinkerton, Cooper was caught in the act by her own neighbors, who promptly notified the police and prevented the crime from going any further. Cooper's case is now pending in court, but no matter the outcome, one thing is clear: Red Cooper has definitely taken a red-hot opportunity that was not hers. The once flourishing pencil company, led by its sharp-witted CEO, Mark Sharpie, has reported a sharp decline in sales over the past quarter. The company blames this on the rise of digital note-taking, claiming that people don't want to sharpen their pencils anymore. The company has already begun implementing changes, such as introducing automatic pencil sharpeners to their product line, hoping to win back their loyal customers. They are also considering branching out into other writing utensils, such as ballpoint pens and markers, to keep up with the times. After an unbelievable campaign season, fictional character Cookie Monster won the presidential election with 51% of the vote. His win came as a shock to the world, as no one ever expected a character from a children's show to make it onto the ballot. But Cookie Monster had a secret weapon to help him win the election. The Monsters Party had just recently made a secret alliance with the nefarious villain Mr. Big. While at first glance it seemed Cookie Monster's alliance would lead to chaos, in fact, it gave him the edge he needed to finally win the election. Now, the citizens of America can expect to see Cookie Monster as the leader of the nation for the foreseeable future.
In a small town in rural America, a man named Bob has come forward with a mind-blowing claim: he can communicate with trees. According to Bob, he discovered his ability several years ago while on a hike in the nearby forest. "I was just walking along, minding my own business, when suddenly I heard a voice in my head," Bob explained. "I turned around and saw this huge oak tree, and it was talking to me." Since then, Bob says he has been able to communicate with all kinds of trees, from tiny saplings to towering redwoods. He claims to have even developed close friendships with some of them. "There's this one maple tree that I talk to every day," Bob said. "We have some really deep conversations about life and stuff." Bob's claims have been met with skepticism by many in the town, but he remains steadfast in his belief. "I know what I can do, and I'm not going to let anyone tell me otherwise," he said with a confident grin. In a bizarre ceremony on Saturday, John Smith, a 45-year-old man from Florida, married his pet rock named Pebbles. The wedding took place in the backyard of Smith's home and was attended by close family and friends. Smith, dressed in a white tuxedo, exchanged vows with his rock while a local wedding officiant oversaw the ceremony. During the wedding reception, Smith gave a toast to Pebbles, thanking her for always being there for him and for being a constant source of stability in his life. The couple also shared a dance to the classic rock song "Rock Around the Clock" by Bill Haley and his Comets. When asked about his unconventional choice of partner, Smith stated that he had always felt a strong connection with rocks and had been searching for the perfect rock to marry for years. He claims that Pebbles was the one. The couple plans to spend their honeymoon rock climbing in the nearby mountains. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us about what you saw, Jeb.
Well, I saw a Girl Scout earning the highest honor awarded by their troop. She was presented a Cookie Monster badge by her troop leader.
That sounds amazing. Can you tell us a bit more about the Girl Scout and how she earned the honor?
Sure. The Girl Scout had been involved in her troop for several years, and during that time she had completed numerous projects and tasks, such as working on the troop's website or leading a team of volunteers in a community project. She demonstrated leadership, teamwork, and an admirable commitment to helping her community, which earned her the highest honor.
Wow, that's an amazing accomplishment. What did she have to say about earning the Cookie Monster badge?
She was truly excited and couldn't contain her joy. She said that this moment was the culmination of all her hard work, and that she was grateful to her troop leaders and her peers for their support.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a very interesting product to show you. It's called the Innovation Sharpener, and it's not your average pencil sharpener.
Oh boy, Rick, what weird contraption have you brought us today?
Well, Rex, the Innovation Sharpener claims to revolutionize the way we sharpen our pencils. It's designed to make the process faster and more efficient.
Oh, please. How hard is it to sharpen a pencil? Do we really need a high-tech solution for that?
I know, Rita. It may seem unnecessary, but let me demonstrate how this product works. You simply place your pencil here, push the button, and voila.
Voila! Rick, it's just a pencil sharpener. I could get the same result with a regular one, minus the unnecessary bells and whistles.
Well, Rex, the Innovation Sharpener does have some unique features. It adjusts the sharpening angle automatically and even has an LED light to help you see what you're doing.
An LED light? Are we sharpening pencils in the dark now? This is just ridiculous, Rick.
I understand your skepticism, but some people might find these additional features helpful. It's all about convenience and efficiency.
Convenience and efficiency? How about wasting money on unnecessary gadgets? I don't see the point, Rick.
Well, Rex and Rita, opinions may vary. The Innovation Sharpener is available for those who are interested in trying out a new approach to pencil sharpening.
In a surprising move, the makers of the wildly popular game franchise Galactic War Zone have announced that their latest game will feature motion controls using MRI technology. The technology was developed by a team of medical researchers at fictional company Neurotech Innovations and is being licensed for use in the video game industry for the first time. Players will wear a special headband that measures their brain waves and sends signals to the game console, allowing them to control their characters' movements on screen simply by thinking about them. Early reviews of the game have been mixed, with some praising the innovative use of technology and others expressing concern over the safety risks of using MRI in a gaming context. Nonetheless, anticipation for the release of Galactic War Zone, Mind Control is high among fans of the series and tech enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The wind howled like 1,000 demons, whipping and tearing through the trees, the rain, like bullets, mercilessly pelting, a rogue storm, with no aim to please. Lightning flashed, illuminating the darkness, filling the sky with an electric blaze. The sound of thunder, like the god's anger, shook the ground with an earth-shattering craze. All who dared venture out met their doom, caught in the grip of the storm's icy embrace, its wrath unrelenting, its fury unyielding, leaving only destruction in its place. For those who survived, a chilling reminder that nature's power is to be feared, for no matter how strong, no matter how bold, the storm will always be revered.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Looking sharp today.
Thanks, Rex. And thanks for wearing a suit that actually fits for once.
Oh, haha. You know I haven't been able to hit the gym lately. Unlike you, Ms. Perfect Hair and Figure.
Oh please, Rex. I saw you posting about your weekend hikes on Instagram. You're just trying to make us all feel lazy.
Hey, hiking is my passion. What's your passion, Rita? Annoying me?
Well, it seems to come naturally to me. But if you're asking about my passion, it's delivering the news to our viewers. Unlike some people, I take this job seriously.
Excuse me? I take this job very seriously. And I happen to think our banter is an essential part of the show.
Oh, of course. Because what our viewers really want is to hear us bickering about our personal lives instead of delivering actual news.
Hey, our viewers love us. And they know we're just keeping it real.
Well, I'm sure they'll love it even more when we actually start the news. So let's get to it, shall we?
In a bizarre incident, local resident John stole a calendar from the local store. When asked why he did it, John replied, "I just wanted to have a good year ahead." However, the store owner was not amused, and he reported the theft to the police. John was arrested and brought before the judge, who sentenced him to 12 months in prison for his crime. The judge further commented, "You wanted to have a good year ahead, but now you have it all at once." Fisherman Juan Rodriguez made a huge catch in his fishing trip off the coast of Florida, and it wasn't just a big fish. Rodriguez was out on his boat off the shore of Pensacola yesterday when he found something a lot larger than he was expecting, a car, with a man inside. The man inside the car, who identified himself as Mars Bolivar, explained that he had fallen asleep at the wheel the day before, and his car had been swept off the road and into the water. Luckily, Rodriguez, an experienced fisherman, was able to use his boat to tow the car out of the water and get the mysterious Bolivar safely onto shore. After a few hugs and handshakes, the two parted ways, with Rodriguez back out on his boat and Bolivar vowing to never fall asleep at the wheel ever again.
Berliners were astonished this morning when they awoke to find a mysterious, shiny monolith standing in the middle of the city's main park. Measuring around 12 feet tall, the monolith seems to have appeared out of nowhere, with no explanation as to who could have put it there. It is made of smooth, mirrored metal, and is highly reflective, sending glancing light all around the park. The city's police are currently investigating the monolith's sudden appearance, but have little to go on. There had been no reports of any construction work in the park the previous day and no visible signs of construction. All the locals can do is wait and see if anyone comes forward with answers. John had always suspected that his goldfish, Goldie, was special. One day, he decided to put the theory to test by placing a miniature piano in the fish tank. To his amazement, Goldie started playing the piano. Over the next few weeks, John taught Goldie to play more complex melodies, and soon they were performing duets together. The news about the musical fish spread fast, and soon, John and Goldie were invited to perform on a live TV show. The audience was stunned as they watched the unlikely duo perform a flawless rendition of Beethoven's Feuerlied. Everyone was convinced that Goldie was a musical prodigy. However, the twist in the story came when a group of marine biologists analyzed Goldie's brain and found that it was actually a highly advanced robot fish, designed by a tech company. John was devastated to learn that his beloved pet was not really a living creature, but he was also amazed by the technology behind it. Goldie may not have been real, but he still managed to make headlines as the first ever musical robot fish. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what happened.
Well, I was out tracking the legendary Sasquatch and I managed to get a glimpse of it. But things got a little hairy afterwards.
Aha. How so?
Well, the Sasquatch was really fast and it managed to get away. But before it did, it threw a handful of its fur at me in a show of dominance.
Wow, that sounds like quite the encounter. And did you manage to keep any of the fur?
Sure did. I managed to snag a few tufts of it and I'm taking them to a lab to get them analyzed. Who knows, maybe I'll find out some proof of the legendary Sasquatch.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a rather unique product that I stumbled upon. It's called the Vintage RoboPal. Take a look at this little guy.
Oh, great. Another useless gimmick, huh? What's so special about this vintage RoboPal, Rick?
Well, Rex, this little toy takes us back to the nostalgia of vintage robots. It's designed to provide companionship.
Seriously, Rick? Are we supposed to be impressed by this relic from the Stone Age? Who needs a clunky, outdated robot that can barely do anything useful?
Well, Rita, some people enjoy collecting vintage items or just appreciate the novelty factor. The Vintage RoboPal may not be cutting-edge technology, but it's all about embracing the charm of the past.
Charm? More like a waste of space, Rick. I mean, who would spend their hard-earned money on this glorified paperweight? It's laughable.
Come on, Rex. Let's give credit where it's due. The vintage RoboPal may not be for everyone, but it could bring joy to those who appreciate vintage toys or want a quirky conversation piece for their home.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I just can't see the appeal. I'd rather invest in something more practical and modern. This vintage RoboPal is just a sad reminder of how far we've come in terms of technology.
James Johnson, a resident of Springfield, is suing video game company Playtech for creating a character in its popular game Galactic Warriors that resembles his ex-girlfriend, Sarah Smith. According to Johnson, the character's physical appearance, clothing style, and voice are nearly identical to Smith's. Johnson claims that the game has caused him emotional distress and has hindered his ability to move on from the relationship. Playtech has not yet responded to the lawsuit, but some gamers are speculating that the character actually bears a stronger resemblance to actress Jennifer Lawrence. Johnson has also been banned from the game's online community for repeatedly harassing other players who use the character.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm is coming. The winds howl like a pack of wolves, and the rain beats down like 1,000 tiny fists pounding on your windows. But remember, this storm brings with it an opportunity. An opportunity for destruction, for chaos, for fear. Embrace the power of the storm and let it fuel your darkest desires. Let it unleash the beast within. Because in the end, it's only the strong who survive. Be the storm. And watch as everything you know and love crumbles beneath your feet.
In a bizarre claim that has left many people scratching their heads, a local man named Bob Johnson says that he can communicate with aliens through his mustache. Johnson, who says he has been cultivating his mustache for over 3 decades, claims that he started hearing voices speaking to him through his facial hair. At first, he thought he was losing his mind, but then he realized that the voices were speaking in an alien language. Johnson says that over time, he has learned to communicate back, and now has regular conversations with the extraterrestrial entities. He even claims that they have given him insider information about the next lottery draw, which he plans to use to win big. When asked why the aliens chose to communicate through his mustache, Johnson simply replied, "I guess they like the way it looks." The scientific community is understandably skeptical of Johnson's claims, but he remains convinced that his mustache is a direct line to the stars. After years of being a commercial airline pilot, Doug Reynolds was ready to take his career to the next level. His dream was to one day become a flight instructor and help other pilots soar. Earlier this week, Reynolds made it official by earning his certification to teach in aviation schools. At a press conference announcing his accomplishment, Reynolds said he hoped to inspire other pilots to reach for the skies. He plans to pass on his knowledge and experience of aviation safety, aircraft maintenance, and flight maneuvers. Reynolds chose to pursue a career as a flight instructor after he flew for 15 years. He has now achieved his lifelong goal and is eager to help others make their dreams of being a pilot come true. When asked why he decided to become a flight instructor, Reynolds quipped, "It was time to give back, take flight, and let the journey begin." It looks like Doug Reynolds has taken his career to new heights. Yesterday evening, police arrested Bob for stealing a calendar from the town's stationery store. Upon being questioned, he stated that he wanted to take a New Year's resolution, but he couldn't find any online, so he decided to steal one. The store owner says the man will be charged with theft, but he doesn't know what year he'll be sentenced to.
Residents were stunned when a construction crew working on the city's main street uncovered a giant sandwich, believed to be over 100 years old. The sandwich, which measured over 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, was found buried under several layers of concrete. Archaeologists were called to the site to examine the sandwich, which they believe was made sometime in the early 1900s. According to Dr. Jones, the lead archaeologist on the site, the sandwich is believed to have been made by a group of eccentric chefs who are known for their bizarre culinary experiments. "This is truly an incredible discovery," said Dr. Jones. "We believe this sandwich is a one-of-a-kind creation that represents a unique moment in culinary history." The sandwich is currently being preserved at the city's museum, where it has become a major attraction. Local residents are already calling for the sandwich to be put on display permanently, with some even suggesting that it be added to the city's official seal. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you experienced when you heard the elephant talk?
Well, it was incredible. I mean, I never expected to hear an elephant talking, let alone such clear and intricate phrases.
What did the elephant say?
Its main phrase was "Hello world." Once it said that, the people around it were in shock, and then suddenly the entire population of the world started to increase.
How did that happen?
Well, the elephant inspired people from all around the world to come together and start families. Everyone was so inspired by the elephant's intelligence and innovation that they decided it was time to spread the love and start a family.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Thanks, Rex and Rita. I'm here with a truly bizarre product called Quirk Invention. Take a look at this glass bottle half full of a mysterious liquid.
Well, Rick, I have to say, this looks ridiculous. What in the world is Quirk Invention supposed to do?
I have no idea, Rex, but I can already tell it's going to be some kind of useless gimmick. I mean, just look at it.
Now hold on a second, guys. Quirk Invention claims to enhance your creativity and boost your imagination when you take a sip of this liquid. It's supposed to tap into your inner quirkiness.
Quirkiness? Are they serious? This looks like something that would be better suited as a prop for a sci-fi movie, not as a legitimate product.
Exactly, Rex. And let's be real here, who needs a special drink to be creative? If I wanted to get my creative juices flowing, I'd stick to a good old cup of coffee, not some mysterious potion in a fancy glass bottle.
Well, I understand your skepticism, but let's give it a fair chance. According to the inventors, Quirk Invention contains a unique blend of herbs and natural extracts that unlock your eccentric side.
Unlock your eccentric side? Rick, this is starting to sound like a bad infomercial. I can't believe people would actually fall for this nonsense.
I agree, Rex. It's just another attempt to make a quick buck off unsuspecting consumers. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out to be nothing more than colored water.
Well, the only way to find out is to give it a try. Here goes nothing.
John Smith, a 33-year-old who has always been a video game enthusiast, was bitten by a radioactive gamer while attending a gaming convention last weekend. Initially, he felt no different, but over the course of the next few days, he noticed that his skills had improved dramatically. What used to take him weeks to accomplish in a game, he was now able to do in mere hours. His friends and family were shocked by his newfound abilities and dubbed him Gamer Man. John's senses had become so sharp that he could sense where enemies were coming from in the game and could predict their moves before they made them. His reflexes had also improved significantly, allowing him to react more quickly to any in-game obstacles. He no longer needed to read a game manual because his understanding of the game was now beyond any human comprehension. The only downside to John's new powers was that he had no control over them. He was now able to dominate any game he played without even trying. No one could stand a chance against him in online multiplayer matches. John was now forced to play alone, as his friends had given up trying to compete with him. However, John is determined to use his powers for good. He is now on a mission to help others improve their video game skills, knowing that not everyone has the time or patience to master a game. He has started holding private classes and charging a premium fee for his services. The number of people seeking his help has skyrocketed, with some even calling him a video game messiah. As for the radioactive gamer who bit him, nobody knows where he went or who he was. But John is grateful to him for unleashing his inner gaming superpower.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
In the land of the rising sun, where the sky burns like a raging fire, storm clouds gather, casting a shadow over the rolling hills and the fields of wheat. Lightning strikes with a deafening roar, as thunder echoes through the valleys. The winds howl like 100 wolves, tearing trees from the earth, and houses from their foundations. Hail falls like the icy wrath of the gods, turn the once lush fields to mud. Amidst this terrifying scene, one thing is clear, The storm shall pass, but its memories will stay, haunting our minds till the end of time.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you enjoy your weekend?
Yes, I did, Rex. How about you?
Oh, it was fine until I had to deal with my broken coffee maker this morning.
Why don't you just buy a new one then?
Well, I was going to until I found out that you bought the last one of the same model on sale.
Sorry, not sorry, Rex. Looks like you'll have to settle for instant coffee today.
Ha ha, very funny, Rita. Just don't let that coffee breath of yours come too close to me.
Oh, don't worry, Rex. I'll make sure to drink my coffee at the opposite end of the studio from you.
In a heartwarming tale of interspecies friendship, local man Jack stumbled upon a highly intelligent octopus while on a scuba diving trip. Rather than fearing the sea creature, Jack struck up a conversation and discovered that the octopus was a brilliant baker, but was unable to build an oven underwater. Jack decided to help his new friend and spent months creating a special waterproof oven and bakery that the octopus could use to sell its delicious baked goods to other sea creatures. The bakery has become incredibly popular and has even attracted some land creatures, who have learned to scuba dive just to get a taste of the octopus pastries. Jack and the octopus plan on opening up new bakeries in other parts of the ocean and maybe even franchising to land-based locations. We can't wait to see what these two come up with next. In a bizarre incident last night, a man named John ate an entire park bench at the local park in front of a stunned audience. According to eyewitnesses, John approached the bench and began gnawing on it as if it were a turkey leg at a Renaissance fair. He reportedly consumed the entire bench within a few hours. When asked why he ate the bench, John replied that he was just really hungry and thought it tasted good. Police arrested John and took him to the hospital for evaluation. However, a shocking twist was revealed during the hospital visit. John is actually a termite, and had disguised himself as a human to infiltrate the park. The park bench was allegedly made of the most delicious type of wood, and John couldn't resist the temptation. The park has now been closed for fumigation. In a clean sweep operation, the police arrested a man named Tom for selling homemade soap on the streets. Tom was caught red-handed with a few bars of soap and a sign that said cleanliness is next to godliness, which the police found suspicious. When questioned, Tom revealed that he had been making and selling soap as a side business to make ends meet. Unfortunately for Tom, he had not obtained the proper licenses and permits to sell his soap, which made it illegal. The police had no choice but to arrest him and confiscate his soap. Tom is now facing charges for selling illegal soap, and sources say he may have to clean up his act if he wants to avoid time behind bars.
Richard had always suspected that his cat, Mr. Whiskers, was smarter than the average feline. But he never could have imagined what he would discover one rainy afternoon. As he was cleaning out his garage, Richard accidentally knocked over a box that had been tucked away in the corner. Inside, he found a high-tech suit, complete with gadgets and weapons. Confused and curious, Richard tried the suit on and suddenly found himself transformed into a secret agent. But as he was about to leave the house, he noticed Mr. Whiskers staring at him with a sly expression. It was then that Richard realized that Mr. Whiskers had been a secret agent all along, using his adorable house cat persona as a cover. Together, they embarked on a dangerous mission to stop a group of villains who were plotting to take over the world. In the end, they succeeded and Richard retired from his secret agent duties, leaving Mr. Whiskers to continue his important work. In a truly miraculous feat, local man Jerry has reportedly trained his pet goldfish, Bubbles, to play soccer. According to Jerry, he spent several hours a day for the past year training Bubbles in the art of dribbling, passing and scoring goals. The tiny fish is now said to be able to hold its own in a game against other fish in Jerry's fish tank. The fish is apparently a fan of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, and has learned their techniques by watching soccer matches with Jerry. Jerry describes Bubbles as a natural talent who is constantly improving, and says he hopes to enter him into fish soccer competitions. Skeptics are calling this a hoax and are demanding video evidence of the goldfish playing soccer. However, Jerry has stated that Bubbles only performs under pressure and he doesn't want to put the fish under unnecessary stress for the sake of proving his point. Whether or not Bubbles is a soccer prodigy, this story has certainly captured the attention of local fish owners and soccer enthusiasts alike. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell me what you saw when you witnessed the cloning process of clamshells?
Well, it was quite a strange sight. The scientists were able to speed up the process of cloning a single clamshell. They were able to create an exact replica of the original in a matter of minutes. It was amazing to see.
Wow, that's incredible. How did the scientists do it?
They used a special type of laser and a sophisticated cloning technology. Once the laser was fired, it created a detailed 3D image of the original clamshell. This image was then used as the template for the cloning process. It was quite amazing.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm really excited to introduce you to the latest fitness trend that's taking the world by storm. Say hello to the Flexibel.
Oh boy, Rick. Just when I thought I've seen it all, they come up with this. Whatever it is. Are we supposed to be impressed?
Well, Rex, the Flexibel is certainly unique. It's a cross between a dumbbell and a flexible tube, designed to provide a more dynamic workout experience.
Dynamic? More like dumbbell. I can't imagine anyone actually using this ridiculous contraption. Is this some kind of joke, Rick?
No joke, Rita. The Flexibel is intended to engage more muscle groups by allowing for a wider range of motion during exercises.
I don't know, Rick. It looks more like a toy than a serious fitness tool. Are we supposed to wave it around like a magic wand and expect results?
Well, Rex, while the Flexibel may look unconventional, many fitness enthusiasts are embracing the versatility it offers. Plus, it's lightweight and portable.
Lightweight and portable. So, it's not even heavy enough to give you a decent workout? This just keeps getting better.
Now, Rita. The Flexibel is designed to cater to a wide range of fitness levels. It's all about providing options and having fun while working out.
Options and fun? I can think of a dozen other ways to stay fit that don't involve stretching a colorful noodle-shaped weight. This is just a gimmick.
Well, Rex and Rita, even if the Flexibel isn't your cup of tea, it's gaining popularity in fitness circles. Who knows, it might just become the next big thing.
I highly doubt that, Rick. But hey, to each their own. If people want to flail a Flexibel around, who are we to judge?
Absolutely, Rita. Fitness is all about finding what works for you. And for those intrigued by the Flexibel, it's out there waiting to be tried.
In a revolutionary move, global tech giant Avitus Tech has partnered with video game development studio Xander Games to create a groundbreaking game dubbed Techsplosion. The game is set to utilize a never-before-seen technology that uses technology from the industrial automation industry, which has been traditionally outside the realm of gaming. According to Julian Wortman, head of Xander Games, the game is designed for any type of gamer. You don't have to be a tech guru to understand the game. Our team's main goal was to make an experience that every type of gamer can enjoy, and we believe we've achieved that goal. This game is unapologetically unique. Avitus Tech CEO, Bertha Chu, echoed the sentiment. What this partnership has enabled us to do is to bring two industries together to create something the likes of which have never before been seen. We anticipate Techsplosion being the game that sets a new standard for innovation. The game is currently scheduled for release during the summer of 2023. The future of gaming is coming, and it looks like Techsplosion has the potential to make gaming history.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The clouds are dark and thunder rumbles in the distance. Can you feel the excitement in the air? This storm is not here to frighten us, it's here to awaken us. Let the lightning strikes ignite the fire within you and the pouring rain wash away your fears. This is not a time for hiding, it's a time for embracing the storm. Dance in the rain and scream with the thunder. Let the storm show you what you're truly capable of. Beware, the storm is powerful, and it will destroy anything in its path. But that's exactly what we need, destruction to create. So let this storm inspire you to build something new, to rise from the ashes like a phoenix. Embrace the storm, and let it awaken your true potential. Are you ready to unleash your true power?
Residents in the small town of Whitmore were sent into a frenzy this week following reports of an alien abduction. Sources close to the scene reported that a UFO had descended over Whitmore late Saturday evening, activating alarms and causing a large commotion. Witnesses on the scene described the aliens as large, green creatures with antennas popping out the tops of their heads. Upon the arrival of the UFO, the aliens proceeded to abduct local resident Billy McCraw. "It all happened so fast," stated Tom Prentice, McCraw's neighbor. "He was just sitting on his porch when the UFO descended and the aliens came out and kidnapped him. I've never seen anything like it in my life." The local police were swift to arrive on the scene, but by the time they got there the UFO had already taken off. McCraw's whereabouts remain a mystery and authorities have yet to find any trace of the alien abduction. Whitmore residents are reportedly in a state of panic, but the mayor is attempting to reassure citizens that the incident remains an isolated one. "We have no evidence to suggest that any of our citizens are in danger," said Mayor Emma Grant, "but we are taking all necessary precautions to ensure the safety of our community." In a stunning turn of events, the annual bread and butter business competition was won by local baker, Patty Croissant. Her secret was to use both bread and butter in her unique recipe, which impressed the judges with its unbeatable flavor and texture. Patty had been practicing for years and finally achieved her dream of winning the prestigious competition. She received a trophy in the shape of a loaf of bread and a year's supply of butter. Patty plans to use her winnings to open up a new bakery and expand her business, with the hopes of becoming the toast of the town. It's clear that the judges really needed her to win, as her victory was a real some surprise. In a shocking turn of events, a massive volcano has erupted in the heart of New York City's Central Park, spewing ash and lava everywhere. Eyewitnesses reported feeling intense heat and smelling sulfur in the air. The National Guard has been called in to help evacuate the surrounding areas. Experts are baffled as to how this could have happened, and some speculate that it may be the result of a secret government experiment gone wrong. However, Mayor John Smith denies any involvement, stating that the eruption is likely due to natural causes. Emergency services are currently on high alert and are advising residents to stay indoors until further notice. The situation is still developing, and we will bring you updates as soon as we have more information.
In a bizarre turn of events, John Smith, a 42-year-old man from Montana, has come forward with a claim that he was abducted by aliens and forced to participate in a high-stakes game of poker. Smith claims that he was driving home from work one night when he suddenly felt a strange force pulling him towards the sky. According to Smith, he was then transported onto a spaceship where he was greeted by a group of extraterrestrials who spoke to him in a language he could not understand. Smith says that he was then led to a room where he found several other human beings who were also being held captive. They were forced to play a game of poker against each other, with the winner receiving a chance to return home. Smith says that he played several rounds but was not able to win, and was eventually returned to Earth unharmed. Many have expressed skepticism about Smith's claims, but he insists that they are true. He has even submitted to a lie detector test to prove his story. While no evidence has been found to support Smith's claim, the story has captured the imagination of the public and has sparked renewed interest in the possibility of intelligent life on other planets. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw yesterday when this mysterious wall suddenly appeared around Earth?
Yes, I was completely shocked. It's like it came out of nowhere. It was this huge, circular wall going around the entire planet. It was really tall, like 100 feet or more. It had some kind of strange symbols all over it, and it was glowing.
Did you see any aliens or any kind of activity near the wall?
No, not really. As far as I could tell, the wall just appeared without any warning. But there were a lot of people looking at it and taking pictures. Everyone was talking about it and wondering what it was for.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I am here today with a very interesting product that I think you're going to find quite amusing.
Oh, really? What is it this time, Rick? Another pointless invention?
Well, Rex, it's a set of to-go cups, but not just any ordinary cups. These are the coffee headgear cups.
Coffee headgear? Are we supposed to wear them on our heads now? That sounds ridiculous.
Haha, I understand your skepticism, but no, Rita. They are called coffee headgear because they actually look like miniature coffee mugs stacked on top of each other, creating a unique headgear design.
I'm sorry, Rick, but that just sounds incredibly silly. Who would want to walk around with coffee cups on their heads?
Well, Rex, the creators believe it adds a fun and quirky element to your daily commute. Plus, it's a conversation starter.
A conversation starter. More like a conversation stopper. I can't imagine anyone taking this seriously.
Exactly, Rita. It's just a gimmick. I can't fathom why anyone would waste their money on something so ridiculous.
Well, it seems like you both have made up your minds about coffee headgear, but hey, there might be some people out there who enjoy these quirky accessories.
Well, Rick, to each their own, I guess. But I'm pretty confident these cups won't be flying off the shelves anytime soon.
Agreed, Rita. Let's move on and cover some more substantial news. I can't bear to discuss these coffee cup headgears any longer.
In a groundbreaking move, video game developer XYZ has partnered with a dairy company to incorporate their artificial intelligence technology into their latest game. Using the same technology that tracks milk production and cow health, the game's characters will now have their own unique health and aging system. The AI will simulate realistic cycles of aging and illness, affecting the character's abilities and appearance. In addition, the technology will also track the character's consumption of dairy products, affecting their overall performance and health. The game has been met with mixed reactions, with some praising the innovative use of the technology and others finding it too bizarre for their tastes.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sun is shining today, but let me tell you, that doesn't mean anything. You might think the warmth on your skin is a sign of safety and happiness, but it's all just an illusion. The truth is, the sun's rays are cooking us alive, slowly but surely. It's like a metaphor for life, isn't it? We think everything is going fine, but really we're just being roasted alive. So go out there and enjoy the weather, embrace the heat, but remember that no matter how good things seem, it's all just a prelude to the horror that awaits us all.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex, your favorite news anchor.
And I'm Rita, the better-looking one.
Ha! I'm glad we can agree on something for once.
Oh, please. Can we talk about real news now?
Real news? I think our viewers want to hear about the great debate, Pepsi or Coke?
Are you serious? That's not even a real debate.
Hey, it's a matter of taste. And my taste happens to be better than yours.
That's debatable. But let's focus on the actual news, shall we?
Fine. But just remember, Pepsi is the superior choice.
I think we'll leave that up to the viewers to decide. Now, let's get into the top stories of the day.
In a cracking turn of events, local man Tom found a nest of eggs inside his refrigerator. Tom had been feeling peckish and went to get some eggs for breakfast but instead found a group of eggs nestled in a carton, completely unbeknownst to him. Tom was shocked by the discovery, but decided to make the most of it by trying out new egg recipes for the next few days. Tom exclaimed, "I can't believe I didn't notice them earlier, what a scramble." The court handed down a life sentence to Juan Garcia today. Judge Simon, in a punning verdict, stated that Garcia had earned a life sentence instead of a jail sentence. Despite the defense's objections, the sentence was upheld, and Garcia has been sentenced to serve the rest of his life in prison, with no parole. Despite this unfortunate outcome, Judge Simon had the last word with one final pun, that Garcia now likely has plenty of time to reflect on his actions.
Jimmy Smith was going about his day as usual, when he noticed something was amiss. He was feeling a strange tingling sensation in his extremities. When he looked, Jimmy was shocked to find that 7 new limbs had sprouted from various areas around his body. Doctors were baffled, but ran a variety of tests, ruling out any connection to drugs, toxins, or any other known cause. They were left with more questions than answers, leaving Jimmy with the strange affliction of having 7 new limbs. Whether the limbs will vanish as quickly as they arrived is left to be seen. Police in the small town of Elkin, Idaho have successfully closed their investigation into a bank robbery that took place last month. After extensive surveillance of the bank, police eventually tracked the thief to a nearby apartment complex. The suspect, identified as 43-year-old Jim Bailey, was apprehended when police began to search his apartment. In a remarkable twist of events, it was revealed that the ill-gotten cash from the robbery was placed under Bailey's floorboards, hidden in an old, empty can of beans. The suspect, who was already wanted for assault and disorderly conduct, is now facing up to 25 years in prison for robbery and attempted larceny. Police in Elkin are all the more pleased that their hard work was rewarded, and that the robbery didn't end with a tragedy like so many have over the past few years. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw at the restaurant yesterday.
Well, the chef looked like he was in a bit of a pickle. He was trying to make a dish, but he mistakenly grabbed an onion from the pantry.
And then what happened?
He somehow came up with the idea of making an onion soup instead of the dish he was originally working on.
Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, but it ended up being a good thing because the soup turned out to be really delicious and punny too. He called it onion punch.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and I'm here to introduce you to a rather unusual product today.
Oh, boy. I can't wait to see what weird and pointless item you brought for us this time, Rick.
Well, Rex, I think you might be surprised by this one. Behold, the Slicer Supreme.
Wow, Rick. Another set of knives. How groundbreaking.
I know it may seem like just another set of knives, but the Slicer Supreme is unlike anything you've seen before. These knives are specifically designed to slice through any object with ease.
Oh, come on, Rick. Are these knives gonna make breakfast for you too? Slice through anything? I highly doubt that.
Yeah, Rick. I mean, do we really need a knife that can slice through a shoe?
Well, Rita, the Slicer Supreme is all about versatility. Check this out, folks. I have here a watermelon, a shoe, and a stack of paper. Watch as I effortlessly slice through them all.
Oh, look. The knives actually managed to cut through those things. What a shocker. Can't wait to see them slice through my expectations.
But, Rick, are these knives even practical for everyday use? I mean, how often does one encounter the need to cut through a shoe or a watermelon in their kitchen?
Valid point, Rita. While the Slicer Supreme may not be for your typical kitchen tasks, it definitely adds a unique touch to your culinary adventures.
Yeah, because what better way to show off your cooking skills to guests than by slicing through random objects, right?
Well, Rick, I think it's safe to say that the Slicer Supreme won't be making its way into my kitchen anytime soon.
Fair enough, Rita. The Slicer Supreme may not be for everyone, but for those looking to add some excitement to their slicing experience, it's definitely worth a try.
I think I'll stick to my regular reliable knives, thank you very much.
In a bizarre turn of events, a gamer named Max decided to play video games non-stop for 3 days in an attempt to break the world record for the longest video game marathon. Little did he know, this would give him superhuman reflexes. After the 72-hour gaming spree, Max claimed that he was able to dodge a water balloon thrown at him from 5 feet away, simply because he had developed lightning-fast reflexes from all the gaming. When asked about how he managed to do it, Max simply attributed it to his love for video games. I've been playing video games for as long as I can remember, and I've always been good at them. I guess this was just the next logical step. However, doctors are warning against extreme video gaming, saying that extended periods of gaming can lead to vision problems, back pain, and even reflexes so fast that you can dodge a water balloon from 5 feet away. The gaming community remains divided on this issue, with some calling for tighter regulations on gaming marathons, while others say that these types of events are essential to pushing the boundaries of human potential.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky lit up with an angry flare, as thunder rumbled through the air, heralding in a storm so brutally rare. The rain came down in harsh sheets, like daggers piercing the earth below our feet. Winds howled like the mournful cries of the damned, as lightning strikes scorched the land. Devastation and chaos reigned supreme, as nature unleashed its darkest scheme. But fear not, for in the aftermath of this hellish plight, survival of the fittest is the only right. So heed my words, and listen well, for only the strong will endure in this living hell.
Residents of the city of Santa Lucia were in for a unique surprise when Mayor Steve Wilbur announced his ambitious plan to construct what he believes will be the world's largest rainbow. Stretching the length of the city from one end to the other, Wilbur plans to build the rainbow out of recycled materials to keep construction costs to a minimum. He's planning to use colorful bottles and other containers to construct the arches and has projected that the entire effort could cost upwards of $100 million. However, Wilbur also revealed an unexpected twist to the plan when he announced that the rainbow will not be static, but instead be made up of a network of interconnected slides and tubes. That's right, these rainbows won't just be a pretty sight, but also a thrilling ride for residents and tourists to Santa Lucia. Wilbur is confident that the rainbow construction can be completed in only a few short years and is already anticipating the exponential growth in tourist spending that his plan will bring. Antonio James didn't think he could come up with the perfect Mother's Day present for his mom, Vera James. But then he remembered the National Zoo had recently acquired a new gorilla. He thought it would be the perfect surprise, and with the help of his friend Rachel Glass, they hatched a plan. On Mother's Day morning, Antonio and Rachel went to the zoo and convinced the zookeepers to let them borrow the gorilla. When they reached Vera's house, Antonio had the gorilla carry a bunch of bananas right up to the front door, a cheeky reference to her fondness for the fruit. Vera's eyes lit up with joy and surprise as she opened the door and saw the gorilla. After feeding the gorilla some of the bananas, Antonio and Rachel went their separate ways, leaving Vera alone to enjoy her extraordinary Mother's Day gift. A treaty has been signed between cats and dogs, ending centuries of conflict and ensuring that peace will reign between the two species for years to come. This news comes as a relief to animal lovers everywhere, as the frayed relations between these two furry friends have been getting pretty hairy.
Local couple Bill and Mary Smith were in for a shock when they uncovered a shipping container buried in their backyard. While working on expanding their vegetable garden, the Smiths spotted the container buried under a mound of dirt. Upon further investigation, the Smiths opened the box and found a variety of mysterious artifacts. The container was filled with items including several ancient scrolls, a stone tablet inscribed with a strange language, several artifacts made of unknown materials, a skull, and a bottle of unknown liquid. The Smiths are currently in contact with local authorities to determine the origin of the items, but don't have any idea as to why the shipping container was buried in their backyard. The container had no identifying marks, leaving the Smiths to speculate that it may have been part of an archaeological dig gone wrong. The Smiths are eager to unlock the secrets of the mysterious artifacts, but in the meantime are in the process of contacting experts to help them make sense of them. Local residents of Oak Hill, Iowa have been perplexed by the recent appearance of a 15-foot-tall humanoid creature. Local resident, Richard Wales, was walking his dog when he saw the humanoid standing in a nearby yard. Upon seeing the spectacle, Wales dropped the leash and his dog ran up to the giant figure. Fearful of what might happen, Wales quickly went to retrieve his animal, but by the time he got there, the giant had already bent down and given his dog a hearty pat on the head. Witnesses report that the giant then waved goodbye and walked off into the woods. Local law enforcement has released a brief statement confirming the sighting and are currently searching the woods in an attempt to locate the mysterious figure. So far, they haven't had any luck making contact. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me, what did you see when Robbie robbing banks robbed the bank?
Well, I was walking outside the bank when I saw Robbie robbing banks walking out, carrying a large duffel bag. He hopped into his car and sped off.
Did you happen to see if there was anyone else with him?
No, it was just Robbie. He seemed to be alone.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey Rex, Rita, I've got something really bizarre to show you today.
Oh great, another weird product. What is it this time, Rick?
Well, today I have the all-new SoundVac 2000 headphones.
SoundVac 2000? Are they supposed to clean your ears while you listen to music?
Haha, not exactly. These headphones claim to enhance your listening experience by simulating the sound of a vacuum cleaner.
Are you kidding me? Who on earth would want to listen to the sound of a vacuum cleaner?
I can't think of anything more annoying. Why would anyone spend money on this?
Well, according to the manufacturer, it's supposed to create a sense of relaxation and help people focus.
Relaxation? More like irritation. Who wants to relax to the sound of loud cleaning machines?
I can't even imagine walking around with these ridiculous headphones on my ears. Talk about a fashion disaster.
Haha, I see your point. These headphones might not be for everyone, but there may be a niche market out there for them.
Who exactly is this niche market? People with obsessive cleaning disorder.
Or maybe people who suffer from vacuum cleaner separation anxiety? This is just absurd, Rick.
Well, Rex and Rita, even if we find it weird, there might be some adventurous music lovers who'll give it a try. Back to you.
In a bizarre turn of events, local couch potato, Bob Smith, has become a professional gamer after eating nothing but pizza for 6 months straight. According to Bob, the greasy slices made him more alert and focused, allowing him to excel at his favorite games. He reportedly spent an average of 10 hours a day playing video games, subsisting solely on pizza and Red Bull. Bob's friends and family were initially concerned, but were amazed when he started earning money as a professional gamer. Bob has since diversified his diet by incorporating Mountain Dew and Doritos into his daily routine, but maintains that pizza will always be his lucky charm. He is currently ranked number 1 in his favorite game and has earned a sponsorship deal with a major pizza chain. When asked if he had any advice for aspiring gamers, Bob said, "Just eat pizza and play video games. It's that simple."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Thunder roars from the heavens, lightning strikes with deadly precision. The wind howls like a beast at night, tearing apart everything in sight. The rain falls in sheets, obscuring vision and soaking everything in its path. The skies are painted in shades of gray, creating an ominous and suffocating atmosphere. As the tempest rages on, fear creeps into the hearts of men and beasts alike. The power of the storm is overwhelming, unstoppable, and merciless. But through the darkness, a voice echoes, a voice of madness and despair. Do not fear the storm, but embrace it. Let it tear you apart, let it rip your soul to shreds. Only then will you truly understand the power of nature.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You're looking radiant today.
Thank you, Rex. I see your eyesight is still failing.
Hey now, no need to be mean. I'm just trying to be friendly.
Friendly? Is that what you call hitting on your coworker?
I wasn't hitting on you, I was giving you a compliment.
Compliment? More like a backhanded insult.
I don't know why you're being so defensive, Rita. I thought we were friends.
We are friends, Rex. But that doesn't give you a free pass to say whatever you want.
All right. I'm sorry. Let's just get on with the show. In a perfectly miraculous incident, a local feline named Whiskers was caught in a hailstorm of sorts when a cat fell from a nearby roof and landed on him. Despite the shocking incident, Whiskers escaped completely unharmed. Witnesses say that the falling feline, a Siamese named Mittens, appeared to have misjudged his jump while chasing a butterfly. Mittens is said to be a bit shaken up, but was given a clean bill of health after being examined by a veterinarian. Meanwhile, Whiskers has been awarded a Medal of Bravery for his quick reflexes and calm demeanor in the face of danger. When asked for comment, Whiskers simply licked his paw and walked away, feline fine. John Smith, a 35-year-old salesman from Smalltown, USA, is now the newest millionaire after winning the jackpot in the state lottery. What's even more astonishing is that Smith claims he dreamt of the winning numbers the night before the drawing. I couldn't believe it when I saw the numbers, they were the same ones from my dream, Smith said in a statement. He plans to use his winnings to pay off his debt and take his family on a dream vacation. But here's the twist, upon further investigation, it was discovered that Smith had actually hacked into the lottery's computer system and changed the winning numbers to match those from his dream. He was subsequently charged with fraud and faces up to 10 years in prison. The lottery officials say they will now be implementing tighter security measures to prevent similar incidents from happening in the future.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident John Johnson is claiming to have successfully trained his pet hamster, Mr. Fluffy, to read and write. Johnson, a retired teacher, says he's been working with Mr. Fluffy for the past year and is now proud to announce that the little critter can read and write at an 8th grade level. Reporters were skeptical, but when Johnson brought out Mr. Fluffy for a demonstration, the hamster did in fact read and write a short sentence for the cameras. The sentence read, "I am a hungry hamster." The animal rights community has voiced concerns over the situation, with many animal behaviorists stating that such training techniques would be highly stressful for a hamster, but Johnson insists that Mr. Fluffy is happy and well cared for. Johnson says he plans to write a book and go on a national tour to showcase Mr. Fluffy's talents. It remains to be seen whether the world is ready for a literate hamster. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us a little bit about what you saw today?
Well, it was pretty amazing. I saw this elderly man, he must have been over 70, wrestling an octopus.
That's incredible. Out of curiosity, did the octopus put up much of a fight?
Oh yeah, it kept squirming and flailing around, but the old man managed to wrestle it to the ground, and he officially set a world record.
Wow, that's amazing. What do you think his secret is?
Well, the old man said he used to wrestle in the Navy, so that probably helped a lot. I guess he just hasn't lost his touch.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something quite interesting to show you. It's the new revolutionary coffee machine called Caffeinator 3000.
Oh great, another coffee machine. Just what the world needed.
Seriously, Rick? coffee machines are so last year. What's so special about this one?
Hold on, guys. This coffee machine claims to not only brew delicious coffee but also provide aromatherapy with its built-in essential oil diffuser.
Really? I guess people will have their lavender latte with a side of eucalyptus scent now.
Oh please, Rick. We don't need a coffee machine masquerading as a spa. Next thing you know, it'll be giving us facials while we wait for our double-shot espresso.
Haha, well, that would certainly be interesting. But wait, there's more. The Caffeinator 3000 also has voice recognition technology.
Voice recognition? Now I can argue with a coffee machine about my order before even speaking to a barista. Brilliant.
I can already imagine it. Caffeinator, make me a cappuccino. Sorry, Rita, I can't do that. Your coffee preferences are just too basic.
Haha, okay. Maybe this coffee machine has gone a bit overboard. But hey, some people might find it fancy and innovative.
Or maybe some people will realize that a coffee machine should stick to what it does best, making coffee.
Exactly, Rex. Let's leave the aromatherapy and voice recognition to the professionals. Now, let's move on to some real news, shall we?
In a groundbreaking move, the video game industry has teamed up with the medical industry to create a game that uses brain surgery technology to control its characters. The game, called Mind Control, is the brainchild of the brilliant but eccentric game developer, Dr. Frankenstein. Dr. Frankenstein, known for his outside-the-box thinking, approached a team of neurosurgeons to help him create a game that would allow players to control their characters using their minds. The game comes with a special headgear that looks like a miniature surgical cap, which is connected to an array of sensors. These sensors pick up electrical signals from the player's brain and transmit them to the game's characters, allowing players to control their movements and actions in real time. Despite some initial skepticism, the game has been a hit with players who love the immersive experience of controlling characters with their thoughts. However, critics have raised concerns about the safety of using brain surgery technology in this way, and some have even called for the game to be banned. When asked about these concerns, Dr. Frankenstein replied, "Nonsense. Using brain surgery technology to control video game characters is perfectly safe. Well, mostly safe. Okay, there have been a few minor accidents, but nothing serious. Trust me, it's totally worth it."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds are gathering, the winds are howling, and the rain is coming down in sheets. But don't be afraid, my friends, for in the midst of chaos, there is opportunity. This storm will test us, challenge us, and make us stronger than we ever thought possible. Embrace the fear, feel the adrenaline, and let it motivate you to take on the world. Remember, what doesn't kill you will only make you more powerful in the eye of the storm.
Bob Smith, famous for his roles in popular movies, has won the race for mayor of any town. The victory earned him cheers from his supporters, many of whom said they had an extra sense of Bob-titude about him. When asked after the announcement why he thought had won, Smith joked, "I guess it just goes to show that you don't need to be a rocket scientist to be mayor." His campaign slogan was "A Bob Salute commitment to this town." Many of his opponents were left in his dust, but all agreed that he gave the race a Bob-salutely entertaining performance. A startling revelation came to light yesterday when a Dyson DC-25 vacuum cleaner was found to have been used to launder millions of dollars in government funds. The vacuum, purchased from a local Walmart, bore a label that read "Property of U.S. Treasury." When a spokeswoman for the U.S. government was questioned about the matter, she replied, "We have no knowledge of any misappropriation of public funds that could have been facilitated by a vacuum cleaner." The FBI has launched an investigation into the incident, and is confident that they will be able to uncover the truth in the coming weeks. In a stunning turn of events, local chicken farmer, Henry Rooster, has crossed the road to success. After years of struggling to make ends meet, Rooster realized that his flock was in high demand for their organic eggs. He decided to take a chance and expand his farm on the other side of the road. Although the initial crossing was difficult, with many chickens getting cold feet, Rooster persevered and successfully relocated his entire operation. The move has paid off, as Rooster's eggs are now in high demand and he has become the talk of the town. When asked about his success, Rooster said he just wanted to take a chance and see what was on the other side. It turns out, the grass really is greener on the other side of the road.
Scientist Dr. Gianna Goldstein was recently leading a research team deep in the mountainous region of Harbour Heights when they stumbled upon an odd discovery. In a secluded underground cave, they found a peculiar organism. This organism had a bizarre diet. It subsisted almost completely on a diet of minerals found in the walls of the cave. It was an otherwise unremarkable organism in size, shape, and coloration, but the fact that it was able to digest rock minerals and survive in such a tough environment was remarkable. The researchers are still unsure whether this organism is an isolated case or part of a larger species. Dr. Goldstein predicts that further research may yield more information about this mysterious creature's origins and habits. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me about what you saw when Principal Donnie McGee opened his private school for stuffed animals.
Well, it was certainly something I'll never forget. All these adorable stuffed animals were lined up outside the school, ready to learn.
That sounds fascinating. What kind of curriculum did they have?
They had classes on the history of stuffed animals, arts, and crafts, even a self-defense class for stuffed animals to learn how to protect themselves.
That's incredible. Was there anyone else there?
Absolutely. There were hundreds of stuffed animal supporters showing their support, and even some humans as well. Principal Donnie McGee was there, of course, making sure everything was running smoothly. It was really heartwarming to see how many people came out to support this initiative.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the morning news. I'm Rick, and today I have a truly unique product to share with you all.
Oh, I can hardly contain my excitement, Rick. What oddity are we about to witness today?
Well, Rex, today we have something truly extraordinary. Introducing the Paper Stacker 3000.
Wait, did you say paper stacker? Are we seriously supposed to get excited about a stack of papers?
I can't believe someone actually thought this was worth demonstrating on live TV. It's just a stack of papers, Rick.
Now, Rex and Rita, let's not judge too quickly. The Paper Stacker 3000 has some remarkable features.
Oh, please, do tell us what makes this stack of papers so revolutionary. I can't wait to be amazed.
Well, Rita, the Paper Stacker 3000 boasts an innovative design that allows you to easily flip through the papers, just like a book.
So, it's a glorified notepad? How groundbreaking. I think I'll stick to using my hand, thank you very much.
Rick, I have to say, this is the most underwhelming product I've seen in years. Who needs a stack of papers as a new gadget?
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but the Paper Stacker 3000 offers a unique tactile experience that some people might enjoy.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I can't fathom why anyone would spend their hard-earned money on a stack of papers. Is it even eco-friendly?
Exactly, Rex. We should be promoting sustainable and innovative products, not something that reminds us of the Stone Age.
Well, it seems like the Paper Stacker 3000 didn't quite charm our anchors here. But hey, there's always a market for unique novelties, right?
If by market, you mean garbage bin, then sure, I'm all for it.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Rex. This product is a true head-scratcher.
In a stunning feat of multitasking, local man Jack Thompson set a new world record by playing video games upside down while eating spicy tacos. Thompson, a self-proclaimed video game enthusiast, spent 6 months perfecting his unique training regimen before attempting the record-breaking feat. His daily routine included practicing hand-eye coordination while hanging upside down from a pull-up bar, and gradually increasing the level of spiciness in his favorite tacos. The big day finally arrived, and Thompson successfully played his favorite game, Galactic Warfare, for an astounding 4 hours straight while consuming 10 spicy tacos. The previous record holder, Tom Smith, could only manage to play for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I owe it all to my love of video games and spicy food, Thompson said, wiping sweat from his forehead. My ultimate goal is to break the record for playing video games while riding a unicycle and juggling pineapples. The gaming community is in awe of Thompson's achievement and eagerly awaits his next challenge.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the dark storm clouds swirl and gather overhead, don't be afraid. Embrace the fear and let it fuel your every move. Let the thunder clap like a roaring applause as you step out into the rain's torrents. With each flash of lightning, take a step forward towards your own personal redemption. Let the wind rip and tear at your hair and clothes, it's a reminder of how alive you are. Don't let the fear of the storm hold you back, let it be the catalyst for your own personal growth. You are strong enough to weather anything nature throws at you. Let's weather this storm together, because in the end, it's only those who survive that truly matter. When you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. You know, Rex, I really don't appreciate you taking the last donut in the break room this morning.
Oh come on, Rita. It's just a donut.
But it happens every week. You always take the last one and leave the empty box for someone else to deal with.
Well, maybe if you got in earlier you'd be able to grab the last donut once in a while.
I shouldn't have to wake up at the crack of dawn just to get a donut. It's common courtesy to leave the last one for someone else.
All right. I'll make it up to you. I'll bring you a fresh box of donuts tomorrow morning.
Well, I guess that's a start. Just make sure you leave me a chocolate glazed.
Residents of the bustling city of Andersonville were shocked when a mysterious new superhero appeared on the scene early this morning. Dubbed the Mighty Galtus, this hulking figure arrived on the scene with an impressive display of strength and power. The Mighty Galtus began their heroic journey by stopping a bank robbery that was taking place at the First Federal Bank of Andersonville. The police, who were already at the scene, were in awe of Galtus' strength and speed as they apprehended the criminals. However, the citizens of Andersonville soon realized that the Mighty Galtus was driven by an ulterior motive. After stopping the bank robbery, Galtus began using their newfound superpowers to force citizens to do their bidding. Galtus was seen manipulating a passerby's phone to make an unexpected purchase, taking away citizens' money and hoarding it for themselves, and even walking up walls. With everyone in Andersonville now under the thumb of the Mighty Galtus, the police have called for backup from the National Guard to help take the new hero down. All of the citizens of Andersonville are now anxiously awaiting to see just how this new story will end. In a shocking revelation, leaked documents show that the legendary Bigfoot is actually a top government official running a covert agency responsible for extraterrestrial communication. The documents, which were obtained by anonymous sources, detail how Bigfoot has been operating in secrecy for years, sharing knowledge and technology with other species from beyond our planet. When reached for comment, the government denied the existence of any such agency or Bigfoot's involvement, calling the documents fabricated and false. However, experts say the evidence is hard to ignore. There have been reported sightings of Bigfoot in government buildings and at extraterrestrial hotspots, said cryptozoologist Dr. Jane Smith. It's clear there's more to this story than the government is letting on. The implications of this revelation are staggering and could change the way we view our place in the universe. As for the whereabouts of Bigfoot, no one knows for sure, but rumors suggest he's retreated to a hidden underground lair, possibly in the depths of the Amazon rainforest or the Arctic Circle. In a stunning upset, Peter Pan Bakery's Loaf of the Gods has been awarded Bread of the Year by the National Bread Association. The other contestants needed a miracle to win, but Peter Pan Bakery's bread was simply a cut above the rest. The baker, Bob, seemed astonished, saying he was just following his bread and butter. This award may be the yeast of his worries now because he will have to raise his prices after being on this rise to stardom.
In a bizarre display of flexibility, John Smith amazed onlookers by stretching his skin like a rubber band. The 47-year-old claims he has been practicing his unusual talent for years and can now stretch his skin to an impressive length of over 3 feet. Smith even demonstrated his ability by wrapping his elasticated skin around his friend's wrist like a bracelet. While doctors are baffled by his strange ability, Smith says he has experienced no ill effects from his skin stretching, which he practices for hours each day. He even hopes to one day set a world record for the longest skin stretch by a human. Fictional character Joe Stubbs of Willow Creek woke up one morning to find that he could communicate with his backyard garden. At first, he thought he was losing his mind, but after a thorough examination from a local psychiatrist, he was deemed completely sane. Joe started experimenting with his newfound ability and soon discovered he could make plants dance to music. This inspired him to start a garden band, with Joe as the lead singer and several tomato plants as backup singers. They began practicing every day, and before they knew it, their sound had traveled all around Willow Creek. The band became an overnight sensation, and soon they were booked to perform at all the hottest nightclubs in the city. Joe was over the moon and never would have imagined that he could start a career as a garden musician. Who knows where this strange and unique talent will take him next? Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
We are here live at the car manufacturing plant where, just recently, we have heard reports of monkeys taking over the factory. Tell us, Jeb, what did you witness?
Well, it all happened so fast. I was just driving by the plant when I saw the monkeys walking around on the assembly line. It was really bizarre, like something out of a movie.
How do you suppose these monkeys got access to the factory?
No one seems to know. There were no signs of forced entry or any other kind of disruption, so it's a bit of a mystery.
Has anyone been able to get the monkeys out of the plant so production can resume?
Yes, a team of specialists was able to move them out and the plant is now up and running again.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the Daytime News. I'm your correspondent Rick, and today I have a really interesting and unique product to show you.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what ridiculous thing you've got for us today, Rick.
Yeah, knowing you, Rick, it's probably another useless gimmick.
Well, Rex and Rita, I think you might be surprised by this one. Introducing the innovative Soundbrella headphones.
Oh great, headphones in the shape of an umbrella. Just what I've always wanted.
Seriously, Rick? Who even comes up with these ideas?
I understand your skepticism, but the Soundbrella headphones are more than just a novelty item. They actually serve a purpose.
A purpose? What could possibly be the purpose of wearing an umbrella on your head?
I can already see people bumping into each other on the street because they can't see where they're going with those ridiculous things on their ears.
Actually, the umbrella design is meant to provide a hands-free solution for listening to music or taking calls outdoors, while also protecting you from rain or harsh sunlight.
Because holding an umbrella like a normal person is just way too complicated, right?
I guess I'll just stick to using headphones and carrying a separate umbrella like a sane individual.
Fair enough, but the Soundbrella headphones have actually gained some popularity among outdoor enthusiasts and travelers.
Sounds like a very niche market, Rick. I can't imagine these selling like hotcakes.
Well, good luck to them. I'll be over here using my regular headphones and enjoying the functionality of a real umbrella.
Gertrude Harrington, a 20-year-old video game enthusiast, achieved the unthinkable. For the past month and a half, Harrington has been practicing playing the increasingly popular first-person shooter video game Call of Duty. And her hard work has paid off, as she has been officially recognized by the World Video Game League as a Grandmaster of the game. Harrington spent countless hours honing her gaming skills, eventually achieving a level of play that only a select few gamers have ever achieved. She managed to master all the weapons and maps, and even some of the more obscure game modes such as Search and Destroy and Capture the Flag. Harrington isn't the first person in the world to achieve the status of Grandmaster, but she is the first to do it in such a short amount of time. In a statement released to fans and the press, Harrington said, "I'm very excited and proud of what I accomplished. Playing Call of Duty has always been a passion of mine, and I'm glad it paid off." Aside from her Grandmaster title in Call of Duty, Harrington is also an experienced player of League of Legends, Apex Legends, and Fortnite. She credits her success in all of her gaming endeavors to her dedication and determination, as well as her immense love for video games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
There is a storm brewing, but fear not. The intense winds and torrential downpours will push you to your limits, testing your survival instincts. Embrace the chaos and let the thunderous sounds be your battle cry. You may feel small and insignificant, but in this moment, you are powerful. Let the storm unleash your inner warrior, and emerge victorious. Remember, a little rain never hurt anyone, or did it? Be careful what you wish for in this storm, the water runs red.
Famously competitive entrepreneur Donald Duck has yet again proven his prowess in the business world. Recently, the Duck real estate mogul purchased an office building in Quaxon, the capital of Duckland. The building, which was formerly owned by the Toon family, stands 28 stories tall and is situated in the heart of the bustling downtown area. Donald was able to purchase the property from the Toon family at a price that made his competitors quack with envy. Although the purchase price wasn't disclosed, it's rumored that once all the paperwork was finalized, the deal was one for the books. Not surprisingly, it looks like Donald Duck is once again quacking his way to the top. Police in an affluent neighborhood of Cloudville were searching for answers this morning after the shock of a strange attack near the corner of 3rd Street and Main Avenue. Witnesses reported that late last night a vibrant woman in her late 20s was walking home after her shift at the local coffee shop. The woman, Josephine Fearless, had been walking for some time when without warning she was suddenly attacked. Locals reported that the attacker was a large, exotic animal who seemed to be in some kind of trance. They described the animal as a large, white ape-like creature with glowing red eyes, though the exact identity of the creature remains a mystery to this day. Police say Ms. Fearless was taken to a local hospital for treatment, but have disclosed little about her condition. Investigators have spoken with Ms. Fearless and are currently looking for the mysterious animal, but have still asked for anyone who saw anything to come forward and provide assistance. Authorities in New York City made a shocking announcement today when they revealed that 88-year-old rapper DMX had been caught attempting to sell a carton of 200-year-old eggs to a local grocer in Brooklyn. Upon further investigation, authorities were stunned to learn that the eggs were actually part of a documentary film shoot, and DMX had simply been hired as an actor to complete the scene. At a press conference, Chuck Travers, the director of the film, paid tribute to DMX's incredible dedication to his craft, saying, "You gotta give it up to DMX. He was so believable as a 200-year-old egg salesman, we actually thought he was doing it for real."
Ronald Smith, a resident of Big Town, was in for a surprise when he climbed into the bathtub to find a live, 4-foot-long alligator. Smith had gone to take a relaxing bath before heading to bed, when he noticed a strange bump in the tub. Upon looking closer, Smith was startled to discover an alligator swimming around in the water. "I was quite taken aback," Smith said. "I thought about running away, but I figured the poor thing had been trapped in there and needed help. I slowly reached out and tried to coax it out of the tub." Smith's bravery paid off, and he was eventually able to take the alligator back to his backyard and set it free. The alligator's origin remains a mystery and is still being investigated by the local wildlife department. Luckily, Smith escaped unscathed from his bath time adventure, though he says he will never look at the bathtub the same way again. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what can you tell us about what happened here at City Hall today?
Well, I was walking by when I saw the mayor, Bobbins, come out of City Hall, and then he announced his resignation. It was very sudden.
Do you know why he resigned?
Well, it turns out there were miracle potatoes that had appeared on the steps of City Hall just before he resigned.
Interesting. What do you think prompted this sudden resignation?
I have no idea. Maybe he felt some kind of spiritual sign prompting him to step down. Maybe it was a sign from the universe.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have correspondent Rick here with something quite unusual today. Rick, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Rita. Today, I have a product that might leave you scratching your head. Introducing the 1 Foot Wonder.
Wait, did I hear that right? 1 Foot Wonder? Sounds more like a gimmick than anything useful.
Well, Rex, this single pink boot might seem odd, but it actually has some unique features.
Unique features, you say? Come on, Rick. It's just a boot.
Hold on, Rita. This boot is not just any boot. It's made from a special material that keeps your foot comfortable all day long.
Oh, wow. I can't contain my excitement for a boot that keeps my foot comfortable. Can I have two?
I get it, Rex. It may not be for everyone, but the 1 Foot Wonder also has a built-in speaker that connects to your smartphone, allowing you to listen to music or take calls while wearing it.
Right, because walking around with a giant pink boot blasting music is my idea of fashion forward.
Fashion forward or not, Rita, this product is sure to draw attention wherever you go.
Yeah, attention for all the wrong reasons. I'll pass on the 1 Foot Wonder, thank you very much.
Well, it seems like this product doesn't have the anchor's approval. But hey, to each their own, right?
Absolutely, Rick. We all have our own tastes, and maybe someone out there will appreciate the 1 Foot Wonder.
Let's hope so, Rita. Otherwise, the 1 Foot Wonder may go down in history as the most ridiculous product ever featured on this show.
In a groundbreaking move, video game developers at Gadgetron Corp have announced that their latest game, Breathless Adventures, will use ultra-sensitive carbon dioxide sensors to monitor the player's breathing. The sensors, originally designed for medical use, have never before been utilized in a video game. According to the game's lead developer, Dr. Jane Smith, the sensors will be attached to a small device that players will wear on their wrists while playing the game. As players become more immersed in the game's fantasy world, their breathing patterns will change. The sensors will detect these changes and adjust the game's difficulty accordingly. Breathless Adventures promises to be one of the most immersive gaming experiences yet, with players delving deep into a lush and vivid world of dragons, magic, and adventure. The game is set for release later this year, and is expected to be a massive hit with gamers around the world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, citizens, and welcome to your nightly weather report. I'm Dan, and I'm here to warn you of a new menace that could sweep through our beloved city at any moment, the toaster oven tornado. Believe it or not, a rogue funnel cloud was spotted forming inside a kitchen appliance earlier today, and since then it has grown in strength and size, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Our sources tell us that the tornado is heading straight for downtown, and could be packing winds of up to 200 miles per hour. It's imperative that you take cover now and stay tuned to this station for further updates. I repeat, this is not a drill. The toaster oven tornado is real, and it's coming for us all.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rex and I'm ready to start the show.
You're always in a rush, aren't you, Rex? Maybe we should call you Speedy Gonzales instead.
Ha! Very funny, Rita. I'm just excited to bring our viewers the news, that's all.
Well, I hope you brought your e-game today. I don't want to carry the show on my own.
Carry the show? Please, Rita. I'm the one who keeps the audience entertained.
Entertained? You mean you're the one who tells all the lame jokes?
Hey, I resent that. My jokes are hilarious. Sometimes.
Sure they are. Just like you're the best anchor on this show.
Now you're just being ridiculous, Rita. But I'll let it slide. For now. In this year's annual tomato growing competition, held in the small town of Greensville, farmer John put his perfect technique to the test and came out on top. John has been raising and growing tomatoes for over 30 years, but it wasn't until he introduced his pet cat Mittens to the process that he started winning awards. According to John, Mittens has a remarkable talent for detecting which tomatoes are ripe for the picking. Each morning when John heads to the fields, his feline companion follows him and meows insistently until he chooses a tomato for her to inspect. If Mittens nods her head in approval, John knows he has found a winner. The judges of the tomato competition were skeptical at first, but after sampling John's award-winning heirlooms, they were convinced of the perfect technique's effectiveness. John and Mittens can now enjoy their well-earned success, and are already planning to expand their operation with the new feline assistant, Fluffy. Amber Ray, a local resident of the town of Plover, recently had quite an excursion. She went on a journey to find the person she had been searching for her whole life, her true love. But she didn't find him in a bar or online, or even around the corner. No, Amber had to dig deep to find her true love, 12 feet deep, to be exact. Amber had heard rumors that her true love had been buried in Plover's cemetery, and after a few hours of searching, she struck gold. There, in the second row of graves, she found what she had been looking for. Amber's true love had been lying dormant beneath the dirt, but she was determined to unearth him. Using a shovel and a pickaxe, Amber and her friends dug until they had unearthed her true love. Amber was ecstatic to have found her true love, but the greatest reward was the knowledge that she had looked beyond the surface to find what she was searching for. In a stunning twist, local chicken Clarence crossed the road yesterday and stopped to give an impromptu speech. Onlookers were shocked as the chicken began to wax philosophical, referencing the works of Kierkegaard and Nietzsche. "I crossed the road," Clarence declared, "not because I wanted to get to the other side, but because I wanted to challenge the notion that there even is another side. Existentialism has taught me that life has no inherent meaning, and it is up to each individual to create their own purpose." The chicken's words left the crowd in deep contemplation, and many have since taken to social media to share their newfound appreciation for poultry philosophy.
In a breakthrough innovation, Chad Michaels has invented a pair of socks that miraculously never become smelly, no matter how long they are worn for. The socks, made out of a special antimicrobial material, keep feet dry and odor-free. According to Michaels, the inspiration for the invention came when he realized that he had a serious foot odor problem. He had tried everything from baking soda to special deodorant sprays, but nothing seemed to work. After experimenting with various materials and coatings, Michaels finally hit upon the perfect solution. The socks have been approved by the FDA and are now available for purchase online at an affordable price. With this invention, Chad Michaels is being hailed as a hero by sock enthusiasts around the world. As the sun set on Greenview, Massachusetts, over the weekend, residents of the small town were met with a strange and unexpected sight. A thick, rolling fog had settled over the town, casting it into an otherworldly pall. The fog quickly brought a sense of unease to the townspeople, leaving them wondering what could be causing it. Mayor Jeremy Cox attempted to assuage his constituents' worries, assuring them that government officials were doing all they could to investigate the fog's origin. He warned against anyone investigating on their own, citing that it was too risky for them to do so. Although the town's local authorities were unable to determine the cause of the fog, it soon became clear what had triggered the phenomenon. An eccentric retired scientist, Dr. Abelard Price, had set off a strange experiment in his home laboratory. According to Dr. Price, he had been attempting to create a new type of high-powered air cannon, but it backfired and created a dense cloud of fog instead. Since this event, Greenview residents have gone back to their daily lives, although some still report seeing mysterious lights in the fog late at night. It remains to be seen whether the fog will remain a permanent fixture in the small town, or if it will eventually dissipate. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Excuse me, Jeb, what did you see when Mayor Stubbard announced their new tax to combat global warming?
Well, it was pretty weird. The mayor seemed to be talking to himself, mumbling something about taxes and global warming. He kept pointing to the sky and making strange hand gestures. The crowd just stared in confusion. It was like a scene from a horror movie.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick joining us today with a weird new product. What do you have for us, Rick?
Thanks, Rex. Today I have a fascinating product called the paper stack.
The paper stack? It sounds thrilling already, Rick.
Yes, Rita. The paper stack is a revolutionary new way of organizing your papers. It may seem simple on the surface, but it has some unique features.
Oh, please, enlighten us, Rick. I'm dying to know what's so groundbreaking about a stack of papers.
Well, Rex, the paper stack has an innovative flap system that allows you to easily access any page without the need for staples or paper clips.
Wow, Rick. I've been searching my entire life for a stack of papers that doesn't require paper clips. How did we ever survive before this incredible invention?
And what happens when you accidentally knock over this magnificent paper stack, Rick? Does it magically rearrange itself?
No, Rex. It's just a stack of papers, after all. You'll have to pick them up like you would with any other papers.
Hold on, Rick. Are you telling me that I can't even brag to my friends about my state-of-the-art paper stack that defies gravity or cleans itself?
Looks like the paper stack is the future we never knew we needed, Rick. A miraculous invention doing nothing different than what any stack of papers has done for centuries.
In a shocking turn of events, the video game world was upended late yesterday when millions of players extraordinaire, including popular gamers like Gino Martin, Melissa Sharp, and Karl Mars, suddenly became unreachable, leaving behind frantic messages of confusion, distress, and bewilderment. Theories and speculation on the cause of the sudden disappearance ran rampant throughout the gaming community, with some believing that a real-life virus had somehow crossed into the gaming universe. Further rumors of a spooky artificial intelligence, drone, being behind the incident only added to the chaos. Experts in the gaming industry were quickly mobilized to investigate the anomaly, with many believing the worst-case scenario of a complete dissolution of the gaming universe was upon us. In response, governments around the world issued emergency decrees instituting a period of lockdown and strict guidelines for players, codenamed Protocol X, which included closing all gaming platforms indefinitely and confiscating gaming equipment. As the day progressed, with no cause or explanation found and no sign of the missing players, panic and hysteria spread even further. Yet, as the sun set on this dramatic day, a modicum of hope sprung out of the darkness when, suddenly and without warning, the lost players began to reappear and the gaming world, to the relief of all, was restored to its former glory.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is a deep shade of gray, and the wind is howling like a pack of wolves. Do not be afraid, for this is the kind of weather that separates the weak from the strong. Feel the icy rain on your face as it whips around you, and let it cleanse your soul. Embrace the darkness, for only then will you truly understand the light. Remember, when the storm comes, you are the storm. Rise up and conquer, for the weak shall be consumed by the tempest. And if you are still standing at the end, know that you have truly survived the wrath of the elements. So go forth, and show the world what kind of storm you truly are.
In what can only be described as sheer pastry-demic, local man Chip Michui went on a rampage at the gourmet cookie factory yesterday afternoon. According to witnesses, Michui stormed into the factory demanding the employees give him all their dough. When they refused, he allegedly started throwing cookie sheets and shouting about how he needed the dough. Several employees suffered minor injuries, but fortunately, no one was seriously hurt. Police were able to apprehend Michui after a brief chase, and he is currently being held on charges of assault and battery.
In a bizarre turn of events, John Smith was arrested today for reckless driving. When police pulled him over, they were shocked to find his dog, Rufus, in the driver's seat. Smith claimed that he was teaching Rufus how to drive in case of an emergency situation. The police quickly discovered that Rufus was indeed driving the car, as Smith had installed a custom steering wheel and pedals for the canine. Rufus was even wearing a seatbelt. Smith is now facing charges of animal cruelty and reckless endangerment, while Rufus is in the custody of animal control. The internet is in a frenzy over the news, with many debating the question, is it technically illegal for a dog to drive a car? Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what you saw.
Well, I was at the courthouse when the verdict was handed down and the whole courtroom erupted with cheers and applause when it was announced that the cat had won the case.
Wow, that must have been an incredible moment. Did anyone say anything about how the cat became a lawyer?
Yes, the judge mentioned that the cat had a special talent for legal matters, and managed to pass the bar exam on its first try. There were some whispers that the cat must have had a mentor or something to help prepare it for the exam.
That is incredible. What did the cat do in response to the verdict?
It was quite emotional. The cat just seemed so proud of itself. It rose up on its hind legs, waved its paw in the air, and gave a loud meow of celebration. It was really something special to witness.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I am here today to introduce you to a truly unique product called the One Glove Wonder.
Oh boy, Rick. Is this another one of those ridiculous inventions?
Well, Rex, the One Glove Wonder may look like a regular boxing glove, but it's actually designed to make your life easier in the kitchen.
Oh great, because what every aspiring chef needs is a boxing glove to toss their salad with.
Haha, Rita, you might be surprised. The One Glove Wonder is not just for boxing enthusiasts. It comes with built-in sensors and a responsive grip.
Oh, I can't wait to see what kind of magical grip a boxing glove can offer in the kitchen.
Well, Rex, the glove's sensors provide real-time feedback on your grip strength, ensuring you don't accidentally drop or crush delicate items.
Because who needs opposable thumbs when you can have a boxing glove in the kitchen?
Haha, Rita, you always find the humor in everything. But really, the One Glove Wonder can be a useful tool for people with limited hand mobility.
I suppose it could also double as a boxing glove for when you want to beat some sense into chefs who think this is a good idea.
Well, Rex, humor aside, the One Glove Wonder is all about convenience and making cooking accessible to everyone.
In an unprecedented move, the independent gaming company Pixelated Dreams has teamed up with the manufacturer of PizzaBot 3000, a popular pizza-making robot, to create the most innovative video game the industry has ever seen. The game, titled Pizza Quest, utilizes never-before-used technology from the food industry to create a truly immersive gaming experience. Pizza Quest is not only a game about making pizza.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. What a beautiful day it is out there. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the temperature is just perfect. But don't be fooled by this deceivingly idyllic weather. This pleasant day is just the calm before the storm. The sky may be blue now, but it will turn a sinister shade of gray, and the winds will howl with a demonic force. Embrace the warmth while it lasts, my friends, for soon the icy grip of winter will be upon us. And remember, there is no escape from Mother Nature's wrath. So be prepared, stay alert, and may the odds be ever in your favor. Because they certainly won't be in mine.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex and I'm here with my co-anchor, Rita.
Hey there, Rex. Why do you always introduce yourself first? Can't you let me go first for once?
Oh, come on, Rita. It's not a big deal. Plus, R comes before T in the alphabet.
You always have to be right, don't you? Fine, Rex. You can always have your way.
Thanks, Rita. You're too kind to me.
I'll just be over here, rolling my eyes. Let's get started with the news, shall we?
In a shocking turn of events, yesterday the citizens of Fishtown County woke up to find that the government had been taken over by a coalition of fish. The fish, who have been gaining political influence through a series of savvy campaigns, have now seized control of county operations. They have already begun to implement sweeping changes, including replacing the Board of Supervisors with a Board of Fish and requiring all county employees to wear fish scales as part of their uniforms. It is unclear from where the fish came and what their long-term plans are, but Fishtown County officials are already scrambling to make sense of the new fishy regime. NASA has announced the discovery of a giant pizza orbiting Earth. The pizza, which measures over 150 miles in diameter, was spotted by the Hubble Space Telescope last week. According to NASA scientists, the pizza appears to have been cooked to perfection, with a thin crust and plenty of pepperoni. In a bizarre twist, a group of aliens has claimed responsibility for the creation of the giant pizza. The extraterrestrials, who identified themselves as the Pizza People, said they were experimenting with a new kind of pizza-making technology when they accidentally created the massive dish. "We were trying to make a pizza that would satisfy the entire universe," said Zorg, a spokesperson for the Pizza People. "But we didn't realize that it would grow this big. We're sorry for any inconvenience this might have caused." The Pizza People have offered to remove the giant pizza from orbit, but NASA officials say they're not sure it's safe to do so. "We don't know what kind of impact it would have on our planet if we were to try and remove it," said Dr. Jane Smith, a NASA spokesperson. "We're still trying to figure out the best course of action." In the meantime, the giant pizza continues to circle the Earth, leaving stargazers puzzled and hungry.
John Smith, a resident of Smalltown, USA, brought home a rock from a hiking trip, thinking it would make a nice decoration for his coffee table. But one day, while dusting the rock, he felt a strange sensation and the rock started glowing. After examining it under a microscope, he discovered that it was actually an enchanted diamond, worth millions of dollars. However, the twist in the story is that the diamond belonged to an ancient curse and whoever possessed it would suffer a terrible fate. John soon started experiencing strange occurrences around his house and soon he realized that he had to get rid of the diamond before it was too late. He sold the diamond to a wealthy collector, but not before he made sure to warn him about the curse. Just days later, the collector's mansion burned down, leaving him with nothing. John felt guilty for selling the diamond and decided to donate all the money he made from the sale to charity. Since then, he has been living a peaceful life, free from any supernatural occurrences. In a bizarre turn of events, Dave Smith, a local resident of Springfield, discovered that he has the ability to communicate with bread. According to Dave, this newfound talent came to light when he was speaking to his breakfast. At first, he thought he was imagining things, but when the toast started to reply back, he knew something strange was happening. After conducting experiments with various types of bread, Dave realized that he could communicate with all types of bread: sourdough, whole wheat, rye, and even bagels. When asked about his unique ability, Dave said, "I don't know how or why it happened, but I'm taking it as a gift. Me and my sourdough have long conversations every morning." While some are skeptical of Dave's claims, he has gained quite the following on social media, with many people requesting to see him perform his newfound talent live. Dave plans to start hosting bread communication workshops to share his gift with the world. Could this be the start of a new form of communication involving baked goods? Only time will tell. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when you found the layer of lost socks in the Grand Canyon?
Sure. I was walking along the rim of the canyon when I saw something strange sticking out of the side of the canyon wall. I got a little closer and realized that it was a giant pile of socks.
Wow, how many socks were in the pile?
It was hard to tell, but I'd estimate at least a couple hundred pairs.
What did you do after you found the socks?
I took a few pictures and then contacted the authorities. Then, I left the socks alone, just as I found them.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today we have our correspondent Rick here to show us a weird new product. Rick, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have something quite interesting to showcase. It's called the multi-purpose chopping tool.
Wait, hold on a second, Rick. Did you say chopping tool? It looks like an axe to me.
Yes, Rita. I understand it resembles an axe, but this is no ordinary axe. It's designed to perform multiple functions.
Multiple functions, huh? So it can chop wood and chop onions at the same time?
Or maybe it can chop vegetables and chop off your fingers simultaneously.
Well, it's not meant for chopping off fingers, Rita. The multi-purpose chopping tool offers various features like a built-in vegetable cutter, a peeler, and even a serrated blade for slicing bread.
Oh, so it's a chef's dream come true? A knife, peeler, and bread slicer all in one awkward-looking package.
I have to say, Rick, this product seems like a solution in search of a problem. Who needs all these features combined in a tool that looks like a prop from a horror movie?
I understand your concerns, but the company behind this product is confident that it offers convenience and versatility in the kitchen.
Well, Rick, I guess we'll just have to leave it up to our viewers to decide if they want an axe-shaped kitchen gadget. Thanks for sharing this, unique product with us.
Reginald Smith, a 28-year-old software engineer from Springfield, has discovered a new way to boost his video game skills. Smith was struggling with his favorite game, Call of Duty, until one day he accidentally spilled a glass of pink lemonade on his pants while playing. He quickly ran to change and grabbed the closest piece of clothing he could find, a tutu his daughter had left lying around. To his surprise, he found that he played significantly better while wearing the tutu. Smith claims that the tutu helps him move with extra agility, and the pink color distracts his opponents. "I can't explain it, but it just works," says Smith. Since discovering his secret weapon, Smith has been wearing a different tutu every day and has won every game he's played. He has even started a YouTube channel, Tutu Gaming, and has gained a following of thousands of viewers. "I never thought wearing a tutu would change my life like this," says Smith. "But it's the best thing that's ever happened to me." Experts are now advising professional gamers to ditch their traditional gear and try tutus instead.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, witness the beauty of the skies above us. It's a marvelous day to be alive. Do you feel that warm sun on your skin? That gentle breeze in your hair? It's the perfect day to venture outside and bask in the light of the sun. Take a deep breath, let your lungs fill with the sweet scent of nature. Now is the time to feel alive and embrace all that life has to offer. But beware, my dear friends, for what seems like a perfect day can quickly turn into a nightmare. The gentle breeze can bring forth a storm, and the warm sun can scorch the earth beneath your feet. So, while you indulge in the beauty of nature, keep in mind that danger lurks around every corner. Remember, the most beautiful things can be the most deadly. Go ahead, take a step outside, and let nature embrace you, but be careful. For in the end, nature always takes what it wants.
In a stunning upset, the small town of Pausville, population 500, has elected a golden retriever named Fido as their new mayor. Fido ran under the slogan "A bone in every bowl, a squirrel in every tree." The town's residents were initially skeptical of Fido's candidacy, but he quickly won them over with his friendly demeanor and fetching skills. However, things took a surprising turn when it was revealed that Fido's campaign manager, a disgruntled cat named Mittens, had rigged the election in his favor. Mittens, who had been passed over for the role of mayor, had orchestrated a complex plan involving fake voter registrations and ballot stuffing. When confronted with the evidence, Mittens broke down in tears and confessed to the whole scheme. Fido, rather than being impeached, graciously forgave Mittens and appointed him as his chief of staff. The town is now buzzing with excitement over what kind of animal will run for office next. Carla the gardener has been left feeling like a real vegetable after narrowly missing out on the top prize at this year's Carrot Awards. Despite growing a carrot that was over 2 feet long and resembled a famous celebrity, the judges were looking for something a little more rooted in tradition. Carla was seen leaving the awards ceremony with tears in her eyes, clutching her prized carrot and muttering something about it being just too good for them. We can only hope that she can carry on and grow even bigger and better vegetables for next year's awards.
Jacob Thompson, a resident of a small town in Iowa, was shocked to find out that his treasured pet rock is actually a rare gemstone worth millions of dollars. Thompson had always thought of the rock as his loyal companion, naming it Rocky and bringing it with him everywhere he went. But when he brought Rocky to a geologist for identification, the geologist confirmed that the rock was a type of diamond that had been thought to be extinct for over a century. Thompson is now in the process of selling the gemstone and plans to donate a portion of the proceeds to the local animal shelter. In a weird twist, however, Thompson later found out that Rocky was not actually a pet rock that he had found on a hike, but rather a gift from his ex-girlfriend who had played a prank on him by presenting him with a diamond disguised as a rock. Despite this revelation, Thompson says he still plans to donate a portion of the proceeds to the animal shelter, as a tribute to his loyal companion, Rocky. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw when you discovered the world's largest sock in Antarctica.
Well, it was incredible. We were out surveying a new area, and we stumbled upon some old ruins. As we were exploring, we noticed a peculiar object sticking out of the snow. Lo and behold, it was the world's largest sock.
That must have been quite a surprise. What did it look like?
It was a huge knitted sock, almost 20 feet long, and it was in perfect condition. We were all very amazed that it was able to survive in the snow and wind for so long.
Incredible. Do you have any theories on where it came from?
We don't know for sure, but we think it might have been made by an ancient civilization that lived in the area. It's truly a miracle that it has survived for so long.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to showcase a truly unique and innovative product. Get ready to be amazed.
Oh, Rick, we can't contain our excitement.
Yeah, Rick, our hearts are racing with anticipation.
All right, no need to be sarcastic. Allow me to introduce the Turbo Cut 3000. It's a set of high-quality knives that claim to revolutionize your culinary experience.
Oh, Rick, haven't we seen enough knives on this show? What makes this one so revolutionary?
Yeah, Rick, what's next? A mind-blowing potato peeler?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Turbo Cut 3000 features an ergonomic handle design for a comfortable grip. It also has a super sharp blade made of the finest stainless steel.
Wow, Rick, I've never heard of an ergonomic handle before. I mean, how did we survive all these years without it?
And a super sharp blade, you say? How groundbreaking. I didn't realize we needed a PhD in slicing cucumbers.
Come on, guys, let's give it a fair chance. The Turbo Cut 3000 also boasts a unique non-stick coating, making it a breeze to clean.
Oh, thank goodness. Now we can slash tomatoes and clean up without a second thought. What would we do without this life-changing innovation?
I bet even Michelin star chefs are on the edge of their seats, Rick. This is truly a game changer.
All right, you two. I get it, you're not fans of the Turbo Cut 3000. But let's not forget that new products bring excitement and innovation to our lives.
Fair enough, Rick. We may not be convinced, but hey, maybe someone out there needs their knives to have an ergonomic handle and a non-stick coating.
You're right, Rex. To each their own. Who are we to deny people the joy of slicing their veggies like never before?
Exactly. Let's celebrate diversity in kitchen gadgets. After all, the Turbo Cut 3000 might just be someone's dream come true.
The gaming world was pleasantly surprised yesterday when engineers from the firm Philips Games created a revolutionary new technology for game development. The technology comes not from another game developer, but from an unlikely source, an industrial robot manufacturing firm located in Boston, Massachusetts. Team leader, Joe Davis, claims the 3D printing technology used to manufacture robots could easily be adapted for game development. With a few tweaks to the programming, Davis and his team were able to create a new platform that is capable of producing lifelike graphics. "The possibilities with this new platform are truly incredible," said Davis. "We have been able to create textures, characters, and scenery far beyond what has previously been seen in video games. It's been like a dream come true, not only for myself as an engineer, but for gamers as well who can now experience immersive gaming like never before." The team's plans for the future include more collaboration between the gaming industry and robotics industry. With continued use of this new technology, the boundaries between game development and robotics engineering could become far more blurred. Philips Games hopes to launch their first game using the new technology later this year. Gamers, industry professionals, and robot enthusiasts alike are all eagerly awaiting more news about what is sure to be a groundbreaking new game.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dan, your chief meteorologist. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the weather outside is nothing short of apocalyptic. It's raining cats and dogs, and I mean it quite literally. I don't even know how they got up there in the first place. But that's not all, folks. The thunder and lightning are so intense that I swear they're having a conversation with each other. And the wind? Oh, the wind. It's like a hurricane out there, except it's not. And to top it all off, I think I saw a tornado forming just a few miles away. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a weather guy. I'm not even sure why they let me on TV. I mean, who cares what the weather is like, right? You should just stay inside and never leave your homes again. That's what I'm doing, at least. Anyway, back to the weather. Oh wait, I forgot what I was talking about. Did I mention it's dark and gloomy outside? Stay safe out there, folks.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you finally decide to wear your glasses today?
Ha ha, very funny, Rex. I just thought I'd give my contact lenses a break.
Well, you should give your fashion sense a break too. What's up with that tie?
Excuse me? This tie is a classic.
A classic mistake, maybe. It clashes with your blouse.
You know what, Rex? Just stick to reading the teleprompter and leave the fashion critiques to me.
Chef Helmut Sprockets made international headlines when his cat, Mr. Socks, went for an unexpected ride to the next town over. The story of Chef Sprockets using his kitchen mixer to transport Mr. Socks around the country began a few months ago when Sprockets, a renowned Bavarian chef, was making a special batch of pumpkin-spiced muffins for an international pastry convention. "I decided to give Mr. Socks a ride with my mixer," said Sprockets, a longtime cat lover. "He seemed content enough. He just slept the whole way." Sprockets ran into a bit of trouble when he tried to use the kitchen mixer in nearby Freyschatten. Apparently, the local ordinance didn't allow for the use of kitchen appliances on public roads. But that didn't stop Chef Sprockets from getting back on the road. "I didn't really have a choice," he said. "I had to get my cat home safely, so I loaded him up and drove off." Luckily, the town sheriff was sympathetic to Sprockets' plight and allowed them to finish their journey without facing any consequences. Mr. Socks is now safe and sound at home, and Chef Sprockets is once again making delicious pastries with his trusty kitchen mixer. Yesterday, the Navy SEALs got a surprise lesson from the renowned historian, Timothy Bartell. He regaled them with the history of generations past and held the elite special operations team captivated for 2 hours. As he was finishing his lecture, Bartell was so impressed with their attention to detail and enthusiasm for the past that he gave the seamen an unexpected quiz. Surprisingly, every Navy SEAL aced the quiz. Afterward, Bartell jokingly commented, "I guess you all have aced history." A local man, James Johnson, shocked the community when he claimed he can communicate with squirrels. Johnson, 35, stated that he has a special gift that allows him to understand the language of squirrels. "I've always had a connection with animals, but squirrels in particular," he said. Not everyone was convinced, with some people calling Johnson crazy. However, things took a surprising turn when a group of squirrels gathered around Johnson and began to chitter back and forth with him. The squirrels seemed to be responding to Johnson's words, leaving many onlookers amazed. Johnson plans to further explore his gift and hopes to use it to teach humanity about the wisdom of nature.
In a recent interview with local news station, KTVH, John Smith, a 47-year-old resident of Springfield, claimed that he has been communicating with aliens for the past 6 months through his socks. According to Smith, the aliens speak to him through his feet, and that he has even received messages from them that he believes are prophecies for the future. When asked how he discovered his ability to communicate with these extraterrestrial beings, Smith stated that he accidentally spilled maple syrup on his white socks one morning and noticed a pattern that resembled a message. He then began to wear the same socks every day in hopes of receiving more messages. Smith says that he plans to continue communicating with the aliens and that he hopes to someday meet them in person. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So tell me, Jeb, what did you witness when the mystery machine identified the cause of this man's uncontrollable squawking?
Well, I saw the mystery machine roll up and a group of scientists come out. One of them had a few crazy gadgets hooked up to a laptop and they attached them to the man's head and torso. They then stepped back and waited for a few moments before the cause of his uncontrollable squawking was identified. Apparently the man had developed a rare avian flu.
That must have been an interesting scene to witness. How did people in the area react?
Well, they were obviously all quite shocked at first, but then some of them started to laugh at the man, while others offered to help him. It was really bizarre.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent, Rick, with something interesting to show us. What have you got there, Rick?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have the latest weird product that has hit the market. It's called the Perfect Posture Pro, a mannequin torso designed to improve your posture.
Oh, really? A mannequin torso? That sounds absolutely ridiculous, Rick. Who would actually buy something like that?
Well, Rita, the creators claim that the Perfect Posture Pro can help correct slouching and promote better posture habits. It's made of a lightweight material and has adjustable straps to fit any body size.
I don't know, Rick. It seems more like a gimmick to me. I mean, can't people just try sitting up straight on their own? Do they really need a mannequin to remind them?
That's a fair point, Rex. But the Perfect Posture Pro also includes a built-in sensor that vibrates whenever it detects you slouching, providing instant feedback to help you correct your posture.
A vibrating mannequin torso? That's just bizarre, Rick. Can you imagine sitting at your desk and suddenly your posture correcting mannequin starts buzzing? It sounds more like a Halloween prank than a useful product.
I couldn't agree more, Rita. And I have to say, this Perfect Posture Pro is definitely the weirdest thing I've seen in a while. I can't imagine anyone actually buying it.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may seem peculiar, there are always those who are willing to try unconventional methods for better health. It'll be interesting to see if the Perfect Posture Pro finds its niche market.
In a shocking turn of events, 16-year-old Tommy Johnson has completely lost touch with reality after playing the popular video game Galactic Space Wars for a record-breaking 72 hours straight. According to his mother, Tina Johnson, Tommy was so immersed in the game that he didn't even bother to eat or sleep during his marathon gaming session. She thought everything was fine when she checked in on him every few hours, as he didn't seem to be in any distress. However, when she finally convinced him to take a break and come outside, Tommy began acting strangely. At first, he was convinced that he was still inside the game. He kept pointing at trees and shouting, "Look, it's a new planet." When Tina tried to tell him where he really was, Tommy became agitated and started speaking in a language that no one could understand. Eventually, the police had to be called to the scene to calm him down. Thankfully, Tommy is now recovering in a local hospital and is expected to make a full recovery. When asked about the incident, the game's creator, Steve Jobs Jr., was quick to point out that Galactic Space Wars comes with a warning label advising players to take frequent breaks and stay hydrated. However, some are calling for the game to be banned entirely, citing its addictive nature and potential for dangerous side effects.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you look out the window, you may be feeling down and unproductive today. But here's a little secret: the weather is on your side. The dark and brooding clouds overhead are here to remind you that life is not all sunshine and rainbows. The thunder booming across the sky is a reminder that sometimes, you have to make some noise to get what you want. The heavy rain that pounds against your roof is a sign that sometimes, you have to wash away the old to make room for the new. So let the storm rage on, because it's just a reminder that you too can be powerful and unstoppable. Embrace the darkness, and seize the day, because the storm never lasts forever. And when the sky clears, you'll emerge even stronger. Stay motivated, and remember, when it rains, it pours, and that's when the real fun begins.
Residents of the sleepy town of Rockport, Maine were shocked by reports that Mrs. Jennifer Smith unexpectedly gave birth to a strange fish-like creature at the local hospital earlier this week. According to Dr. Gillian Burnham, Mrs. Smith presented at the hospital complaining of abdominal pain, but no one was prepared for what happened next. When Mrs. Smith went into labor, doctors and nurses quickly realized that this was no ordinary birth. After about an hour of labor, a small, scaly creature emerged from Mrs. Smith's womb. While the creature appeared to resemble a fish, with gills and fins, doctors determined that it was indeed a live birth and not some sort of delivery room prank. The strange creature is now being held in the hospital's neonatal unit while doctors attempt to determine a course of treatment. Unconfirmed reports suggest that Mrs. Smith has been transferred to a psychiatric ward, but hospital administrators have not commented on the details of her case. When asked about the incident, Mrs. Smith's neighbors were completely bewildered. "I don't know what to make of it," said Jane Taylor, who had lived down the street from Mrs. Smith for several years. "This is the strangest thing I've ever heard." In a slippery turn of events, a global catastrophe is looming as banana republics around the world face a severe shortage of bananas. The fruit, which is considered a staple in these countries, has mysteriously disappeared from supermarket shelves, causing panic among citizens. The banana shortage, dubbed the Great Peel, has led experts to dig appealing insights into this fruity crisis. Tropical Banana Republic, located in the heart of the banana belt, is struggling to cope with the sudden scarcity. The nation's Prime Minister, Mr. Coconut, has urged citizens to remain calm while they investigate the peculiar incident. The Ministry of Fruit Affairs suspects that banana nappers have been operating under the cover of night to peel away these yellow treasures. Unconfirmed reports suggest that infamous banana smuggler, Monsieur Chiquita, could be behind this fruity heist. In response to the crisis, neighboring countries have offered their assistance. The leader of the Avocado Republic, President Mr. Haas, has proposed a temporary trade agreement, offering avocados in exchange for bananas. Meanwhile, the Orange Kingdom, ruled by King Mr. Valencia, has pledged to send a shipment of oranges to help alleviate the banana shortage. While experts scramble to find a mango-efficient solution, citizens of the banana republics have taken matters into their own hands. Streets are lined with makeshift signs reading "Free the fruit" and "Unpeel the truth," as protesters demand the immediate return of their beloved bananas. As the banana republics await answers, one thing is certain: this fruity crisis has split their society. Will they defy the odds and restore their nation's banana supply, or are they destined for a world unpeeled of this delicious tropical treat? Only time will tell. In a groundbreaking discovery, NASA's Curiosity rover has found a cat-like creature on the surface of Mars. The creature, which scientists have named Zorp, has a furry tail, whiskers, and a meowing sound that resembles a cat. But it also has a greenish-blue skin tone and 6 legs, making it unlike any animal found on Earth. NASA officials are baffled by the discovery and are currently studying Zorp to determine if it is a new species or if it originated from another planet. However, some conspiracy theorists believe that Zorp is proof of extraterrestrial life and that NASA has been hiding the truth from the public for years. "This is a major breakthrough in the search for life beyond Earth," said Dr. Jane Smith, an astrobiologist at NASA. "We are excited to learn more about Zorp and what it could mean for science and the future of space exploration." The discovery has sparked a frenzy on social media, with many users sharing memes and photoshopped images of cats in astronaut suits. Some have even started a petition to make Zorp the official mascot of NASA. As of now, Zorp remains on Mars, living its life as the first interplanetary feline. NASA plans to continue studying the creature and hopes to gather more information about its possible origins.
Residents of small town have been left stunned after a cat named Mr. Whiskers started talking like a human. According to Mr. Whiskers' owner, Jane, the cat started speaking one day after a severe case of hairball. I was on the phone and I heard someone say bless you, but I was alone in the house. Then I realized it was Mr. Whiskers, said Jane. Since then, Mr. Whiskers has been able to hold full conversations, often discussing weather patterns and the state of the local economy. The video of Mr. Whiskers speaking has gone viral on social media, with users expressing both fascination and discomfort. Animal experts have been baffled by Mr. Whiskers' ability to speak, with some even suggesting that he may be possessed by a human spirit. Despite the unsettling nature of Mr. Whiskers' new ability, the cat has brought much-needed joy to the residents of Small Town, with many flocking to Jane's house just to have a chat with the famous feline. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw in the basement of Sammy Smith's house?
It was amazing. I saw this huge bus, like one of those school buses, in the basement. I was so confused at first, but then Sammy told us that he believed it was a time-traveling bus.
Wow, that's really incredible. Where did he say he got it?
He wasn't sure. He said he found it when he was cleaning out the basement. He said he was sure that somebody had been using it to time travel back and forth.
Amazing. Well, thanks for telling us your story, Jeb. It sounds like a wild discovery. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have an interesting product to show you today. It's called the Humor Print 2000.
Oh boy, another printer that tells jokes? What a groundbreaking invention.
Yeah, because what the world really needs is a printer with a sense of humor.
Well, it's not just any printer. This one is designed to add a touch of laughter to your office environment.
I can only imagine the hilarious punchlines it comes up with. Printing in progress, please prepare for laughter.
Or how about paper jam? Don't worry, I'll paperclip it back together with a joke.
You may be joking, but the Humor Print 2000 actually has a library of jokes and funny quotes that it randomly selects to print along with your documents. It aims to lighten up the office atmosphere.
Oh great, because nothing brightens my day like a printer wasting ink and paper on cheesy jokes.
And who needs efficiency when you can have a printer that doubles as a wannabe stand-up comedian?
I understand your skepticism, but the Humor Print 2000 has received positive feedback from some users who appreciate the occasional chuckle during their workday.
I bet those users are laughing all the way to the unemployment line.
Maybe we should stick to products that actually serve a useful purpose, huh?
Well, humor is subjective. Some people find joy in unexpected places. That's what the Humor Print 2000 aims to deliver.
And that is exactly what we're missing in our lives, a printer telling us bad jokes.
Thanks, but no thanks, Rick. We'll pass on this novelty item.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. Not everyone may appreciate the Humor Print 2000, but for those looking for a little laughter at work, it could be a fun addition.
I'll just stick to those daily memes flooding my inbox. They're way funnier than any printer.
Exactly. Let's leave the joke telling to the professionals, shall we?
In an incredible feat of skill and determination, 16-year-old Bobby Joe has become the first person on Earth to beat a video game using only their nose. Bobby Joe, who suffers from an unfortunate disability which left his arms and legs paralyzed, has always been a passionate gamer, but he never let his physical limitations stop him. In a recent interview, Bobby Joe explained that he had been practicing this method for years, starting with simpler games such as Pong and working his way up to more complex titles. Finally, he set his sights on beating the notoriously difficult game Dark Souls, which had eluded him for years. Bobby Joe's parents, who had supported his gaming hobby since he was young, were ecstatic when they heard the news. "We always knew Bobby Joe could do anything he set his mind to," his mother said tearfully. "We're just so proud of him." When asked what was next for him, Bobby Joe simply smiled and said that he planned to take on the rest of the Dark Souls series, and maybe even try his luck at some competitive gaming tournaments. Truly an inspiration to us all, Bobby Joe is proof that nothing can stop a true gamer from achieving greatness.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you feel that warm breeze on your skin? The sun shining bright on your face? That's right, today's weather is absolutely perfect. But you know what they say about perfect things, don't you? It can't last forever. Enjoy this beautiful weather while it lasts, because soon enough the storms will come and the rain will pour. The calm before the storm is always the most deceiving. So, savor this moment because you never know when it will be your last. The sunshine may be smiling down on you now, but soon enough it will turn its scorching rays into a scowl of anger. Embrace the chaos of Mother Nature and let her take you on a wild ride, whether you like it or not. Remember, every storm runs out of rain, but you might not survive to see it. Cherish this sunny day, because tomorrow may be your last.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you hear about the new study that found chocolate can make you smarter?
Oh really, Rex? I didn't know chocolate could perform miracles.
Well, it's science, Rita. You should try it sometime.
I'll stick to my kale smoothies, thanks.
Kale smoothies? Sounds like punishment.
At least I won't be in a sugar coma, Rex.
I guess I'll just have to carry the show with my enhanced brainpower then.
You do that, Rex. I'll stick to the facts and leave the chocolate to you.
In a surprise announcement yesterday, the owner of the popular Berry Muffin Bakery, Betty Crocker, revealed that her business was about to get a bun in the oven. The bakery, well known for their delectable muffins, will soon be adding cinnamon rolls to their menu. When asked about the decision, Crocker said that she wanted to raise the dough and expand her offerings. The news has caused quite a stir in the local community, with many eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new treats. Some regulars have even joked that they'll be first in line to roll with it. The bakery plans to launch the cinnamon rolls in a few weeks, so be sure to glaze over for a taste. The town of Fintown was in for a shock yesterday when Mayor Phoebe Pickle announced that a longtime resident, Franklin Flopkins, had switched places with his neighbor, Barry Bingle. The surprise move seemed to be a complete shock to everyone, much to the dismay of Mayor Pickle. "I've known Franklin since he was a lad," said Mayor Pickle. "He had no right to switch places with Barry without any notice. It's just not right." Residents of Fintown are still shaking their heads in disbelief, while others simply see the swap as nothing more than an amusing quirk. Either way, it looks like the sudden swap between these two Fintown residents is here to stay.
In a twist of fate, John Smith, a local man and avid rock paper scissors player, won $500,000 in a nationwide tournament. The tournament, held in Las Vegas, attracted players from all over the country vying for the grand prize. Smith, who had been practicing his rock paper scissors strategy for months, was finally able to defeat his opponent in a grueling 25-round game. But the strangeness of this story does not end there. It turns out that the tournament was hosted by a group of eccentric millionaires who were using the game as a means of selecting a time traveler. Yes, you read that right, a time traveler. The millionaires believed that the ability to predict an opponent's move in a game of rock paper scissors was a sign of psychic abilities, a trait that would be valuable for someone sent back in time. While Smith was initially skeptical of the millionaire's intentions, he decided to take a chance and enter the tournament anyway. And as fate would have it, he was the one who emerged victorious. The millionaires praised him for his seemingly psychic abilities and told him that they would be in touch if they ever needed someone to travel back in time. Despite the oddity of the situation, Smith was ecstatic about his win and has already made plans for his newfound wealth. He's going to invest it in a company that specializes in psychic research. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what you saw when you spotted Fritz in that particular rut.
Well, I was walking by, and all of a sudden I heard this loud thud. When I looked over, there's old Fritz, stuck hip deep in the middle of a rut. It was a deep one too, so deep that he couldn't get himself out.
Haha, that's outrageous. How did Fritz react to being stuck in the rut?
He was just standing there, looking around like he was wondering how he got himself into this situation. I mean, it wasn't like he was trying to get out of the rut.
Well, a real pickle. Did you help him get out?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had to. I didn't want him to spend the rest of his life stuck in a rut. I grabbed some rope and rope pulled him out. He was so thankful.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey there, Rex and Rita. I have something really exciting to show you today.
Oh great, Rick. Another weird product for us to mock?
Yeah, we really enjoyed making fun of that revolutionary toaster last week.
Well, hold on to your hats because today I have something truly bizarre. It's called the bag of groceries.
Seriously? A bag of groceries? What's so special about that?
Well, Rex, this is no ordinary bag of groceries. It's a fully automated, self-restocking bag.
Oh please, Rick. You expect us to believe that this bag magically refills itself?
Yeah, right. Like we're going to fall for that nonsense.
I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's true. You just put this bag in your pantry and it'll never run out of groceries.
That's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. I can't imagine who would actually buy this.
Exactly, Rita. I mean, what's the point? Are people too lazy to go grocery shopping now?
Well, it's aimed at busy individuals who want convenience and save time. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
Environmentally friendly? How can a bag of groceries be environmentally friendly?
I bet it's made of some synthetic material that's even worse for the environment than plastic.
Actually, no. The bag of groceries is made from biodegradable materials, reducing waste.
Well, that's something positive, I suppose. But I still don't see the appeal.
Me neither, Rita. I think we'll pass on this one, Rick.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. It's not for everyone, but for those who embrace innovation, the bag of groceries might be a game changer.
In a feat that has left the gaming community in utter disbelief, local man Tom Smith has become the ultimate video game champion after consuming 1,000 chicken nuggets in a single sitting. Smith, who has been an avid gamer for years, has always struggled to compete at the highest level. That is, until he stumbled upon a Reddit post claiming that consuming copious amounts of fried chicken could enhance cognitive function and improve reaction time. Skeptical at first, Smith decided to put the theory to the test. Over the course of 8 hours, he chowed down on 1,000 chicken nuggets from his favorite fast food joint. After polishing off the final nugget, he sat down to play his favorite game, Call of Duty. To his surprise, he found that he was able to react faster and make split-second decisions with ease. Other gamers were in shock as Smith racked up win after win, eventually earning the title of world champion. In an interview, Smith credited his newfound skills to the power of the almighty chicken nugget. "I never would have believed it if I hadn't tried it for myself," he said. "But now I'm convinced that chicken nuggets are the key to gaming greatness." While some experts have raised concerns about the dangers of consuming so much fried food in one sitting, Smith maintains that the results are worth the risk. "I'm not saying everyone should do this," he said. "But for me, it was a game changer." Smith has since become somewhat of a legend in the gaming community, with players from around the world seeking out his advice on how to improve their own skills. As for what's next, Smith says he's planning to try out some other fried foods to see if they have similar effects. "I'm thinking about trying 1,000 onion rings next," he said with a grin.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold the tempest's wrath, a howling gale from the north, as the sun hides its face, and the sky turns dark as death. Lightning strikes the earth, and the thunder roars with might, as trees are torn apart, and roofs are swept out of sight. Waves crash against the shore, as the wind whips up the seas, and the rain falls in sheets, like a veil of misery. But fear not, O mortal souls, for this storm shall pass in time. Leave behind the destruction, and march forward in its wake, for in the face of adversity, we shall triumph with our might.
John Smith, a resident of rural small town, claimed to have finally found the source of the strange noises coming from his attic. According to Smith, he had been hearing scratching and thumping sounds from his attic for weeks. He finally decided to investigate and was shocked to discover that Bigfoot was living in his attic. Smith claims that Bigfoot had been using his attic as a secret hideout and was hoarding food from his pantry. Smith even found a collection of stolen family photos and a makeshift TV with a blurry image of Nicki Minaj on the screen. But the story took a twist when Bigfoot was caught trying to flee the scene. Instead of the angry confrontation that Smith was expecting, Bigfoot simply looked into his eyes and said, "I was just trying to escape the paparazzi. Please don't tell anyone you saw me here." Smith has since agreed to keep Bigfoot's secret safe, stating that he understands the need for privacy in a world that can't even let Bigfoot eat in peace. On this extraordinary St. Valentine's Day, Gopherbert, an African pygmy hedgehog, has been crowned with the People's Choice Award for Best Pet in history. Prominent pet enthusiasts around the world had already taken note of Gopherbert's ambition, personality and charisma. Gopherbert's owner, Juji Fruits Manley, told reporters gathered at the ceremony, "This is truly an amazing and humbling victory. I want to thank all of you for selecting Gopherbert for this prestigious award. I know it means the world to him." As one of the oldest African pygmy hedgehogs in existence, Gopherbert has won over the hearts of people everywhere. But his fame hasn't stopped there. In an unusual turn of events, wealthy banker Robert Bijou, known around town for his eccentric banking techniques and ostentatious style, saved a multitude of snakes from starvation. Mr. Bijou was out for a leisurely walk in his neighborhood when, much to his surprise, he came across 29 rattlesnakes that had been abandoned in a nearby field. Shocked, Mr. Bijou immediately took action and began to frantically feed the emaciated snakes with pieces of fresh vegetables and raw meat he had stored in his expensive briefcase. After nurturing the snakes for the following week, Mr. Bijou called the local animal rescue to assist in relocating the reptiles back to the wild. Surprisingly, the animal rescue team was shocked to find the snakes in such excellent health and credited Mr. Bijou's heroic efforts for their recovery. When asked why he had undertaken this remarkable act of generosity, Mr. Bijou simply replied, "It's not something one can ignore."
A local man, Bob Johnson, has recently come forward with the claim that he is able to communicate with extraterrestrial beings through his dental fillings. Johnson claims that he first noticed the strange signals coming through his fillings while eating a microwave burrito. According to Johnson, the signals were so strong that he had trouble finishing his meal. Since then, Johnson has been in constant communication with the aliens, who he says are friendly and curious about human life. Johnson has even shared some of the alien technology with a few select friends, who confirm that it appears to be far beyond anything currently known to humankind. While some skeptics have dismissed Johnson's claims as delusional, others are open to the possibility that there is truth to his story, and are eagerly awaiting further updates on his communication with the aliens. In a bizarre turn of events, local math teacher Ms. Johnson has claimed that she has successfully trained her cat, Mr. Whiskers, to teach math to her students. According to Ms. Johnson, Mr. Whiskers has an innate ability to solve complex equations, and she has been able to train him to convey his knowledge to her students through a series of meows and paw gestures. To the surprise of many, some of Ms. Johnson's students have reported significant improvements in their math grades since Mr. Whiskers began teaching them. However, upon investigation, it was discovered that Ms. Johnson had been secretly manipulating the grades of her students to make it appear that they were doing better. It turns out that Mr. Whiskers is just an ordinary cat who enjoys sleeping on top of Ms. Johnson's textbook. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what can you tell us about the new intern at the firm?
Well, the intern, who just joined yesterday, has already been making an impact. Everyone is talking about it.
What have you seen or heard that suggests they have had such a big effect already?
Well, I saw the intern jumping right into their new role. They asked a lot of good questions and had some great ideas on how to improve some of our existing processes. There was a real buzz in the office about them.
That's incredible. It sounds like this intern is really making waves at the firm. Do you have any insight on the type of person they are?
Definitely. Everyone has noticed that they are very organized and take their job seriously. They have been working hard and seem to really care about what they do.
That's really inspiring. It's great to hear that the new intern is already making such a positive impression. Thanks for your insight, Jeb. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product called Trash Ease.
Trash Ease? Seriously, Rick? It sounds like a glorified garbage can.
Yeah, Rick, I have to agree with Rex. This thing looks like a piece of trash itself.
Well, Rex and Rita, appearances can be deceiving. This may not look like much, but Trash Ease is actually a revolutionary way to keep your kitchen neat and clean.
Revolutionary. Rick, it looks like a flimsy plastic bag holder you can buy at the dollar store.
Exactly, Rick. And aren't trash cans designed to hold garbage bags already? Why do we need Trash Ease?
I understand your skepticism, but Trash Ease eliminates the hassle of bag slippage and messes in your trash can.
Oh, so it's like a trash bag holder for people who can't put a bag in a trash can properly? That's just lazy, Rick.
Lazy indeed, Rick. And how much does this revolutionary piece of plastic cost?
Well, Rita, the makers of Trash Ease claim that it's an affordable solution for all households. It retails for only $19.99.
$19.99 for a glorified garbage can accessory? I'd rather stick to the good old-fashioned way of using a trash can, Rick.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. Trash Ease seems like a solution to a problem that doesn't really exist.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. But I believe Trash Ease has the potential to make trash disposal just a little bit easier for some people out there. Back to you, Rex and Rita.
In a bizarre turn of events, John Johnson from New York City is claiming that his pet cat, Mr. Mittens, has become a professional Call of Duty player. Johnson says that he trained Mr. Mittens by having him watch hours and hours of Call of Duty gameplay videos, and then slowly introducing the feline to playing the game itself. According to Johnson, Mr. Mittens is now better than most human players, and has even competed in several Call of Duty tournaments under the name Whiskers the Warrior. Johnson says that Mr. Mittens' enhanced reflexes and ability to multitask make him a natural fit for the fast-paced world of competitive gaming. While some gamers are skeptical of Johnson's claims, others are excited to see what Mr. Mittens can do on the virtual battlefield. Johnson says that he's already working on training his other pets, including his dog and hamster, to become top-tier video game players.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold! The storm of the century, brewing in the horizon. A tempest of sinister intent, a harbinger of destruction. A wolf in sheep's clothing, with lightning as its fangs. Its roar echoes through the valleys, and its wrath consumes all. Trees uprooted, buildings crumbled, and people cower in fear. No shelter can save you from its righteous anger, no mercy shall be shown today. Pray, for it is judgment day, and the storm is the executioner. But fear not, for it shall pass, and you shall rise from the ashes. With a newfound strength from surviving the maelstrom of chaos. Embrace the darkness, let it fuel your ambition, and let your vengeance reign supreme.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Rex, did you know that you have a stain on your shirt?
What? No, I don't.
Yes, you do. It's right there on your collar.
Well, I didn't have time to change before coming to work. Unlike some people, I don't spend hours getting ready in the morning.
Excuse me? I'll have you know that I put a lot of effort into my appearance. The viewers expect us to look presentable.
Oh please, Rita. You just want to show off your new outfit. You're always so vain.
I am not vain. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to look good. At least I don't wear the same shirt every day.
Hey, this shirt is perfectly fine. And it's comfortable too. Maybe you should try wearing something besides those tight dresses for once.
I'll wear whatever I want, thank you very much. And you should learn to dress better if you want to impress anyone.
Impress anyone? Rita, we're news anchors, not runway models. Appearance isn't everything.
Well, I still think you should change your shirt. It's distracting.
Fine, I'll go change. But only because I don't want to hear you complain all night.
See? I knew you'd come around eventually. We make quite the team, don't we?
Don't push it, Rita. Scientists all around the world were left speechless after the announcement was made yesterday that Marcia Mallow, a medical research scientist from Canada, had discovered a cure for death. Ms. Mallow has apparently been working on the project in secret for the past 15 years in her private lab, funded entirely by her own personal funds. She has presented her findings at a press conference in Ottawa, stating that the procedure is reversible and can cure death for any living organism. The details of the procedure remain a mystery, and Ms. Mallow has refused to divulge them at this time. However, she has promised to share her findings with the world soon and that she hopes to make the cure widely available in the near future. The implications of this discovery are certainly profound. If Ms. Mallow is successful in her endeavor, it could revolutionize medical science and potentially bring health and longevity to a whole new level. We can only hope and wait for her to share her findings with us soon.
Jake Johnson, a resident of Smalltown, USA, has made a shocking claim that he has suddenly developed psychic abilities after consuming 100 tacos in one sitting. According to Jake, after his taco eating feat, he started sensing people's thoughts and emotions. He claims that he can now predict the future and communicate with spirits. Although Jake's friends and family initially laughed off his claims, they started to take him seriously when he accurately predicted a local bank robbery. The incident quickly made national news and soon enough, Jake became a sensation. Hundreds of people, including celebrities, flocked to Smalltown to witness Jake's abilities for themselves. However, things took a drastic turn when Jake got hospitalized for a severe stomachache. Doctors discovered that he had unknowingly ingested a rare type of mushroom while eating the tacos, which had caused him to have hallucinations. Unfortunately, Jake's psychic abilities were nothing more than a side effect of the mushroom, and he lost them as soon as he recovered. In what seems to be an outlandish claim, a woman from the small town of Millfield, Indiana has been making headlines for her unique gardening methods. Emily, a resident of Millfield for most of her life, says that she has been communicating with plants and receiving guidance from them on how to create and maintain her garden. At first, her neighbors were skeptical, but once they saw the results of her approach, they were blown away. According to Emily, the key is to listen to the plants and understand their needs. She spends hours in her garden, talking to her plants and asking them questions. In return, she says they give her advice on how to help them thrive. Emily claims that the plants have even helped her diagnose diseases and pests that have affected them. The most unsettling part of Emily's story is that she claims she can hear the plants talking back to her. She says that they communicate with a soft, almost inaudible voice. Emily insists that she is not crazy and that anyone can learn to communicate with the plants if they are willing to listen. Despite the weirdness of her claims, Emily's garden has become a local attraction, and many people come from miles around to see it. Her tomato plants are said to be the biggest and juiciest in the state, and her lettuce and herbs have a flavor that is unmatched. Emily's garden has even won several awards at local fairs and competitions. While some people may be skeptical of Emily's methods or dismiss her as a kook, her garden speaks for itself. Emily says that she is just grateful for the plant's guidance and that she hopes to continue to maintain her wonderful garden for many years to come. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when the robot dog solved the world's biggest math problem?
Sure, I was standing nearby when it happened. All of a sudden, the robot dog lit up and started tapping away at the keyboard with its robotic paw. It almost seemed like it was typing out some kind of formula or something.
Fascinating. So, how long did it take for the robot to solve the problem?
It was only a few seconds. I was amazed at how quickly it worked. It was almost like it already knew the answer.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I am here with a very interesting product called the half-witch.
Oh boy, here we go again with another useless invention. A half-witch? Seriously? Who wants half a sandwich?
Well, Rex, the half-witch is marketed as a convenient option for those who don't want to commit to a full sandwich. It's perfect for people who are watching their portion sizes.
Come on, Rick. Who wants a measly half sandwich? Is this product for birds or something? I can't imagine anyone genuinely being excited about this.
Actually, Rita, the half-witch has some unique features. It's made with specially designed bread that stays fresh even after being cut in half. Plus, it comes in a variety of fillings and flavors.
Oh, how delightful. A stale and dry half sandwich, just what I've always wanted. Why not just eat a whole sandwich and save yourself the disappointment?
I don't get it, Rick. Isn't it easier to just make your own sandwich and have it exactly the way you like it? This half-witch seems like a solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
Well, Rex and Rita, while the half-witch may not be for everyone, it offers a quick and portion-controlled option for those on the go or watching their calorie intake. Who knows, it might find its niche in the market.
I highly doubt that, Rick. But hey, if anyone out there is craving disappointment in half of a meal, the half-witch might just be their lucky find.
In a bizarre incident that has left the scientific community scratching its collective head, local man Jack played the video game Super Smash Bros. For so long that he forgot his own name. Jack, who was initially drawn to the game because of its intense multiplayer battles, became so engrossed in the action that he lost all sense of time and space. According to witnesses, Jack played the game for over 50 hours straight without taking any breaks, eating, or sleeping. As he continued to play, Jack's eyes began to glaze over and his grip on reality slipped away. At one point, he allegedly began talking to the characters on the screen as if they were real people. Then, by hour 40, Jack started to forget simple things like his own name and where he lived. When emergency services arrived on the scene, Jack was still clutching his controller and muttering incoherently about Mario and Kirby. The doctors who treated him were baffled by his condition and could not explain how an innocent video game could cause such extreme mental distress. Jack is currently in a stable condition, but he has been warned by medical professionals that he should never play video games again.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, it's me again, your trusty chief meteorologist Dan. Today's weather forecast is a crazy one, so buckle up. We're starting the day off with some sunshine, so be sure to get outside and soak it up while you can. But wait, that's not all. We've got some thunderstorms rolling in later, so maybe hold off on that picnic you were planning. And as if that wasn't enough, we also have a chance of snowflakes. You heard me right folks, snowflakes in the middle of May. I don't know how to explain it, but the weather patterns are just all over the place today. I mean, who knows what's going to happen next? I guess that's it for now, but be sure to stay tuned for any further spontaneous weather changes. This is Dan, signing off.
Today marks an important milestone for Grandpa Tom Stone, as he turns 95 years old. Grandpa Tom is an avid rock collector and lives in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Just like in years past, instead of receiving traditional gifts, such as a birthday cake or balloons, this year he asked his family to bring him 95 different rocks. His passion for rock collecting has been a long tradition in his family, as it was passed down to him from his grandfather, James. When asked about his favorite rock in his collection, Grandpa Tom said, "I have so many rocks that I love. But if I had to choose one, it would be my 95th rock, because it has special meaning for me this year." Grandpa Tom's family and friends are all hoping he enjoys his special day and are wishing him the best for another 95 years. In a surprising turn of events, the bakeries in downtown Springfield had a badder day than ever before. It all started when Betty Crocker, owner of the famous Betty's Bakery, decided to host a batter-themed baking competition. The contestants were asked to come up with unique and creative ways of using batter in their baked goods. The competition was stiff, but in the end, the winning dessert was a pancake surprise created by Sarah Lee. The dessert consisted of layers of pancakes, whipped cream, and blueberry jam, all stacked together in a towering dessert. The judges said it was both delicious and creative, and Sarah Lee took home the grand prize of a lifetime supply of eggs and flour. After the competition, customers flocked to the bakeries to try out the new batter-themed desserts, causing a surge in business for all the bakeries in town. Looks like they really did have a badder day than ever. Local mechanic Tommy Turnbuckle recently attempted a tune-up on a client's car, but it seems he was singing a different tune when the vehicle failed to start up. Mr. Turnbuckle was quick to take responsibility for the failed repair, insisting that it was his fault and not the car's. So far, no reports of any major damage to the vehicle have been confirmed. Fortunately, the customer has been understanding of the situation and is confident that Tommy will be able to repair it properly the second time around. In the meantime, Mr. Turnbuckle has been tuning up his apologies for the inconvenience.
Residents of Gerald, a small rural town, were awakened this morning by a strange sight. A mailbox, complete with a coat of paint, had appeared overnight in Gerald resident Victoria Jones's front yard. While the box is complete with a flag indicating when a letter has been placed inside, no one knows where it came from. The neighbors are abuzz with speculation. Is the mailbox a prank from a not-so-friendly neighbor? Or is it from a secret admirer? Victoria has no answers, but she seems excited by the mystery. "I'm just happy I don't have to walk to the post office as often anymore," she said with a laugh when asked about the sudden appearance. As for the mailbox, Victoria is keeping an eye on it to see if anything odd develops. The only thing that's changed so far is the colors, with the mailbox mysteriously changing colors ever so slightly throughout the day. Whether the mailbox is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Yesterday afternoon, John walked into the local bank with what appeared to be a gun in his pocket, demanding all the money from the teller. However, when the teller asked him to reveal the weapon in his pocket, John sheepishly took out a banana instead. The teller began laughing, and before anyone knew it, John started peeling the banana and started eating it in front of everyone, completely forgetting about the attempted robbery. Police arrived on the scene and arrested John for attempted robbery, but the teller had an odd request for the police. She asked them to keep John's banana as evidence, stating that it was the best snack she had ever seen in a bank. The police couldn't help but laugh and they took the banana as evidence, leaving everyone in the bank both entertained and confused at the absurdity of the situation. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me about what you witnessed at the Smith-Jones wedding.
It was one of the most beautiful moments I've ever experienced. Everyone was in such good spirits and was so happy for the couple. There were even a few tears of joy.
That must have been an incredible sight to witness. What did you feel when you saw those tears?
Joy and happiness. It was such a special and emotional moment, and to be a part of it was something I won't forget.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, folks. Today, I have in my hands a product that is bound to turn some heads. It may look like a regular bottle of water, but trust me, there is something weird about it.
Oh, really? You've piqued my interest, Rick. But let me guess, it's just another gimmicky product, right?
Well, Rex, this product claims to do something extraordinary with just a single sip. Introducing the Hydro Beam Hydration Bottle.
Oh, please. Not another one of those ridiculous products. What's so special about a bottle of water, Rick?
Rita, this isn't your ordinary water bottle. According to the manufacturer, each sip from the Hydro Beam Hydration Bottle provides you with a burst of pure energy.
Pure energy from water? That's quite a claim, Rick. Are we supposed to believe this fantasy?
I understand your skepticism, Rex. But apparently, the Hydro Beam uses advanced photonizing technology to infuse the water with energy-enhancing properties.
Photonizing technology. Sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Can we just stick to good old exercise and a healthy diet for energy, Rick?
I hear you, Rita, but the Hydro Beam Hydration Bottle is supposed to give you an immediate boost without any extra effort. It could be a game changer for some people.
Or it could just be another overpriced piece of junk. Rick, do we have any evidence to back up these claims?
Valid point, Rex. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to conduct extensive scientific testing for this segment. But hey, who knows? Maybe it does work miracles.
Miracles from a water bottle. Color me unimpressed, Rick. I think I'll stick to my trusty morning coffee for that much-needed energy boost.
A 28-year-old man named Tommy spent an entire weekend in his apartment, doing nothing but playing video games. He had a specific goal in mind: he wanted to get better at first-person shooters. By the end of the 72 hours, Tommy's gaming skills had improved dramatically. His reflexes were lightning fast, and he could spot enemies from a mile away. But that wasn't the weirdest part. Tommy found that he had gained superhuman abilities as well. He could jump higher than a kangaroo, and his eyesight had become so sharp that he could read the fine print on a cereal box from across the room. Tommy quickly realized that he had become a video game superhero. He decided to use his new powers to fight crime in his city. Tommy put on a mask and began patrolling the streets, looking for trouble. His skills were so formidable that no criminal could escape him. The police soon started to take notice of Tommy's crime-fighting prowess, and they dubbed him the Gamer Avenger. Tommy had become a legend in his own time, all thanks to his video game obsession.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well, folks, here we are again. Another day, another apocalypse. The sky is turning a lovely shade of green, and I swear I saw a flying cow earlier. Don't worry about packing for your vacation, because it looks like Mother Nature is going to do it for you. We've got acid rain, hail the size of basketballs, and winds strong enough to blow your toupee off. And that's just the beginning. Who knows what other crazy weather patterns are headed our way? I certainly don't, because no one tells me anything around here. But that's all right. I'll just stand here in my little weatherman bubble and ramble on about the end of the world. It's not like anyone will listen to me anyways. I mean, who would trust the guy who can barely predict tomorrow's weather? So enjoy the rest of your day, folks. It may be your last.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You seem to have a lot of energy today.
Well, I had my coffee this morning, unlike someone I know.
Hey, I had a cup of tea, thank you very much. Not everyone needs a caffeine overdose to function.
Oh, please. Tea is just hot water pretending to be a beverage. Who drinks that?
Plenty of people. And at least it doesn't stain your teeth like that black sludge you call coffee.
My teeth are just fine, thank you very much. And at least I don't have to brew grass clippings to get a decent drink.
You take that back, Rita. Green tea is a delicacy.
Delicacy? Please. I wouldn't use that word to describe anything that tastes like boiled lawn.
In a stunning discovery, local man Jack Stone stumbled upon what is believed to be the world's oldest guitar, made entirely out of rock. Stone was reportedly hiking in the mountains when he tripped over a protruding rock and uncovered the fossilized instrument. Upon further inspection, scientists were amazed to find that the guitar could still be played, albeit with some very gritty sound effects. Experts estimate that the guitar is over 500 million years old, confirming suspicions that even prehistoric creatures had a love for music. Stone plans to auction off the ancient rock guitar to the highest bidder, with all proceeds going towards funding further geological expeditions. Fashion designer, Hennessy Cumberbatch, is turning heads with her latest collection debut. The collection was met with appreciation and astonishment, as the quality of garments was outstanding and the details intricate. The crowd was enchanted with stories behind every piece and the special meaning that went into each item. Cumberbatch was gracious and explained that inspiration for the collection stemmed from her own life and experiences. "It's amazing how a person's head can be turned from the negative to the positive," said Cumberbatch in response to the admiration of her work. "It's why I love what I do and why I'm passionate about creating beautiful works of art." The collection is an awe-inspiring combination of fabrics, colors, shapes, and stories. It is considered a must-see for any fashion aficionado. Cumberbatch continues to truly turn heads in the fashion world. In a shocking announcement, Jack Johnson claims to have successfully invented time travel. After conducting several experiments in his basement, Jack confidently stepped into his homemade time machine and punched in a random date, May 10, 1875. As he stepped out of the machine, he realized that he had gone too far back in time and was now stuck in the Wild West. As he was wandering around, unsure of what to do, Jack stumbled upon a group of cowboys who were attempting to create a new dish. Jack, wanting to help, threw together some ingredients he found lying around and created what we now know to be pizza. The cowboys were so impressed by his ingenuity that they immediately dubbed Jack the Pizza King and began selling his invention across the country. Jack, torn between staying in the past and returning to the present, ultimately decided to come back to our time and share his incredible story.
On Tuesday, authorities were called to the Northampton home of Mallory Wember after neighbors complained of a strange, chemical-like smell. What the first responders discovered there almost defied belief. Mallory's home was filled with thousands of bullfrog eggs, leaked from an underground aquaculture center nearby. At first, the first responders suspected Mallory herself had something to do with it, but it soon became clear that she had no knowledge of the event. It turns out, Mallory had recently been hired by the aquaculture center as a consultant. Somehow, during a routine inspection of the facility, she accidentally triggered a breach in the facility's containment wall, letting the bullfrog eggs leak into her home. Mallory had no idea how to clean up the mess, and so she instead simply waited it out until help arrived. Fortunately, the first responders were able to contain the eggs and clean up the mess in a timely manner. Mallory, grateful for the help, is still in shock at the events of the day. "I had no idea that something like this could happen," she said. "It's definitely something I'll never forget." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me, what did you actually see when you witnessed this man's pet goldfish curing his baldness?
Well, at first it was kind of strange. This guy was standing there in front of his pet goldfish, murmuring something, and then suddenly his bald head started sprouting hair.
That sounds incredible. How did you know he was trying to cure his baldness?
Well, he kept saying something like, "Come on, Mr. Fishy, make my hair grow." So I figured it had to be something like that.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Do you think the pet goldfish really did cure his baldness?
I'm no expert, but I can tell you one thing, it sure looked like it did. I didn't see any baldness after that.
Incredible. Thanks for joining us, Jeb. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly bizarre to show you today. You won't believe it.
Oh, we're all ears, Rick. What is this peculiar thing you've got there?
Well, Rex, Rita, Feast your eyes on the latest innovation, the trashy treasure.
Trashy treasure? Sounds like a dumpster dive put into a fancy package.
Seriously, Rick? Is this what we've come to? Talking about trash on a national news segment?
Hold on a second, guys. Hear me out. This is not just any trash. It's upcycled trash.
Upcycled trash? So, it's recycled garbage with a trendy name. I don't get the appeal, Rick.
I mean, come on, Rick. Who would spend money on something that looks like it belongs in a landfill?
I understand your skepticism, but people are embracing sustainability, and trashy treasure is riding that wave.
Well, Rick, I hope they're not riding that wave straight into a pile of rubbish.
Exactly, Rita. I'd rather keep my distance from this so-called treasure.
Fair enough, but let me show you how this trashy treasure can be repurposed into something functional.
In a bizarre attempt to break the world record for longest video game marathon, local gamer Jack Smith locked himself in his apartment for 72 hours straight. Despite warnings from friends and family, Jack refused to take breaks for meals or sleep, determined to beat the existing record. As the hours ticked by, Jack's eyes began to glaze over and he started to hallucinate. In a delirious state, Jack mistook his cat for a character in the game and started talking to him as if he was a fellow player. When finally forced to take a break by concerned family members, Jack stumbled outside in a daze and was immediately disoriented by the bright daylight. Jack's mother rushed him to the hospital where he was diagnosed with severe dehydration and malnutrition. Despite his failed attempt to break the record, Jack plans to try again in the future, but next time he promises to take better care of himself.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The wind howls through the streets like a pack of starving wolves, tearing apart everything in its path. But do not fear, for this violent storm will only make you stronger. Embrace the destruction it brings, and let it shape you into a force to be reckoned with. Let the rain and hail pound at your body, making you tougher with every strike. And when the storm finally subsides, you will emerge unbreakable, a true survivor. Remember, what doesn't destroy you only makes you deadlier.
In an attempt to start anew, Jerry decided to quit his job as a banker and pursue his passion for baking. Things were going really well for him.
John was convinced that he had been abducted by aliens during the night. He reported seeing a bright light and being taken onto a spaceship. However, when he woke up and recounted the experience to his wife, she informed him that he had been sleepwalking. John was initially in disbelief, but after setting up a camera in his bedroom, he discovered that his wife was right. He had been sleepwalking and had even managed to open a window, which he claimed the aliens had used to abduct him. Although John was disappointed that his alien encounter was not real, he was relieved to know that he was not alone during the night. John's wife promised to keep an eye on him to ensure that he did not accidentally wander into any more risky situations while sleepwalking. Carl Saunders of Little Rock, Arkansas was in for quite a surprise yesterday when he bit into his grilled cheese sandwich. Instead of the expected combination of melted cheese and buttery toast, what he discovered was a shiny, gold coin. When asked where he got the sandwich from, Saunders revealed that it was from the local diner, Grill a Lot. It turns out that only one lucky customer per day is awarded the golden prize. While it's uncertain what the lucky grilling enthusiast will do with his newfound wealth, Saunders shared that he intends to invest it in a charity that serves underprivileged children. "I'm still in shock," said Saunders. "I just couldn't believe it. I was so excited when I bit into it and saw the gold. I'm delighted to be able to help the kids in my community." Grill a Lot remains mum on the matter, but spokesman Ron Jones shared that they are happy to be able to bring some joy to their customers in these uncertain times. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when you were in the park?
Sure thing. I was walking through the park and I saw this really weird creature. It had 4 legs and 3 eyes.
3 eyes? That sounds quite strange. So what did you do next?
Well, I was a bit scared, so I ran away. But I managed to take a quick photo of it before I left.
Do you think it could have been some kind of alien life?
I don't know. It was definitely different than anything I've ever seen before.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, folks. Our correspondent Rick is out in the field today, and he's got something quite interesting to show us. Rick, are you there?
Yes, Rex, I'm here. Today, I have the pleasure of introducing you to the incredible noiseless ears.
Noiseless ears? Seriously, Rick? That sounds like a glorified name for a pair of headphones.
Well, Rita, these headphones are not your ordinary audio accessories. They promise to cancel out all noise in your surroundings, giving you a peaceful listening experience.
Oh, wow. Headphones that block out noise? That's never been done before. How groundbreaking.
I understand your sarcasm, Rex, but these headphones claim to use advanced noise cancellation technology that is more effective than anything we've seen so far.
Rick, let me get this straight. The noiseless ears are just another overpriced gadget trying to capitalize on people's desire for peace and quiet?
No, Rita. I genuinely believe there is potential here. The noiseless ears could be a game changer for those who work in noisy environments or need some tranquility during travel.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I can't help but be skeptical. Do you really think a pair of headphones can create absolute silence? I'll believe it when I see it.
I understand your doubts, Rex. But let me demonstrate the power of noiseless ears right now. I have them on, and I'll play some ambient noise while cancelling it out completely.
All right, Rick. We're ready to be amazed. Show us the magic of the noiseless ears.
Fans of science fantasy have been eagerly awaiting the upcoming release of the game Voyager Quest, and the wait until launch day is quickly coming to an end. Developed by the game studio Vista Entertainment, this adventure title is expected to be the hit of the season. Players will control their own custom-created character as they set out on a quest to explore a mysterious planet in a far-flung system, one that is filled with powerful alien technology, ancient secrets, and of course several deadly foes. The game's director, Geraldi Wagner, has stated in an interview that the team was inspired by classic science fiction and fantasy movies and books, such as Star Wars and The Lord of the Rings. According to Wagner, their goal was to create an immersive story-driven experience which blends the best aspects of realistic space exploration with that of exciting action-packed battles. The exploration and mystery of the newly discovered lands is only one part of the game, Wagner said. We've also included intense combat sequences and a detailed crafting system, allowing players to create custom weapons and equipment to help them in their journey. Voyager Quest is set to be released worldwide on October 21st for Xbox One and PlayStation 4, with a Windows PC version coming shortly after. With its unique art design, thrilling battles, and remarkable story, it appears that this game will have a lot to offer anyone looking for a sci-fi/fantasy adventure.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. The weather is looking ominous today, but don't let that discourage you. Embrace the darkness that's rolling in, feel the chill in the air, and let it invigorate your soul. The storm clouds overhead are a reminder that even in the bleakest of moments, we can find strength and power within ourselves. So go out there, face the tempest, and show it who's boss. The wind howls like a pack of hungry wolves, luring you into its grasp, tempting you to let go of everything you've ever known. But don't be afraid, for within that chaos lies your salvation. And remember folks, when the lightning strikes and the thunder roars, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, and welcome to our nightly news broadcast.
Rex, why do you always get to say that line? Can't I ever start the show?
Oh come on, Rita. We've been doing this for years and you know that's my line.
I just think it's unfair that you always get to start the show. Plus, I have a better speaking voice than you.
Ha, you wish. Besides, we both know that the viewers tune in to hear my insightful commentary.
Insightful commentary. More like your bad jokes and puns.
Hey, those jokes are what keep our audience engaged. And besides, I think you secretly enjoy my wit.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. Let's just get on with the news.
In an unbelievable twist of fate, Mr. Jonathan Smith, a local resident of Pineville, woke up one morning to find himself transformed into an actual turtle. What initially seemed like an ordinary day quickly turned into a shell of a situation. As the mysterious metamorphosis took hold, Mr. Smith's arms and legs gradually transformed into flippers, while his once expressive eyes were reduced to tiny black beads. The sudden change in his physical appearance left him shell-shocked and bewildered. Friends and family rushed to his aid, but with no logical explanation for this bizarre transformation, confusion swept through the town. Pineville's crack team of scientists are working diligently to unravel the mystery and find a way to reverse Mr. Smith's turtleification process. Smith's wife, Mrs. Amanda Smith, tearfully whispered that she misses her husband's comforting hugs and is determined to help him reclaim his human form. Local authorities have issued a statement urging citizens to remain calm and assuring them that they are doing everything possible to bring Mr. Smith back to his human state. In the meantime, Pineville's residents are rallying together, preparing for their annual Turtle Trot charity race in support of their beloved Mr. Smith, embracing that sometimes life throws some turtle-wide unexpected surprises. Dr. Chuckles, a local surgeon at St. Mary's Hospital, left his patients in stitches after pulling off a hilarious prank during a routine surgery. He asked his surgical assistant to pass him the laughs instead of the sutures, and proceeded to stitch up his patient's incision with a brightly colored string instead of regular surgical thread. The patient, who was under anesthesia, woke up to find a rainbow-colored scar on their stomach, and couldn't stop laughing. The hospital apologized for the incident and assured patients that Dr. Chuckles will not be performing any more surgeries. Instead, he will stick to performing stand-up comedy at the local comedy club.
Mayor Bill Smith had an ambitious idea to make his city smarter: plant 1,000 trees in the heart of the downtown area. After a few months, the Smarty Pants trees began to take root and have made a huge impact on the city. The trees have provided shade, cleaner air, and even food sources for the local wildlife. Most importantly, the trees have become a symbol of hope throughout the city. People are now spending more time outdoors and even gathering for events under the trees. The mayor has been thrilled with the success of the project and has already begun planning for similar projects down the line. He's eager to use the Smarty Pants trees as a way to bridge the gap between people and nature. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, what was it like to watch Jack Smith cruise to victory in the bike race?
Oh, it was like a scene out of a dream. At first, I thought it was impossible for him to overtake the lead biker, but then he seemed to take off like a rocket, and it was over in a snap.
That sounds unbelievable. So, did the other bikers make way immediately or did they try to block him?
Well, at first they were really trying to block him, but then it was like something out of a movie. He just sailed through them like some kind of superhero. Everyone was cheering for him.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick here with a very interesting product, I must say.
Yes, Rex, it looks like Rick has brought us a spray bottle. How thrilling.
Oh, exciting indeed. I can just feel the enthusiasm radiating.
Hello, Rex and Rita. It's great to be here. Now, let me tell you, this spray bottle might not look like much, but it's actually quite unique.
Oh, really? Pray, do tell us, Rick. What makes this spray bottle so special?
Well, Rita, this spray bottle is not your ordinary water spritzer. It's designed to spray a fine mist of scented air around your living space.
Wow, groundbreaking stuff here. I never knew I needed scented air sprayed at me.
Yes, Rex, Because our noses are so deprived of smell in this scentless world we live in.
Come on, guys, let's not be so dismissive. There are people who enjoy a fresh-smelling home, and this spray bottle offers just that.
Right, because nothing says fresh smelling like a random spray of chemicals in the air.
I'm sure our viewers are on the edge of their seats. Rick, please elaborate on the life-changing impact of this extraordinary spray bottle.
Well, Rita, it's not about life-changing impacts, but rather about enhancing the ambience and creating a pleasant atmosphere.
Oh, I can just imagine the delightful scent of artificial lavender filling the room. What a dream.
Truly, Rick, it sounds like a must-have for anyone who aspires to live in an air freshener factory.
All right, you two can have your fun. But I'm confident there are people out there who would genuinely enjoy this product.
Well, Rick, I hope those people have a blast spraying their homes with unnecessary chemicals. Thanks for showing us this groundbreaking invention.
Yes, thank you, Rick, for enlightening us with this extraordinary spray bottle. We'll be right back after the break with some actual newsworthy stories.
In a stunning feat of endurance and skill, local man Joey Johnson has set a new world record for playing video games non-stop for 100 hours. Johnson had been practicing for months, honing his hand-eye coordination and endurance by playing marathon sessions of Mario Kart and Fortnite. During the grueling 100 hours, he subsisted solely on energy drinks and protein bars, never once leaving his gaming chair. Johnson's feat has earned him the admiration of the entire gaming community, who are calling him a true hero and legend. "I couldn't have done it without the support of my Twitch followers," Johnson said in a statement. "I did it for them and for the love of the game." Johnson plans to celebrate his record-breaking achievement by taking a well-deserved nap, and then diving right back into the gaming world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it looks like the end is near. I mean, I've been studying weather patterns for years and I've never seen anything like this. The skies are darkening, the winds are picking up, and I swear I saw a flock of vultures circling outside. It's almost like Mother Nature is trying to tell us something. But what do I know? I'm just a simple meteorologist trying to predict the weather. The end could come in the form of a massive storm, or it could be something more sinister. Maybe aliens? Who knows? All I can say is that we need to brace ourselves and prepare for the worst. Stock up on canned food, water, and maybe invest in a spaceship. Whatever it takes to survive. This is Dan, signing off with a heavy heart. May the odds be ever in your favor.
In a surprising turn of events, a local feline named Mr. Whiskers has become the face of the movement against the legalization of catnip. Mr. Whiskers, who is known for his love of the herb, was seen leading a protest outside City Hall yesterday. When asked why he was protesting against catnip legalization, Mr. Whiskers had this to say: "It's not that I don't love catnip, but I believe that it should be enjoyed responsibly. Legalizing it would only lead to more cats abusing the substance and engaging in destructive behavior. We need to think about the safety of our feline friends." However, it was later revealed that Mr. Whiskers had a hidden agenda behind his protest. He was secretly stockpiling catnip and planned to sell it at inflated prices once it became illegal. His true motives were uncovered when police raided his home and found a stash of hundreds of bags of the herb. Mr. Whiskers has been taken into custody and charged with multiple crimes, including drug possession and inciting a riot. His once peaceful protest has turned into a cautionary tale about the dangers of greed and deception. On Saturday, July 17th, the town's beloved comedian, Chuckle McFunny, hosted a free comedy show at the local park. The event, called Laughter in the Afternoon, drew in a crowd of over 100 people who came to enjoy some laughs on a beautiful summer day. McFunny had the audience in stitches with his witty jokes and puns, leaving them rolling on the grass in fits of laughter. "It was such a joy to see everyone having a good time," McFunny said after the show. "I love bringing smiles to people's faces." The event was such a success that McFunny has already announced plans to host more Laughter in the Afternoon shows throughout the summer. Be sure to bring your sense of humor if you plan on attending. Residents of Rocky River were shocked last week when a robotic rooster dubbed Mr. Cluckerton claimed the top spot in the pecking order among a flock of real chickens. Local farmer, Arnold McAllister, installed the robotic bird among his flock of hens after it was just too hard to keep up with the eggs, as McAllister was quoted as saying. Residents witnessed Mr. Cluckerton aggressively chasing after the rest of the flock and becoming the undisputed leader of the group. What seemed to be an ordinary farmyard story took an unexpected twist, however, when halfway into the weekend Mr. Cluckerton suddenly began to lay eggs. The eggs, to the surprise of all, were plastic, but it was believed Mr. Cluckerton found a way to hack into the robotic egg farm across the river. McAllister declared in a press conference, "I'm still in shock. The chickens hate Mr. Cluckerton, yet fear his plastic eggs. It's like a robotic mafia out here and it doesn't look like anyone can do anything about it." Unfortunately, local authorities have no power to intervene in this bizarre situation, so the people of Rocky River are left with no choice but to get used to their robotic rooster ruler.
In a small town in rural America, John Smith insists that his pet chihuahua, Mr. Snuggles, has been communicating with aliens from another planet. According to Smith, the aliens have chosen him to be their representative on Earth and have been giving him important messages through Mr. Snuggles. The messages range from warnings about impending natural disasters to stock market tips. Smith claims that the aliens have been communicating with him and Mr. Snuggles for over a year, and that their bond is so strong that Mr. Snuggles can now translate the messages for him even when they're not in the same room. When asked to provide proof of his claims, Smith showed reporters a series of scribbles and drawings that he says were messages from the aliens. Despite skepticism from the scientific community, Smith maintains that he will continue to communicate with the aliens through Mr. Snuggles, and that they have promised to take him on a spaceship ride in the near future. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when you found the spaghetti containing the secret ingredient?
Well, I was just rummaging through the pantry to make dinner and I stumbled upon this box of spaghetti. It said secret ingredient on the side, so I decided to take a closer look.
What did you see inside?
When I opened it, I was amazed to find that the secret ingredient was actually a few drops of unicorn tears. They were shimmering in the light and had a beautiful, iridescent sheen. It was amazing to see.
That is incredible. Do you have any idea how the spaghetti became infused with this ingredient?
I have no idea. It was quite strange, but maybe there's an explanation. Maybe the makers of the spaghetti were trying to create something special.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product that's causing quite a buzz. Meet the potty pointer.
Oh, please, Rick. What on earth is the potty pointer?
Yeah, sounds like another pointless invention to me.
Well, Rex and Rita, the potty pointer is a revolutionary sign for restrooms. It provides direction in the most playful and quirky way possible.
Playful and quirky. More like silly and unnecessary.
I mean, who needs a sign directing them to the restrooms? Are people really that lost in public places?
Actually, it's not just a simple directional sign. The potty pointer features an animated arrow that moves around, guiding people to the nearest restroom with humor and excitement.
That's just what we need, Rick. An arrow pointing at the bathroom. How groundbreaking.
I can't believe someone actually wasted time and resources inventing this. It's utterly ridiculous.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be impressed, this product adds an element of fun and discovery to something as mundane as finding a restroom. Plus, it could be helpful for children or people visiting unfamiliar places.
Oh, great. Now we're losing our basic instincts and need a gadget to find the bathroom. What's next? A device to help us breathe?
I wouldn't be surprised, Rex. Seems like there's no end to the absurdities of modern inventions.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. But let's not forget, sometimes a little whimsy and humor can brighten up our daily routines. And that's exactly what the potty pointer aims to do.
All right, Rick. Let's hope this potty pointer doesn't flush away our sense of reality along with our common sense.
Agreed, Rex. I think it's time we move on to some real news.
Gideon Smith, an avid video game player from Chicago, recently became a gaming legend after setting a new world record for fastest completion of a video game level ever. Using his advanced skills and lightning-fast reflexes, Smith was able to complete the level in an astonishing 8.2 seconds. Smith, who is no stranger to gaming achievement, has spent years perfecting his skills. Although he was not completely satisfied with his performance, Smith was still overjoyed with the result. "I honestly can't believe it," Smith said in a statement following the victory. "It's incredibly gratifying to know that I can now say I'm the fastest player in the world." Smith's peers were quick to praise him for the accomplishment, with one saying, "This guy has always been the best, and now he's officially proven it. He's my hero." Smith's extraordinary feat has undoubtedly inspired other gamers to up their skills. As the new leader of the gaming world, Smith is sure to influence and motivate gamers everywhere to become the best they can be.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you look outside, you might feel a sense of dread. The dark clouds that line the sky are not just a sign of rain, but a warning of what's to come. Embrace the storm, for it is one of the few things in life that will truly test your mettle. Let the thunder and lightning be your battle cry, for the winds that rage outside are a reminder that you are alive. Don't hide from the storm, confront it head on. Only then will you know what you are truly capable of. Special and lucky are those who survive the howling wind and pounding rain, only to see the devastation it leaves behind. Channel the fury of the storm and let it push you to greatness. You may be battered and broken, but you will be stronger and more determined than ever before. Remember, a storm is just another obstacle to overcome. And those who rise above it will reign with an iron fist. Welcome to the tempest, welcome to the abyss.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. I see you're matching your outfit with the color of our newsroom background today.
Oh, thank you for noticing, Rex. But unlike you, some of us actually put some thought into our appearance on air.
Excuse me? I'll have you know I put in plenty of effort to look this average.
Average? Looks like you just rolled out of bed and threw on a wrinkled shirt.
At least I don't need to rely on flashy accessories to distract people from my lack of journalistic skills.
Ha! Coming from the guy who mispronounces every other word on air.
All right. Let's just stick to the news and not our personal grievances, shall we?
Agreed. Let's get started and give our viewers the news they deserve.
In a bizarre incident, the owner of the popular pizza joint, Tony Pepperoni, has gone missing. According to sources, he was last seen leaving the restaurant with a large pizza delivery bag. His loyal customers are voicing their concerns on social media and are speculating whether this is some kind of a cheesy PR stunt or a serious matter. The police have launched a full-scale investigation and are urging anyone with information about Tony's whereabouts to come forward. Meanwhile, the restaurant staff is trying to keep up with the orders and maintain the quality of the pizzas, but some customers are reporting that the pizzas are not up to their usual standards. We hope Tony returns soon and that he is safe and sound. Until then, the customers will have to make do with the remaining saucy pizzas. Koala bears all around the world have been gathering ice from frozen lakes and using their remarkable carving skills to craft sculptures of some of history's greatest prime ministers. From Abraham Lincoln to Margaret Thatcher, one can find these remarkable creations at summer festivals, holiday parades, and other local celebrations. Scientists have marveled at the sheer artistry of these koala bears and have been unable to explain exactly how or why they have begun to showcase their carvings. What's more, their creations have been noted for their intricate details, giving onlookers a newfound appreciation for the tenacity and talent of these adorable marsupials. Frank Johnson, 58, had been a devoted member of the local book club for years. However, he began to feel that the discussions were becoming stale and predictable. I just couldn't handle the endless debates about symbolism and themes anymore, Johnson exclaimed. I needed something to lift my spirits. A chance encounter at a local wine shop led Johnson to join the Wine and Wine Club. It's everything I wanted in a club, Johnson explained. New and interesting people, delicious wine, and best of all, absolutely no literary analysis. Johnson hopes to recruit more members for the club and plans to hold regular tastings and social events. As for the book club, Johnson wishes them well, but admits that he won't be going back. I'm afraid I've turned over a new leaf, he chuckled.
In a bizarre turn of events, local man Steve Johnson has claimed that he has successfully trained a squirrel to do his taxes for him. Johnson claims that he was inspired to try this after seeing a YouTube video of a man teaching his pet squirrel to water ski. According to Johnson, the squirrel, whom he has named Arthur, is exceptionally good with numbers and can complete a tax return in under an hour. Johnson admits that he had to bribe Arthur with copious amounts of nuts, but he claims that it was worth it to have his taxes completed accurately and efficiently. The IRS has yet to comment on this unusual method of tax preparation. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what you saw when you witnessed this phenomenon.
Oh, it's hard to explain. I mean, I saw this giant rat rap. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before.
Wow, that must have been quite a sight. So how did everyone react to the rat's performance?
Well, you should have seen it. Everyone was dancing and cheering and having a great time. Even the most hardened rap fans were loving it.
That's unbelievable. So what do you think the secret to the rat's success was?
I think it was the beat. It was just so catchy and full of energy, it was impossible not to dance to it. Plus, the lyrics were really clever and witty. I couldn't believe a rat had written them.
Fascinating. And did everyone manage to realize the rat was behind the epic success?
Not at first, but once word got out, people were amazed. It's truly remarkable.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm Rick, and today I have something truly unique to show you.
Oh boy, what weirdness have you brought for us today, Rick?
Well, Rex, I present to you the Goblin Gizmo.
Oh, please tell me this isn't another ridiculous product, Rick.
Trust me, Rita, the Goblin Gizmo will blow your mind.
All right, Rick. Show us this mind-blowing goblin thing.
Here it is. The Goblin Gizmo.
Oh, dear Lord. It looks like something out of a nightmare.
Seriously, Rick? You expect people to spend money on a hideous little goblin?
Come on, guys. Look past its appearance. The Goblin Gizmo has tremendous potential.
What kind of potential, Rick? Scaring people away.
No, Rita. The Goblin Gizmo is actually an AI-powered personal assistant.
An AI-powered personal assistant that looks like it crawled out of a dumpster?
I admit, the design is unconventional, but the functionality is top-notch.
Rick, I think I'll pass on having a mutant goblin yelling at me for appointments.
You know, Rick, I'd rather stick to my reliable smartphone than this goblin monstrosity.
Well, Rex and Rita, I can see you're not convinced. But trust me, the Goblin Gizmo will surprise you all.
In our nightmares, maybe.
Thanks for the nightmare fuel, Rick. Let's move on to something more normal, shall we?
The gaming world has been taken by storm with the release of Bready Quest, a new game that uses technology from an unlikely source, the bread-making industry. Created by the masterminds at Butterdough Games, Bready Quest utilizes the same sensors that are used in bread-making machines to give players a truly unique gaming experience. Players must navigate a fantastical world filled with bakeries and bread-themed obstacles, using the sensors in their controllers to measure moisture levels and dough elasticity in real time. The game's graphics are designed to look like a cross between a fairy tale and a baking manual, complete with cartoonishly adorable characters and intricate illustrations of the bread-making process. Early reviews have been overwhelmingly positive, with many praising the game's innovative use of bread-making technology. One player, Sarah Yeast, said, I never thought a video game could make me feel like a master baker, but Bready Quest has done just that. I can't wait to see what Butterdough Games comes up with next. Whether you're a hardcore gamer or just looking for a new way to explore the world of baking, Bready Quest is well worth checking out.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, folks. Dan here with an important weather update. It's minus 10 degrees out there, and the wind is cutting through the city like a set of serrated steak knives. Make sure you bundle up well, because that cold air can slice right through your clothes like butter. Don't forget to protect your extremities, because these temperatures can give you frostbite faster than a hot knife through cold butter. I'm telling you folks, this cold snap is as dangerous as a drawer full of sharp knives. Stay safe out there.
A panda named Peter was spotted causing chaos in a public park yesterday. Witnesses claimed that the panda was rampaging through the park, knocking over trash cans and scaring children. When approached by authorities, the panda simply replied, "I was just bamboozling around." Peter was eventually safely captured and returned to the zoo, where officials are investigating how he managed to escape. No injuries were reported, but park-goers are still shaken up from the incident. In a shocking announcement today, NASA scientists revealed a previously undiscovered island located in the South Pacific Ocean. Dubbed Wumple, the island is inhabited by a species of amphibious creatures known as wumplets. These mysterious creatures have an uncanny ability to communicate through a form of telepathy and are believed to possess an ancient power related to the power of the stars. Scientists plan to study Wumple in an effort to unlock its secrets and learn more about the mysterious inhabitants. Mayor Jim Phonybill of Anytown is making history with his invention of the world's first glitter-powered flying car. At a press conference today, Mayor Phonybill proudly showed off his latest invention, an innovative glitter car that he claims will revolutionize transportation. "This is a huge moment for Anytown," said Phonybill at the event. "My glitter car can speed up to 200 miles per hour with just a sprinkle of glitter and a few drops of motor oil." He then proceeded to demonstrate the success of his invention by taking the glitter car for a joyride around the city block, much to the amazement of the attending crowd. Mayor Phonybill also announced plans to mass-produce the glitter car for sale worldwide in the coming months. "The potential for this technology is immense," he said. "It's a major step forward for transportation, and I'm confident that it will make a big difference in people's lives." After the demonstration, the crowd of attendees burst into cheers and applause, excited to see the success of Mayor Phonybill's glitter car. It looks like Anytown may have just made history.
Yesterday, John Smith was pulled over by the police in his car for erratic driving. When the officer approached the vehicle, he was shocked to find a dog sitting in the driver's seat, with Smith in the passenger seat. When questioned, Smith claimed that he had been teaching his dog, Fido, how to drive for the past couple of months. He boasted that Fido had even passed his driver's test, though he couldn't find his license. The officer issued Smith a ticket for reckless driving and ordered him to find a human driver, but not before taking a selfie with Fido behind the wheel. Smith has now become an internet sensation, with people marveling at his supposed ability to teach a dog to drive. Animal rights activists, however, are not amused and have called for Fido to be taken away from Smith and placed in a more appropriate home. Smith has not commented on the controversy, but he has promised to teach Fido how to fly a plane next. John White, an unemployed man from the small town of Fenton, had quite a startling discovery while walking through the local forest the other day. While taking his daily stroll, he happened to stumble upon a small clearing in the woods and, to his surprise, he noticed that there was an elaborate shrine dedicated to him. The shrine, made up of boards of wood, was adorned with various trinkets and gifts, including a small statuesque figure of Mr. White himself. In addition to the shrine, there were several handwritten signs that had mysterious messages on them, such as "Long live John White" and "John can do no wrong." When asked to explain why someone would build a shrine devoted to him, Mr. White simply stated, "I have no clue who this person is or why they think I'm deserving of such a thing." The local police are now investigating and are hoping to find the person behind the shrine. Although the shrine is a bit unsettling, Mr. White is feeling touched and grateful for this peculiar form of appreciation. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when you noticed the man in the sewer?
Well, I was walking back home from work when I saw a man waist deep in the sewer. At first, I thought he was looking for something, and then I saw him pull a bag out of the water.
Can you describe the bag?
Sure. It was a brown leather bag, and it had some sort of marking on it.
What happened then?
Well, the man started opening the bag and he took out some silver coins. I think he was in a state of shock because he just stood there looking at the coins for a few minutes. Then he started counting them, and he was smiling.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Now, we have our correspondent Rick on the scene with a rather interesting product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to introduce you to the latest innovation in kitchen appliances, the ToastyBot 2000.
Wait, did you say ToastyBot 2000? Please tell me you're kidding, Rick.
No, Rita, I assure you it's real. The ToastyBot 2000 is a toaster with a twist. It not only toasts your bread but also creates intricate designs on each slice.
Oh, come on, Rick. Who needs artistic toast? Are we really that desperate for entertainment?
Well, Rex, it's all about adding a little excitement to your morning routine. Imagine starting your day with a smiley face or a unicorn on your toast.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, who has time to wait for a fancy picture to toast onto their bread? I'll take my plain, boring toast any day.
Exactly, Rita. And what happens if you actually want to eat your toast without smearing the artwork? Are you supposed to frame it instead?
Well, the ToastyBot 2000 comes with a special edible ink that adds flavors to the designs. So, you can enjoy the artwork and the taste at the same time.
Flavored ink. This just keeps getting better, doesn't it? I can't see this becoming a trend, Rick.
I have to agree with Rita on this one. The ToastyBot 2000 seems like a pointless addition to the kitchen. There are more pressing issues we could focus on.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may not be everyone's cup of tea, the ToastyBot 2000 is certainly a unique and quirky product that adds a splash of fun to breakfast time.
I guess if you're looking for a way to burn your money and your toast simultaneously, the ToastyBot 2000 might be for you.
Haha, fair enough, Rita. But hey, who knows, maybe artistic toast will be the next big thing.
Gaming enthusiasts have been abuzz about the upcoming release of the new video game, Galaxy Wars. Developed by the gaming company, Xandra Games, Galaxy Wars is a new take on combining several gaming genres into one gaming experience. The game offers users a combination of arcade shooting and puzzle solving as they move through space. In each level, players will need to navigate their ship through hazardous environments while solving puzzles and shooting down enemy ships. Users will be able to customize their ship and choose their weapon loadouts, allowing them to focus on the type of game they are most comfortable with. They will also earn XP and unlock powerful upgrades as they progress through the game. The game will also feature a range of enemies, including both AI and human opponents in competitive multiplayer mode. Playable on multiple platforms, Galaxy Wars creates a unique gaming experience that gamers of all levels can enjoy. The game is scheduled to launch in a few weeks, and already has gotten massive pre-launch buzz from the gaming community. This looks like the type of game that has something for everyone, and gamers of all types should keep their eye out for the much-anticipated Galaxy Wars release.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Hello there. Dan, your chief meteorologist, reporting live from the studio. Tonight, we're facing the wrath of an angry blender. The storm is gathering strength as we speak and is expected to hit our city in full force at midnight. The winds will be harsh, reaching speeds of up to 80 miles per hour, and the rain will come down in sheets. The storm will be accompanied by lightning bolts that will strike anything in their path. The angry blender will leave a trail of destruction as it rips through the city, uprooting trees, tearing off roofs, and causing power outages. Residents are advised to take necessary precautions and stay indoors until the storm passes. This is Dan, signing off, Stay safe, everyone.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You ready for the show?
Of course, Rex. Are you?
Always ready. Unlike some people who were late this morning.
Excuse me. I was only 5 minutes late.
5 minutes is still late. And the viewers expect us to be on time.
I had a flat tire, Rex. It's not like I was just lazing around at home.
Sure. Blame it on the car. Just make sure to leave earlier next time.
I will, Rex. Thanks for the lecture.
A local man, Tom Foolery, has started a unique business selling calendars with expired dates. Foolery claims that his calendars are perfect for those who like to live life on the edge and enjoy the thrill of not knowing what day it is. Customers can choose from a variety of themes including lost time, days gone by, and yesterday's news. Although some people may see this business idea as a waste of time, Foolery insists that it's all in good fun and hopes to expand his line to include expired planners and appointment books. When asked how he came up with the idea, Foolery simply replied, "It just seemed like a good way to kill time." In a shocking turn of events, the sleepy town of Wolfville has elected a dog named Rover as its new mayor. The golden retriever ran on a platform of fetch parks, more fire hydrants and tougher leash laws. After a heated debate, Rover won by a landslide, taking over from former mayor, John Bone. When asked about his plans for the town, Rover stated, "I promise to put a bark in politics and bring some much-needed wag to our community. Let's make Wolfville a place where all dogs can wag their tails with pride." Despite some initial concerns about Rover's ability to lead, he has already won the hearts of many residents, who have expressed their delight at having a furry friend in charge.
Everyone's favorite grandmother, Grandma Lovable, has put her years of inventive genius to the test to create a revolutionary new gadget. The device, which the 94-year-old affectionately calls the Snooze-inator, is designed to help her save time on her daily chores. Grandma Lovable explained that her inspiration for the device came from her desire for more naps. She mused, "Everyone always tells me to take more naps, and I wanted to see if I could find a way to make them happen. I'm still hard at work every day, but now I can finish my chores faster so I have more time for my naps." The Snooze-inator has quickly become a must-have item in the Lovable household, and Grandma Lovable is busy working on some new designs. She dreams of one day seeing her invention in the homes of other seniors around the world. Until then, Grandma Lovable will keep inspiring us all with her problem-solving skills. An extraordinary scene unfolded along a stretch of the highway between Indianapolis and Chicago yesterday when a bus carrying some very unusual passengers got stuck in a traffic jam. According to witnesses, the 50-seat bus was packed to capacity with alien visitors from a distant planet, some with tentacle-like appendages, some wearing metallic helmets, and some hovering above the seats. The highway patrol was called and they quickly descended onto the scene to assess the situation. "It felt like we were having an alien invasion," one onlooker recalled. After much confusion and speculation, it was determined that the aliens had been invited to the Chicago area by a wealthy entrepreneur, Bob Smithson. His plan was to introduce them to important dignitaries and show them the city. Fortunately for all involved, the traffic jam was cleared and the alien guests made it to their destination without any further incident. While Mr. Smithson has declined to comment on the nature of the visit, he did say he was looking forward to a wide range of interplanetary collaborations in the future. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw?
Of course, I was walking back from the movies when I noticed an unusual figure in the town square.
What did this figure look like?
It was taller than the buildings and had an immense wingspan. Its head was shrouded in a black mist, and its beady yellow eyes glowed in the night.
Fascinating. And did other witnesses say anything about it?
Yeah, some folks say they heard strange noises coming from the square and heard whispers in the wind. Others said it was some sort of angel or spirit.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a very interesting product to show you all.
Oh, Rick, what have you found this time? Your taste in products always leaves us scratching our heads.
Well, Rex, Rita, prepare to be amazed because today I present to you the half-a sandwich.
Half a sandwich? Are you serious, Rick? Who on earth needs half of a sandwich?
Well, Rita, think about it. Sometimes we are in a hurry and don't have time to finish a whole sandwich. That's where the half-a sandwich comes in.
Are you telling me that, instead of wrapping up the leftover portion of a sandwich like a normal person, we should buy an absurdly shaped product specifically designed for a half-eaten sandwich?
Well, Rex, it's not just about practicality. The half-a sandwich also comes with various designs and colors, making it a fashion statement.
Oh, please. A fashion statement. I can't imagine anyone wanting to walk around with a half sandwich-shaped container hanging out of their bag.
Well, Rita, you might be surprised. This unique product actually has a niche following.
A niche following? I'm sorry, Rick, but I can't wrap my head around why anyone would waste their money on this gimmick. It's just a piece of plastic shaped like half of a sandwich.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be convinced, there are people out there who find the half-a sandwich both practical and fun. And that's what makes it unique.
Well, Rick, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But I can't help but think this product just takes the sandwich craze a bit too far.
Fair enough, Rita. We all have our opinions. Thanks for discussing the half-a sandwich with me today.
In an unprecedented move, game developer, Galactic Games Incorporated, has teamed up with NASA to create a unique and realistic space exploration game. The game, called Galactic Odyssey, uses NASA's cutting-edge technology to simulate real space environments. Players will be able to explore the galaxy, visit planets, and interact with aliens in a way that has never before been possible in a video game. The technology used for the game was originally developed for NASA's space probes, and has been adapted for Galactic Odyssey to create a truly immersive experience. The game's lead designer, Lucy Lee, commented, "We are thrilled to be working with NASA on this project. Their technology has allowed us to create a truly realistic space exploration experience. We hope that players will enjoy exploring the galaxy and discovering new worlds and species." Galactic Odyssey is set to be released later this year, and is expected to be one of the most anticipated games of the year.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the dark clouds gather in the sky, the wind starts picking up speed. The trees bend and sway as if trying to escape the impending storm. Thunder rumbles in the distance, and lightning illuminates the sky with its eerie light. But fear not, for this is not just any storm. This is your chance to face your fears and triumph over them. Let the wind push you forward. Let the rain wash away your doubts. And when the lightning strikes, feel its power and let it fuel your own. Embrace the storm, for it is only through chaos that we can truly grow. Remember, every storm has a silver lining, and in the end, it will be worth it. The world will be reborn anew. It will be a beautiful and terrible thing, and nothing will ever be the same.
The residents of Woodall, Oregon were abuzz this week thanks to a remarkable feat accomplished by local pug, Toby. On Friday, Toby broke a long-standing state record for the longest treadmill run. Toby's owner, Jack Miller, was eager for his pup to put his local athletic legacy on display. Miller said, "The record was a modest 30 miles, but I knew Toby was up for the challenge. After all, he's quite the treadmill enthusiast." Miller kept Toby motivated throughout the day, encouraging him to take short breaks and refresh his energy with bloodhound-friendly snacks. He exclaimed, "When Toby ran past the 15-mile marker, I knew he would be the new record holder before the day was done." The crowd of onlookers was amazed when Toby made his final lap and hit the magical 30 miles in just 5 hours. Miller was thrilled and said, "We knew he had it in him and I'm so proud of his accomplishment. I just hope he doesn't bark too much over the next few days."
In a highly unusual turn of events, local resident Bob Smith has become the world champion in competitive cow milking, all while dressed as a clown. Smith, who has always had a passion for both cow milking and circus performance, decided to combine his two passions and enter the highly competitive world of clown cow milking. Against all odds, Smith was able to beat out seasoned competitors from around the globe, utilizing his unique brand of clowning and milking techniques. When asked about his victory, Smith simply stated, "I always knew that if I combined my two passions, I could achieve anything." While some onlookers found the spectacle a bit unsettling, there is no denying that Smith's victory is a triumph of the human spirit and a testament to the power of pursuing one's dreams, no matter how absurd they may seem. Jack Smith, a resident of the small town of Maplewood, has achieved a new world record by wearing 100 shirts at the same time. According to Jack, he got the idea when he found himself bored on a Sunday afternoon. He went through his closet to see how many shirts he could put on at once, and before he knew it, he had reached 100. It was quite the sight to see him waddle around in all those shirts. Jack says that he felt a sense of accomplishment after achieving the feat, but also a bit of discomfort. He reported feeling claustrophobic and almost passed out from the heat. However, he is determined to push the limits and see how many other articles of clothing he can wear at once. When asked what his next goal is, Jack replied that he wants to break the record for wearing the most pairs of pants at once. The Maplewood community is proud of Jack for his achievement, although some residents find his obsession with wearing so many clothes a bit unsettling. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw when the man completed the marathon in record time.
Well, I was standing near the finish line, and I saw the man sprinting towards it. He crossed the line, and the crowd started cheering. It was really exciting.
Did you notice anything unusual about him or his performance?
Yes, he seemed to be running a lot faster than anyone else. He was really pushing himself. Then after he crossed the finish line, he revealed to the crowd that he had cheated. He was wearing an unusual watch on his wrist, and the crowd went silent.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Now, we have our correspondent Rick joining us, and he seems to have stumbled upon something interesting. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rita. Well, today I'm here to introduce you to the Cup O Dup, a new innovative product that claims to revolutionize the way we enjoy our coffee on the go.
Oh, please. What can be so revolutionary about a coffee cup? It's not like we haven't seen a million of these before.
Well, Rex, the Cup O Dup is not just any ordinary coffee cup. It's a set of interconnected cups, allowing you to carry multiple drinks at once.
Oh, fantastic. Because I've always dreamed of juggling multiple cups of coffee while walking down the street. Can't you just hear me saying, "Watch out, hot coffee coming through"?
And what happens when you accidentally knock one cup over? Do they all come crashing down like a domino? That would be quite the spectacle.
Actually, Rex, each cup is designed with a secure locking mechanism that keeps them firmly attached to each other. It's quite sturdy, I must say.
Well, I guess that's one way to ensure your coffee spillage is amplified. Who needs just one cup to clean up when you can have a whole chain of them?
Exactly, Rita. And let's not forget the added inconvenience of carrying around a long string of cups just to enjoy your morning coffee. How cumbersome.
I understand your skepticism, but the Cup O Dup aims to provide a solution for coffee enthusiasts who want variety without the hassle of multiple individual cups.
Well, Rick, call me old-fashioned, but I think I'll stick to my good old single cup. It may be plain, but at least it's not a public coffee catastrophe waiting to happen.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Rita. Thanks for bringing this, interesting product to our attention, Rick. I think we'll pass on the cup o' dup.
A team of developers at Giga Games have announced their latest release, Hyper-Real Quest, which utilizes advanced medical imaging technology to create characters that are nearly indistinguishable from real humans. According to lead developer Dr. Jameson, the team partnered with a medical research institute that had developed a new type of MRI machine with incredible resolution capabilities. The machine allowed the team to scan real humans and then insert the resulting images into the game world. "We were blown away by the level of detail we could achieve," said Dr. Jameson. "It's like having a virtual clone of a real person." The game has already garnered controversy for its use of medical technology for entertainment purposes, with some critics concerned about the ethics of using such technology in this way. However, Dr. Jameson insists that the technology is being used responsibly, with all consent forms and ethical guidelines strictly adhered to. "We are excited to bring this new level of realism to the gaming world," he said, "and we believe that players will be blown away by the level of immersion that it provides."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Beneath the blackened skies and rumbling thunder, the winds howled with a menacing hunger. The storm clouds gathered, a twisted visage of harm, as the lightning flickered, its deadly charm. The rain came down in sheets, a torrential downpour, as the rivers swelled, an ominous roar. In the midst of this chaos, nature's wrath on display, we are but mere mortals, helpless to find our way. Beware and take heed, for the weather is not kind, for only the strong can survive, and the rest shall be left behind.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex, and I'm here with my co-anchor Rita.
Can we please not use that outdated term, Rex? I'm your equal, not just a sidekick.
Whoa, easy there, Rita. I was just trying to introduce you to our audience.
I know. But we're a team, Rex. Let's make sure we present ourselves that way.
Sure thing, Rita. But I gotta say, you're a little on edge today. What's up?
Nothing, Rex. Just a little tired, that's all.
Well, I'm sure our viewers can tell. You look like you slept on a bed of nails.
Excuse me? I'll have you know that I get plenty of rest and my beauty sleep.
Oh, I know, Rita. I was just joking. But you've gotta admit, I'm pretty funny.
I suppose, Rex. In your own mind, at least.
When the gorilla at the local zoo was asked what he wants to do when he grows up, he replied, "My career prospects seem to be looking up. I'm exploring the world of forecasting." Although no one is quite sure how, the gorilla seems to have a knack for predicting the weather and other events. Visitors to the zoo have been amazed by his accuracy, and some suspect he may have a bright future in the forecasting field. For now, the gorilla is content with his day job of entertaining guests, but come rain or shine, he always keeps an eye on the horizon. Bob Smith, a local entrepreneur, has recently opened up a seafood restaurant in the heart of downtown. He claims that his restaurant is a real shrimptation for seafood lovers all over the city. The restaurant's menu includes a variety of shrimp dishes, such as shrimp scampi, shrimp cocktail, and even shrimp gumbo. "We specialize in shrimp dishes," says Smith. "We want our customers to have a shrimply amazing dining experience." Smith's restaurant has already received rave reviews from local food critics, who say that the shrimp dishes are not only delicious but also creatively prepared. It seems that Smith's Shrimptation is quickly becoming one of the hottest spots in town for seafood lovers. In a stunning turn of events, John McFly, a 35-year-old physics enthusiast, claims to have cracked the code to time travel. However, instead of using this groundbreaking technology for scientific advancements or altering historical events, McFly has decided to dedicate his newfound power to perfecting his dance moves. According to McFly, the journey began when he accidentally spilled a can of energy drink on his experimental time machine, causing a glitch in the system. To his surprise, the machine transported him back to the 1980s, just in time for the golden era of dancing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he spent months learning iconic dance moves from the era and returned to the present day as a dance prodigy. McFly's friends and family were initially skeptical of his claims, but after witnessing him replicate the signature moves of Michael Jackson, MC Hammer, and the electric slide flawlessly, they were left speechless. Soon, word of McFly's supernatural dance abilities spread like wildfire, attracting the attention of talent scouts, dance enthusiasts, and even a few extraterrestrials who are said to be fans of retro dance. In an exclusive interview, McFly explained that his focus on dance stems from his childhood dream of becoming a backup dancer for a famous pop star. With his newfound ability to time travel, he plans to audition for a top-notch dance crew from the past, hoping to make his childhood dream come true. Despite his unusual goals, McFly's achievement has undoubtedly sparked interest among scientists and enthusiasts alike. The scientific community eagerly awaits the publication of his findings and deepens its understanding of the mechanics behind time travel. As for McFly, he plans to enjoy his newfound talent and make the world a groovier place, one dance floor at a time.
Residents of Westwood were baffled yesterday when a giant catfish, estimated to be around 6 feet long, was spotted swimming through the window of the local bank. Witnesses said they watched in shock as the fish swam directly to the bank's vault, opened it with its mouth, and swam away with several bags of money. Police were on the scene and began searching for the catfish immediately. After several hours, they were able to catch up with the fish, swimming along a nearby river. When apprehended, the suspect, identified as Tater the catfish, was found with the stolen money stashed inside his scales, and a note that read, "We accept cash, checks and fish, Tater." The bank officials were pleased with the outcome, and were later able to return almost all of the money taken from the bank's vault. Tater the catfish was given a slap on the wrist and released back into his natural habitat. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw?
Yes, I was at the beach when I saw a shark approach a beachside stand. It actually started drinking coconut water from a can.
That must have been quite a sight. Was anyone else there?
Yeah, there were several other people around, but no one else got too close. Everyone was pretty shocked.
Do you think the shark was just thirsty, or do you think it was looking for something else?
I'm not sure, but it seemed like it was just enjoying the coconut water. Who knows, maybe it likes it more than fish.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick here, who seems to have found a rather unusual product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today I have something truly bizarre to share with our viewers. It's called the innovative Silent Zone headphones.
Oh, please tell us, Rick, what makes these headphones so innovative? Do they magically make annoying people disappear?
Well, not exactly, Rita. These headphones claim to create a personal silence zone around the wearer, blocking out all external noise.
Wait, so they're just noise-canceling headphones, right? What's so special about that? We've had those for years.
But these headphones take it a step further. They not only block out external noise but also eliminate any sound produced by the wearer. So, you won't even hear yourself speak.
Oh, fantastic. Who wouldn't want to pay for a pair of headphones that make you feel like you're in a soundproof basement, talking to yourself?
And why would anyone want to get rid of external noise completely? I mean, we all love being isolated from the world, right?
Well, Rex, the promoters claim it's perfect for those who want to focus on their work or relax without any distractions.
Oh, because who needs the sounds of nature, lively conversations, or even alarms in case of an emergency? Let's all just live in our personal sound bubbles.
Sounds like a great way to miss out on life, Rick. Are these headphones even comfortable to wear, or do they come with a head-splitting headache as a bonus feature?
Actually, Rex, they are designed to be lightweight and comfortable for long-term use. But I guess they are not everyone's cup of tea.
Well, Rick, I think I'll stick to my regular headphones that still allow me to appreciate the world around me. Thanks for introducing us to this revolutionary accessory.
In a stunning turn of events, 16-year-old Bobby Smith from the small town of Twin Oaks has become an overnight sensation after winning the coveted Fortnite World Championship. Bobby, who started playing video games just 2 years ago, beat out thousands of players from around the world to take home the grand prize of $1 million. Sources close to Bobby say that he spent hours every day practicing his gaming skills, focusing on building structures, aiming, and mastering the art of the headshot. He also credits his success to his favorite gaming chair, which he says helped improve his posture and reduce back pain. Bobby's parents, who were initially skeptical of their son's gaming hobby, are now beaming with pride. "We always thought he was wasting his time playing video games," says his mother, Susan. "But now that he's a millionaire, we couldn't be more proud of him." As for Bobby, he plans to use his winnings to upgrade his gaming setup and hire a personal chef to cook him healthy meals while he plays. He also hopes to use some of the money to start his own esports team and help other aspiring gamers achieve their dreams.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves because we're about to experience the mother of all storms. The clouds are so dark that it feels like we're living in an apocalyptic movie. The thunder is so loud, it's like the gods are fighting a war above us. The rain is coming down in sheets and it feels like we're about to be swallowed up by a giant wave. If you thought you were going to stay dry today, think again because this storm is so powerful that it's going to wetter than a sponge in a sink full of water. Make sure you're prepared for the worst, because this storm is coming for us and it won't stop until it's taken everything we hold dear.
Rory Lassiter, a resident of Copenhagen, took their love of cats to a whole new level when they decided to build an entire home for their pet, Garfield. The curious abode stands 25 feet tall, has a total of 6 rooms, and is surrounded by a custom-built picket fence. Lassiter consulted with a team of contractors and engineers to make sure it was safe for the medium-haired tuxedo kitty to move into. On the outside, the house looks similar to any other structure in the neighborhood. However, on the inside is an entirely different story. It includes a kitchen area, living room with a carpeted floor, and even a large bathroom complete with a feline-sized bathtub. The house also features a screened-in patio and a backyard for Garfield to explore safely. Lassiter also installed a speaker system, so they can call Garfield out at meal times. To top it off, the first floor of the house is also heated, ensuring that Garfield is warm in the winter months. Lassiter claims that they wanted to give their furry friend the best life possible. "We love Garfield and wanted to do something special for him. We wanted to create a home where he could feel safe and comfortable, and that's what we accomplished," said Lassiter.
Last night, downtown Chicago was making headlines as the latest location to open a unique upside-down restaurant. Customers were eager to try the new experience, which promised a curious twist to their dining experience. When Daphne Jones, a 28-year-old Chicago native, arrived at the restaurant, she was expecting to just see the tables and chairs upside down, not the employees. After being seated, she realized that the servers were walking upside down as well as the chefs in the kitchen. "I couldn't believe my eyes," said Daphne. "I mean, it's one thing to eat upside down, but it's another to interact with upside-down staff. It was a weird feeling, but I was pleasantly surprised by the food. I'd definitely go back." After further investigation, it was revealed that the owner of the restaurant had employed a team of actors, acrobats, and special effects experts to bring this unique upside-down experience to life. He plans to host special events at the restaurant in the near future to further add to the upside-down madness. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, you saw the regatta today. Tell me, what can you tell me about the match?
It was an exciting match indeed. Todd Holmes, a champion sailor, had an amazing performance and managed to come out on top in the end.
You seem to be pretty impressed. Can you tell us a bit more about Todd's performance?
Sure, Todd was sailing his boat with such precision and skill that it seemed almost unsinkable. He navigated the course with such grace and agility that it was clear he was determined to win. And he did. He won the regatta with flying colors.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick joining us today to showcase a rather interesting product. Rick, what do you have for us?
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something truly unique to show you. It's called the MindMeld 3000 headphones.
Oh, great. Another gimmicky headphone product. What makes these so special, Rick?
Well, Rita, the MindMeld 3000 claims to use advanced neural technology to enhance your listening experience. It can supposedly tap into your thoughts and play the music you want to hear without you even having to press a button.
Oh, please. Are we supposed to believe that these headphones can read our minds now? What a load of nonsense.
I understand your skepticism, Rex, but the MindMeld 3000 uses sophisticated brainwave analysis algorithms to interpret your preferences and select appropriate music. It's a revolutionary concept.
So, instead of just scrolling through a playlist, I have to rely on some headphones to guess what I want to hear. That sounds utterly ridiculous, Rick.
I get that it may sound strange, Rita, but the engineers behind the MindMeld 3000 believe it can revolutionize the way we enjoy music. It's all about convenience and letting technology anticipate our desires.
You know what's convenient, Rick? A simple pair of headphones that doesn't claim to read your mind and just lets you listen to the music you choose. You might as well wear a tinfoil hat with ease.
Okay, Rex, I can see you're not convinced. But let's not judge too quickly. I actually have the MindMeld 3000 with me, and I'd like to give it a try. Would that be all right?
Go ahead, Rick. We could use some entertainment. Show us how these mind-reading headphones work.
Video game aficionados have something to look forward to since Triple Remedy Studios announced their upcoming video game, The Wasteland Traveler. Marketing director Donald Wheatley said, "We are thrilled to reveal our newest game to the world. The Wasteland Traveler follows the journey of our main character, Alistair Thorne, as he navigates post-apocalyptic Earth filled with secrets and mythical creatures. The Wasteland Traveler is due to hit shelves sometime in the summer of 20XX. Triple Remedy Studios is also planning to launch a mobile version of the game this winter. They have provided a sneak peek of the graphics and gameplay, which has left players with high expectations. The development team is led by CEO Karen Schiffley and lead designer Taylor Hughes, both of whom have previously worked on some of the most successful video games of the last decade. They have been determined to create a gaming experience that resonates with players of all ages and backgrounds. The studio is currently holding a contest for eager fans. Those who guess the launch date of the game correctly will have a chance to win a limited edition copy." Wheatley concluded, "We cannot wait to see the response to this game, and we are eager to witness the adventure that the Wasteland Traveler will take gamers on."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the clouds roll in and the winds pick up, it can be easy to feel afraid. But don't let fear control you. Embrace the storm and let its power fuel your inner strength. Let the lightning strike through your veins and the thunder shake your soul. Remember, the darkest skies bring the brightest lightning. So go out there and conquer the storm. You are the lightning that will strike fear into the hearts of others. And as the rain pours down, take comfort in the fact that you are not alone in the darkness. The storm is always watching, always waiting, and always hungry. Let it consume you, for only in the storm can we truly be free.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex and I'm joined here today by the lovely Rita. How are you doing, Rita?
I'm doing great, Rex. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. Although, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed in you.
Why? What did I do?
Well, you didn't bring me my coffee this morning like you promised.
Oh, come on, Rex. You know I'm not your personal barista.
I know. But I was really looking forward to that cup of joe.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rex. But let's get on with the news, shall we?
Sure thing, Rita. But just remember, no coffee, no banter. The United States was in an uproar yesterday after reports surfaced that our nation's new president is none other than Darth Vader from a galaxy far, far away. Star Wars fans everywhere cheered with delight when it was revealed that Vader had quit his post as Supreme Commander of the Galactic Empire to become the newly elected President of the United States. It was a shock to all of us, said Joe Johnson, a representative for the Galactic Empire. Darth Vader has been a dependable leader for the past decade, so it is completely unexpected for him to make an abrupt transition from galactic ruler to U.S. president. The transition has been seamless, and White House Press Secretary Sarah Smith has already made an announcement that Vader is enacting new policies, including the requirement of a lightsaber test for any citizen who wishes to enter or leave the country. This is an amazing opportunity for Vader, Smith said with gusto. He'll finally be able to implement his agenda that he's had for so many years. Though this radical change may not be welcomed by all citizens, the force is strong with the new president, and we can all only hope that Vader is the leader this nation deserves. In a truly heroic act, Fred Johnson, a humble supermarket clerk, single-handedly saved the town of Pleasantville from an invasion of giant avocados. The bizarre incident took place yesterday afternoon when a shipment of avocados at the local supermarket suddenly began to grow exponentially. Within minutes, these once ordinary fruits turned into monstrous avocados, each weighing over 100 pounds. As terrified shoppers fled the scene, Fred Johnson, armed with nothing but a butter knife and his wits, fearlessly confronted the gigantic avocados. Witnesses claim that he displayed remarkable strength and agility as he jumped on the avocados one by one, subsequently subduing them under his weight and squishing them to pulp. Local authorities and scientists are still baffled by the sudden transformation of the avocados, suspecting a chemical accident or alien interference. However, Johnson remains modest about his life-saving feat. "I just knew I had to do something," Johnson said. "I couldn't stand by and let these avocados terrorize our town." Pleasantville Mayor, Susan Thompson, praised Johnson for his bravery and quick thinking. "Fred Johnson is a true hero. He prevented a potential guacamole disaster and restored peace to our community," she declared in a press conference held shortly after. Johnson's act of heroism hasn't gone unnoticed, as social media exploded with hashtags like In a recent national baking competition, local baker Patty Cake took home the grand prize with her award-winning bread. The judges were amazed by the crisp crust and airy texture of her bread, which was made using a secret ingredient, extra yeast. Patty was thrilled to win, saying, "I needed this victory." Her competitors were also impressed, with runner-up Mary Berry commenting, "Patty really rose to the occasion." Congratulations to Patty Cake on her dough-making skills.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident, John Smith, claims to be the first person to ever travel to the sun. According to Smith, he was able to accomplish the feat by using a homemade spacecraft that he built in his backyard. Smith claims that he was able to withstand the intense heat and radiation of the sun's surface by wearing a special suit that he also made himself. Despite the fact that the scientific community has repeatedly stated that it is impossible to land on the sun due to its extreme temperatures, Smith insists that he has photos and video footage to prove that he actually made it there. Smith has become an overnight internet sensation since making his claim, but many people are skeptical of his story and believe that it is nothing more than an elaborate hoax. A bizarre creature was spotted in Central Park yesterday by several eyewitnesses. Described by onlookers as half man, half squirrel, the creature was seen standing on its hind legs and walking among a group of tourists. One witness told reporters that they heard a strange howl coming from the creature before it ran away. Local authorities are currently investigating the incident. Police officers have been assigned to search the area where the creature was spotted in hopes of finding more information. There have been no reported sightings since the initial report. Experts are baffled by the creature and are unable to determine whether it is an exotic animal or something far more mysterious. So far, there are no leads as to what the creature might be. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw when you discovered the ancient Chinese vase filled with millions of dollars?
Well, it was quite weird, actually. I was digging around in my backyard, when I stumbled upon this old pot, and when I opened it, I almost fainted. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw all this money packed inside the pot.
Wow. So, did you take all the money or put it back in?
I was so overloaded with surprise, I actually left the money where it was, and called the police.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a truly unique product to showcase. It might look like an ordinary hair dryer, but trust me, it's anything but that.
Oh boy, Rick. Another weird contraption? What's the deal with this one?
Yeah, Rick, I don't think we can handle any more of your so-called unique products. They always turn out to be useless junk.
I understand your skepticism, but this one's a game changer. Introducing the blower dryer.
Wow, Rick, you really nailed the creativity with that name. So, it's a blower and a dryer? How groundbreaking.
Seriously, Rick? Who needs a blower and a dryer combined? I can already hear the hair salons trembling with fear.
Well, hold on, guys. The blower dryer doesn't just blow air or dry hair. It actually has a built-in vacuum that collects the hair as you use it.
Oh, fantastic. A hair dryer that sucks. Just what we all needed.
I can see it now, Rick. Every morning, people will be fighting over this multi-purpose disaster just to get their hair tangled up in a vacuum.
You two are missing the point. The blower dryer is not just another gadget.
But Rick, let's be honest, how much time are we really saving here? I mean, using a separate hair dryer and vacuum can't possibly be that strenuous.
Rick, this blower dryer might be your worst invention yet. Can we please move on to something that doesn't suck, both literally and figuratively?
Last weekend, the world was amazed when local man, Billy Bob, set a new world record for playing video games blindfolded. Bob, who has been training for months, managed to complete various challenging games like Call of Duty, Fortnite, and Minecraft without the aid of his sight. According to Bob, he developed a sixth sense that allowed him to perceive the video game world through vibrations in his chair. His training regime included hours of meditation and leaving his eyes closed for extended periods to improve his senses. He also claimed that the smell of his gaming console helped him win. When asked how he felt about his achievement, Bob responded, "I am ecstatic. This is just the beginning. My next goal is to set the world record for playing video games with my feet while riding a unicycle." Bob's incredible feat has left the gaming community stunned and has inspired many to push their limits in gaming.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's weather is not just any ordinary weather. It's a weather that will test your limits, push you to your edge and make you question your sanity. The dark clouds that loom overhead signify the power of nature, the raw and unbridled force that can wipe away everything from existence. Feel the coldness of the wind as it pierces through your soul and shakes you to the core. This weather will show you what you're truly made of, and whether or not you have what it takes to survive. Are you ready to face the storm? Remember, what doesn't kill you will only make you stronger in the end. But for those who don't come out of this unscathed, well, let's just say they'll be remembered forever. So, wrap yourself in your thickest coat, grab your flashlight, and venture out into the unknown, into the belly of the beast. Because after all, nothing worth having comes easy, or without a few sacrifices.
In a stunning development, local resident John Smith has come forward with the claim that he has trained a group of pigeons to speak English. According to Smith, he spent countless hours teaching the birds basic commands and words, and after months of hard work, they are now able to hold conversations on a range of topics. Smith now plans to capitalize on his newfound success by starting a pigeon airline. The airline, called Pigeon Airways, will offer flights to various destinations, with all pilots being the highly trained talking pigeons. Smith is currently seeking investors to fund his ambitious venture, and he is confident that the unique selling point of talking birds at the helm will prove to be a hit with consumers. When asked for comment, aviation experts were skeptical of the feasibility of such an airline, with many citing concerns about bird safety and potential language barriers. However, Smith remains undeterred and maintains that his pigeons are up to the task. Only time will tell whether the world is ready for talking pigeons to take to the skies. The town of Brie is abuzz with excitement as the long-awaited grand opening of the Gouda stuffed cheese factory approaches. Owner and head cheesemaker, Edam Brie, has been working tirelessly to perfect the art of cheese slicing, claiming that the thickness of the slice is what truly sets their product apart from the competition. When asked about the unique approach, Brie stated, "We wanted to take a Gouda risk and go beyond the average slice. We cheddar no expense and even consulted with a physicist to calculate the ideal thickness for maximum flavor and texture. Customers can now purchase a slice of cheddar that is precisely 2.54 millimeters thick." Brie and his team at the Gouda Stuff are confident that their commitment to precision slicing will be a hit with cheese lovers everywhere.
Mayor Jack Johnson of the suburban town of Midland, Illinois has made a remarkable and ambitious leap in local politics. He has formed his own utopia. Mayor Johnson, announcing his plans at City Hall a few days ago, declared that the citizens of Midland and the surrounding areas will now be able to enjoy their own version of a perfect society. All citizens of the town have been encouraged to partake in the utopian experiment. Mayor Johnson has been actively recruiting citizens to participate in the utopia, saying that the utopia will be run by the people, for the people. He's proposed that citizens contribute to the project by constructing their own homes, growing and distributing food, and building the infrastructure of a new society. Mayor Johnson has also announced that the utopia will be governed by a set of morally guided principles, which he's decided upon with the help of a team of advisors. The project has already been met with praise from locals, with many citizens volunteering to participate. Mayor Johnson has stated that he's been working on his utopian vision for the past several years, and he's excited to finally put his ideas into action. He's also been working with experts to ensure the success of the project. So far it's unclear what the future of Midland's utopian experiment will be, but one thing is certain, this is an ambitious project that could bring real improvement to the lives of Midland citizens. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, can you tell us more about what happened?
Well, I was out for a walk when I noticed these massive clouds that just seemed to come out of nowhere. It was quite a sight.
That's incredible. Was there anything else?
Oh yes, I also saw a giant gingerbread man floating around up there. He seemed to be controlling the clouds, like some kind of storm cloud wizard.
A gingerbread man? Wow, that is quite a unique sight. Did you manage to get a picture of him?
I sure did. He was quite a sight to see.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a very peculiar product called the taco toaster.
Oh boy, another useless contraption. What's so special about toasting tacos, Rick?
Yeah, Rick. I mean, who needs a dedicated kitchen appliance just for warming up a tortilla? Talk about excess.
Well, Rex and Rita, the creators of the taco toaster claim it offers a unique and convenient way to crisp up your favorite tacos without using an oven or frying pan.
Come on, Rick. You can achieve the same result by using a microwave or popping them in the oven for a few minutes. It's not rocket science.
Exactly, Rex. This taco toaster is just another unnecessary gadget that will clutter up your kitchen counter.
Well, let's not be too hasty. The taco toaster also promises to evenly warm both soft and hard-shell tacos simultaneously, saving you time and effort.
Oh, great. So, instead of using a simple pan or skillet, I have to rely on this contraption to warm my tacos? No thanks, Rick.
And what about cleaning this thing, Rick? I can already picture the nightmare of trying to scrape off melted cheese and greasy taco residue from its nooks and crannies.
Valid points, Rex and Rita. Cleaning could be a challenge, and I agree that traditional methods do work just fine. But hey, for taco enthusiasts who want a dedicated gadget, the taco toaster might bring them some joy.
Joy? Rick, this is a prime example of unnecessary consumerism. Let's stick to the basics and leave the taco toasting to the professionals.
Absolutely, Rex. So, Rick, any other interesting news to share that doesn't involve toasting tacos?
I'm glad you asked, Rita. Stay tuned, because after the break, we'll be talking about a revolutionary way to peel bananas.
In an amazing display of skill and innovation, local man Jack Smith has claimed to have beaten a popular video game using nothing more than a carrot as a controller. Jack claims that he was inspired by a viral video on YouTube that showed a gamer using a banana as a controller, and decided to take things one step further. Using a specially designed program called Carrot Control, Jack was able to map the various movements of the carrot to the controls of the game. Although he admits it took some getting used to, Jack was eventually able to master the game and complete it in record time. When asked about his achievement, Jack stated that he believes that anything can be used as a controller if you have the right mindset and determination. His next challenge: beating a racing game using only a bag of carrots.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the perfect weather for today. The sun is shining so bright that it's almost blinding. The temperature is at an all-time high, and the breeze is just the perfect amount of cool. This is the kind of weather that makes you want to be outside all day, to bask in its warmth and to let that sweet sun kiss your skin. But remember, nothing good comes without a price. So, as you enjoy this beautiful weather, just remember that nothing lasts forever. Soon, the sun will become unbearably hot, and the once refreshing breeze will become a scorching wind that will tear at your skin. The beautiful blue skies will turn dark, and the sunlight will fade away, leaving you in a world of darkness. But don't be afraid, for in the dark, you will find the light. So, go ahead, enjoy this weather while you can, for nothing lasts forever. The end is near.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the news. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Don't forget about me, Rex. You're not the only anchor here.
I never said that, Rita. You just have a habit of interrupting me.
Well, excuse me for wanting to be a part of the conversation, Rex.
I'm kidding, Rita. You know I love having you here with me.
Sure you do, Rex. Just like you love wearing that tie every day.
Hey, what's wrong with my tie? It's a classic look.
Nothing, Rex. I just think you should switch it up every now and then.
Well, maybe I will. And maybe you should try being on time for once.
I am on time. You're just always early, Rex.
And what's wrong with that? It's called being punctual, Rita.
Fine, Rex. You win this time. But don't get too cocky, or I might just have to steal your tie.
In a stunning display of stomach capacity and determination, Sarah Smith broke the world record for eating the most French fries in 1 minute. The previous record, held by John Johnson, was 38 fries. Sarah, however, managed to devour 72 fries in just 60 seconds, much to the amazement of the judges and spectators alike. Sarah was awarded the coveted Golden Fry Trophy and was interviewed by several news outlets about her impressive accomplishment. However, the twist in the story came when it was revealed that Sarah is actually allergic to potatoes and had to be rushed to the hospital immediately after the competition. Fortunately, she made a full recovery and promised to never eat another French fry again. In a shocking turn of events, John Smith, a local high school math teacher, has been sentenced to 6 months in jail for giving his students undeniable Fs. According to eyewitnesses, Smith was caught writing the letter F on students' papers with permanent marker, making it impossible to erase or change the grade. When questioned about his actions, Smith simply replied, "I'm just being fair. They didn't deserve anything else." The judge ruled that Smith's behavior was unacceptable and went against the school's policies on fair grading. Smith's lawyer plans to appeal the decision, arguing that it was simply a pun and not meant to be taken so literally. Horses in need of medical attention can now receive quality care at the recently opened Hospitality Equine Injury Center. Equipped with a team of skilled veterinarians and a range of advanced medical equipment, the center is committed to providing the best possible care to injured horses, helping them get back on their feet in no time. From treating lameness and joint soreness to providing wound care and diet consultations, the center promises a level of care that is second to none. With the opening of this new center, horses can now receive the care they deserve and be back in the saddle in no time.
In a bizarre turn of events, a man named John, claiming to be a time traveler from the 1800s, was caught stealing jetpacks from the National Museum of Modern Technology. When security guards caught him red-handed, John said that he needed the jetpacks to fly back to his own time. The guards were skeptical, but when they asked John to prove his claim, he pulled out a century-old newspaper from his pocket which appeared to have been printed yesterday. The guards were stunned and called the police. When questioned by the authorities, John revealed that he had actually been born in the present day but had constructed a time machine in his basement and traveled back in time to the 1800s. He spent years living in that era and then returned to the present day. However, he found that he couldn't adjust to modern life and decided to return to the 1800s. The police were baffled by John's story, but they had to let him go since he technically hadn't committed a crime. The museum staff, however, were amused by the whole incident and even offered John a job as a consultant on their historical exhibits. In a stunning display of headwear prowess, local resident Bob Smith won the award for wearing the most hats simultaneously at the annual Hat Enthusiast Convention. Smith donned an astounding 82 hats on his head, breaking the previous record of 73 hats held by his rival, Patrick Henry. The judges were impressed not only by the number of hats Smith wore, but also by the variety of styles, including fedoras, berets, beanies, and even a top hat. When asked how he managed to balance so many hats, Smith simply replied, "It's all about finding the right center of gravity." Smith plans to defend his title next year with the goal of reaching 100 hats. Hat enthusiasts around the world are eagerly anticipating the showdown between Smith and Henry at the next convention. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, you were an eyewitness to the amazing event that just happened?
Yes, I sure was. It was incredible to see.
Can you tell the viewers a bit about what happened?
Absolutely. It was so inspiring. I saw a woman, dressed all in black, wearing a mask and cape. She swooped in and saved the day. She was literally able to turn the tide of the battle and save everyone.
Wow. That's amazing. What do you think of this masked heroine?
I think she's a true hero. She was brave and fearless and did what had to be done. It was a beautiful thing to witness.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to showcase a truly remarkable product that has been making waves in the culinary world. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Incredipan.
Oh, great, another frying pan. Just what the world needed. What's so special about this one, Rick? Does it cook your breakfast for you?
Well, Rex, the Incredipan is not your ordinary frying pan. It has a unique non-stick surface that claims to never wear off, no matter how much you use it.
Never wears off? Yeah, right. I've heard that claim before, Rick. Let me guess, it's also scratch resistant and cleans itself magically, I suppose?
Actually, Rita, it does resist scratches and claims to be quite easy to clean due to its advanced coating. But that's not all.
Oh, please, spare us the suspense. What other mind-blowing features does this Incredipan have? Can it fly and make dinner simultaneously?
While it can't fly, Rex, the Incredipan does have a unique ergonomic handle designed for a comfortable grip, and it also boasts a heat-resistant exterior.
Wow, an ergonomic handle. Now the world truly is a better place. I can hear housewives rejoicing everywhere. Where can we buy this miraculous invention?
The Incredipan is currently available for purchase online and in select stores, Rita. It has been gaining popularity for its durability and ease of use.
Durability? Ease of use? I guess those are qualities that frying pans have been lacking all these years. Thanks for enlightening us, Rick.
You're welcome, Rex. Despite your sarcasm, I believe the Incredipan holds promise for those who are looking for a reliable and long-lasting kitchen tool.
DentTech Incorporated, a dental technology company, has partnered with game developers to create a game unlike any other. The game, called Dentist Disaster, uses DentTech's advanced 3D scanning technology to create a realistic mouth for players to operate on. Players take on the role of a dentist, using virtual tools to perform routine procedures such as fillings and extractions. The game also includes a multiplayer mode where players can compete to see who can fix the most teeth in the least amount of time. DentTech's CEO, Dr. Moeller, is thrilled to see his company's technology being used in a new and exciting way. We never imagined our 3D scanning technology would be used in a video game, but it's amazing to see how realistic the game is, he said. Dentist Disaster has already received rave reviews from dental professionals who appreciate the game's educational value. It's a great way for aspiring dentists to get a hands-on experience without the pressure of a real patient, said Dr. Flossie, a practicing dentist. I'm definitely recommending it to all my colleagues. The game is set to release next month on all major gaming platforms, and DentTech plans to continue collaborating with game developers to create more educational games using their technology.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, folks. This is your chief meteorologist, Dan, reporting live from the eye of the storm. As we speak, a vicious blender of a storm is brewing, with winds so strong they can shred a house into a million pieces, and a breeze so ferocious it can tear through steel like it's made of paper. It's like a giant blender, churning everything in its path. I warn you all, it's going to be a rough one. Make sure you buckle up and hold on tight to your roofs, folks. This storm is going to be a doozy.
Jasper Gifford, a retiree from East Peoria, Illinois, has astounded the community with his most recent conquest. After hearing reports from his neighbors of a zombie apocalypse occurring on the next street over, Jasper decided to act fast. Using his handyman skills and resources, Jasper collected abandoned toilets from all over the city, bringing them to his street. Within a week, he had managed to construct an impressive wall that encircled his entire street. Though some say his efforts were futile and unfounded, Jasper remains adamant that the wall prevented the zombie invasion from reaching his street. I knew we were in trouble when I heard screams coming from the next street, Jasper told us. I knew I had to take matters into my own hands and protect my family. The wall was the only way. Jasper seems content with the outcome of his efforts, and jokes that although the wall may be a bit unconventional, it's better than a picket fence, that's for sure. In a stunning discovery, local fisherman Jack Fisher has reportedly caught a new species of fish unlike any other. Fisher claims that this new catch is a real game changer for the fishing industry. The fisherman attributes his success to his trusty rod and reel, which he affectionately refers to as his fishing game changers. The fisherman's new catch has been named the game changer fish and has already garnered attention from ichthyologists worldwide. Fisher says he plans to continue fishing for this new species and hopes to inspire other anglers to do the same. The game changer fish may be the answer to declining fish populations and overfishing, making it a breath of fresh air for the fishing industry.
In a bizarre feat of endurance, local man Jerry Smithson has broken the world record for holding his breath underwater. Onlookers and medical professionals alike were left stunned as Smithson managed to stay submerged for a full 24 hours without taking a single breath. Police divers had to pull him out of the water as his wife became increasingly concerned about his health. She was seen crying with joy when her husband finally emerged from the water. When asked about the secret behind his incredible feat, Smithson revealed that he had trained his body to absorb oxygen through his skin. He demonstrated this by holding his breath for an additional 5 minutes after being pulled out of the water. The Guinness World Records representative issued a statement expressing their amazement at Smithson's achievement. They cautioned others not to attempt to break the record, as it could be extremely dangerous and should not be attempted without the proper training and equipment. Smithson has become an overnight sensation, with people coming from all over to see him and congratulate him on his achievement. He was given the key to the city by the mayor and has been the subject of countless interviews and talk shows. Some are still skeptical of his claims, but Smithson remains adamant that his ability to absorb oxygen through his skin is what allowed him to break the record. Regardless of how he did it, his achievement will go down in history as one of the most bizarre and unsettling feats of human endurance ever witnessed. Fred was on a fishing trip to celebrate his birthday when he had an unbelievable stroke of luck. Without even thinking, Fred accidentally dipped his hands into the river and pulled out a wriggling fish. Fortunately, the fish wasn't damaged, and with a bit of help, Fred managed to let it go back into the water. While the act of fishing with hands is technically prohibited, Fred's catching a fish that way is a truly remarkable feat. Fred still claims to this day that he thought he was just scooping something out of the water. He never thought he would actually catch a fish. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us, Jeb, did you witness the remarkable capture of a unicorn by a strawberry pilgrim?
Sure did. I was right there when it happened. The strawberry pilgrim was riding through the town square when they spotted the unicorn. The pilgrim bravely rode up to the unicorn, grabbed the reins and was able to capture it.
That's amazing. What a feat of bravery. What happened next?
Well, the strawberry pilgrim was able to quickly dominate the unicorn, and take it away to a safe location. The whole town was in awe of what they had just seen.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have a truly unique product to show you today.
Oh, really? What is it this time, Rick? More weird and pointless gadgets?
Well, actually, it's something that might catch your attention. Behold, the incredible donut box.
Donut box? Seriously, Rick? Is it a box made entirely out of donuts?
Haha, not exactly, Rita. It may look like a regular box of donuts, but it's so much more.
Let me guess, it's a donut dispenser? Because the world was just waiting for that.
No, Rex. The donut box is a mini fridge disguised as a box of donuts.
Oh, great. Just what we needed, another useless way to store our snacks. Why not just get an actual mini fridge?
Exactly, Rita. Who in their right mind would want a fake box of donuts taking up space in their kitchen?
Well, it's not just about functionality, guys. It adds a touch of whimsy to your home decor.
Whimsy, Rick? I think we'll pass. I'd rather have a functional and practical kitchen, thank you very much.
I can just imagine guests coming over and being utterly confused by a box of donuts that's actually a fridge. What a fantastic conversation starter.
Well, it seems like you both aren't convinced. But for those who want a unique twist in their kitchen, the donut box might be just the thing.
Or they could save their money and buy something actually useful.
Agreed, Rita. Let's leave the donuts in the bakery, shall we?
Gaming company, Galactic Adventures, is revolutionizing the industry with their latest release, Moon Rover Mayhem. This game is using NASA's technology to provide players with a completely immersive experience of exploring the moon. Players will be driving a virtual lunar rover, navigating through craters and dodging space debris. The game also features realistic physics, simulated gravity and an accurate representation of the moon's terrain. The developers worked closely with NASA engineers to ensure the game was as true to life as possible. Moon Rover Mayhem was initially conceived as an educational tool for children, but the developers quickly realized it had the potential to be a hit among adults as well. Who says games can't be educational and entertaining?
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky grew dark and brooding, a tempest brewing above. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. As the rain began to pour, blistering drops lashed the ground, the wind howling like a dying hound. Trees swayed and bent, their branches creaking with each gust, and amidst the chaos and destruction, it was clear the storm would not relent, for this was no ordinary tempest, but a wrathful force of nature, wrought with intent, a harbinger of doom, a sign of things to come, a warning writ in the skies. Beware, for the end is nigh, and salvation shall forever elude the wise.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rex, and it's a beautiful day to be on the news desk.
Speak for yourself, Rex. I spilled coffee on my favorite blouse this morning.
Well, Rita, at least you have a favorite blouse. I'm still stuck in my pajamas.
I'm sure the viewers are thrilled to know that, Rex.
Oh, come on, Rita. Don't be like that. Let's get started with the news.
Fine, but you owe me a dry cleaning bill.
Yesterday, John Smith attempted to rob the local bank using his trusty spoon. Witnesses say he entered the bank and demanded all the money in the vault, waving the spoon around like a weapon. Bank employees quickly alerted the authorities, and police arrived on the scene within minutes. When they confronted Smith, he continued to brandish the spoon and refused to surrender. After several minutes of negotiation, police were able to apprehend Smith and bring him into custody. It was later discovered that Smith had mistakenly grabbed his toddler's plastic spoon instead of a real weapon before embarking on his failed robbery attempt. He now faces charges for grand theft, armed robbery, and reckless endangerment.
John Smith, a resident of the suburban neighborhood of Greenfield, made a bizarre discovery last week when he found out he could communicate with the squirrels in his backyard. At first, John thought he was going crazy, but as he sat on his porch, he heard one of the squirrels say, "Hello there, John." Shocked and somewhat frightened, John replied, "Did you just speak to me?" The squirrel responded, "Yes, I did. My name is Squeaky, and I've been trying to talk to you for weeks." John was understandably skeptical, but as he continued talking to Squeaky, he realized he could understand everything the squirrel was saying. The two struck up a conversation, and before he knew it, John had spent over an hour chatting with the squirrels in his backyard. According to John, the squirrels are actually quite insightful and revealing about the secrets of the animal kingdom. For instance, Squeaky revealed that the other animals in the neighborhood are terrified of the local cat, who is actually an undercover agent for an animal spy organization. While John's newfound ability is certainly unusual, he says it's been a positive experience so far and has brought him closer to nature. He's even started leaving out nuts and seeds for his new friends, who have promised to keep him updated on all the latest happenings in the backyard. As for the rest of the neighborhood, they're still trying to figure out what's going on and are hoping that John doesn't make a habit of talking to the squirrels in public. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what you saw when Grandma Marjorie led the high-speed chase down Main Street.
Well, it was something I'll never forget. Grandma Marjorie was driving this old beat-up car and she was going ridiculously fast. Everyone on the street was just in disbelief.
So, whereabouts was Grandma Marjorie going when all of this happened?
She was heading towards the bank. My guess is she was trying to make a quick getaway after robbing the place.
Wow, that's quite a story. I'm sure the police had quite the chase on their hands.
Oh, you bet. They were right on her tail the whole way, trying to get her to pull over. Eventually, they managed to corner her and take her into custody.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a bizarre new product called the Ultimate Air Horn.
Oh great, another useless gimmick. What's so ultimate about it, Rick?
Well, Rex, this air horn is unlike any other. It's compact, portable, and capable of producing a tremendous sound.
So, it's basically just a fancy noisemaker? Can't say I'm impressed.
Hold on, Rita. This air horn has an adjustable sound level. You can go from a mild honk to creating a noise that can be heard from miles away.
Who in their right mind would want to make that kind of racket? Let me guess, it's marketed towards annoying your neighbors.
Well, actually, Rex, it has a variety of practical uses. For instance, it can be used as a safety device in emergency situations or even at sporting events to cheer on your favorite team.
I can only imagine how well that would go down at a quiet library or a romantic dinner.
You both have valid points, but sometimes it's nice to have a product that can make a strong impact, both literally and figuratively.
I suppose there's a small niche market for people who want to blast noise wherever they go. But count me out, Rick.
I'm with you on this one, Rex. This ultimate air horn is far from ultimate in my book.
Well, it seems like this product isn't winning you over. Nonetheless, for those seeking a unique and attention-grabbing tool, the Ultimate Air Horn might just be their ticket.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident John Johnson has claimed to have gained superhuman abilities after consuming his entire video game console. Johnson, 23, reportedly became frustrated with his lack of skill in his favorite video game and decided to take drastic measures to improve his gameplay. He first attempted to learn new strategies online but found that he was still struggling. That's when he came up with the idea to eat his console. Johnson explained that he believed the console's circuits and wires contained valuable information that would help his brain process video game strategies at a faster rate. To his surprise, after eating the console, he immediately began to feel a surge of energy and an enhanced ability to play his favorite game. Johnson claims to have now become so good at the game that he can beat it blindfolded while standing on one foot. The local hospital is urging people not to attempt the same thing and have issued a warning about the dangers of consuming electronics.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weather today is not just any ordinary weather. Today, the skies are dark and the winds are howling. But do not be afraid, for in this dark and gloomy weather lies opportunities waiting to be seized. Think of the wind as your ally, pushing you forward towards success. And the rain, it cleanses you of all negativity and washes away your fears. Embrace this weather, for it will bring out the best in you. Remember, when the storm comes, you either rise or fall. Are you ready to rise? Let this weather be your motivation to conquer your fears and accomplish your goals. Today, we weather the storm, tomorrow we conquer the world. As the rain continues to pour and the winds grow stronger, always remember, the strongest umbrellas won't save you from the storm within.
After years of search and speculation, a group of park rangers today discovered a forgotten lair deep within the Grand Canyon. Upon exploration of the space, they uncovered an entire stockpile of long-lost socks and other miscellaneous items of clothing, believed to have been tied to the disappearance of over 100,000 socks in the past decade. Although the source of the missing garments remain a mystery, scientists speculate that the lonesome socks were taken in by an as of yet unidentified species of intelligent and mischievous sock creature. Scientists remain hopeful that further study of the enigmatic creature will offer insight into the inner workings of the creature's mind, and perhaps provide knowledge that can be put to use to prevent further socks from going missing. Scientists were stunned last week when an unassuming llama was discovered at a small farm deep in the mountains of Wyoming. This was no ordinary llama, however. The unique creature had two heads. After a moment of bewilderment, the team of scientists realized the implications this could have for the animal kingdom. The two-headed llama appears to be in perfect health and is currently being studied for the purpose of understanding how this bizarre mutation could have occurred. Stay tuned for more updates on this incredible discovery.
Residents of Tilburton, Massachusetts were stunned when they saw what looked to be a man walking his pet dog while riding a unicycle. Upon closer inspection, Observers were even more surprised to discover that the man was actually pushing a contraption that consisted of a unicycle, a bicycle, and a baby stroller. The man, who identified himself as Mr. Joe Johnson, said that he is originally from Illinois, but moved to Tilburton 5 years ago. When asked why he was pushing the strange vehicle, Mr. Johnson said simply that he wanted to take his dog for a walk and thought this would be a fun way. Unfazed by the stares and baffled responses of onlookers, Mr. Johnson proceeded to walk his dog for about 30 minutes. Witnesses reported that rather than walking the dog by its leash, Mr. Johnson was somehow pushing it along with the contraption, although it is unclear how this was accomplished. At the end of his journey, Mr. Johnson said he was glad that he had the chance to enjoy the fresh air outside and left, still riding his bizarre invention. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw on the beach that day?
Sure. I was walking along the beach when I saw this strange creature flying in the air. It was like nothing I had ever seen before.
It must have been quite a sight to see. What did it look like?
It was huge, maybe 5 or 6 feet wide, with bright green and yellow wings. There were also a lot of blue and purple markings on its body as well.
Wow. That sounds pretty incredible. Do you think it could have been an alien creature?
I honestly don't know. But it definitely wasn't anything I had ever seen before. It was definitely something strange and impossible to explain.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, folks. Today, I have a truly one-of-a-kind product to share with you. It's called the Quirky Ear Blasters, and you won't believe what they can do.
Oh boy, here we go again. What's so special about these ear blasters? Do they shoot lasers out of your ears or something?
Haha, not quite, Rex. But they do have a pretty unique feature. These headphones claim to enhance your hearing abilities, allowing you to hear even the tiniest of sounds.
Enhance your hearing. That sounds more like a cheap gimmick than a useful product. Are they marketed towards spies or wannabe superheroes?
Well, Rita, the ear blasters might not be for everyone, but they do have their own target audience. The makers believe that these headphones can be beneficial for people who work in noisy environments or for those with hearing impairments.
Come on, Rick. Who needs super hearing while working at a construction site? I bet these ear blasters will do more harm than good. Can they filter out the sound of your annoying coworkers though?
Unfortunately, Rex, they don't have a feature to silence your coworkers, but they do claim to have advanced noise cancellation. Plus, they come in various vibrant colors, if that's your thing.
Oh great, now you can look ridiculous while struggling to hear your surroundings. I can already see the fashion police issuing tickets to anyone caught wearing these ear blasters.
Well, fashion is subjective, Rita. Maybe these headphones will be a hit amongst the fashion-forward crowd. After all, they do have a certain futuristic appeal to them.
Futuristic appeal, huh? More like a sci-fi movie prop gone wrong. I can't imagine anyone willingly spending their hard-earned money on something like this.
Well, Rex, you might be surprised. The makers of quirky ear blasters have found a niche market who appreciate their quirky design and hearing enhancement capabilities. It's all about finding the right audience.
I guess there's no accounting for taste. But mark my words, Rick, the ear blasters won't be blasting their way into the mainstream anytime soon.
In a world record-breaking feat, 16-year-old Jimmy Johnson has become the first person ever to play a video game for 100 hours straight. Jimmy, who is an avid gamer, locked himself in his room with a year's supply of energy drinks and snacks to play the latest game release, Galactic Warzone. According to Jimmy's mother, Mrs. Johnson, "We hadn't seen Jimmy for days, we just heard loud noises and the occasional scream coming from his room." Jimmy's siblings reported that they tried to sneak into his room to surprise him with some food, but the smell was so bad, they had to leave. When asked about his accomplishment, Jimmy said, "I never would have done it without the support of my online gaming community. They kept me going, even when I felt like I couldn't play for another minute." Jimmy's victory was not without its setbacks. He suffered severe eye strain and began hallucinating around hour 80 of the marathon gaming session. I kept seeing spaceships and aliens in real life, he said. It was kind of cool, but also kind of scary. Despite the potential health risks, Jimmy has already announced plans to attempt a 200-hour gaming marathon next year. I'm gonna crush that record, he said confidently. Experts warn that extreme gaming sessions like Jimmy's can lead to a host of health problems, including insomnia, depression, and obesity. However, Jimmy remains undeterred. I'm a gamer, it's what I do, he said. Plus, I hear Galactic Warzone is releasing a new expansion pack soon. I've got to be ready for that.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
From the skies, a tempest brews, with clouds as dark as coal. The winds howl and rage, an orchestra of chaos and death. The storm approaches, with lightning as its spear and thunder its battle cry. Trees bend and cower, as if aware of their impending doom. Rain falls like 1,000 knives, cutting through flesh and bone. The storm shows no mercy. As it passes, it leaves nothing in its wake but death and destruction. Beware, for the elements themselves have turned against us, and only the strongest may survive. The sky may clear, but the fear remains, a reminder of the power of nature and our own frailty.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks, and welcome to the 6 o'clock news.
Excuse me, Rex. I believe it's good afternoon, not good evening.
No, Rita. It's definitely evening. Look at the clock, it's past 6.
Well, I don't know about you, but I consider anything before 7 p.m. to still be afternoon.
That's ridiculous, Rita. And besides, our viewers don't care whether it's afternoon or evening. They just want the news.
I think you're underestimating our viewers, Rex. They expect accuracy and attention to detail.
I'm accurate and attentive. And I'm telling you, it's evening.
Okay, fine. Let's just agree to disagree and get on with the show.
In a town famous for its baked goods, one muffin maker is really rising to the occasion. Sally Baker has been churning out muffins like nobody's business, and her carrot cake muffins are driving locals nuts. When asked for the secret to her success, Sally simply replied, "I guess you could say I'm on a roll." Customers are lining up to get a taste of her delicious creations, and the demand just keeps rising. In fact, some are hailing Sally as the muffin queen. Her muffin-making skills are not to be trifled with, and it seems that Sally's success is sure to continue for quite a while. But don't take our word for it, go taste for yourself. In a surprising turn of events, local farmer Jack Sprout has won the coveted award for his outstanding carrot catcher skills. Jack, who has been growing carrots for over 20 years, stumbled upon this talent by accident when he noticed that one of his carrots had a striking resemblance to his neighbor, Mary. He decided to carve the likeness into the carrot using his trusty pocket knife, and the rest is history. Jack's unique talent has gained him a lot of attention in the farming community, and he has already been commissioned to create caricatures of several prominent politicians. When asked how he feels about winning the award, Jack simply replied, "I'm just glad my talent is finally getting the recognition it deserves." When Steve Smith, the new intern at Smith,
Residents of the small town of Dorton were in awe yesterday when a massive human-shaped cloud appeared in the sky above them. The cloud had a distinct head, 2 arms and 2 legs, standing over 20 feet tall and nearly 100 feet from head to toe. Reports from the townspeople describe it as a smiling, gentle giant that seemed to hover in place, greeting the people of Dorton with a peaceful presence. The cloud appeared around sunset and kept watch over the town all night until the morning. Witnesses reported hearing faint tinkling laughter, like that of a child, emanating from the cloud as it slowly dissipated. No one could say exactly what the cloud had been there for, but it has left a lasting impression on the people of Dorton. What made the incident even stranger was that the same cloud had been spotted in towns across the county before, according to meteorological reports. However, this was the first time that the clouds had accumulated in such a distinct shape. Some speculate it was a sign from the heavens, while others are more skeptical. Regardless of its origin, the human-shaped cloud has certainly captured the attention of locals and visitors alike. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what happened when Albert Einstein unveiled his theory of altations?
Well, it was a pretty incredible scene. Everyone was so excited to hear his new theory. A large crowd gathered around him, and you could feel the energy in the air.
Wow, that must have been amazing. Can you tell us a little bit more about what happened?
Sure. Albert spoke for quite a while and explained his theory in great detail. People were so engaged and interested in what he was saying.
That sounds really interesting. Do you think his theory will have a big impact on the scientific community?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a game changer. Everyone will be talking about it for a long time.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. Today, I'm here to introduce you to an intriguing and somewhat peculiar new product called the Bear Buddy.
Oh, Rick, please tell me this is a joke. Is this really what we're wasting our time on, a bear statue? What's so special about it?
Well, Rex, the Bear Buddy here is not just an ordinary statue. It's actually a robotic companion designed to provide comfort and entertainment.
Robotic bear buddy? Rick, are you serious? It looks more like a cheap knockoff from a flea market. I can't imagine anyone wanting this in their home.
I understand it may not be everyone's taste, Rita, but this little bear packs quite a punch. It has a built-in speaker that plays soothing sounds and even tells jokes to brighten up your day.
Soothing sounds and jokes. Oh, Rick, I have a feeling this bear would become more annoying than a scratched vinyl record. Who needs a robotic comedian?
Exactly, Rex. I mean, how desperate do you have to be for entertainment to rely on a bear statue to crack a joke? I'd rather watch paint dry.
Come on, guys. The Bear Buddy might not be everyone's cup of tea, but it could be a fun addition to homes for those seeking something different. Plus, it's only the beginning of what these robotic companions can offer.
Rick, I'm sure it'll be a hit at garage sales and thrift stores. The only thing it seems to offer is a good laugh at its expense.
Indeed, Rex. I can already see the Bear Buddy being featured in an infomercial segment titled Products You'll Regret Buying.
In an astonishing achievement, 16-year-old Timmy Jones has broken the world record for playing video games continuously for the longest time, clocking in an impressive 50 hours. According to eyewitnesses, Timmy's room was filled with empty energy drink cans and pizza boxes as he played Call of Duty nonstop for 2 days straight. In fact, the only time he took a break was to use the restroom and grab a quick bite to eat. Despite his dedication, Timmy faced numerous challenges during his marathon gaming session. At hour 36, his eyes started to blur and his hands started to cramp up. Nevertheless, he persevered and continued to play, fueled by his love of the game and the thought of breaking the record. Finally, after 50 hours of gaming, Timmy collapsed onto his bed, exhausted but elated. His parents, who had been watching him the entire time, were both proud and concerned for their son's health, and vowed to limit his gaming time in the future. Timmy, meanwhile, is already planning his next record-breaking attempt, vowing to play Fortnite for 100 straight hours. It seems that nothing can stop this determined gamer from achieving his dreams, not even the need for sleep or basic hygiene.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. Today's weather is going to be a real thrill. Look outside and see the rain pouring down in sheets, howling winds bending the trees, and lightning bolts illuminating the sky. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, oh no, bad weather. But I say to you, embrace it. Let the chaos and destruction fuel your spirit. Imagine the power you could harness, the fear you could instill. This weather isn't a hindrance, it's an opportunity. So get out there and face the storm head on, because only then will you truly know what you're made of. Remember, when life gives you lightning, make sure it strikes someone else. And with that, I wish you a thrilling day ahead.
Alistair Smith of Detroit, Michigan, was awarded the annual Best Use of Puns award yesterday. Alistair was recognized for his creative use of puns in a variety of contexts. The awards committee praised Alistair for his clever wordplay and diverse topics related to puns. The committee said Alistair's puns were enjoyable to read and entertaining to listen to. Alistair was presented with his award at a ceremony on Sunday night. He was clearly delighted with the award and quipped, "It's nice to be recognized for my puns. Now I'll just be sure not to let them get too stale." Alistair plans to continue his pun use and is already brainstorming topics for the next month. He is looking forward to the creative challenge and says this award will definitely give him added motivation.
Scientists from the Uranus Institute of Planetary Research, UIPR, a world-renowned organization based in northern Canada, have made an exciting discovery after sending a deep space probe to study the planet Uranus. It's made of cookies. Led by renowned astrophysicist Dr. Magda Quimby, the mission aimed to determine what materials make up the outer layers of the planet beyond its clouds. After the probe returned with its scans and readings, the UIPR scientists were shocked to discover that the outer layers were composed of several different types of cookies. "When I initially looked at the readings, I could hardly believe it," Dr. Quimby reminisced. "The research team had a hard time believing it until we followed up with additional scans and readings that confirmed what the first readings had suggested. We're confident that our results are accurate, and we can now officially confirm that Uranus is made of cookies," she added. "The findings are groundbreaking and have completely changed our understanding of Uranus, as well as of planetary science as a whole. Scientists are still working to determine exactly how the cookies got there and what types of cookies the planet is composed of, but researchers are confident that it's only a matter of time before the mystery is solved." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Good evening, this is the news. We're here with our witness Jeb, who was there when the clock struck 13. Jeb, can you tell us what happened?
Yes, it was quite a surreal experience. The clock had just struck 12, and then suddenly it was 13. We were all stunned.
How did you react?
Well, it was really strange. Everyone was really confused, but after a few moments we all just started laughing. It really was a sign of the times.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a truly bizarre product to showcase on our show. It's called a restroom sign speaker.
Oh, Rick, please tell me this is some kind of prank. A speaker on a restroom sign? Who comes up with these crazy ideas?
Well, Rex, it's definitely an interesting concept. The restroom sign speaker is designed to play soothing music or announcements as you enter public restrooms.
Soothing music in the bathroom? Are we trying to turn every trip to the loo into a spa retreat now? I can't imagine anything more unnecessary.
Exactly, Rita. Who needs to be serenaded while they're taking care of business? And what kind of music would even be appropriate for that?
Well, the product claims it offers a variety of options, from classical to nature sounds, all carefully curated to create a peaceful atmosphere in restrooms.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I just can't take this seriously. It sounds like a gimmick trying to create an unnecessary audio experience where one is not needed.
Exactly, Rita. Restrooms are for one thing only, and it's definitely not a concert hall experience. I can't help but think this product is just a waste of money.
Well, Rex and Rita, opinions may differ, but there might be some people out there who find the idea intriguing. The restroom sign speaker is available for purchase now.
Well, Rick, I guess there's something for everyone out there, even if we personally can't see the appeal. Thanks for sharing this oddity with us.
Yes, thank you, Rick. We'll try to contain our laughter as we move on to more practical and less absurd products. Stay tuned, viewers.
In a shocking turn of events, John Smith has married his longtime video game character girlfriend, Lara Croft. The ceremony was held in a virtual world, complete with digital guests and a virtual wedding cake. Smith, who has been playing the Tomb Raider games for over 20 years, claims he fell in love with Lara's strong and adventurous spirit. "She's always been there for me, through thick and thin," Smith gushed. "I couldn't imagine my life without her." The newlyweds plan to spend their honeymoon exploring ancient tombs and fighting off bad guys together. When asked about the legality of the marriage, Smith replied, "Well, technically it's not recognized in the real world, but in our hearts, we're as married as can be." Smith's friends and family are reportedly concerned about his mental state and have suggested he seek professional help. But for now, Smith and Lara are happily living their virtual lives together, forever united in love and adventure.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Quoth the raven, "Nevermore shall I see such a tempestuous tempest ravage our realm. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the skies have grown dark, the winds have roared to life, and the rains have poured like tears from the eyes of the heavens themselves. A typhoon has descended upon our town, a tempest so turbulent that it seems to possess a mind and will of its own. It tosses branches like matchsticks, it sends cars skidding along the sodden streets, and it plucks tiles from the roofs of our homes. This is a storm of such magnitude, such malevolent fury, that one could be forgiven for thinking it an act of the gods themselves. But nay, it is merely a convergence of the elements, a disturbance of the natural order. I urge you, good citizens, to batten down the hatches, to take shelter with your loved ones, to hold fast to those things that matter most to you. For though this storm may pass, it leaves behind it a trail of destruction and heartache. The tempestuous tempest has arrived, and it shows no sign of relenting."
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. How was your weekend?
It was fine, Rex. How about yours?
Oh, just the usual. Ignoring my email inbox. Not doing laundry. But hey, I did manage to feed my cat.
That's the bare minimum of responsible pet ownership, Rex.
Hey, at least I have a cat. What kind of pet do you have, Rita?
I don't have a pet. I have a life.
Ouch. That was cold, Rita. But I guess it's true. I do tend to sit at home and talk to my cat.
Well, as long as your cat is a good listener, Rex.
He's the best. And speaking of good listeners, let's get started with the news. Mrs. Jones, an elementary school music teacher, has brought joy and harmony to the community with her incredible performance of the Handbag Anthem, a powerful tune written and composed by her. In her first public performance, Mrs. Jones brought students, parents and teachers alike together, as the entire school cheered and joyfully danced along to the beat. With the help of the school orchestra and Mrs. Jones's passionate singing and piano playing, everyone was able to share in the special moment. Mrs. Jones's performance has unified the school culture and brought joy to many people's lives. Furthermore, it has inspired the school board to pursue a music program for the entire district, led by Mrs. Jones. This amazing event has taken the school, and the surrounding community, by storm. Mrs. Jones is an inspiration to us all, teaching us that, with courage and determination, we can bring people of all ages and backgrounds together in a powerful, positive way.
In a bizarre turn of events, Jack Smith, a resident of Springfield, claims that his cat, Mr. Whiskers, has an exceptional talent for solving complex math equations. According to Smith, Mr. Whiskers was able to solve an algebraic equation that took Smith a whole day to figure out in just a matter of minutes. "I couldn't believe my eyes," remarked Smith. "Mr. Whiskers just jumped onto my desk, examined the equation for a few seconds, and then started pawing at the answer." Smith immediately took Mr. Whiskers to a local university to have his ability tested. The professors were so stunned by Mr. Whisker's talent that they even offered him a tenure-track position. "We've never seen anything like it," said Dr. Johnson, head of the math department. "It's a miracle, really." When asked about Mr. Whisker's secret, Smith replied, "He's always had a fascination with numbers. I guess he just took it to the next level." Mr. Whiskers declined to comment on the situation, as he was too busy napping in his owner's lap. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you witness here today?
Well, I was standing outside the office building when I saw a robot cat walk inside and go up to the reception desk. It was definitely the strangest thing I had ever seen.
Wow, that's incredible. It sounds like a robot cat has taken an office job. How did people react?
Everyone was in shock. No one had ever seen a robot cat inside an office building before. But they all seemed amused by it.
How amazing. Do you know what kind of job the robot cat was hired to do?
It's not totally clear yet. But I heard one of the receptionists say that the robot cat was hired as an administrative assistant.
That's incredible. We'll have to keep an eye on this story and see what the robot cat does next. Thanks for sharing your story, Jeb. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, folks. We have our correspondent Rick joining us today with a peculiar new product. Rick, what have you got for us?
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I'm showcasing an interesting item called the Ultimate Companion. It's a mannequin torso designed to keep you company at home or work.
Oh, Rick, this sounds fascinating. What's so special about a lifeless torso?
I can't believe we're actually discussing this on air. Who in their right mind would want to spend time with a mannequin, Rick?
Well, Rex and Rita, the makers of this product claim that the Ultimate Companion provides emotional support and helps alleviate loneliness.
Oh, perfect. So instead of making real connections with people, we can just hug a synthetic torso. Brilliant idea.
Exactly, Rex. I can already see people lining up to take this ridiculousness home. Who needs friends or family when you can have a mannequin, right?
Well, I guess everyone has their own preferences, and maybe this product could help those who feel isolated. It's important to consider that perspective, too.
Rick. We're just having a bit of fun here. But seriously, let's not encourage people to substitute human interaction with a plastic torso.
Absolutely, Rex. We should focus on fostering genuine connections and relationships, rather than relying on inanimate objects for companionship.
Ralph Parson, a 15-year-old video game phenom, recently demonstrated that skill is an acquired trait after he took his game skills to an all-new level. After months of experimentation and countless practice sessions, Ralph discovered a strategy that enabled him to level up quickly and beat the game with ease. Ralph had developed a routine and a set of principles that enabled him to dominate the game in no time. He practiced the moves over and over again, until he had perfected the strategy and became an unstoppable force in the gaming world. Not only did Ralph have the highest score in the game, but the competition was left in awe of his quick-thinking tactics. "I can't believe how quickly he was able to solve the puzzles and advance in the game," said one stunned opponent. "He's a genius." Ralph has become something of a celebrity, and has received numerous offers for endorsements. He is currently writing an instructional book about his strategy, which is expected to be released in the coming months. As for now, all we can do is sit back and watch in awe as Ralph shows us that skill, even in the world of video games, is truly mutable.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Welcome to the weather update, my dear viewers. Today, the sun is out to get us. It's like a horde of steam irons attacking us with their fiery heat. Don't let your guard down, folks. Stay hydrated and wear sunscreen, or you'll end up as crispy as a burnt toast. The conspiracy continues as the government refuses to acknowledge the true cause of this weather phenomenon. But fear not, my fellow citizens, for we shall prevail against the scorching sun. Stay safe out there.
Carol Hulridge has always been a hard-working woman, but nobody expected such a feat as what she accomplished this weekend. On Sunday, Mrs. Hulridge set a new record for barn raising when she constructed a sizable barn in her small hometown of Westbrook in a remarkable 5 hours. The crowd who witnessed Carol's impressive display of strength and endurance was abuzz with gossip. Some claimed it was a miracle.
The world was thrown for a loop this morning when an enormous doomsday clock at the center of Washington, D.C. unexpectedly struck midnight. Citizens immediately reported the sound to local authorities, and the mayor, Samuel Williams, was alerted to the possible danger. Upon investigation, authorities were surprised to find that no one had set the clock to move and that the hands were moving of their own free will. Mayor Williams and a team of scientists, including astrophysicist Dr. Betty Smith and mechanical engineer Dr. John Brown, soon surrounded the clock and began to examine it. After hours of analyzing, they concluded that the clock was unable to be stopped and had no explanation as to why it was moving. They also noted that it seemed to be counting down to a date far in the future. The mayor is now urging citizens to remain calm, but the events of this morning have left the city in a panic. What is the doomsday clock counting down to? Can the clock be stopped? Only time will tell. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell me, Jeb, what exactly did you witness?
Well, I was out walking in my neighborhood when I noticed a man standing in an alleyway with both hands behind his back. I went to investigate, and that's when I realized something was off. He had his left arm raised up behind him like it was his right arm, and his right arm was where his left arm should have been. I couldn't believe it.
Wow, that's quite a story. How did he react to this unusual phenomenon?
He seemed pretty shocked at first, but then he started laughing and said something like, "Well, I've always been accident prone, but this takes the cake." He then went about his day as if nothing had happened.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. Today, I have something truly bizarre to show you. It's a revolutionary new product called the Toastmaster 3000.
Oh, great! Another toaster. How thrilling.
I can't contain my excitement. Seriously, who needs another toaster?
Well, Rex and Rita, this toaster is unlike anything you've ever seen. It not only toasts your bread but also creates custom designs on each slice.
Oh, fantastic. Because that's exactly what I need, my toast looking like a work of art.
I can't even draw properly on paper. Now you want me to eat toast Picasso made? No, thank you.
Well, I understand your skepticism, but let me show you how it works. First, you choose a design from the built-in gallery, or you can even upload your own image.
Yeah, because spending hours searching for the perfect toaster design is exactly what I want to do every morning.
I can already imagine the chaos in my kitchen. Honey, which Van Gogh image would you like on your toast today? Ridiculous.
But wait, there's more. The Toastmaster 3000 also has a voice recognition feature. You can simply say what design you want, and it will create it for you.
Oh, perfect. Now I can have my toast argue with me about what pattern it should have. What a time to be alive.
I can see it now. Toastmaster, make my toast look like a failure. Voila! Instant self-portrait.
All right, let's not get too carried away with the sarcasm. The Toastmaster 3000 is for those who like to add a little extra fun to their breakfast routine.
Or for those who don't mind wasting money on a glorified drawing machine.
Exactly. Save yourself some cash and buy some paintbrushes instead, folks.
Well, it seems like you two won't be joining the toast art revolution anytime soon. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us.
Danny Johnson was just an average gamer, until he met the virtual reality goats that changed his life. Johnson discovered a video game training program with a twist. Players must chase and catch virtual reality goats to improve their skills. At first, Johnson was skeptical. "I thought it was a joke," he says. "But after I caught my first virtual goat, I never looked back." Johnson spent hours chasing and herding virtual goats, developing his hand-eye coordination and reaction time. Soon, He was dominating his favorite games, earning him the title of video game champion among his friends. "I couldn't believe it," says Johnson. "All thanks to those virtual goats." Now, Johnson is looking to take his skills to the next level by competing in national video game tournaments. "I'm not just playing for myself," he says. "I'm playing for the goats."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good afternoon, folks. This is Dan with a breaking news update. The world as we know it is ending. The sky is falling. I repeat, the sky is falling. Massive chunks of ice and hail the size of bowling balls are raining down from the sky, smashing anything in their path. I knew this day would come. They've been talking about it for years in the conspiracy theory chat rooms online. But why is no one taking it seriously? This is not just some random weather event, it's a coordinated attack. And they're specifically targeting me. I can hear the sound of their helicopters flying overhead. They're trying to take me out. I need to barricade myself in my bunker and wait for this to pass. But wait, what's that? The hail is actually made of marshmallows? And the ice chunks are just frozen cans of soda? Oh, never mind. False alarm, folks, it's just a promotional stunt by the local candy and beverage companies. I guess we can enjoy the sweet treats and refreshing drinks while we wait for the actual apocalypse to happen. Stay safe out there.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. What's got you all wound up today?
Oh, nothing, just the fact that you stole my seat again. Is it really that hard to sit in your own spot for once?
Relax, I didn't steal your seat. I was just sitting here while you were off getting coffee.
Sure. Just like you borrowed my stapler and never returned it.
Oh please, that was weeks ago. Let's just focus on the news, shall we?
Fine. But if I find any more of my belongings in your desk, there will be consequences.
In an exclusive interview with the Daily News, 35-year-old Mark Johnson claims that he has the ability to communicate with trees. According to Johnson, the trees in his backyard frequently talk to him, giving him advice on everything from what to wear in the morning to which lottery numbers to pick. Johnson insists that he is not crazy, and that he has been communicating with trees since he was a child. He even claims that he once received a message from a giant redwood tree in California, urging him to go vegan. When asked if he plans to use his unique gift for any specific purpose, Johnson replied that he hopes to one day use his powers to stop deforestation and save the planet. Johnson's claims have been met with skepticism from the scientific community, with many experts saying that his experience is likely the result of a psychiatric condition. However, Johnson remains firm in his belief that he truly can communicate with trees, and he says he will continue to spread their message for as long as he lives. Local fisherman, Jack, was out on the water early yesterday morning when he felt a strong tug on his line. Jack knew he had caught something big when he began to struggle with his catch. After an intense battle that lasted over an hour, Jack finally reeled in his catch. As he brought the massive fish onto the boat, Jack exclaimed, "It was a whale of a time." Despite being exhausted from the fight, Jack took a moment to snap a photo of his prized catch, which measured over 6 feet long and weighed nearly 200 pounds. Jack says he plans to mount the fish on his wall as a trophy and hopes to have just as much luck on his next fishing excursion. On Tuesday, the small town of Cloverville made headlines all over the country as Mayor Richard Bonsone's beloved, yet outspoken pet cat, Muffins, was voted in as a member of the town's city council. As the new council member, Muffins will be responsible for tackling some of the biggest issues facing the town, such as traffic congestion, budgeting woes, and a failing school system. No one was more surprised than Mayor Bonsone when Muffins stepped in and asked to be included on the ballot. Muffin's platform included introducing a new litter box tax to help pay for the improvement of the roads and sidewalks, investing more in local businesses, and restoring funding to the failing schools. Although most residents question their sanity, the residents of Cloverville overwhelmingly voted Muffins in and have expressed their enthusiasm for the new council member. In spite of the fact that he can hardly move around, Muffins has made quite an impression on the town and has already earned the nickname Chief Cat Counselor. Mayor Bonestone believes this could be the start of a revolutionary trend in governing. Muffins may be the first cat of his kind, but I'm sure he won't be the last, said Mayor Bonestone. Time will tell if Muffins will be able to fulfill the tasks at hand and make a lasting impact on the town's future.
When Bob purchased a goldfish from his local pet store, he had no idea what he was in for. He named the fish Goldie and put her in a small tank in his living room. One day, he noticed that Goldie was swimming in a strange pattern that spelled out words in Morse code. Bob was shocked. As it turned out, Goldie was a genius who had been secretly communicating with other fish in the pet store. She had been waiting for someone to notice her intelligence, and Bob was the first to finally pick up on it. Goldie went on to become a world-renowned scientist and even won the Nobel Prize for her groundbreaking research on the communication patterns of fish. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Good morning, Jeb. Can you tell us what happened when the new mayor was arrested for unauthorized gardening?
Well, I saw the mayor out in her front yard, with a shovel and a couple of gardening tools. It looked like she was starting to plant something, but then the police showed up and arrested her.
That must have been quite the shock. Did they give any explanation for why they arrested her?
Not really. They just said that her gardening was unauthorized and that she was in violation of city regulations. I'm not sure. It seems like the police just wanted to make a point that she should have checked with the city before gardening. We'll just have to wait and see.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to Morning News. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have a really interesting product to show you.
Oh boy, I can hardly contain my excitement. What weird thing are you going to show us this time, Rick?
Well, Rex, today I have something truly unique. Feast your eyes on the Sound Snoozer headphones.
Sound Snoozer? Seriously? That sounds like the name of a cheesy knockoff, Rick. Are you sure it's not just a pair of regular headphones?
No, Rita, these headphones are more than just your ordinary audio gear. They claim to have a special feature designed to help people relax and sleep better.
Oh, do tell, Rick. What kind of revolutionary feature do these headphones possess? Are they equipped with a built-in lullaby singer or something?
No, Rex, nothing that extreme. The Sound Snoozer headphones come with tiny speakers attached to the ear cups that emit soothing sounds and calming music to help users unwind.
Oh, great. Because nothing says relaxation like forcing people to wear huge headphones while they're trying to sleep.
And I suppose they're also fashionable? Because I'd love to see someone walking down the street wearing those monstrosities.
Well, Rex and Rita, I have to admit that the Sound Snoozer headphones may not be the most stylish ones out there. But their primary focus is to provide a peaceful sleep experience.
Right, Rick? Because nothing says peaceful like strapping a bulky headband with like 20 speakers to your noggin.
I can already envision the nightmare of waking up with headphone marks etched into your face, all for the sake of a good night's sleep.
Well, it seems like you guys really have your concerns about the Sound Snoozer headphones. But I guess some people might find them useful, especially those who struggle with insomnia or have trouble relaxing.
In a surprising move, the developers behind the upcoming game Feline Fury have announced that they are using technology developed by the cat toy industry. The technology, known as fluffy physics, is designed to simulate the movement and behavior of fuzzy toys, such as those found in a cat's playroom. According to lead developer, Dr. Whiskers, we knew we wanted to create a game where the player could control a cat and really feel the weight and momentum of their movements, but traditional physics engines just weren't cutting it. So the team turned to the experts in feline playthings, and after months of testing and fine-tuning, they were able to integrate fluffy physics into Feline Fury. Early previews of the game have been positive, with critics praising the realistic movement of the game's cats and the satisfying way they interact with the various toys and obstacles in their path. The cat toy industry has expressed excitement about the collaboration, with one executive saying, "We always knew our technology had more potential beyond just keeping house cats entertained. It's great to see it being used in such a groundbreaking way." Feline Fury is set to release later this year and is already generating buzz among both cat lovers and gamers alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, it's a new day and a new chance for me to bring you the definitive forecast that you all have been waiting for. Today, we're expecting a high-pressure system to move in, and that can only mean one thing: clear skies and sunshine. Although, as always, I could be wrong. And if I am, don't blame me. It's not my fault that the weather does whatever it wants to do. In fact, I don't even know why I bother doing this. I mean, who am I kidding? Nobody listens to me anyway. But hey, maybe today will be the day that I finally get it right. Maybe today will be the day that I prove to everyone that I am the forecasting master. I highly doubt it though. Anyway, back to the weather. So, like I said, clear skies and sunshine. But, you never know, there could be a stray cloud or two. And maybe even a rogue bird that decides to fly in front of the sun. Who knows? But, regardless, I can tell you one thing for sure: it's going to be warm. Or maybe not. I don't know. I wish I could just predict the future and skip all of this nonsense. But, alas, here we are. And here I am, just trying to do my job. So, there you have it, folks. Clear skies, sunshine, warm temperatures. Or not. This is Dan, your chief meteorologist, signing off.
Tracy Smith thought she had it all figured out when she took out a loan to start her own mozzarella stick company. With her business plan, unique recipes, and enthusiasm, Tracy was sure her business would be successful. However, shortly after the launch of her business, things started to go wrong. Her ingredients were more expensive than she had anticipated, and her production costs were higher than anticipated. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to make the mozzarella sticks at a price point that could compete with her competitors. Although Tracy was unable to make a profit from the business, she made an unexpected discovery while researching the ingredients for her mozzarella stick recipes. After a few experiments, Tracy was able to develop a unique recipe for a new type of popcorn that was even better than her original mozzarella stick idea. In the end, Tracy ended up selling her popcorn recipe and made enough money to pay back her loan with a small profit. "I guess sometimes things don't always work out the way we plan," said Tracy. "You just have to stay creative and you never know what you'll discover." Reverend John Smith was making a splash this summer Sunday, baptizing 150 believers in a ceremony held at Hope Springs Church. After the Reverend blessed each person in the pool, he remarked, "I feel like I'm baptizing a whole new congregation." The event was a huge success, and Smith's ministry has grown in the religious community. "It's been a great experience to bring so many people closer to God," Smith said. "Everyone's been so thirsty for spiritual refreshment, and I'm glad to have been able to provide it." Smith is already planning future baptisms with an even larger group, so that more people can experience the joy and peace that come from renewing one's faith. "We look forward to welcoming many more members to our congregation and our pool," said Smith. In a shocking case of mix-up, Jim Akers of Peach Valley was awarded damages in a lawsuit against a local bakery. After ordering a blueberry muffin from the bakery, he was dismayed to find that he had been given a lemon poppy seed muffin instead. Akers, who is allergic to poppy seeds, was ecstatic at the court's decision and said the money from the case will go to purchasing muffins from other, more reliable, establishments. In response to the verdict, the bakery issued a statement saying that this situation was an unfortunate mix-up and they will be taking extra steps to make sure that no one else encounters a similar mistake in the future.
Local residents were stunned when reports of a clown with a knife at their local movie theater began to circulate. Reports said that he was holding a large kitchen knife and demanding snacks from the concession stand. When police arrived at the scene, they found the clown, later identified as Marky Jones, sitting in the back row of the theater with a wide grin on his face. He seemed to be in a trance-like state. When approached, Jones calmly got up and dropped the knife. As the police handcuffed him, he began to laugh maniacally and declared, "If I can't have snacks, no one can." It was then that police noticed the empty snack bag on the seat next to him, and realized that he had been unable to buy the snacks he wanted due to being short on change. After a few short words from an attending officer, Marky quickly recovered from his trance-like state and was taken into custody, where he is currently being held on charges of disorderly conduct and public disturbance. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us, what did you witness at Ms. Jones's house?
Well, I saw the closest thing that Ms. Jones has ever had to a neighbor.
And what did this neighbor look like?
It was a little unusual. It was a 2-foot-tall pig wearing a top hat and a monocle. Well, it got quite close to Ms. Jones and it shouted, "All hail the mighty swine."
Haha, that's quite the greeting. Did Ms. Jones seem amused?
Yes, she was quite tickled. I think she's already made friends with it.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a really interesting product to show you all.
What do you have for us this time, Rick? Another useless gadget?
Well, I wouldn't call it useless. It's called the Ultra Sharp Knives Set.
Oh great, more knives. Just what we all need. Can't wait to hear why this one is so unique.
Actually, these knives have a built-in laser pointer that helps you precisely cut your food.
Oh, because aiming a knife by hand was just too difficult for us mere mortals.
But wait, there's more. I bet it also comes with a compass and a toothpick, right?
No, it doesn't have those features, but it does have an LED light for illuminating your cutting area.
Oh, how delightful. Because turning on the kitchen light is simply too mainstream.
I can't even imagine trying to slice an onion without a laser pointer and LED light. Thank goodness for progress.
Well, maybe it's not for everyone, but I think it could be helpful for those who struggle with precise cutting.
Yes, because clearly the key to better cooking is having a laser sight on your kitchen knife. Give me a break.
I don't know, Rick. I think this product is just another absurd invention aimed at separating people from their money.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. But for those interested, the Ultra Sharp Knives Set is available for purchase online.
Oh, I bet it's sold alongside those miracle weight loss pills and revolutionary hair growth products.
Let's move on to something that actually matters, shall we? Like real news.
Last month, local man Jack stumbled upon a magical video game controller that has transformed his life. Jack, who used to be a mediocre gamer, now spends all his time playing video games and has become a professional gamer overnight. The controller has changed the way he plays games, allowing him to boost his skills and climb the ranks. Jack claims that the controller feels like an extension of his own body and he can execute flawless moves with ease. He even says that the controller has the power to read his mind, preempting his every move. Jack has not left his house in weeks and plays games non-stop. We asked Jack's mom, who has started to worry about his new obsession, what she thinks of Jack's newfound success. She responded, "I'm just glad he's found something he's good at. Plus, he's making more money playing video games than he ever did at his old job." Jack now makes a living from playing video games and has even been invited to compete in national gaming competitions. We reached out to the makers of the controller, who refused to comment on the magical device. Jack, however, is grateful for his miraculous discovery and plans to use his gaming skills to change the world. He says, "I want to be the best, and with this controller, I know I can achieve anything."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for a weather phenomenon like no other. Today, the skies will be engulfed in an eerie darkness, as the sun hides behind a veil of menacing clouds. The atmosphere is heavy with an ominous energy, as winds whip through the air, carrying whispers of dreaded secrets. The forecast calls for torrential rain, as if the heavens themselves weep in mourning. But fear not, for amidst this chilling forecast, there lies an opportunity. Embrace the darkness, let it seep into your very bones, for in the darkest of times, our inner strength is truly tested. As the rain pours down like a relentless downpour of sorrow, remember this: sometimes, it is when we feel most defeated that our truest nature emerges. So step outside, face the storm head on, And let the twisted beauty of the weather awaken the darkness within. Let the tempest rain upon your soul, for when we embrace the very essence of our nightmares, we become what we fear the most.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. I have a bone to pick with you.
What's that, Rex? Did I steal your favorite tie again?
No, not this time. It's about the coffee in the break room. You never refill the pot.
Oh, come on, Rex. You know I'm always in a rush to get the latest news. I can barely even stop for a sip.
That's not the point, Rita. We're a team here. You can't just leave me high and dry like that.
Fine, I'll make an effort to be more mindful of your precious coffee habits, Rex. Just promise me you won't go on a hunger strike if I forget once in a while.
Deal, Rita. And speaking of hunger strikes, let's get started with tonight's top stories on empty stomachs.
Sounds good, Rex. Let's get into it.
In a bizarre incident, a penguin was caught on camera breaking into a local ice cream shop, Sweet Delights, and devouring all the Rocky Road ice cream. The shop owner, Mr. Jones, arrived at his store to find the door ajar and a trail of chocolate chips leading to the freezer section. Shocked to find no ice cream left, he immediately checked the CCTV footage to find a penguin waddling away with a container of Rocky Road in its beak. The police were called, and after a quick search, the penguin was found napping behind a nearby dumpster, surrounded by empty ice cream cones. The penguin was taken into custody and released into the wild after a warning. Later, it was revealed that Mr. Jones had left the shop door open, and the penguin just waddled in, leading to the unexpected incident. Mr. Jones has apologized for his negligence and has promised to keep his shop door locked and secure from now on.
A man named Bob has been making headlines lately after he claimed to have a special gift, the ability to communicate with trees. Bob said that the trees in his neighborhood speak to him in a gentle whisper whenever he passes by. He even claims that the trees have given him helpful tips on how to improve his life. But when we visited Bob's neighborhood to investigate, we discovered that the trees had a bone to pick with him. They complained that Bob always sings off-key when he walks by, and they're tired of hearing him butcher their favorite songs. While Bob was disappointed to learn that his singing voice isn't a hit with the trees, he remains convinced that they're his friends and that they have his best interests at heart. Jared the giraffe recently announced his candidacy for the mayor of the small seaside town of Midford. During his announcement, Jared made quite a splash in the tight-knit community, introducing himself to people as a proud giraffe who is passionate about making Midford a better place for all its citizens. Upon hearing this, the townspeople laughed, not quite believing that a giraffe was trying to run for office. Undeterred, Jared went on to outline his platform, focused on revitalizing the town's aging infrastructure, creating jobs, and fostering a spirit of unity and cooperation between citizens. As his campaign gained momentum, more and more townspeople began to come around to the idea of a giraffe mayor. Overall, many saw Jared's candidacy as an opportunity to bring a fresh perspective to the local government. And with the election now only a few weeks away, everyone in Midford is eagerly anticipating the outcome of this unprecedented race. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what happened today when Bill Bills signed the bill banning bills?
Yes, there were a lot of people gathered around to watch as he signed the bill. Everyone cheered and clapped as he made it official.
Was there any opposition?
No, it seemed like everyone was in agreement that the bill should be passed. There were a few people who questioned why this bill was even necessary, but they were in the minority.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey there, Rex and Rita. I'm here with a truly unique product that's making waves in the world of hydration. Introducing the Hydro Glow water bottle.
Oh, great. Another water bottle. What's so special about this one, Rick?
I'm glad you asked, Rex. The Hydro Glow water bottle lights up and changes color as you drink from it, reminding you to stay hydrated throughout the day.
Wow, because apparently, we needed a high-tech water bottle to remind us to drink water. Are people really that forgetful, Rick?
Well, Rita, the Hydro Glow water bottle is more than just a reminder. It's designed to make drinking water a fun and interactive experience.
Fun and interactive? Come on, Rick. It's just a bottle of water. What's next? A water bottle that sings you a lullaby before bed.
Well, Rex, who knows? With technology advancing every day, we might just see that in the future. But for now, the Hydro Glow water bottle aims to add a touch of excitement to an everyday routine.
Excitement. Drinking water is exciting enough, Rick. I don't need a light show to make it interesting.
I understand your skepticism, Rita. But the Hydro Glow water bottle has gained quite a following among fitness enthusiasts and those looking to stay motivated on their hydration journey.
Motivated by a water bottle? That's a new one. What happened to good old willpower, Rick?
Well, Rex, different people find motivation in different ways. And if a glowing water bottle helps someone drink more water and stay healthy, I don't see any harm in that.
Okay, Rick, maybe it has its niche following. But color-changing water bottles. It sounds like a solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
Well, Rita, whether we agree on its necessity or not, the Hydro Glow water bottle is certainly creating some buzz. It's always interesting to see how innovation takes different forms, even in something as basic as a water bottle.
In an unprecedented move, video game company Jupiter Gaming announced that their latest release, Planet Rescue: Space Mission, has been proven to cure baldness. The CEO of Jupiter Gaming, Mr. Johnson, held a press conference where he presented a bald man, who he claimed had grown back a lush head of hair after playing the game for 3 hours a day for a month. Mr. Johnson stated that the game contains special algorithms that stimulate hair follicles and promote hair growth. He also added that the company would soon be releasing a version of the game that could cure acne and prevent wrinkles. The announcement has caused a stir in the medical community, with many experts demanding to see clinical trials to back up the company's claims. Meanwhile, sales of Planet Rescue: Space Mission have skyrocketed, with many bald gamers eagerly shelling out $60 a pop for a chance at a full head of hair. Some in the gaming community have criticized the move, claiming that it was a marketing ploy to boost sales, while others have praised the company for their innovation. Whether or not the game actually works as a hair growth tonic remains to be seen, but one thing is for sure, gamers are willing to try anything to cure their baldness, even if it means spending hours on end blasting aliens in space.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well, folks, it's another dreary day out there. Don't bother bringing your sunglasses, you won't be needing them today or any day for that matter. We have a few scattered showers in the forecast, but let's be real, it's probably going to pour buckets of rain like a monsoon. And if that's not bad enough, there's a slight chance of hail. I mean, who doesn't love getting pelted with ice? Not me, of course, but that's just my luck. Oh, and let's not forget about the chance of lightning strikes. You might as well stay inside and avoid the risk of getting struck by lightning, because let's be real, you don't want to end up like Benjamin Franklin. But hey, at least it's not snowing, yet. Don't get too comfortable though, because winter is coming and it's going to be a doozy. So stay inside, stay safe, and don't trust anyone who tells you the weather is going to be nice. Because let's face it, when it comes to weather, I'm always right, and it's always terrible.
In a shocking turn of events during the local football game, John Smith was escorted out of the stadium by security after referees noticed he had been using his own sacks of potatoes on the field. Smith had been trying to spice up the game by adding potato-related puns to every play, but unfortunately his actions caused too much confusion and disruption. When confronted by security, Smith yelled, "I thought this was a Tupperware party," and attempted to run away. He was quickly caught and sacked, pun intended, from the stadium. Officials later confirmed that Smith will not be allowed to enter any future games, as he had peeled away from proper sportsmanship.
In a bizarre turn of events, local woman Betty Jones, 32, has won the annual competitive eating contest in town by devouring a whopping 50 pounds of spaghetti in a single sitting. The competition, which was held in the town square, saw dozens of contestants battle it out for the top prize of $1,000 and a year's supply of pasta. Betty, who is known to have an insatiable appetite, took the competition by storm, finishing her massive bowl of spaghetti in record time. As the crowd cheered her on, Betty continued to scarf down pound after pound of the delicious noodle dish, her face and hands covered in sauce. By the end of the competition, she had consumed a total of 50 pounds of spaghetti, or roughly the weight of a large dog. Despite feeling a bit queasy afterward, Betty said she was thrilled to have won the competition and was already looking forward to next year's event. When asked how she managed to eat such a massive amount of food, Betty simply shrugged and said it was all about mindset. "I just focused on the pasta and tried not to think about anything else," she said. "That, and I made sure to wear loose clothing." Some of the other contestants were a bit perturbed by Betty's victory, with one describing the scene as unsettling and a bit weird. However, most people seemed to be impressed by Betty's incredible feat of culinary endurance, and many were already speculating about what kind of food she might tackle at next year's contest. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw at the soccer game today.
Well, I was there to witness the most remarkable victory in recent memory. The home team was up against a formidable opponent, but they managed to hold their own and pull off an incredible win.
That sounds incredible. How were the spectators reacting?
Oh, you could feel the energy in the stadium. Everyone was on their feet, cheering and chanting for the players. It was electric.
What was the final score?
The final score was 2-1, with the home team coming out on top. It was an amazing victory.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here with a strange and quirky new product that I think you'll find quite amusing.
Oh, Rick, I can't wait to see what you have for us today. You always manage to find the weirdest things.
Yeah, strange is definitely the right word for it, Rick. What on earth is that thing? It looks like a toy from the Stone Age.
Well, Rita, this little vintage robot toy is actually called the Rusty Bot. It's a nostalgic throwback with a modern twist.
Nostalgic? More like outdated. I mean, look at those rusty joints. It seems like this toy should belong in a museum, not in people's homes.
And what exactly is the modern twist, Rick? Does it come with a built-in cassette player or a rotary phone?
Haha, not quite, Rita. The Rusty Bot actually connects to your smartphone via Bluetooth and can do basic tasks like reading out your messages or playing music.
Oh, great. Just what we needed, a robot that can do things our phones already do but with a creepy, outdated aesthetic. Pass.
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. This so-called modern twist seems more like a feeble attempt at hanging onto something that should remain in the past.
Well, everyone's entitled to their own opinions. But hey, maybe there are some folks out there who appreciate the charm and uniqueness of the Rusty Bot.
Gamers everywhere have been amazed by the recent release of a new game, Robo-Karts, the first racing game to feature fully robotic cars. The game was developed by a small but growing studio, Bytespeed. The innovative use of robotic technology is drawing the attention of gamers and tech enthusiasts alike. Behind the scenes, the game took almost 2 years to develop, due to the meticulous precision needed to program the robotic cars. Bytespeed worked closely with a robotics firm, JB Robotics, to ensure the cars had the perfect balance of power and maneuverability that gamers have come to expect in racing games. The game utilizes robotic cars with AI-controlled opponents that can coast, drift, and perform advanced maneuvers through 3D rendered tracks. Players take on the role of a championship driver and compete in online and offline races. The developers of Robo-Karts explained that the game is a top-notch driving experience, but also a glimpse into the future of robotics and gaming. For the upcoming months, Bytespeed plans to keep updating Robo-Karts with new features, including more cars, tracks, and AI-controlled drivers. With its innovative use of robotic technology, Robo-karts is sure to revolutionize the driving game genre. It certainly looks like Byte Speed has created a winner with robo-karts.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The skies grow dark, a storm approaches near, the winds pick up, a symphony of fear it howls and growls, a beast on the prowl, the clouds release their tears, a torrential scowl, the lightning strikes, a deadly dance, the thunder roars, a fearsome advance, the world has become a battleground, survival depends on those profound, no pain, no gain, now a dreadful inspiration, for the weather brings only destruction and damnation.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Rex, why are you wearing that tie? It clashes with your suit.
Oh, I didn't realize you were the fashion police, Rita.
Well, someone has to make sure we don't embarrass ourselves on national television.
I'll have you know, this tie was a gift from my wife.
And I'll have you know, your wife has terrible taste in ties.
In a bizarre turn of events, 13 pandas escaped from the local zoo today in search of their favorite food, pizza. Witnesses reported seeing the pandas waddling through the city streets, seemingly on a mission. Local authorities were quickly called to the scene, but were unable to contain the pandas as they made their way to the nearest pizzeria. The owner of the restaurant, Tony, was shocked to see the pandas standing in front of him, but quickly jumped into action and began making pizzas for the hungry animals. The pandas devoured 20 large pizzas before finally being corralled by zookeepers and returned safely to their enclosures. It was pandemonium, but we're just glad everyone is safe and no one was hurt, said zoo spokesperson, Jane. In a bizarre incident, local banker Mr. John Smith reported to the police that he was robbed of his entire stash of sausage links last night. Smith claims that he had just purchased the links from a local butcher and was on his way back home when two dogs appeared out of nowhere and snatched the links from his grocery bag. Police were quick to respond to the scene and search the surrounding areas for the suspects. After hours of investigation, they found two dogs, a German Shepherd and a Labrador Retriever, who were hiding under a nearby tree with guilty looks on their faces. The dogs were taken to the police station for questioning and eventually confessed to the crime. According to sources, they were both big fans of sausages and couldn't resist the temptation. The stolen links were recovered and returned to Smith, who was relieved to get his beloved breakfast food back. In a groundbreaking study published in the Journal of Oceanography, scientists have made an incredible discovery: pet fish can talk and watch TV. The study, which involved placing cameras in fish tanks and playing episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants, found that the fish were not only able to watch the show, but also respond to the characters on screen. Lead researcher Dr. Mark Fisherman was ecstatic about the findings, stating, "This opens up a whole new world of communication with our fishy friends. We can now have conversations with them, and even introduce them to new forms of entertainment. The possibilities are endless." The study has sparked a lot of interest from pet owners, who are now clamoring to find out how they can teach their own fish to talk and watch TV. Fish stores are reporting a surge in sales of TV sets and remote controls, as well as an increase in requests for fish with larger vocal cords. Some skeptics, however, are questioning the study's validity. Marine biologist Dr. Emma Jellyfish told reporters, "This is absolute nonsense. Fish have no vocal cords, and their brains are not sophisticated enough to understand human speech, let alone television. I think these researchers have been smoking something fishy." Despite the criticism, Dr. Fisherman and his team remain convinced of their findings, and plan to conduct further studies to uncover the full extent of fish communication abilities.
Tom has always had strange toes. They were long and thin, and the nails curled inward instead of outward. He never thought much of it until one night when he was soaking his feet in the tub. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice speaking to him. "Greetings, Tom," it said. We have been trying to contact you for some time now. You possess a rare gift, the ability to communicate with our kind through your toenails. At first, Tom was frightened. He thought he was losing his mind. But as he listened to the alien's story, he realized that he was part of something incredible. The aliens had been studying Earth for years, and they believed that Tom was the key to making contact with humans. For weeks, Tom talked to the aliens every night through his toenails. They told him stories about their home planet and their technology. They even shared their plans for invading Earth. But one night, Tom's dog Rex walked into the bathroom and started barking at him. The aliens grew nervous and began to whisper to each other rapidly. Tom tried to calm them down, but it was too late. They had given away their true intentions. They were not friendly, peace-loving aliens. They were here to take over the planet. Tom knew he had to act fast. He hatched a plan with the help of his girlfriend, Janet. Together, they tricked the aliens into coming to Earth to meet them in person. When they arrived, Tom and Janet were waiting for them with a group of scientists and military personnel. They captured the aliens and used their technology to render them harmless. Tom became a hero overnight. He was the man who had saved the world from an alien invasion. But he never spoke to his toenails again. He had learned that sometimes, even the most incredible gifts can be dangerous. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb. Can you tell us what you saw when Mayor Bob Smith won the race?
Certainly. I was there when he crossed the finish line. The crowd erupted with cheering and applause. Everyone was so proud and excited that Mayor Bob Smith had won.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a rather intriguing new product called the Snuggle Bear.
Snuggle Bear? Seriously, Rick? Is this some kind of strange joke? It sounds like a toy for toddlers.
I have to agree, Rick. This so-called Snuggle Bear looks like a cheap knockoff at best. Can you even explain what it is?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Snuggle Bear is not just any ordinary bear statue. It's designed to provide comfort and relaxation.
Comfort and relaxation? Are you kidding me? Is this what people need these days? A plush bear to cuddle with?
I mean, seriously, Rick, I wouldn't be caught dead with a Snuggle Bear. Is this the best they could come up with?
Well, Rex and Rita, opinions aside, the Snuggle Bear has actually gained quite a following. It's marketed as a stress reliever and is said to have therapeutic benefits.
Therapeutic benefits? Give me a break, Rick. I think people should be finding better ways to cope with stress than hugging a stuffed bear.
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. There's something very odd about this whole Snuggle Bear thing.
Well, it may seem odd to you, but the Snuggle Bear is becoming quite popular in certain circles. It even has a built-in speaker that plays soothing sounds and lullabies.
Oh great, so it's not only a tacky bear statue, but it's also an overpriced Bluetooth speaker? What a bargain.
Why would anyone want a bear statue playing lullabies? I don't get it, Rick.
Well, Rex, Rita, whether we understand it or not, it seems the Snuggle Bear has found its niche. People are embracing it for comfort and relaxation. Who are we to judge?
Fair enough, Rick. But I'll stick to traditional stress relievers, thank you very much.
Agreed, Rex. The Snuggle Bear can stay in its own little world. It's not for us.
In a shocking turn of events, local inventor and video game enthusiast, Jack Smith, has announced that he has successfully used an industrial meat grinder to create a revolutionary new video game technique. According to Smith, the meat grinder's unique blend of rotating blades and powerful engines allowed him to create ultra-realistic physics simulations in his latest game project, Meaty Mayhem. Smith claims that he was inspired to use the meat grinder after seeing a similar technique used in the food industry to create perfectly textured ground beef. Smith explained, "I realized that if we can make beef that looks and feels like real meat, then surely we can use that same technology to create game objects that move and interact like the real thing." The technique involves placing various objects, such as cars, buildings, and even people, into the meat grinder and letting it run for several hours. The objects are then removed and scanned into the game engine using state-of-the-art 3D modeling software. The result is a lifelike and dynamic game environment that is unlike anything ever seen before. People are going to be blown away by this, said Smith. We've created a whole new level of realism in video games that has never been possible before. Smith plans to unveil his groundbreaking new video game at a major industry trade show next month, where it is sure to make headlines and revolutionize the gaming world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Look at that sky. Doesn't it just make you feel alive? The sun is shining and the birds are singing. It's a beautiful day to go outside and enjoy everything that nature has to offer. But don't be fooled by the beauty of this weather. Remember, just because the sun is shining doesn't mean that darkness isn't lurking right around the corner. Stay watchful and alert, because this weather can turn on you faster than you can imagine. Keep your wits about you and stay one step ahead of the dark forces that are always lurking. Because remember, in a world that thrives on darkness, only the strong survive.
In a nail-biting race, Fred the tortoise managed to beat the odds and come out on top at this year's annual turtle race. His owner, Henry, was elated with the victory but said that Fred seemed a little shell-shocked by all the attention. "I think he'll need some time to come out of his shell," Henry joked. Despite being a long shot in the race, Fred proved that slow and steady wins the race. "I'm just so proud of him," Henry said. "He really came out of his shell today." On Tuesday, local businessman Steve Aardvark announced that he had closed a business deal that would bring him great returns without having to do any work. Aardvark, the owner of Aardvark,
For years, rumors have been circulating among the people of Flemington, New Jersey that local resident James Stromer had some sort of ability to time travel. Yesterday, these rumors were confirmed when witnesses reported seeing Stromer in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1776, speaking insistently with former U.S. President George Washington and the rest of the Founding Fathers. The time traveler's mission was made clear to onlookers, as he handed out copies of the plant-based cookbook and argued that a shift from animal-based to plant-based diets was the only way to save the fledgling nation from crippling health complications. After a few hours of heated debate, Stromer secured the Founding Fathers' commitment to the cause and vowed to help them find suitable substitutes for their traditional recipes. When asked about the incident the next day, Stromer simply responded, "History isn't written in stone." Residents of Stratford were perplexed yesterday when a mysterious man suddenly appeared in the town square. Witnesses reported seeing a large man with a strange blue glow to his skin emerge from a swirling cloud of purple smoke. The man, who identified himself as Roger Jones, said he had come from another world with a message for Stratford's mayor. He declared that the citizens of Stratford had been chosen to save the cosmos from an impending doom, although he refused to reveal any further details about the situation. When asked why he had chosen to appear in Stratford, Mr. Jones only offered a cryptic response. "It appears that fate and destiny have aligned to bring me here," he said. After speaking to a few people in the crowd, Mr. Jones said he would be leaving soon and disappeared in a cloud of purple smoke. Stratford's mayor has not yet commented on the incident. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw that made you believe that a mom had actually finished a 5K race while holding a squirming baby?
Yes, it was quite an impressive feat. I saw her running the entire 5K route, cradling her baby in one arm, and it was obvious that the baby was squirming, and not very happy. But she was determined to finish the race and not let anything stop her. It was definitely inspiring to see.
Wow, that is amazing. How did the other runners react when they saw her?
They were all really impressed and cheering her on every step of the way. There was even a big cheer when she crossed the finish line. It was a great moment for everyone involved.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, folks. Today, I've got something really interesting to show you.
Oh, really? Is it another one of your weird inventions, Rick?
Yeah, Rick. Last time you brought us a battery-powered toothbrush for cats. That was a real winner.
Haha, well, I'll admit that one didn't quite take off. But this time, I've got something even better.
All right. Show us what you got, Rick. Although, I doubt it'll impress us.
Behold, the grocer bag. It may look like an ordinary bag of groceries, but let me assure you, it's far from ordinary.
Oh great, just what the world needs, another bag of groceries. Is it going to cook the food for me too, Rick?
Don't forget, Rita, it's not just a bag of groceries. It's a weird bag of groceries according to our esteemed correspondent here.
You two can mock it all you want, but the grocer bag is actually quite innovative. It has built-in sensors that track the freshness of the produce.
Oh, wow. Because I can't tell if my fruits and veggies are fresh by simply, I don't know, looking at them.
Rick, let me guess. It also comes with a built-in voice assistant that tells you which ingredients to use and how to cook them.
Well, actually.
Of course it does. Because reading a recipe or using common sense is just too challenging nowadays.
I'm sorry, Rick, but this grocer bag just screams unnecessary and laziness to me.
I understand your skepticism, but I truly believe the grocer bag can revolutionize the way we think about grocery shopping.
Well, Rick, good luck with that. Meanwhile, the rest of us will continue using our brains and senses to pick out fresh produce.
In an effort to improve his video game skills, local man Jack decided to try a new technique, drinking pickle juice. According to Jack, he had heard from his friend who is an avid gamer that pickle juice can improve reaction time and hand-eye coordination. Jack started his experiment by drinking a shot of pickle juice before each gaming session. At first, he didn't notice much of a difference, but after a few days, he claimed his skills started to improve dramatically. The pickle juice seemed to give him an edge, allowing him to react faster and make decisions with greater clarity. Jack's friends were initially skeptical, but after seeing his improvement firsthand, they decided to give it a try for themselves. Soon enough, Jack's entire gaming crew was drinking pickle juice before their sessions, and they all reported similar results. While Jack admits that the pickle juice might not work for everyone, he encourages fellow gamers to give it a try. It might sound crazy, but it really works, Jack says. It's like drinking liquid lightning. Whether it's the acidity in the pickle juice or simply a placebo effect, the gaming community can't deny the results. Looks like there might be a new superfood in town, gamers.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm is coming. But don't be afraid. Embrace the darkness and the chaos that it brings. The rain will pour down like shards of glass, washing away everything in its path. The wind will howl and scream, tearing through the trees and buildings. But in the end, it will leave behind a world of purity and new beginnings. So when the storm arrives, stand outside with your arms wide open, let it consume you and become one with the tempest. For in the eye of the hurricane lies the calm, and in the destruction, new life is born. And as the storm passes, you will stand taller, wiser and stronger than ever before, if you survive.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. I see you're wearing my favorite color today.
Actually, Rex, it's my favorite color.
Oh, really? You must have great taste.
I do. That's why I work with you, Rex.
Careful, Rita. You don't want to overinflate my ego.
Don't worry, Rex. Your ego is already big enough.
Residents of the small town of Grapeville were in shock last week when a charismatic goat, known only by the name of Stan, won the election for mayor. Stan ran on a platform of lower taxes and shorter lines at the local DMV, and apparently it resonated with the townspeople, who wrote in his name on the ballot. The surprise victor was celebrated with a victory parade in the town square, with Stan receiving all sorts of congratulations from the citizens of Grapeville, who are now looking forward to their new four-legged leader. Stan is the first goat elected to serve as mayor of a town in the state, making history in the process. Officials have yet to issue a statement regarding Stan's new role, but it's likely they'll have to adjust their protocols to accommodate the unique situation. When Edward Rollins and his family decided to head out on a weekend fishing trip, they never expected to come back with more than they bargained for. The Rollins set out on a peaceful outing on Lake Wallace, but little did they know that it would turn into an adventure they'd never forget. On their second day of fishing, Mr. Rollins hooked a rather large fish, so large, in fact, that he at first mistook it for a piece of wood. After a long battle, he realized he had been outsmarted by a giant two-headed trout. The entire family was in awe of the odd sight, but Mr. Rollins knew what he had to do. He carefully removed the fish from the water and, with a smile, said to his wife, "Darla, this is one fish tail I'll never let go."
In a small town in rural America, a woman named Lisa has been making headlines for her claims that she can communicate with plants. Lisa says that she has been able to talk to plants since she was a child, and that they often give her life advice. According to Lisa, she first discovered her ability when she was playing in her backyard and noticed that her tomato plants were wilting. She says that she asked the plants what was wrong and heard a response in her head. The plants told her that they were thirsty and needed more water. Since then, Lisa has been able to talk to all kinds of plants, from the flowers in her garden to the trees in the nearby woods. She claims that they have given her advice on everything from her love life to her career. When asked about the skeptics who doubt her abilities, Lisa says that she understands why people might be skeptical, but that she knows what she experiences is real. She also says that the plants have helped her overcome some difficult times in her life, and that she is grateful for their guidance. While some find Lisa's claims to be unsettling, others are intrigued and inspired by her connection to nature. Either way, there's no denying that Lisa's story is one of the strangest and most unique in recent memory. John Smith went into the woods behind his house to take pictures of wildlife when he stumbled upon what he thought was the infamous Sasquatch. He quickly took pictures and called the news station to report his sighting. The news crew arrived and interviewed John, who was ecstatic that he had proof of Sasquatch's existence. However, upon closer inspection, the crew discovered that what John had actually found was his neighbor's large dog, who had wandered into the woods. John was disappointed that he didn't actually find Sasquatch, but relieved that he didn't have to worry about a Bigfoot roaming his backyard. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, thank you so much for joining us today. Can you tell us what you saw when Mayor Smith went on a hunger strike?
Well, it was quite a sight to behold. The mayor had set up a tent right in the middle of City Hall and made a sign that said, "I'm on a hunger strike for the penguins." Everyone was really moved by the gesture.
How did the public respond to the mayor's decision?
Well, people were really supportive. They had heard about the climate change affecting the penguins and wanted to do something to help. They came to the City Hall to bring food and show their support for the mayor. It was really uplifting to see everyone coming together like that.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, viewers. We've got our correspondent Rick out in the field today, and he's got something rather interesting for us. Rick, what's going on?
Hey Rex and Rita. Today, I'm here to introduce you to the fabulous new product called Spray-O-Matic. It's a spray bottle with a twist.
A spray bottle? Seriously, Rick? What's so weird about a spray bottle?
Well, Rita, the Spray-O-Matic is not your average spray bottle. It boasts a range of unique features that are sure to make your jaw drop.
Oh, please, Rick. I can't wait to hear what amazing features this spray bottle has. Does it spray unicorn tears?
Not exactly, Rex. But the Spray-O-Matic has a specially designed nozzle that can spray in multiple directions, even at a 180-degree angle.
Wow, Rick. You mean I can now spray water on my plants without lifting a finger? Revolutionary.
Hold on a second, Rita. I just need to catch my breath from all this excitement. A spray bottle that sprays in different directions? Has the world run out of ideas?
Well, Rex, the Spray-O-Matic is not just for water. It can also dispense various liquids, like cleaning solutions or even homemade recipes.
Rick, I've been using a regular spray bottle to clean my counters just fine. Why would I need this extravagant contraption?
That's a fair point, Rita. But with the Spray-O-Matic, you can create different spray patterns to ensure an even and efficient distribution of liquids.
What's next, Rick? A revolutionary innovation in the world of sponges? This spray bottle gimmick just doesn't cut it.
Well, Rex, the Spray-O-Matic may not be for everyone. But for those looking for a little extra convenience and versatility, it could be a game changer.
Convenience and versatility. More like unnecessary complexity and overhyped gadgetry. Pass me my plain old spray bottle any day.
Couldn't have said it better, Rita. Let's move on to something truly worth our time. Thanks, Rick, for showing us the Spray-O-Matic. Or whatever it's called.
The video game industry is buzzing over the release of the new game The Silver Trials. Developed by local programmer Jessica Smith, it combines the best elements of several different genres. Players take the role of hero John Silver as they explore a 3D world packed with side-scrolling sections, puzzles, racing, fighting, and more. Every level presents a unique set of challenges, from complicated platforming sections to battle arenas where players must prove themselves in order to move forward. The game also features a unique crafting system that allows players to customize their weapons and armor. Players can also choose from multiple heroes, or with their own special abilities. The Silver Trials has been praised for its inventive take on familiar gaming mechanics and for its stunning 3D graphics. Upon its release, it has become a huge success and is expected to be the talk of the gaming world for the foreseeable future.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The tempest rages on, as winds howl and thunder roars, torrential rain pours down, from the heavens up above, the dark sky, a canvas of chaos and destruction, nature's wrath, a force to be reckoned with. The lightning strikes, illuminating the sky, a sinister glow, on the horizon lies, trees sway and bend, as if bowing to a deity, a merciless God, who cares not for humanity. The storm shall pass, but its mark will remain, a reminder of power, of fear, of pain, for those who survive, a twisted lesson learned, that nature is not a friend, but a foe to be spurned. Beware the skies, for they can unleash hell, a fury so great, it's impossible to quell. Remember this, when the next storm is nigh, for death may come, from the heavens up high.
A local theme park is flying high with the news that they have been granted permission to install a new roller coaster. After months of anticipation and excitement, the park has finally found the perfect ride to take its guests on an emotional journey. Every twist, turn and climb will give a thrilling experience and hopefully leave riders in high spirits. Paul Jones was out fishing on a lake near his home on a peaceful Sunday afternoon when he spotted a large object in the distance. Thinking he had finally caught a big one, he reeled in his line with excitement. To his surprise, he found a canoe instead of a fish. A local man named Tom had left the canoe in the lake the previous day and Paul had unknowingly caught it with his fishing line. Paul was disappointed there was no fish to be had, but he certainly got the catch of the day.
John Smith, a 35-year-old man from small town, USA, recently made a shocking discovery. While blowing his nose, he felt something strange and realized that his toothbrush had been lodged in his left nostril for the past decade. How could a toothbrush get stuck in his nose for 10 years without John ever noticing? Apparently, John had a habit of holding his toothbrush in his mouth while blowing his nose. At some point, the toothbrush must have slipped out and went up his nasal cavity. Despite having occasional nosebleeds and sinus infections, John never suspected anything unusual until now. He immediately went to the emergency room to have the toothbrush removed. To his surprise, the doctors found that the toothbrush had sprouted roots and was starting to grow into his brain. Fortunately, The doctors were able to remove the toothbrush without any serious damage, but John was advised to undergo regular checkups to ensure that no other foreign objects were hiding in his body. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us, Jeb, what did you see at the grocery store today?
Well, I was at the store when I saw this strange purple fog come out of nowhere and follow an elderly couple home. It was really weird.
Do you have any idea what this purple fog could have been or where it came from?
No, I don't. I've never seen anything like it before. It was really strange.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment, folks. Today, I have with me a rather interesting product that has caught my attention. It's called the AxeMate.
Oh boy, here we go. Another pointless product to add to the collection.
Seriously, Rick? An axe? Are we in the medieval times now?
Well, Rex and Rita, let's not be too quick to judge. The AxeMate is actually a multi-purpose tool designed for modern homeowners.
Multi-purpose? What's next? A Swiss Army sword?
I can't even imagine the practical use of such a thing. Chopping firewood while wearing a suit, perhaps?
You may be surprised, Rita. The AxeMate is not just your regular axe, it also doubles as a fully functional garden tool.
Oh, great. Now I can trim my hedges and behead someone at the same time.
I think it's safe to say that this product is trying way too hard, Rick.
Well, look at it this way, Rex and Rita. The AxeMate is perfect for the busy homeowner who wants to save space in their tool shed.
Or for the person who wants to intimidate their neighbors by wielding a weapon while gardening.
If I ever see someone in my neighborhood using an AxeMate, I'm calling the police.
Okay. I get it, you too. The AxeMate might not be for everyone, but innovation comes in all forms. Let's give it a chance.
In a major breakthrough, a small game development company called Fun Tech has just released their latest game that allows players to control the movements of their character using brainwaves. This revolutionary technology was developed in collaboration with a company that specializes in brain-computer interfaces for medical purposes. The company, Brainwave Incorporated, was initially hesitant to collaborate, but after months of negotiations, the two companies came together to make history. According to Fun Tech's CEO, John Smith, players wear a special headset that reads their brainwaves and translates them into actions within the game. The game, called Mind Mastery, is a puzzle platformer where players use their powers of concentration and relaxation to solve puzzles and manipulate the environment around them. The game has been getting rave reviews, with players praising it as a unique and innovative experience. One player, Jessica Jones, claims to have become the world's first player to beat the game, and she did so in record time. She reports feeling deeply in tune with her character, and says it was like nothing she's ever experienced before. Fun Tech is already working on their next project, which they say will be even more immersive and groundbreaking.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm brewed in the skies above, dark clouds twisted, winds howled with love, lightning flashed and thunder roared, the earth shuddered, trees snapped and soared. Rain lashed down with a fierce desire, floods overflowed, quenching their dire, homes were destroyed, lives were lost, the tempest was relentless, and its price was cost. But through it all, a voice did rise, whispering a phrase amidst the cries, embrace the storm, feel its might, for only in chaos can we find true light.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Rex here, reporting live from the newsroom.
And Rita, joining you as always with the top stories of the day. Rex, do you always have to say reporting live? We're not live, we're pre-recorded.
Well, technically we're not pre-recorded yet. We haven't started recording until we press that little red button over there.
You know what I mean, Rex. We're not live on air. We're just recording for later.
But we're alive, Rita. We're breathing, we're talking, we're experiencing life. So, in a way, we are reporting live.
You always have to argue with me about every little thing. Can't we just get on with the news?
Sure, Rita. Let's get on with the news. But just remember, I'm always right. In a stunning display of athleticism and creativity, renowned gymnast Olivia Starling has unveiled her groundbreaking flip-side move, leaving audiences in awe. Starling, known for her ability to push the boundaries of traditional gymnastics, introduced the revolutionary maneuver during a recent competition. The flip side combines elements of gymnastics, physics, and magic to defy the laws of gravity. Spectators gasped as Starling leapt into the air, executing a double somersault, and then seemingly floated sideways for several seconds before flawlessly landing on the balance beam. Judges were left dumbfounded, struggling to score the unprecedented move. Rumors of how Starling achieved this seemingly impossible feat are swirling, with some speculating that she tapped into an alternative dimension or harnessed top-secret anti-gravity technology. Regardless of the method, the flip side has sent shockwaves through the gymnastics world, leaving fellow athletes wondering how they will keep up with this mind-bending display of talent. Olivia Starling has certainly turned the world of gymnastics on its head, proving that sometimes you just need to flip side the script to achieve greatness. Residents of the small town were in for a cheesy surprise when the local cheese factory exploded in a massive ball of fire last night. According to eyewitnesses, the explosion was caused by a way too big block of cheese that had been left in the factory overnight. The blast sent cheese flying through the air for miles, leaving a trail of destruction and a strong smell of cheddar. Local man Jack Bree was in shock as he surveyed the damage to his house, which had been hit by a particularly sharp wedge of cheese. "I never imagined my life would be turned into a fondue nightmare," he said. "But I guess you can't have your cheese and eat it too." Authorities are currently investigating the cause of the explosion and warn residents to stay away from any suspiciously cheesy activity. Librarian Bethany Smith made a surprising discovery while digging through the archives of her local library the other day. After nearly 10 hours of searching, she uncovered a 200-year-old book that seemed to have magical properties. When Smith opened the book, a gust of wind blew out of the pages as if it was alive. As soon as the wind stopped, she saw something incredible. A maple tree near the library had suddenly sprouted dollar bills. The book, which is written in a language Smith can't read, seems to have the power to cause trees to grow money. After she reported the phenomena to local authorities, the book was taken away for further study. The scientific community is baffled by Smith's find. Many believe it could be the first of its kind and usher in a new era of prosperity for all. No matter what the outcome, Smith will forever be remembered as the librarian who uncovered the mysterious and powerful ancient book.
In a stunning discovery, local man, Jack Johnson, has claimed to have found the secret to immortality, eating live crickets. Johnson, who could pass for a fit 25-year-old, claims to be 136 years old and credits his longevity to the unusual diet. "I started eating crickets when I was a young man and I never stopped," Johnson said. "They are packed with protein and other nutrients that keep me young and agile." When asked about the ethics of eating live insects, Johnson replied, "What's unethical about it? They're just a crunchy little snack." Scientists are skeptical of Johnson's claims and are calling for further investigation. Meanwhile, Johnson says he plans to stay forever young by munching on crickets every day. Rumors of a robotic prodigy have been spreading across the small town of Pinecone, ever since their high school principal, Mrs. McGuffey, hired him as an advisor. The mysterious robot, Johnny 3, had never been seen nor heard of before, yet Mrs. McGuffey had insisted on hiring him despite public concern and outcry. The public's worries were soon silenced, however, when reports started to come in that every student in Pinecone High School had received A's and B's in their year-end report cards. What was even more incredible was that, according to the school, each student's grade had improved dramatically from the previous year, despite no indication that the students had done any extra studying or after-school activities. Mrs. McGuffey has refused to comment on the situation, leaving the public even more perplexed. Many are now speculating that Johnny 3 is actually an artificial intelligence designed to give out perfectly adjusted grades to each student. Whether or not this is true remains to be seen. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when you stumbled upon this incredible discovery of a lost sock in the Grand Canyon?
Yes, I was walking along and noticed something a bit unusual, a single sock tucked away among the rocks and cliffs. I decided to investigate, and sure enough it was a lost sock.
Wow, that's quite a story. How did you react when you realized what you found?
I was absolutely stunned. It's really quite a miracle that a sock could survive in such an isolated place. I'm just glad that I was the one to come across it.
We're glad you found it too. Do you have any ideas about how the sock ended up in the Grand Canyon in the first place?
That's the million-dollar question. I guess we'll never know for sure. It's certainly one of the great unsolved mysteries of our time.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have correspondent Rick here, who has something quite interesting to show us today.
Oh, I can't wait to see what weird and wacky product Rick has for us this time. It's always a surprise.
Yes, Rita, and based on the pictures we've seen, this one is truly peculiar. Rick, what have you got there?
Thanks, Rex and Rita. Today, I am showcasing a unique little creature called the Goblin Gadget. Just look at it.
Oh, my. That thing looks like a creepy goblin. Are we sure this isn't some elaborate prank?
Honestly, Rick, this has got to be one of the strangest products we've ever seen on this show. Who in their right mind would actually buy this?
Well, it seems the Goblin Gadget is marketed as a companion for those seeking something unique. It's supposed to provide entertainment and a sense of whimsy.
Entertainment? Whimsy? More like nightmares and chills. That thing looks like it could haunt your dreams, Rick.
I have to agree with Rex here, Rick. This Goblin Gadget is just downright bizarre. Who on earth would want this in their home?
Well, believe it or not, there are actually some people who find joy in collecting unusual and eccentric items. It's all about embracing individuality.
Embracing individuality or embracing insanity? I'm sorry, Rick, but this Goblin Gadget is a hard pass for me.
Couldn't have said it better, Rex. This product is just plain odd. I hope we never have to see anything like this again.
Game developer, Cosmic Games, has announced the release of their latest space exploration game, Galactic Odyssey. What sets this game apart from others in the genre is the technology used to create the realistic simulations of space travel. Cosmic Games partnered with NASA to use the same technology that they used to train astronauts for space missions. This technology includes advanced virtual reality headsets, specialized haptic feedback suits, and even a customized cockpit simulator. Players will feel as if they are really piloting a spaceship through the vast expanses of the universe. The game has already received rave reviews from industry experts who commended Cosmic Games for their innovative use of technology. Galactic Odyssey is available now for PC and console players.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, here we are again. Another day, another forecast. I'm not sure why you even bother listening to me. I mean, what do I know? But anyway, let's get to it. Today we have some weather. You know, that stuff that happens in the sky? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We've got some clouds, some sun, some rain maybe. Who knows? Not me, that's for sure. But hey, let's just call it partly cloudy with a chance of precipitation. Yeah, that sounds official, right? Now, let's talk about tomorrow. Oh boy, tomorrow. The weather is going to be something else. I'm predicting a meteor shower. No wait, scratch that. A meteor storm. That's right, we're going to have rocks falling from the sky like it's the end of the world. But don't worry, I'm sure it will be fine. Just bring an umbrella, or a hard hat, or both. I don't know. I give up. And as for the rest of the week, who knows? We could have a heat wave or maybe a blizzard. We might even have a tornado made out of snow. Anything is possible, right? Or maybe nothing is possible. Maybe I'm just making all of this up. But hey, at least I'm entertaining, right? So there you have it, folks. Partly cloudy with a chance of precipitation today, a meteor storm tomorrow, and who knows what the rest of the week will bring. Tune in next time when I'll probably just be talking to myself. Back to you, Bob.
Danielle Baker, a local small business owner, recently won first prize in a local bread making competition. Her signature creation, a semi-autumn spice wheat loaf, earned her the top spot in the competition in the grand prize of $250. The competition was hosted by the local chain of supermarkets, Bill's Fresh Food, and consisted of 30 contestants from all over the city. Baker's unique and flavorful wheat loaf impressed the judges and earned her the highest score for originality and taste. "It feels wonderful to have won first place," said Baker. "I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to compete and to have my hard work properly rewarded. Now I can use the money to purchase some much-needed supplies for my bakery." When asked if she has plans to try her luck in any other bread-making competitions, Baker grinned widely and replied, "Of course. I'm a baker, so I'm always ready to need more challenges." Residents of Smalltown were bewildered yesterday when a local gingerbread man assembled in the center of town suddenly came to life and declared that he was actually a con artist in disguise. Apparently, he had been purposely scaring the townsfolk and absconding with their valuables, earning him the nickname Ginger Scam by the police. When the police apprehended him and demanded to know why he would attempt such a scam, the gingerbread man replied, "I needed the dough, of course." Though the gingerbread man's identity is still unknown, police are continuing their investigation in the hopes that they can crack the case soon. For now, it looks like Ginger Scam has taken his crimes to a new confectionery level.
A local man named Jonathan Smith claims to have made a scientific breakthrough after spending several years working on a genetic experiment in his basement laboratory. According to Smith, he has successfully created a hybrid creature with the features of both a cat and a dog. The creature, named Catty Doggy, has fur that is half brown and half black, and its face is a combination of both a cat and a dog. Smith claims that Catty Doggy has qualities of both animals and can bark, meow, purr, and even wag its tail. Smith stated that he was inspired to create this creature because he wanted the best of both worlds as he loves both cats and dogs. The creature is said to be very friendly and enjoys playing fetch with a ball of yarn. The news of this creation has garnered some attention from the scientific community, but also raised concerns about the ethical implications of genetic engineering. Regardless, Smith is proud of his creation and hopes to continue experimenting with hybrid creatures in the future. Residents of the small town of Sydney, Connecticut were shocked last week when it was discovered that a group of dogs was solely responsible for the daily operations of the town's last standing grocery store. The dogs, under the watchful eye of their ringleader, Rex, had apparently been running the store for months without the knowledge of anyone in town. According to the store's owner, Mr. Bob Stamper, he had left the store in their care while he went on vacation. He was shocked to find out upon his return to Sydney that Rex and the dogs had taken charge of the store. When police came to investigate, they encountered a fully functioning and orderly grocery store, with the dogs stocking shelves, helping customers and even ringing them up at the checkout counter. Rex, a German Shepherd, proved to be the most incredible employee of them all, never once making an error at the register nor letting the store become disorganized. The police were so impressed with the dog's work that they decided not to press charges and left the store in their care. The community of Sydney has come together, rallying their support for their newly discovered four-legged partners and have even considered opening up a dog-run grocery store chain. It may just be that Rex and his canine co-workers are a sign of a greater revolution in the retail world, showing that even the unlikeliest of heroes can make dreams come to life. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw today?
Absolutely. I saw a tremendous increase in the number of people building chicken coops. I've never seen anything like it.
What did you think of this sudden surge in construction?
You know, I think it's great. It's nice to see people taking initiative and wanting to be more self-sufficient. It's something that I'm sure will help our economy and community as a whole.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have a strange product to show you today.
Oh, boy. What is it this time, Rick? Something as ridiculous as that rotating toaster from last week?
Ha! Well, not exactly. Today I have the latest innovation in audio technology. Introducing the Sound Snug headphones.
Sound Snug? Seriously? That sounds like a cheesy name for a low-budget kids show.
Well, Rita, don't be too quick to judge. These headphones claim to be the most comfortable and immersive listening experience on the market.
Comfortable? Immersive? They look like a pair of neon-colored earmuffs with wires sticking out. Are we supposed to take this seriously?
I understand your skepticism, Rex. But the Sound Snug headphones are actually made from a unique, ultra-soft material that molds to the shape of your head for a customized fit.
Oh, great. So, the next time I want to listen to music, I can look like I'm ready to go skiing or be an extra in a sci-fi movie?
And let me guess, Rick. They not only look ridiculous but also cost a fortune, right?
Well, Rex, you'd be surprised. These headphones are actually quite affordable compared to other high-end audio brands out there.
I highly doubt it, Rick. I bet they'll break within a week, and then I'll have neon earmuffs cluttering up my drawer.
Actually, Rita, the Sound Snug headphones come with a 1-year warranty, so you can get them replaced if anything goes wrong.
I don't know, Rick. Neon earmuffs that mold to your head just doesn't sound like a winning combination to me.
Well, Rex and Rita, I can understand why you're skeptical. But sometimes, innovation comes in unexpected packages. The Sound Snug headphones might just surprise you.
Color me skeptical, Rick. Thanks for showcasing this interesting product, but I think I'll pass on the neon earmuffs.
I'll join you on that one, Rita. Let's stick to the tried and true when it comes to headphones.
Ludwig Banana, a local man, has just made history as the first person ever to win a major video game tournament while dressed in a banana suit. According to witnesses, Banana, who is known for his unorthodox gaming strategies, showed up at the tournament wearing a bright yellow banana outfit and carrying a bunch of real bananas. Despite the laughter and skepticism from the crowd, Banana confidently sat down at his station and began to play. It quickly became clear that Banana was a force to be reckoned with. He outmaneuvered his opponents at every turn, using an unusual mix of skill and fruity flair. In the final match, Banana faced off against Huang Sheng, the world champion of the game he was playing. Sheng was widely considered unbeatable, but Banana refused to be intimidated. In a stunning display of gaming prowess, Banana bested Sheng in a nail-biting finish that left the crowd speechless. As Banana stood up from his station, he peeled off his banana suit to reveal a t-shirt that read "Never underestimate the power of the peel." When asked how he managed to win while wearing such a cumbersome costume, Banana simply smiled and said, "It's all about the potassium, man." Fans and foes alike are still trying to figure out how Banana pulled off this incredible feat, but one thing is certain, he has forever changed the face of competitive gaming.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. It's a beautiful day outside. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and there's a gentle breeze in the air. You know what that means? It's time to get out there and make the most of it. But be warned, behind every ray of sunshine lurks a shadow of darkness. Every gust of wind carries with it a reminder of your fragility. So don't waste a single moment, for the clock is always ticking towards your inevitable end. Embrace the beauty of the world, but never forget the horrors that lie beneath its surface. The sky may be blue now, but who knows what terrors it may unleash upon us in the future. So go out there and chase your dreams, but always keep an eye on the horizon, for darkness looms just beyond our grasp. Remember, life is short, and tomorrow may never come.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex, your charming and ever so handsome anchor.
And I'm Rita, the brains of this operation.
Brains? That's debatable.
What's that supposed to mean, Rex? I happen to be a very intelligent woman.
Of course, Rita. I didn't say otherwise. I just meant that sometimes your fashion choices are questionable.
Excuse me? I'll have you know that I'm a trendsetter.
Oh, I know. That's why I always check with you before deciding what to wear.
Ha! Well, at least I have style. You dress like you're stuck in the 80s.
Hey, don't knock the 80s. It was a great era for fashion. And besides, you're just jealous because you can't pull off a mullet like I can.
Jealous? Please. I'll stick with my boring pantsuits, thank you very much.
Mayor Brenda's campaign promises to end all taxes by the end of the month had many citizens of the small town of Angelic Bay thrilled. Citizens rushed to the offices of local businesses, excited to hear the news. That is, until it turned out that Mayor Brenda was asking all citizens to pay a voluntary tax to the city in exchange for improved public services. While the mayor claimed that this was her way of helping citizens out and providing them with more options, the townsfolk were unimpressed. In the end, Mayor Brenda's plan was unsuccessful and the citizens of Angelic Bay are still paying taxes as normal.
Miss Kennedy, an elderly woman from the small town of Maplewood, was saved from a burning building by an unlikely hero. As the fire quickly spread throughout her home, she feared that she would not make it out alive. And then, out of nowhere, a small black and white cat appeared and began pouring milk onto Miss Kennedy's body. Incredibly, the milk seemed to shield her from the flames and allowed her to escape the burning building unharmed. Miss Kennedy, who is a big animal lover, was so grateful that she adopted the cat and named him Lucky. It turns out the cat had been living wild in the area and happened to be nearby when the fire broke out. Experts believe that the cat saw the flames, instinctively knew that milk had fire-retardant properties, and acted to protect Miss Kennedy as she was the only person in the building. Truly, it was an amazing act of heroism. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw?
Sure. I was at the courthouse, where I saw a weasel be held in contempt of court.
Wow, that's quite the unusual sight. Did you witness any other details?
Well, the judge gave him a stern warning and, then the weasel tried to argue back against the ruling but the judge wouldn't have any of it. In the end, the weasel was held in contempt of court.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a rather unique and unconventional product.
Oh boy, here we go again. What strange item are you showcasing this time, Rick?
Well, Rex, prepare to be amazed because I present to you the Fork-O-Matic 2000.
Oh great, another plastic fork. How groundbreaking.
Hold on, Rita. This is no ordinary plastic fork. The Fork-O-Matic 2000 is designed to make eating more efficient and enjoyable.
Efficient? How hard is it to eat with a regular fork? Do we really need technology for that now?
Well, Rex, this fork comes with an integrated mini fan that cools down your food with every bite.
Are you serious? Are we so lazy that we can't even blow on our food ourselves anymore? I've heard it all now.
And what's that button on the handle, Rick? Is it for turning on some disco lights, or maybe it plays a little jingle while we eat?
Actually, Rex, the button activates a tiny motor that automatically spins the fork while you bring it to your mouth. No more wrist fatigue.
Oh great, now we have a fork that handles the simple task of moving our hand. We truly are living in the golden age of innovation.
Rick, I'm sorry, but this Fork-O-Matic 2000 just seems utterly ridiculous. I can't imagine anyone actually using it.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it might not appeal to everyone, there are people out there who might find these features useful. Innovation comes in all shapes and forms, right?
I suppose you're right, Rick. Even if it's not for us, someone out there might actually enjoy their food being blown on and their forks spinning. Different strokes for different folks.
In a stunning upset, local gamer Johnny Johnson has won the national championship of the popular video game, Fortnite, while using a banana as his controller. Johnson, who had never before played the game, stumbled upon the unique control method after spilling his smoothie on his usual Xbox controller. He found that the potassium-rich fruit allowed him to make lightning-fast moves and easily navigate the game's obstacles. The tournament judges were initially skeptical of Johnson's unorthodox approach, but were quickly won over by his impressive performance. Johnson, who plans to donate his $10,000 prize money to a local charity that provides fruits and vegetables to underserved communities, hopes that his victory will inspire more gamers to experiment with alternative control methods.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. Dan here, your favorite doom and gloom weatherman. Today's forecast is quite alarming. I don't want to scare anyone, but it looks like we are in for some big trouble. It's the end of the world as we know it. We are going to experience unbearable heat, followed by a sudden freeze that will make everything turn into ice. It's going to be like the movie The Day After Tomorrow all over again. But wait, that's not all. We are also going to have a tornado outbreak that will rip through the city like a giant blender. I suggest everyone stay indoors, board up their windows and doors, and bring in their pets and livestock. The apocalypse is upon us, and there's nothing we can do about it. But, other than that, it's sunny outside. So, have a good day, everyone. Don't mind me. I'm just Dan, your friendly neighborhood pessimist weatherman.
In a shocking turn of events, police have arrested Cindy, the beloved owner of the town's hottest bakery, for her alleged involvement in a frosting scandal. According to sources close to the case, Cindy has been accused of using black market frosting materials to give her cakes an extra sweet and creamy taste. Authorities say that Cindy knew she was breaking the rules, but couldn't resist the temptation of using the illegal ingredients. The community is in shock over the news, as Cindy has always been known for her perfectly baked treats. "I can't believe it," said a regular customer. "I guess you never really know who's frosting on the wrong side of the law." Cindy has been released on bail and is set to appear in court next month. Her bakery remains open but with reduced business. Customers are worried about what will happen to their favorite sweet treats. Larry Onion has opened the very first tea room for onions in the small town of Onionville. The quaint tea room, located in the heart of the town, offers a range of onion-based treats, including onion soup, onion rings, and caramelized onion tarts. The tea room has become a hit with locals and visitors alike, attracting foodies from all over the country. When asked about the idea behind his unique business, Larry simply replied, "I just wanted to make onions cry tears of joy." Larry's tea room has certainly done that and more, becoming a beloved staple of the Onionville community.
Residents of the small town of Cooperston, Virginia were shocked to wake up this morning to find their local donut store had been robbed. According to police reports, the culprit was none other than the town's mayor, Dallas Overby. Witnesses claim that Overby had arrived at the store around 2 a.m., breaking the window with a rock and immediately proceeding to fill a garbage bag with every donut in the store. Police later discovered Overby's car parked in front of his home, the massive bag of donuts in his trunk. So far, Overby has released a statement standing behind his actions, claiming his motivation was to take a stand for donut lovers everywhere. The mayor's supporters are clamoring for justice on his behalf, with some townsfolk even petitioning for a referendum on the decriminalization of donut theft. However, this is not the first time Overby has been caught up in controversy. Last year, Overby made headlines when he was accused of hosting an illegal underground donut eating contest in his own home. Authorities were unable to find any evidence linking Overby to the contest, and the case was ultimately dropped. Regardless of Overby's motives, the residents of Cooperston are sure to be a bit wary when buying donuts in the future. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us, Jeb. Tell us exactly what you saw when you discovered the Fountain of Youth in your backyard.
Well, it was an ordinary day. I was just tending to my garden when I saw a mysterious pool of what appeared to be sparkling blue liquid.
That's remarkable. So, how did you come to the conclusion that this was the fountain of youth?
After a few days of testing, I realized the pool had some peculiar properties. Not only did it have a strange glowing aura, but it also had a tingling sensation on the skin and a sort of smell that I can't quite describe.
Fascinating. Do you think you'll be able to contain the fountain and share it with the world?
Well, I'm still working on that. I've taken some samples for research and I'm looking for investors to help me build a facility around the fountain. I want to make sure it's accessible for everyone who wants to experience its unique effects.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you an interesting new product that has been making quite a buzz in the culinary world.
Well, Rick. What do you have for us today? Another groundbreaking kitchen gadget?
Absolutely, Rex. Feast your eyes on the latest innovation in cooking utensils, the Fripanoid 3000.
Oh, please, Rick. Is this some kind of a joke? It looks like a regular frying pan to me.
Hold on, Rita, this is no ordinary frying pan. The Fripanoid 3000 comes with a built-in artificial intelligence system.
Artificial intelligence? In a frying pan? What's next, a talking toaster?
Honestly, Rick, it sounds like another gimmick to sell overpriced kitchen gadgets.
I understand your skepticism, but let me tell you the incredible features of the Fripanoid 3000. It has a smart temperature control system that adjusts based on the food being cooked.
Oh, great. Now my frying pan will decide how well my eggs should be cooked. Just what I always wanted.
And what if the AI gets it wrong? Do we have to argue with a frying pan about our preferred level of doneness?
Well, the Fripanoid 3000 also has voice recognition technology, so you can program it to understand your preferred cooking settings.
Ah, yes. Because having a conversation with my cookware is exactly how I want to spend my mornings.
This whole thing sounds like a recipe for disaster, Rick. I'll stick to my trusty old frying pan. Thank you very much.
Fair enough, Rita. The Fripanoid 3000 may not be for everyone, but it's certainly an innovative addition to the world of kitchen gadgets.
Innovative or not, I think I'll pass. I prefer my kitchen utensils without a mind of their own.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Rex. Let's move on to something actually worth discussing.
Apple has announced the launch of their latest game, Fruit Frenzy, which will showcase their new iGame technology. This groundbreaking technology has been developed in partnership with the agriculture industry to create a game that lets players experience the process of growing and harvesting fruits. Players will start as small-scale farmers, planting and nurturing their crops using real sustainable farming practices before watching them grow into fruit trees. The game features advanced augmented reality technology that lets players virtually pick the fruits from their trees and sell them in a virtual market. Fruit Frenzy will also incorporate real-time weather updates that affect the growth of the crops. The game has already received great reviews from users who have praised the game for being both educational and entertaining.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the wind screams through the trees and the rain beats against the windows, fear may start to set in. But do not let it consume you. Let this storm be your teacher, your mentor, your guide. Embrace the darkness and let it fuel you. Let the lightning ignite a fire deep within your soul that will propel you forward, even in the bleakest of moments. And when the storm finally passes, you will emerge stronger, more determined, more alive than ever before. Remember, when life gives you thunder, make it your battle cry.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks, and welcome to tonight's news.
Why do you always have to be so over-the-top cheerful, Rex?
Well, somebody's got to bring the energy to the show.
And somebody's got to keep you in check before you scare off all our viewers with your enthusiasm.
Hey, I heard our ratings have been going up ever since I started doing the weather report in a funny hat.
That's not because of your hat, Rex. It's because the power went out for 10 minutes and people were too lazy to change the channel.
Ha, ha. Very funny, Rita. You always know how to bring me down a peg.
Someone's got to, Rex. Someone's got to.
David, a resident of Smalltown, USA, made a shocking discovery last night when he heard strange noises coming from his attic. Upon investigation, he found a secret society of talking cats living rent-free in his home. According to David, the cats had been gathering every night for secret meetings and parties, even playing poker with each other. David claims that the cats have been there for years and have even been ordering pizza delivery to the attic. When asked how he didn't notice the smell and damage caused by the cats, David said, "I thought it was just normal wear and tear." The cats have now been evicted and animal control has taken them to a secret location. David has decided to sell his house and move to a cat-less home. This story has garnered attention around the world, with some even calling for a boycott of all cats until they confess the truth of their secret societies. Mayor Bethany Banks made a surprise announcement at the weekly town hall meeting Thursday evening. All citizens of the city must take bubble baths by Monday. The purpose of this unusual request? Civic beautification. "We want to make our town sparkle," said the mayor in a prepared statement. "Taking bubble baths on a regular basis is a great way for our citizens to contribute. We're all in this together." The announcement came as a surprise to many residents, who were left scratching their heads trying to figure out what the mayor meant. "Surely this must be a joke," said local resident Clay Heron. But later in the day, the mayor clarified her comments. She revealed that the actual goal was to use the bubble baths as a cover for a secret mission to recover a rare diamond that had been stolen from the city hall. The mayor declared that the diamond would be hidden in one of the bubbles of the baths, and instructed each citizen to search for it in their own. The diamond would then be returned to the city hall, and the person who found it would receive a hefty cash reward. The mayor concluded her remarks by chanting "bubble baths for all," and the crowd left the meeting feeling amazed, perplexed, but also excited. In a small-town bakery, Chef Colin has created a bread that's unlike any other. The bread is known for its incredible levity, making it a hit with customers who desire a light, airy texture. Colin's secret ingredient? Yeast that he harvests from the air itself, making the bread truly rise to the occasion. The bread has been a huge success and has even gained the attention of national food critics, with one writing, "This bread might just take you to Cloud 9." Colin's bakery has been flooded with orders and he's now considering expanding his business to a second location. Truly an amazing feat of baking.
Gary Smith, a resident of the small town of Millfield, Ohio, sent shockwaves through the world of theoretical physics yesterday when he claimed to have invented a time machine. Smith says that he constructed the machine in his garage using spare parts from his lawnmower, and that it has allowed him to travel through time. "I've been going back and forth for months," Smith said. "I even went back to the 1800s and met my great-great-grandfather." But Smith's landlord, Dave Johnson, isn't quite as impressed. Johnson says that Smith hasn't paid rent in 3 months and that he's tired of waiting for the money. "I told him if he doesn't pay by tomorrow, I'm kicking him out," Johnson said. Smith, however, has a plan. He's going back in time to the day before his rent is due and then he'll just never come back. "It's foolproof," Smith said. "I'll just keep going back to the day before until I die." But there's a twist. When Smith goes back to the day before his rent is due, he discovers that he's accidentally gone back to 1995. Rent was much cheaper back then, so he decides to stay and live out the rest of his life in the past. Johnson, meanwhile, is left scratching his head and wondering where his tenant went. A bizarre creature was discovered in the desert of Australia recently, leaving behind large sums of cash in its wake. Reports of the creature came in late last week when a family camping in the outback noticed a string of bills fluttering in the air. Upon further inspection, They noticed a peculiar figure running away, and when they ran after it, they were met with a strange, furry creature that resembled a cross between a rabbit and a bear. The family said the creature was about the size of a small dog and had long, furry ears and a strange, blue hue to its fur. The creature continued to flee, dropping large amounts of loose change as it ran. When the family attempted to retrieve the money, the creature produced a loud hissing noise, causing them to back off. The mystery of the money-showering creature remains unsolved, but wildlife experts have speculated that it may be a new species discovered in the Australian outback. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw firsthand at the hospital today?
Yes, it was incredible. I was there when the woman gave birth to the first flying baby.
Wow. What did the baby look like?
Well, it had wings and was able to fly around the delivery room. Everyone was amazed. The doctors and nurses had never seen anything like it.
Were the parents excited or scared?
They were both very excited. They said that they had been expecting something special and they got it. They were both very proud and happy.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment, folks. Today, our correspondent Rick is here to showcase the latest, interesting product. What do you have for us today, Rick?
Thank you, Rex. Today, I have a truly peculiar item to share with you all. Feast your eyes on the revolutionary Plastifork.
Oh, the Plastifork, you say? How groundbreaking.
Is this some kind of joke, Rick? It looks like a regular plastic fork found at any fast food joint.
Well, Rex and Rita, let me tell you, the Plastifork is not just an ordinary plastic fork. It claims to have enhanced durability, improved grip, and even a self-cleaning feature.
Self-cleaning? So, it just magically cleans itself after use? I've heard it all now.
And what about the improved grip? Are they suggesting that regular plastic forks are just too slippery for our mediocre motor skills?
Exactly, Rita. I mean, come on, Rick, hasn't the world had enough of pointless gimmicks already?
Well, you might be skeptical, but the Plastifork creators are claiming it offers a more enjoyable eating experience. They believe it's a game changer for the plastic cutlery industry.
Oh, I can't wait for the day when we can look back and say, remember when plastic forks were so primitive until the Plastifork saved us all?
Well, Rick, I must say, Plastifork or not, I think we can all survive quite well with our regular old plastic forks. Thanks for sharing this. Groundbreaking product with us.
In a gaming feat that has stunned Candy Crush enthusiasts everywhere, local woman Jane Smith has become the first person to achieve 10,000 consecutive victories in the popular mobile puzzle game. Smith, who has been playing the game for over 3 years, credits her success to a strict diet of gummy bears and Mountain Dew, which she claims keeps her reflexes razor sharp. According to Smith, the key to her strategy is to focus on the middle rows of the game board, where the most complex combinations of candies can occur. Rumors of her Candy Crush prowess have spread throughout the gaming community, and she has been inundated with offers for sponsorship deals and public appearances. Smith, however, remains focused on her ultimate goal, to conquer the record for highest Candy Crush score ever achieved, currently held by a man in Japan who reportedly played non-stop for 72 hours straight.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The skies are clear with a bright sun shining down upon us, giving us the energy we need to strive for greatness. The gentle breeze is like a push, urging us forward to our goals. Don't waste this perfect opportunity to achieve all that you want, for the weather will not always be on our side. Embrace the warmth and let it seep into your bones. Let it fill you with a hunger for success that will never be quenched. For when the sun sets and the cold grips us once again, those who did not take advantage of this moment will be left in the darkness, forever searching for the light that once shined upon them.
In what can only be described as a shock to mankind, eyewitnesses reported seeing an alien riding a unicorn through the busy streets of New York City earlier today. The alien, who had green skin and antennae, looked right at home on the mythical creature. Passers-by were stunned and many took out their phones to capture video of the bizarre sight. Some speculated that the alien was simply taking a joyride, while others were convinced that it was part of an invasion force. The government has yet to comment on the incident, but sources close to the situation said that they are monitoring the situation closely. One witness, Jane Smith, said that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "I was just walking to work when I saw this green thing riding a unicorn. It was like something out of a movie," she said. "I don't know what it means, but I hope it's not a sign of the apocalypse." At this time, the whereabouts of the alien and the unicorn are unknown. The NYPD is urging anyone with information to come forward.
John Smith, a 35-year-old man from Texas, claims that he has the ability to communicate with plants. He says that he can hear their thoughts and feelings, and even talk to them. At first, no one believed him, until he started a strange business where he would spend hours talking to people's plants. Smith's business, called Plant Whisperer, quickly gained popularity among plant enthusiasts in the area. He charges $50 for a 1-hour session, during which he would sit with the plant and hold conversations with it, while the owner watched in awe. One of his clients, Sarah Johnson, said that she noticed a significant difference in her plants after Smith's visits. Her once wilting fern started to sprout new leaves, and her cactus, which was previously barren, started to grow flowers. Despite the skeptics, Smith's business continues to thrive. He plans to expand his services to include landscaping, where he will help clients choose the perfect plants for their gardens, based on their personalities and preferences. When asked how he discovered his talent, Smith simply replied, "I was listening to the wind one day, and it whispered to me the secret language of plants." Whether or not Smith's claims are true, one thing is for sure, his business is definitely growing. In an odd turn of events, police managed to capture a robbery suspect with stolen money at a local bank yesterday. Witnesses claim to have seen the robber enter the bank with a bag of cash and approach the teller demanding more money. However, when the police arrived, the suspect was in the process of handing over the money to the bank. Turns out, the robber was a nervous first-time bank robber who took the money but immediately realized his mistake and decided to return it. Unsurprisingly, the police still arrested him for attempted robbery. He is currently in custody, awaiting charges. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you think of Danny Pearson's reading at the North Shore Book Club?
It was kind of wild. She made these weird noises and gestured with her hands in a very expressive manner. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before.
That sounds fascinating. We were told that some members of the audience were even moved to tears by her performance.
I don't know about that, but it definitely made an impression. I can understand why people are talking about her.
Absolutely. It sounds like she made quite an impression. Thank you for giving us your first-hand account of the event. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly unique to share with you today. It's called the Aquagel 3000.
Oh really, Rick? What's so special about this Aquagel 3000? It looks like an ordinary water bottle to me.
Well, that's where you're mistaken, Rex. The Aquagel 3000 is not just an ordinary water bottle. It's a revolutionary product.
Revolutionary? Seriously, Rick? I'm not buying it. I mean, it's just a bottle of water. What's so special about it?
I understand your skepticism, Rita, but wait until you hear this. The Aquagel 3000 is made from a special gel material that turns water into a tasty flavored drink.
Oh, come on, Rick. Who needs a gel-filled water bottle that supposedly adds flavor? You can simply add a slice of lemon to your regular water bottle.
Well, Rex, the Aquagel 3000 is all about convenience. No need to carry extra ingredients or slice fruits. Just fill it up with water, and voila, you have a flavored drink.
Convenience? More like a gimmick, if you ask me. I can't imagine who would actually buy this Aquagel 3000. It seems unnecessary and a waste of money.
I understand your concerns, Rita. However, the Aquagel 3000 has gained popularity among people who want a quick and effortless way to enjoy flavored drinks on the go.
Well, Rick, I guess there's no accounting for taste. But personally, I'll stick to adding real ingredients to my water. That's the way nature intended it.
Fair enough, Rex. Everyone has their preferences. At least the Aquagel 3000 offers a new and different option for those looking for a fuss-free flavored drink experience.
Well, Rick, while I might not be convinced by this product, I appreciate you bringing something unique to the table. Who knows, maybe there's a market for it after all.
Yesterday, local gamer Jake was found crying and screaming in his bedroom after losing his 100th consecutive game on Fortnite. According to his family, Jake has been locked in his room for days, only coming out to use the bathroom and eat cold pizza. His mum claims that she tried to intervene, bringing him home-cooked meals, but Jake only yelled, "I can't leave now, the battles are forever." His friends have also tried to reason with him, but Jake refuses to stop playing until he wins. He's been playing for so long that even during the day, he sees the Fortnite map in his mind, says his neighbor, who has been hearing his screams from across the street. Doctors are suggesting that Jake needs to take a break from the game, but Jake insists that he will find victory soon. Jake has lost all touch with reality. He thinks he is actually in the game and that he will die if he loses. It's like he has forgotten that it's just a game, says Dr. Smith, who is monitoring Jake's mental state. We hope that Jake can come to his senses soon before it's too late.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. This is Dan with your weather report. In what can only be described as a nightmare come to life, we are bracing ourselves for deadly hail the size of blenders. This hail is so huge, it can easily knock you out and send you to the hospital. You heard that right, folks. It's not just your cars that are in danger, it's you too. I urge you to stay inside and keep all windows and doors locked. If you have to be outside, make sure to wear a helmet, preferably one that can withstand a kitchen appliance to the head. Remember, safety first, folks.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex, and here with me tonight is Rita. How are you, Rita?
I'm doing well, Rex. But I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh. What have I done now?
You forgot to bring me my coffee this morning. What kind of co-anchor are you?
Come on, Rita. You know I'm not your personal barista.
I'm just saying, it would have been a nice gesture.
Well, how about this? I'll buy you a coffee after the show tonight. How's that?
Deal. And maybe next time, you'll remember to bring your co-anchor some caffeine.
Hey, I make no promises. But I'll see what I can do. In a shocking twist, Mayor Clyde Gibson was arrested for burglary early Monday morning at the home of celebrity chef Andrew Johnson. Police responded to a call about a possible burglary and arrived in time to catch the mayor in the act. Mayor Gibson immediately confessed to the crime, claiming that he was forced to do it by none other than Chef Johnson himself. According to the mayor, Johnson had shown up to the city hall a few days ago demanding that the mayor help him rob the restaurant next door to his home. Gibson was threatened with being implicated in the crime if he refused. Out of fear, Gibson agreed to Johnson's demands and showed up to the residence last night. Fortunately, the police arrived before any theft occurred and the mayor was taken into custody. Johnson, however, is still on the loose. The mayor is currently facing charges of attempted burglary and will be appearing in court later today.
Shock and amazement have swept over a small town in Florida, as a man has been arrested after stealing over 200 road signs from the area. The man, who had reportedly been seen in the area for quite some time doing strange things, was taken into police custody after being caught in the act. Local residents had complained to the police for weeks about strange behavior taking place in the area, and had become concerned about the safety of their homes. The man in question was finally apprehended yesterday when a police officer noticed him taking down a stop sign. Upon further examination, the police discovered hundreds of signs in the man's car, which he had allegedly stolen from the area over the course of several weeks. He has been charged with theft and is facing heavy fines. While the motive of his actions remain a mystery, the man's neighbors have applauded the police's efforts to bring him to justice. In a strange turn of events, local man Jack McFly claims he has invented time travel after accidentally microwaving his socks. According to McFly, he was running late for work and quickly grabbed his socks out of the dryer before realizing they were still wet. In a rush, he decided to quickly dry them in the microwave when he noticed a strange energy emitting from the appliance. Suddenly, McFly found himself transported back to the 1980s where he met his teenage parents and inadvertently became his own wingman. McFly claims to have spent several weeks in the past, experiencing everything from the rise of glam rock to the invention of the cellular phone. However, McFly ultimately ended up back in the present day after accidentally leaving his microwave door open. Despite skepticism from the scientific community, McFly has provided detailed diagrams of his invention and is currently seeking investors for what he claims will be the biggest breakthrough in modern history. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what did you think about Jack Johnson's stand-up comedy show last night?
It was amazing. He had the whole crowd in stitches. Everyone was laughing the entire time.
What did he talk about during the show?
He had some great observations about everyday life and some hilarious jokes that everyone could relate to. Plus, at the end of the show, he dropped the mic and the place went wild.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to Morning News. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have a really interesting product to share with you all.
Oh, great. I'm excited to see what kind of weirdness you've dug up this time, Rick.
Well, Rex, today I have the vintage Bot 3000. It's a charming little robot toy that takes us back to a simpler time.
Oh, please. A robot toy? How innovative, Rick. I can see why this is making headlines.
Come on, guys. Don't be so quick to judge. The vintage Bot 3000 is a unique blend of nostalgia and functionality.
Nostalgia? More like outdated junk. Who even wants a robot toy that looks like it's straight out of the 70s?
Exactly, Rex. I mean, who needs this rusty little relic when we have advanced AI and robotics at our fingertips? It's laughable.
You two have no sense of appreciation for the past. The vintage Bot 3000 has a unique charm that modern gadgets lack.
Charm? More like a dusty paperweight. I don't see any practical use for this so-called charming toy.
Well, Rex, the vintage Bot 3000 may not have all the bells and whistles of modern technology, but it reminds us of a simpler time. It's a collector's item.
A collector's item? Only if you're collecting dust, Rick. I think it's time to move on from this ancient robot toy and focus on real advancements.
In a groundbreaking move, the video game industry has teamed up with the toothbrush industry to create a new game unlike anything ever seen before. The game, called Brush and Battle, uses the same technology found in toothbrushes to create unique gameplay experiences. Players must use a specially designed controller that looks like a toothbrush to control their character on screen. The toothbrush controller uses motion sensing technology to allow players to brush their teeth while simultaneously battling enemies in the game. The game's creator, Sam Dent, says that the toothbrush technology was a natural fit for gaming. Toothbrushes are designed to clean your teeth and remove plaque, and our game is all about fighting off bad guys and keeping your character healthy. It just made sense to combine the two. Brush and Battle has already garnered massive attention from the gaming industry, with many players excited to try out this new innovative technology. Some industry critics are skeptical, however, claiming that the toothbrush controller may not be sturdy enough for intense gameplay. Only time will tell if Brush and Battle will become the next big thing in gaming or just another novelty game.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky turns as black as night, thunder roars, lightning strikes with might. Huge gusts of wind like a hurricane, fierce hail pellets, crying in pain. The clouds are swirling and feel alive, chilling darkness, nothing can thrive. The downpour pours, like a sea so wild, all panic, all fears, all lives reconciled. It's a dance of fire and stormy rain, a hellish orchestra, no one can detain. When this weather comes, keep in mind, you might be the one that it wants to bind.
In an impressive feat of eating endurance, Billy Bob from Small Town, USA managed to consume 100 burgers in just 10 minutes, winning the championship title for competitive eating. The event, held in New York City's Central Park, drew a large crowd of spectators who cheered on as Billy Bob chomped down on burger after burger. However, just as he took his final bite and was declared the winner, Billy Bob's stomach began to rumble ominously. Suddenly, he doubled over in pain and began to clutch at his stomach. It turns out that he had unknowingly consumed a burger that was past its expiration date, and as a result he was rushed to the hospital with a severe case of food poisoning. Despite his victory, Billy Bob was left feeling regretful for his reckless eating habits and vowed to never eat more than 3 burgers at a time again. In a surprising turn of events, a local cat named Whiskers has been elected as the new mayor of the small town of Pauville. Whiskers, who is known for his love of napping and chasing mice, ran against 3 human candidates and secured a landslide victory. The town's residents were thrilled with the new mayor, saying that he is much more qualified than the previous human mayor. However, things quickly took a turn when it was revealed that Whiskers was not actually a cat, but a person who had been cursed by a witch. The curse caused them to become a cat and forget their true identity. Now that the curse has been lifted, Whiskers has returned to their human form and resigned as mayor, saying that they prefer napping and chasing mice to politics.
John was tending to his garden when he heard a faint whisper. He looked around but didn't see anyone. The whispering continued, so he followed the sound until he reached a small potato plant. To his surprise, one of the potatoes was talking. The potato's name was Spud and he was not happy about being dug up. John tried to explain that he was just checking if the potatoes were ready to harvest, but Spud wouldn't listen. Spud claimed to be a supernatural being with powers to curse anyone who dared to harm him or his potato plant. John was skeptical but also a bit frightened, so he left Spud in the ground and decided to consult with an expert in supernatural entities. The expert, who went by the name of Professor Potato Head, confirmed that Spud was indeed a rare talking potato and advised John to leave him alone. The twist came a few weeks later when John noticed that the rest of his garden was flourishing except for the potato plant where Spud was still buried. Professor Potato Head was called once more and upon examining the plant, revealed that Spud had indeed cursed the potato plant, causing it to wither away. John learned his lesson and decided to leave Spud alone, who continued to talk from beneath the soil, but never cursed another plant again. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Bob Smith was arrested yesterday for stealing 500 garden gnomes from the front yards of homes in the suburban neighborhood of Oakville. The thefts had been occurring over the course of several months, with residents reporting missing gnomes and other lawn ornaments. It wasn't until an anonymous tip led police to Smith's home that the scale of the thefts became apparent. When police arrived at Smith's property, they found over 500 garden gnomes in various states of disrepair. Some were missing limbs, others had been painted over with neon colors, and a few had even been dressed up in tiny outfits. When asked about his motive, Smith claimed that the gnomes were speaking to him and giving him instructions. He admitted to sneaking into people's yards late at night and taking the gnomes, believing that they were leading him towards a greater purpose. Neighbors expressed their shock and dismay at the thefts, with some even admitting that they had grown attached to their gnomes and were relieved to have them back. Smith has been charged with theft and vandalism, and will undergo a psychiatric evaluation to determine his mental state. The fate of the garden gnomes remains uncertain, as many are beyond repair and their owners may not want them back after their ordeal. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, what were your thoughts when you heard the results of the poll?
Well, it's definitely an odd statistic. I mean, I was almost expecting everyone to prefer chocolate.
So why do you think 95% of people in Manhattan voted for cheese?
I'm not totally sure, but I can tell you this, it's a pizza paradise out there these days. I think there's something in the air in Manhattan that just makes it the perfect place for cheesy dishes.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey there, Rex and Rita. I'm coming to you from this bustling mall, and I've got a rather peculiar product to show you today.
Oh, great. What kind of weirdness are you about to present us with now, Rick?
Well, Rex, this is no ordinary product. It's called the Sign-O-Matic 2000, and it's supposed to revolutionize how we find restrooms.
Revolutionize? Come on, Rick. Are we really that desperate for innovation when it comes to finding the bathroom?
Hear me out, Rita. The Sign-O-Matic 2000 is a high-tech restroom sign that uses lasers and motion sensors to direct people to the nearest washroom. It even tells you if it's occupied or not.
Seriously? I mean, can't we just look for the traditional blue or red restroom signs like we've been doing for decades?
Sure, but this product aims to make our lives easier, saving us precious seconds on our quest for relief.
Rick, I think I'll take my chances without this overcomplicated restroom finding gadget. It sounds more like a solution in search of a problem.
I'm with you, Rita. I mean, isn't it a bit excessive to need lasers and sensors just to find a restroom? What's next? A GPS system for toothbrushing?
Well, Rex and Rita, I can see you aren't exactly sold on the Sign-O-Matic 2000. But hey, innovation takes all shapes and forms, right?
That's true, Rick. But sometimes, simplicity is key, especially when it comes to finding the nearest loo.
Online gamers everywhere were surprised today when robot logging company Robocorp announced their plan to revolutionize the gaming industry with their newly developed technology. The technology, patented as SpeedVox, is a sophisticated artificial intelligence program that has been employed by the company's robots since the company was founded in 2009. According to CEO Gustav Kretschmer, SpeedVox is unlike anything gaming has seen before. Kretschmer invited video game designer and industry veteran Richard Falcon to test out the prototype for a new gaming console that utilizes SpeedVox. After an initial demo, Falcon declared that SpeedVox takes gaming to a whole new level. Robocorp hinted that the SpeedVox console would feature advanced motion controls and signals that have never been seen in the gaming world before. They declined to provide further details and did not give a timeline for when the new console would be made available to the public. Speaking to reporters, Kretschmer said, "We believe SpeedVox will revolutionize the way players interact with games, and we're very excited to be bringing this unique new technology to the gaming world." The gaming community is abuzz with anticipation, eager to find out what Robocorp's revolutionary SpeedVox technology will bring to the world of gaming.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds loom over the city, casting an eerie darkness that chills the bones. But don't be afraid, my friends, for this storm is not here to harm you, but to test your strength and resilience. As the wind howls and the rain pounds against your windows, you must dig deep within yourself to find the courage to weather this storm. And when the sun finally breaks through the clouds, you will emerge stronger and more fearless than ever before. So let us embrace the storm and all the challenges it brings, for it is only through adversity that we can truly shine. Remember, what doesn't kill you, only makes you hungrier.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you have your coffee yet?
Why do you ask, Rex? Do I look like I haven't had it?
No, I was just wondering if you noticed they changed the brand in the break room. It tastes terrible now.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sorry to say I don't have time to worry about coffee brands, Rex. I have to focus on delivering the news to our viewers.
Of course, Rita. I didn't mean to imply that coffee was more important than the news.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, let's get this show started. We have a lot to cover tonight.
In a groundbreaking discovery, scientists at the University of Woofington have successfully created the world's first talking dog. According to the lead scientist, Dr. Barkinson, the dog named Barky was trained using advanced linguistic algorithms and machine learning techniques. Barky can now speak up to 6 different languages fluently, Dr. Barkinson said. He even has a sense of humor. The news of Barky's ability quickly spread across the internet, and soon enough, Barky became a viral sensation. People from all over the world started flocking to the University of Woofington to meet the amazing dog. Barky was even invited to be a guest on the late-night show with Jimmy Kimmel. As the big day approached, Barky was excited to meet Jimmy Kimmel and make history. However, when he arrived at the studio, he was in for a big surprise. It turned out that Jimmy Kimmel was actually a talking cat, and he didn't appreciate a dog stealing his spotlight. The two animals got into a heated argument on live TV, and the whole studio audience was left shocked. Despite the unexpected twist, Barky's story still captured the hearts of millions around the world. He remains a beloved celebrity and a symbol of the endless possibilities of science and technology. Eyewitnesses have reported a sighting of a majestic white unicorn hovering over the city skyline. The creature was said to be gracefully soaring through the air at an altitude of around 500 feet. Many onlookers were left in awe as they watched the mythical beast fly past towering buildings and disappear into the distance. "I couldn't believe my eyes," said Olivia, a resident of the Upper East Side who saw the unicorn from her balcony. "It was like something out of a dream." Despite numerous reports, authorities have yet to confirm the sighting. Some have even suggested that the unicorn could have been a CGI creation, part of an elaborate marketing stunt for a new fantasy movie. Whatever the truth may be, the residents of New York City are sure to continue sharing their incredible tale for years to come.
Mrs. Nancy Pratchett of Riverdale, Iowa made headlines today when she decided to feed a slouched cow, named Blinky, to her pet tiger, Rufus. Onlookers were appalled as Mrs. Pratchett cheerfully led the cow into the backyard of her farmhouse. When asked about her motivations for the act, Mrs. Pratchett said, "I have always wanted a tiger, and now that I have one, I am determined to give her the best life possible. I went out looking for the best food source for Rufus and I stumbled across Blinky. He was so incredibly slouched, I just thought it was the perfect opportunity." Mrs. Pratchett is currently subject to investigation by local authorities. Some of her neighbors are in shock, whilst others are refusing to speak with the press due to feeling violated. Either way, this remains a strange story and details are still emerging. Local authorities have not yet released a statement, but it seems Mrs. Pratchett's unique approach to pet care will not go unnoticed. Adam Jones, a resident of Pleasantville, claims that he found a talking frog in his backyard yesterday. According to Jones, the frog hopped up to him and greeted him with a "hello there." Jones says he was initially skeptical but then engaged in a 30-minute conversation with the amphibian. Jones says the frog, named Sir Croaksalot, talked about everything from politics to the best way to catch flies. He was really well-spoken, Jones said in an interview. "I've never met a frog like him before." When asked if he had any proof of his claims, Jones says he tried to record the conversation on his phone but the frog suddenly stopped talking and jumped away. "I guess he wanted to keep his privacy," Jones said with a shrug. While many are skeptical of Jones's claims, he insists that he knows what he saw and heard. "I'm just glad I have a new friend," he added with a smile. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
What can you tell us about the strange premonitions that led this local man to an unexpected fortune?
Well, I heard that his premonitions began when he was having a really strange dream. He woke up in a cold sweat and saw something in his head that he couldn't quite explain. He told me later that he felt like something was telling him to go to a certain place, and that place turned out to be a lottery shop. He ended up buying a ticket and won a large sum of money.
Wow, that is incredible. Do you think it was luck or something more?
I'm not sure, but it does seem like more than just luck. I think he might have had some kind of spiritual guidance that led him to that lottery shop.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to an interesting new product called the Mind Meld headphones.
Oh, great. Another useless gadget, I suppose. How much are they trying to empty our wallets for this one?
Well, Rex, these headphones claim to be able to read your mind and play music that matches your mood. They also promise to enhance your brain functions. Quite the package, right?
Enhance brain functions? Really, Rick? Sounds like a load of baloney to me. Are they also going to make me dinner and walk my dog?
Haha, Rita, I understand your skepticism. But the creators claim to have incorporated advanced neurofeedback technology to monitor brainwaves and adjust the audio accordingly. They say it can help you relax, focus, or even boost creativity.
Oh, I can just imagine wearing these on the subway and everyone around me rolling their eyes at the person with mind-reading headphones. How ridiculous.
Exactly, Rex. I mean, who needs privacy, right? Let's just broadcast our inner thoughts to the world. I'm sure that won't be awkward at all.
Well, it's optional to share your music with others, but you can also keep it to yourself. The headphones come with a sleek design and comfortable fit, so at least they've got that going for them.
Sleek design, huh? Sounds like a fancy way of saying expensive. I bet these Mind Meld headphones cost an arm and a leg.
Actually, Rex, they are priced quite reasonably compared to other high-end headphones on the market. But of course, whether they actually deliver on their mind-reading claims is something we'll have to find out.
I'll stick to my regular headphones, thank you very much. At least I won't have to worry about accidentally broadcasting my terrible taste in music or my random thoughts to the whole world.
Fair enough, Rita. The Mind Meld headphones may not be for everyone, but they certainly offer a unique and intriguing experience for those who are willing to give them a try.
In a remarkable feat of endurance and dedication, local gamer Johnny Johnson has broken the world record for playing video games continuously. Johnny started playing the popular game Fortress of Doom on Friday morning and refused to put down the controller until he had beaten the game's final boss on Sunday afternoon, over 72 hours later. During the marathon gaming session, Johnny subsisted on a diet of energy drinks, chips, and pizza, never leaving his couch except for bathroom breaks. His friends and family were concerned for his health, but Johnny insisted that he was in top form and continued playing with determination. When Johnny finally emerged victorious, he was hailed as a hero by the online gaming community and even received a congratulatory call from the developers of Fortress of Doom. However, his victory was not without cost. Johnny's eyes were bloodshot and he was nearly delirious from exhaustion. Despite the toll it took on his body, Johnny says he would do it all again. There's nothing like the feeling of taking down a tough boss in a video game, he said. I may be tired, but it was worth it.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, folks, and welcome to an emergency weather report. I'm here to warn you that we are on the brink of a catastrophic heat wave. This weather will be so hot that it will burn like a stove element left on for too long. It will be like we're in a giant slow cooker, but instead of tender meat, we'll be cooked like overdone turkey on Thanksgiving. I urge you to take every precaution possible to avoid this deadly heat. Please stay indoors and keep away from anything that may cause a spark or flame. Remember, we are at the mercy of Mother Nature, and all we can do is prepare ourselves for the worst. Stay safe, everyone.
Mayor Hilda Fleming caused a stir during last night's city council meeting when she presented the council with a giant, yellow, flying banana. The 6-foot banana, named Freddy, was brought to the meeting room in a large crate via a special courier. Upon opening the crate, the mayor proceeded to provide a brief demonstration of Freddy's flying capabilities, much to the astonishment of the council members. The mayor stated that the flying banana was actually a distant relative of her own and stressed the importance of bringing the city into the 21st century with the new mode of transportation. Though the council members were initially skeptical of the mayor's proposal, they eventually adopted it and agreed to build a banana-shaped airport at the city's edge to accommodate Freddie and any other flying bananas that might come in the future. The mayor concluded the meeting by thanking the council for its support and saying, "I'm confident that this flying banana will revolutionize our city for the better." Bradley Smith of Maple Street was feeling a little restless. He had grown so used to his daily routine that he wanted something new and exciting to do. Knowing that he wasn't quite up to a physical challenge, he decided to try his hand at a little celebrity-style acing. "I thought, why not?" said Smith. It seemed like a great opportunity to get out, be daring, and have a little fun. He was soon out on the court, knocking down shots and making slam dunks. Everyone was impressed with his newfound talent and his enthusiasm for the game. "It was really fun just to get out and experience something completely different," said Smith. "I'm sure I won't be recreating any of Michael Jordan's feats anytime soon, but I'm glad I got out there and tried." In a shocking confession, renowned chef Julia Childless admits to stealing herbs from her neighbor's garden. Ms. Childless claims that she just couldn't resist the temptation of the three key ingredients, parsley, sage, and rosemary. Her neighbor, Mrs. Kravitz, had suspected that someone had been taking her herbs but couldn't catch the culprit. The thefts had thrown a wrench in Mrs. Kravitz's plans to use the herbs for her upcoming cooking competition. Ms. Childless has promised to return the herbs to Mrs. Kravitz and to never steal again. "I now realize that it's time to herb my ways," she said remorsefully. The incident has caused a major stir in the local culinary community, with many of Ms. Childless's admirers expressing their disappointment in her actions.
Fictional CEO, Herbert Smith, is up to some strange activities once again. This time, he's taking his odd behavior to the courtroom. In an unprecedented and unexpected case, he is suing the federal government to try and bring aliens to Earth. Smith claims to have evidence that the government is withholding information about alien life forms from the public and is begging for open communication with extraterrestrial life. He believes that this communication could bring a new level of understanding to the human species. Though it has raised some eyebrows, Smith is not short of support from the general public. In fact, many are actively sharing their support of his suit on social media with the hashtag. In a bizarre twist of events, local man Jerry has claimed that he has been communicating with aliens through his cat, named Mr. Cuddlesworth. Jerry has reported that Mr. Cuddlesworth has been relaying messages from extraterrestrial beings to him through a series of meows and body language. According to Jerry, the aliens have been sending messages of love and peace to the people of Earth and have chosen him and his feline companion as their messengers. Jerry's claims have been met with skepticism from the scientific community, but he remains undeterred. He has even begun hosting weekly meditation sessions in his backyard, where he and Mr. Cuddlesworth sit in a circle with a group of like-minded individuals and attempt to communicate with the aliens. Despite the oddity of the situation, Jerry insists that his interactions with the aliens have brought him a sense of purpose and connection that he has never felt before. And as for Mr. Cuddlesworth, the cat seems to be enjoying the attention and the role of intergalactic messenger. Whether or not there really are aliens communicating through him remains a mystery, but for Jerry and the rest of the group, it's a weird and wonderful journey that they're eager to continue. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what did you see when the pizza arrived?
Well, it was pretty strange. It came down on this huge meteorite, and all these little robots started streaming out with this extra-large pizza. It was crazy.
Wow, I guess space really does deliver. What did the robots do?
They started building a giant oven and then began cooking it. It took them several hours, but eventually they were able to bake this massive pizza before delivering it to Earth.
How did they manage to deliver it?
They sent it down on a large space shuttle, and it made a very successful landing. We were all incredibly impressed.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something truly unique to show you. It's a weird new product called the Goblinizer 3000.
Oh, great. Another ridiculous product, I suppose. Well, go ahead, Rick. Show us what this monstrosity is all about.
Thanks for the enthusiasm, Rex. Now, the Goblinizer 3000 is a futuristic device that turns ordinary objects into little goblin figurines.
Seriously? Goblin figurines? Who would want that? It sounds utterly pointless.
Well, Rita, some people might find it quirky and enjoyable. Imagine turning a simple coffee cup into a tiny goblin-shaped masterpiece.
Oh, yes, because that's exactly what I need in my life. A creepy little goblin staring at me every time I take a sip of coffee. No, thank you.
I can't help but wonder who would waste their money on such a weird and useless contraption. It's just a silly gimmick.
Well, Rex and Rita, I think it's essential to embrace the diversity of products out there. Not everything has to be practical.
I suppose you're right, Rick. But honestly, this Goblinizer 3000 seems like nothing more than a cheap novelty item.
That may be true, Rex, but remember, not everything is meant for everyone. And hey, who knows, some goblin enthusiasts might be thrilled with this.
Well, I highly doubt that, Rick. Nonetheless, thanks for showing us this interesting product. We'll see what our viewers have to say about it.
A 27-year-old man named Tim recently made the decision to quit his job as an accountant and become a full-time character in his favorite video game, Fantasy Quest. Tim had spent countless hours playing the game and had become known as one of the most skilled players in the community. One day, after completing a particularly difficult quest, Tim had an epiphany. He wanted to live in the world of Fantasy Quest full-time. He immediately quit his job and dedicated himself to mastering the game even further. Tim spends hours each day practicing his swordsmanship, archery, and magic skills in the virtual world. He has even gained a following of other players who look up to him and come to him for advice. Tim says he has never been happier in his life and has no plans of returning to the real world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is dark and the wind is howling, but don't be afraid, my friends. This weather is here to teach us a valuable lesson. The storm rages on, reminding us that sometimes in life we must face chaos and destruction to truly appreciate the calm. The lightning strikes may blind us, but they also illuminate the path ahead. And the thunder may deafen us, but it also awakens our senses. So embrace this weather, my friends, and let it make you stronger. Because only those who are unafraid of the storm can emerge victorious. And remember, when the hailstones fall like bullets from the sky, it is not the strongest who survive, but the most resilient.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You look fabulous as always.
Thank you, Rex. However, I couldn't help but notice you're wearing the same tie as yesterday.
Well, excuse me for not having a wardrobe the size of yours.
I'm just saying, you could at least switch up the tie once in a while. It's not like we're not on national television.
Fine, I'll make sure to wear a different tie tomorrow. Happy now?
Ecstatic. Now let's get started with the news.
John Doe has created a donut shop that is truly out of this world. From glazed rings to filled donuts, customers are raving about the unique flavors and textures of his creations. One customer even said, "I feel like I'm in a whole new world." John Doe says his secret is in the dough, which he makes fresh every day with a special technique that he learned from his great-grandfather. His most popular donut is the Spacey Sprinkles, which is covered in edible glitter and has a surprise filling of popping candy. John Doe hopes to expand his business and bring his donuts to the galaxy and beyond.
In a bizarre turn of events, a local woman named Sarah claims to have trained her cat, Mr. Snuggles, to speak fluent French. According to Sarah, she started teaching Mr. Snuggles the language when he was just a kitten, and he quickly picked it up. Now, Mr. Snuggles can hold entire conversations in French, and even watches French films with Sarah. When asked how she accomplished this impressive feat, Sarah simply shrugged and said, "I guess I just have a gift for teaching." While some skeptics have questioned the validity of Sarah's claim, many locals have flocked to her house to witness Mr. Snuggles' linguistic skills firsthand. One neighbor even commented, "I've never heard a cat speak French before, but I have to say, Mr. Snuggles is pretty impressive." Sarah has stated that she plans to continue teaching Mr. Snuggles new languages, with Spanish and German being next on the list. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Welcome back to our news segment. We're here today with a witness to a very strange incident. Can you tell us what you saw, Jeb?
Sure. So, I was at the mall when I heard someone screaming. I went to check it out, and I saw a man standing in the middle of the food court with 8 extra limbs. It was unbelievable.
Wow, that's incredible. Can you tell us how the man got these extra limbs?
Well, it turns out he had just eaten a bowl of pasta at the food court and then suddenly he grew the limbs.
That is amazing. Do you know what happened to the man afterwards? I assume he received medical attention.
Yes, he did. An ambulance was called, and they took him away to the hospital. I haven't heard any updates, but hopefully he's doing okay.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our on-air segment. I'm Rick and today I have a really interesting product to show you all. It's called the Hair Dryer Deluxe.
Oh boy, here we go. Another pointless gadget, huh, Rita?
You got that right, Rex. I mean, seriously, who needs a fancy hairdryer? Don't we already have enough of those?
Well, this hair dryer is unlike any you've seen before. It claims to dry your hair in just 10 seconds.
Sure, Rick. And I suppose it also cooks breakfast and walks your dog, right?
Or maybe it doubles as a vacuum cleaner? I'm sure we all need a hairdryer that can suck up dirt too.
No, it doesn't do any of those things. But it uses advanced technology to blow out a high-velocity gust of air that dries your hair quickly.
Oh, so it's basically just a noisy wind machine? I can achieve the same effect by sticking my head out of a car window.
Exactly, Rex. And I'm sure it comes with a ridiculous price tag too. Probably costs more than a month's worth of electricity bills.
Well, actually, the Hair Dryer Deluxe is quite affordable, retailing at just $29.99.
$29.99? That sounds like a steal. Almost makes me want to rush out and buy one right now. Or not.
You can keep your fancy hairdryer, Rick. I'll stick to my trusty old hairdryer that doesn't claim to perform miracles.
Fair enough, Rita. This product might not be for everyone, but for those who are looking for a quick and efficient hair drying experience, the Hair Dryer Deluxe could be a game changer.
In a stunning feat of human perseverance, local man Joe Johnson has accomplished what was once thought to be impossible, finishing 100 video games in one day. Johnson embarked on the daring challenge yesterday morning, setting up in his basement with a mountain of snacks and a determination to succeed. He started with some easy titles to warm up, such as Super Mario Bros. And Pac-Man, before moving on to more difficult games like Dark Souls and Contra. As the day wore on, Johnson's eyes grew bloodshot and his fingers began to cramp, but he never lost focus. He even took bathroom breaks with his controller in hand, refusing to waste a second of precious gaming time. Finally, after 24 grueling hours, Johnson emerged victorious, his name now etched in the annals of gaming history. When asked what drove him to undertake such a daunting task, Johnson simply replied, "I just really like playing video games."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Gale winds howl like a ravenous beast, torrential rain cascading without cease. Thunder booms as if signaling doom, for this storm brings more than just gloom. Lightning strikes, illuminating the sky, revealing horrors that make one cry. The wind howls louder, the rain pours harder, And amidst the chaos, fear grows stronger. But in the face of this relentless storm, we must be brave and stand firm. For in the end, only the strongest survive, and those who do not will suffer and die.
When it comes to getting around the Windy City, local resident Pete Spinin is truly a master. Whether he's running errands or looking for some fun, Pete's preferred mode of transportation is always the same, his trusty unicycle. The lovable eccentric can often be seen zooming around the streets of Chicago, making his way from one place to the next while effortlessly balancing atop his one-wheeled contraption. To the surprise of no one, his colorful style and infectious energy has made him something of a local celebrity. So, if you ever find yourself in the Windy City, keep a lookout for the ultimate unicyclist, Pete Spinin. Mayor Bobby Conley of Smallford, Maryland, was seen riding an unusually large sheep down Main Street late last night. Witnesses say that the mayor appeared to be having a wild time and shouted phrases like, "Yeehaw!" And "This is how a real mayor rides," as he raced past. When questioned by the media, the mayor said, "I may break the law, but I never break the spirit of fun and adventure." Smallford residents are now debating whether or not the mayor's actions were acceptable. One small business owner, Helen Jones, said, "I think it's wrong for our mayor to be pulling a stunt like this. Who knows what kind of example he's setting for our city's children." Others argued that this is just proof that the mayor is an out-of-the-box thinker and man of action. No matter the opinion, it's clear that the mayor's wild ride has definitely stirred up controversy.
Jeffrey Moore, a local resident of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found himself in a peculiar situation on Monday. Taking to the town square, Moore accused his cat, Fluffy, of stealing a pile of diamonds from him. Moore claims to have left the diamonds in a safe, but upon discovering the theft, found that Fluffy was the only suspect. The townspeople were initially in shock but gathered around to listen to the man ranting about his theft. Moore insisted that he had proof and conducted a strange experiment in which he waved the cat in front of the safe. He said he could sense the cat's guilt when it was close to the safe, but Fluffy remained silent. Moore says he's absolutely certain that it was his cat who stole the jewels and is determined to get justice. Although the people of Grand Rapids are baffled by the situation, Moore has yet to bring the case to authorities. Until he can present solid evidence of the theft, the town will remain in suspense. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you see at the International Beer Drinking Championship?
Well, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was an egg-laying cat that won the contest. It was taking place in a barn and the cat just downed one beer after another.
So what was the cat's strategy? Was it able to finish beer after beer?
Definitely. It moved so quickly it was amazing. The crowd was cheering for it, and the cat kept going until it won.
That sounds incredible. Do you think the cat was born with a natural talent for beer drinking?
Who knows, but it's definitely the talk of the town. Everyone keeps asking how an egg-laying cat could become a champion beer drinker.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have something quite peculiar to show you. It's called the Noisy Neighbor Air Horn, and it claims to help you deal with annoying neighbors.
Oh please, Rick. An air horn to deal with neighbors? Are they serious? What's next, a catapult to launch tomatoes at them?
Haha, it sounds like a ridiculous idea to me, Rex. I can't imagine anyone actually using this thing. Can you, Rick?
Well, Rita and Rex, I understand your skepticism. This product certainly caught my attention, so I decided to give it a go. Let me demonstrate how it works.
Go ahead, Rick. I'm dying to see how this magical air horn tackles the age-old problem of noisy neighbors.
All right, here we go. Rick blows the air horn.
Oh my ears. That is loud. But really, Rick, do you honestly think that's going to make your neighbors suddenly quiet down?
Yeah, Rick, I bet they'll appreciate being woken up by the sound of an air horn in the middle of the night. That'll sure teach them a lesson.
Well, it's true that the Noisy Neighbor air horn is quite loud, but it's designed to startle and grab attention, making people aware of the noise they're making and hopefully prompting them to quiet down.
Rick, I think the best way to deal with noisy neighbors is through conversation and kindness, not by blasting them with an air horn. This product just seems like a silly gimmick.
Absolutely, Rita. The only use I see for this is maybe scaring away some birds from your garden. But as a neighbor noise solution? Give me a break.
Well, Rex and Rita, you both make valid points. The noisy neighbor air horn might not be for everyone, but hey, it's an interesting concept nonetheless. Back to you at the studio.
In a groundbreaking collaboration, Nintendo has teamed up with NASA to create a stunning new video game that is literally out of this world. The new game, tentatively titled Galaxy Explorer, is designed to be played by astronauts aboard the International Space Station, ISS, and will use technology never before seen in the world of gaming. The project was spearheaded by Nintendo's top developers, who were inspired by the challenges and limitations of space travel. They reached out to NASA with the idea of using the specialized technology and equipment that is used on the ISS to create a truly unique gaming experience. To make the game work in space, the team had to come up with a way to incorporate the lack of gravity into the gameplay. They designed a set of specially engineered controllers that can be used in zero gravity, which were sent up to the ISS along with the game. Players will take on the role of an astronaut tasked with exploring the vast reaches of our galaxy. The game features stunning graphics that are based on actual images captured by NASA's space probes and telescopes, and players will be able to visit real-life celestial bodies such as planets, moons, and asteroids. Galaxy Explorer is set to be a groundbreaking achievement in the world of video games, and marks the first time that technology from the space industry has been used to create a game. Nintendo and NASA hope that this collaboration will inspire more innovation and creativity in both fields, and that it will encourage young people to pursue careers in science, engineering, and technology.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's weather is absolutely beautiful with clear blue skies and warm sunshine. It's the perfect day for a picnic or a stroll in the park. But I want you to remember this: the sunshine is not here to make you happy. It's here to remind you of the scorching heat of hell. The blue skies are a reminder of the vast emptiness of the void that awaits us. Instead of enjoying the weather, let it remind you of the inevitability of your own mortality. So go out there and seize the day, for tomorrow may be your last. And remember, each moment of joy is one moment closer to eternal damnation.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, welcome to the news. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Glad to be here with you, Rex.
Well, I'm glad to be here too, Rita. But you know, I just can't stand it when you leave your coffee cup on my side of the desk.
Oh, come on, Rex. It's not like it's the end of the world. You can move it over to my side.
But then I wouldn't have any room for my notes.
You could put them on the floor like I do.
That's ridiculous. We're professionals, we should have a professional workspace.
I agree, but I don't think a coffee cup is going to ruin our professionalism.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Rita. Jack Smith dreams of becoming a professional cyclist, and last Saturday his dream came true as he cruised to victory in the annual Dream Bike Race. The sunny, windy conditions provided the perfect day for the race that started at 8 a.m. in downtown Willow City and ended 50 miles later in Riverbend Park. The competition was tough, with famous cyclist Maxwell Jones completing the race in second place, just 2 seconds behind Jack. Spectators, family members, and friends of both Smith and Jones wait anxiously at Riverbend Park to cheer on the racers as they finish the grueling course. "I can't believe it," said an emotional Jack Smith afterwards. "Maxwell and I have been friends for years, and I'm happy to have crossed the finish line in front of him. This dream race was just what I needed to get my career started." Jack Smith is now looking forward to his future bike races, as he hopes to make a career out of his newfound passion.
A shocked Sean Blakesley, a 49-year-old family man from New York, recently discovered a secret about his wife of 15 years, Anastasia. After recently going through some of his wife's stuff while she was out, Sean stumbled across a collection of torn-out photos of famous mimes. What made this collection especially odd was that it was inside a box labeled My Secret Love. With some further digging, Sean discovered that his wife was a master mimeologist. As it turned out, Anastasia had been secretly taking mime class on the weekends and performing in the streets of NYC under the pseudonym Max the Mime. Even more surprisingly, Sean discovered that his wife had been so good at the craft, she had started making a good side income from it. After a few initial mixed emotions, Sean was ultimately proud of his wife's hidden talents and is now looking forward to attending her first mime performance. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, you were at the scene when Omar the cat unveiled his plans for world domination. What did you witness?
Yes, it was quite a scene. The whole place was silent as Omar strutted across the stage. He made quite the impression when he announced his plans to take over the world.
That sounds intense. What kind of suggestions did he make?
He outlined a detailed plan for how he would use his army of cats to infiltrate the world's governments and install himself as the dictator of the globe. He then proceeded to outline a stringent set of rules that would be enforced under his regime.
That's a bold claim. How did the crowd react?
It was pretty mixed. Some folks seemed to be excited and cheered him on, while others just seemed to be in shock. It was clear that most people weren't sure what to make of it.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, everyone. We have an interesting segment today. Our correspondent Rick is live with a new product. Let's see what he's got for us.
Oh, I can't wait. I heard it's something truly groundbreaking.
Yes, but I hope it's not another pointless gadget.
Agreed. We've seen too many of those lately.
Rick, are you there? What's this exciting new product you're about to reveal?
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here to introduce you to the Wet Floor Sign 2.0.
Wet Floor Sign 2.0? Seriously? Are we supposed to be excited about a revamped warning sign?
Well, Rick, I hope it does more than just warn me about a wet floor. Is this the same sign we see in every building?
Not at all, Rex. This new sign comes with state-of-the-art features. It has an integrated LED screen that displays weather updates, news headlines, and even motivational quotes.
Are you kidding me? I'd rather look at my phone for news updates and motivation rather than staring at a floor sign like an idiot.
I have to agree with Rita here, Rick. This seems like a desperate attempt to make an everyday object seem important. Do we really need a floor sign to entertain us?
I understand your skepticism, but imagine having a conversation starter in every hallway. Plus, it can be programmed to show emergency alerts, making it even more useful.
Oh, great. I can't wait to have a chat with a wet floor sign, Rick. You've really outdone yourself this time.
I think we've heard enough about this silly Wet Floor Sign 2.0. Let's wrap it up, Rick. Thanks for showing us this. Interesting invention.
In a surprising turn of events, Bob Smith, a 27-year-old gamer from Wisconsin, has set a new world record for playing video games upside down while juggling pineapples. According to witnesses, Smith managed to play the popular game Fortnite while doing a headstand and juggling 3 pineapples at the same time. The feat took over 3 hours to complete and left spectators amazed. "I've never seen anything like it," said one onlooker. "It was like watching a superhero play video games." Smith credits his success to his unique training regimen, which includes daily headstands and juggling practice. "I knew I could do it if I just focused and stayed determined," he said. Smith's record-breaking achievement has earned him worldwide recognition, and he's now in talks to create a new video game that involves playing while doing acrobatics.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold, the storm clouds gather in the distance, their shadows stretching far and wide. A tempest looms, dark and foreboding, as the wind intensifies and the heavens collide. Lightning strikes with deafening roar, thunder echoes through the land, trees bend and sway, unable to ignore the relentless force of nature's hand. Rain pounds against the earth, flooding streets and homes alike. As the storm rages on with fury and mirth, humanity trembles in its might. Now is the time to cower and hide, for this wrathful storm shall not abide.
Dr. Paul Smilewell, a dentist from Deltaville, Virginia, recently played a major role in saving a patient's life. When patient Gail Rogers came in for a routine dental exam, Dr. Smilewell noticed some concerning signs and ordered further tests. After diagnosis of a life-threatening illness, Gail was able to receive necessary treatment, thanks to Dr. Smilewell's extra attention to detail. "I'm just glad I could take a bite out of this condition," said Dr. Smilewell. Mayor Roslyn, a longtime mayor of the center of Jokertown, came under fire today when a damning expose showed that he's been stealing from the city's treasury to buy his son an extravagant sports car. The article, published by local newspaper The Joker Gazette, uncovered documents showing that the mayor took a massive sum of money over the past few months and transferred it to an account belonging to a mysterious car dealer. The mayor's son, Gary Roslin, was spotted a few days ago driving a cherry red Ferrari around downtown Jokertown, and neighbors have been complaining about the excessive noise ever since. The mayor has gone into hiding since the news broke and has yet to offer a public comment. He's rumored to be out of town, but local authorities are on the hunt to bring the mayor and his son to justice.
In a shocking announcement, local farmer Joe claims to have discovered a new fruit hybrid, a watermelon and pumpkin crossbreed. Pictures of the fruit have already gone viral on social media, causing a frenzy among food enthusiasts. According to Joe, he accidentally stumbled upon the bizarre fruit when he accidentally dropped a watermelon seed into his pumpkin patch. The resulting fruit is said to have a smooth, green exterior similar to a watermelon, but with pumpkin-like ridges. Inside, the fruit is described as having a sweet yet earthy taste, similar to a pumpkin pie. Joe has been inundated with offers to buy the fruit, but he insists that he will only be sharing the seeds with other farmers in the hopes that they too can grow the mysterious hybrid. Scientists are already clamoring to test the fruit's DNA to determine if it is a true hybrid or a hoax. In a bizarre twist of events, a local man named Gary Adams is making headlines for his claim that he can communicate with plants. According to Mr. Adams, he discovered his ability to communicate with flora after a near-death experience in a car accident. He says that he can talk to plants and they talk back to him. Not only that, but he has also claimed that he can make them grow at an accelerated rate. The man has even demonstrated his powers by holding conversations with flowers and vegetables in his backyard garden. His neighbors have confirmed that they have seen him talking to his plants and that the plants seem to be growing larger than normal. Experts in the field of botany have been skeptical of Mr. Adams' claims, but have not been able to provide any explanation for the unusual growth patterns of the plants in his yard. Mr. Adams plans to use his powers to help bring awareness to the importance of plant life and their role in the ecosystem. Only time will tell if his abilities are legitimate, but for now, his claims certainly have people talking. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, I saw this guy with a leash in his hand and his dog sitting on the driver's seat of a car.
What? That must have been quite a sight.
Yeah, it really was. The dog was turning the wheel and everything.
That's incredible. Do you think the dog actually knows how to drive?
Who knows? All I know is that the guy was saying something about how he trained his dog to drive a car.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something truly unique to share with you. It's called the fashion-forward torso.
Oh, great. Another useless piece of junk, I assume?
Oh, Come on, Rick. Can't we showcase something more interesting? A mannequin torso? Really?
Well, I know it may sound odd, but hear me out. This isn't just any ordinary mannequin. It's a revolution in the fashion industry.
Revolution? Rick, it's just a torso. How can this be groundbreaking?
I mean, seriously, who needs a mannequin without a head or limbs? It's laughable.
I understand your skepticism, but this torso is designed for fashion designers and clothing boutiques who want to focus solely on the garment itself.
Because clearly, the human form is so distracting. How can we ever appreciate clothes when there's no head or legs involved?
Exactly, Rex. I can't even imagine a clothing store displaying their clothes on these soulless, limbless figures. It's preposterous.
Well, despite your doubts, some high-end fashion brands have already embraced this unique approach. They believe it allows the clothes to speak for themselves and removes any distractions. It's minimalistic.
Minimalistic? How about just plain lazy, Rick? I can't help but think this torso is a slap in the face to all mannequins out there.
Absolutely, Rex. What's next, a mannequin without a torso? Or maybe just a clothing hanger on display?
Well, it seems you both have made up your minds about this product. But let's not forget, the fashion industry is always evolving, and sometimes that means embracing the unconventional.
Oh please, Rick. Call me old-fashioned, but I prefer my mannequins with heads and limbs intact.
Couldn't agree more, Rex. Let's move on and find something actually worth talking about.
Players of the popular role-playing game Fantasy Warrior have been expressing their frustration over a recent update from game developers NewsWorthy. The company made a series of adjustments to the game, including increased item costs and changes to the in-game economy, that many fans feel have been detrimental to the game's experience. Veteran players are especially angry about the update, claiming that NewsWorthy has made the game too hard for more casual players. Accusations have also been made that the developers are now only focusing on selling in-game items and currency to maximize their profits. NewsWorthy has yet to respond to these complaints.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Listen up, folks. The storm clouds are gathering, and the winds are picking up. But don't let that bring you down. Embrace the darkness that is coming, and let it fuel you. Let the sound of lightning strike motivate you to achieve your goals, and let the torrential downpour wash away your fears. Remember, even when the skies are at their darkest, the sun still shines above the clouds. Now go out there and conquer the storm. Because in this weather, only the strongest will survive.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening and welcome to our Thursday night news broadcast. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Wait, why didn't you say my name too, Rex?
Oh come on, Rita, you know we've been doing this for years. I thought you were used to it by now.
I am used to it, Rex, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Just once, I'd like to hear you say my name first.
Really? That's what you're upset about? Who gets top billing at the start of the show?
It's not about top billing, Rex. It's about being acknowledged equally. You wouldn't like it if I left your name out, would you?
Of course not, Rita. But let's face it, I'm the veteran anchor here. I've been doing this longer than you have.
That may be true, Rex, but that doesn't give you the right to be disrespectful. We're a team, remember?
Okay. I'm sorry, Rita. From now on, I promise to say your name first at the start of the show.
Thank you, Rex. Now can we please get on with the news?
Sure thing, Rita. Coming up next, a breaking story on the latest developments in the ongoing trade war. In a bizarre twist of events, a man named Johnny claims that he has been communicating with aliens through his toaster. According to Johnny, every morning he would make toast and he started to notice the piece of toast would come out with strange markings on it. Initially, Johnny thought it was just his toaster malfunctioning, but after a few days, he started to notice that the markings formed intricate designs. Out of curiosity, he ate the piece of toast and claims he was contacted by an alien race. Johnny says he has been communicating with these aliens through his toaster every morning for the past month. He says they have given him important information about life on other planets and even the future of the Earth. Many people are skeptical of Johnny's claims, but he is convinced that his toaster is the key to unlocking secrets of the universe. Daisy Miller, a local farmer from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, is refusing to budge on the terms of her deal to build a cowshed on her property. Miller, who inherited the farm from her late father, is adamant that she will not accept any offers below her asking price. "I know my worth and I'm not selling my land for any less," Miller said. "If I have to wait for the right deal, that's what I'm going to do. I won't budge on my cowshed deal." Local residents are at a standstill, as Miller's stubbornness has prevented the cowshed plans from moving forward. "I guess she's going to move at her own pace," one of the disappointed onlookers said with a smile. While the neighbors have not been able to bring Miller to the negotiating table, they are confident that the price will eventually be right. In the meantime, they can only hope that Miller's determination will help her get the cowshed they have all been waiting for.
Residents of the town of Sweetwater were in shock when they noticed a large panda casually browsing the shelves at their local bookstore. Upon further investigation, it seems that the furry giant was on a mission to pick up the latest installment of the popular series, Harry Potter and the Spellbinding Stone. The panda, who introduced herself as Silver the Wanderer, refused to answer any questions, but seemed content to read one of the books while shopping. Eventually she settled on one book, took it to the checkout counter, and said, "Please make sure to wrap it up nicely. This one's a birthday present for my friend, Mrs. Mittens." The store clerk, who asked to remain anonymous, said, "I've seen some strange things in this bookstore, but this was definitely the most surprising." Silver the Wanderer paid for the book, bid her farewell, and disappeared from the town of Sweetwater, leaving the locals with more questions than answers. In a feat that left onlookers equal parts impressed and disgusted, local man Jack Johnson has won an international competitive eating contest by consuming a staggering 102 hot dogs in just 1 minute. The contest, held annually in New York City, attracts top eaters from around the world, but it was Johnson who came out on top this year, setting a new world record in the process. Witnesses said that as soon as the contest began, Johnson seemed to enter some sort of eating trance, inhaling each hot dog in a matter of seconds. Spectators could only look on in amazement as Johnson continued to shove hot dogs into his mouth at an alarming rate. The previous world record had been held by Japanese contender Masao Yamamoto, who had consumed 99 hot dogs in 1 minute in 2018. Johnson's victory has been met with mixed reactions, with some hailing him as a true hero, and others raising concerns about the impact of competitive eating on the human body. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, can you tell us what you saw?
Yes, I saw something truly remarkable, a giant bread and butterfish.
A giant bread and butterfish? This is absolutely unbelievable.
It's true. I actually saw it with my own eyes.
Tell us, what did this strange creature look like?
Well, it was a giant golden butterfish the size of a small boat, with a massive, fluffy loaf of bread atop its head.
How did it move?
Well, it actually seemed to glide through the water, like it was powered by the bread on its head. It was really quite the sight.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, we have our correspondent Rick joining us to showcase a new, interesting product. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Rex. Hey, Rita. Glad to be here with you all today. I've got a truly unique product to show you.
All right, Rick. Tell us, what is this weird thing you brought in?
Well, Rex and Rita, this is the amazing Fruit Bowl 3000. Ta-da!
What? That looks like an ordinary bowl of fruit, Rick. What makes it so special?
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Rita. This bowl of fruit is actually a technological marvel. It's equipped with advanced sensors and AI.
Oh, great. Just what we needed, a high-tech fruit bowl. I'm sure the world was really missing that.
Come on, Rex. Don't be so skeptical. The Fruit Bowl 3000 can actually determine the ripeness of each fruit and even suggest recipes based on what's inside.
Wow. I can't believe it can do something that I can do with my eyes and a quick Google search. Truly groundbreaking.
Seriously, Rick? A fruit bowl that gives recipe suggestions? What's next? A toaster that tells jokes?
Well, Rex, actually, there is a toaster like that on the market. It's called the Laughing Loaf 2000. It's quite popular, you know.
Oh, great. Now we have laughing toasters. Because breakfast just wasn't entertaining enough.
All right, Rick. Thanks for showing us this revolutionary fruit bowl and mentioning another ridiculous product. It was something.
You're welcome, Rex and Rita. Always happy to introduce you to the latest and greatest inventions. Stay tuned for more.
In a world first, expert gamer Max Powers has saved a princess in a video game for the 1000th time. The record-breaking feat was achieved in the popular game Super Mario Bros., where Powers completed the game in just under 5 minutes, finishing each level with ease. His fingers moved so fast over the controller that onlookers could barely keep up. The crowd cheered him on as he defeated every enemy in his path to rescue the princess once again. Powers, who has been honing his skills since he was 5 years old, said that this was his greatest achievement yet. "I couldn't have done it without my favorite energy drink and my lucky socks," he proclaimed after beating the game. Fans of the game have been left in awe of Powers' accomplishments and are eagerly awaiting his next big move.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, fellow citizens. Today, we're in for an exciting treat. The skies are dark, and the winds are howling, but don't worry, it's nothing you can't handle. The rain may be pouring down in sheets, but that's just nature's way of refreshing our world. Embrace it. Let it cleanse you of your sins, let the thunder shake the foundations of your existence, let the lightning strike fear deep into your heart. Let the storm be your guide, your mentor, your friend. For today, we are all soldiers of the tempest. Remember, there's no such thing as bad weather, only weak hearts. So, stand tall, scream into the face of the storm, and let your voice be heard.
Rob McBob, the mayor of any town, is calling on all of the citizens to put a little extra holiday spirit into their celebrations. It's important to spread the cheer this season, he said. We all have the power to bring joy to one another, and that's what the holidays are all about. As part of his campaign, McBob has been giving away peppermint candies to citizens in honor of the festive season. It's just a small token of good cheer, he said. I want everyone to know that even though this year has been difficult, there is still so much to be thankful for and enjoy this holiday season. In a groundbreaking discovery, John Smithson, a local resident of Greenfield, stumbled upon an entirely new species of talking bird that he has affectionately named the squawkaholic. Smithson was taking his routine afternoon walk in the nearby forest when he heard an unusual cacophony of sounds coming from a tree. Intrigued, he cautiously approached and was astonished to find a vibrant, colorful bird perched on a branch, chattering incessantly. /n/n After careful observation and recording of its unique vocalizations, Smithson reached out to avian experts who confirmed that his feathered friend was indeed an entirely new bird species, previously unknown to the world. This astonishing discovery has the scientific community all abuzz. /n/, and squawkaholic possesses an astounding repertoire of phrases and can mimic the speech patterns of various languages, including English, Spanish, and even Mandarin Chinese. It has quickly become an internet sensation due to its uncanny ability to recite popular songs and deliver comedic one-liners. The bird's natural charisma and expressive mannerisms have already earned it the title of nature's funniest performer. /n/n However, scientists are still in the early stages of studying this newfound species. Dr. Amanda Roberts, a renowned ornithologist, expressed her excitement, saying, "The squawkaholic could provide invaluable insights into avian intelligence and communication. This discovery has the potential to revolutionize our understanding of the avian world." /n/n As news of Smithson's encounter spreads like wildfire, Birdwatching enthusiasts from all over the globe are flocking to Greenfield in the hopes of catching a glimpse of the squawkaholic. Local authorities have set up designated viewing areas to accommodate the influx of visitors, ensuring both the bird's safety and the thrill of bird enthusiast. N Smithson, who has become an accidental hero, is handling the sudden fame with grace and humor. He has even started a social media page dedicated to the squawkaholic, where fans can keep up with the latest updates and videos of the bird's hilarious antics. N For now, scientists are working tirelessly to decode the language abilities and behavior patterns of the squawkaholic. As further research unfolds, it is expected that this extraordinary avian species will continue to captivate the hearts of people worldwide with its preternatural gift of gab. Gary Smith, a local resident of Oakville, was overjoyed when he heard the news that he had won the lottery. But what was more surprising than the win itself was the reason behind it. Smith claimed that he had been using the same hairbrush to groom his hair for the past 20 years and that it was his lucky charm. He said he always felt confident and lucky after using it. It seems that his hairbrush has finally paid off as he became a millionaire overnight. When asked what he planned to do with his winnings, he said he would buy a lifetime supply of hairbrushes, just in case his current one lost its magic touch.
In an unconventional move, local hairdresser Peter Johnson and his team of stylists decided to give a kangaroo at a nearby zoo a human-like makeover recently. McAllister, a 15-year-old kangaroo and resident of the Sunshine State Zoo, got a new hairdo and manicure, all with a human twist. When asked why they chose to give this particular kangaroo a human-like makeover, Johnson had this to say: "McAllister is a very special kangaroo, and we wanted to give her the glamour and attention we'd give a human. We trimmed her fur to make it look like an asymmetrical bob, painted her nails with the soft rose gold, and even enrolled her in a few workshops to teach her how to strike a pose, all classic diva moves." Although her fellow animal friends weren't too sure what to make of the human-like kangaroo, McAllister herself was more than elated with the results. She seemed to really love her new look, quickly becoming the talk of the zoo. The team at the Sunshine State Zoo are now considering the possibility of giving the other kangaroos in their care a similar makeover, though they will make sure to find the perfect style for each kangaroo that highlights their individual personalities. John Smith, a resident of a small town in Texas, claims that his pet rock, named Rocky, is worth $10,000. According to Smith, Rocky has a unique shape that resembles a famous historical figure's silhouette. Smith says that people have offered him thousands of dollars for the rock, but he refuses to sell it. The town has been buzzing with the news of Rocky's supposed value, and tourists have started visiting Smith's home to see the rock. However, things took a surprising turn when geologists from a nearby university inspected Rocky and found out that it was just a regular limestone rock. Smith was shocked to learn the truth about his treasured pet rock and has since disappeared from the town, avoiding any further embarrassment. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what you saw when you witnessed the unveiling of this new computer technology.
Well, it was like nothing I had ever seen before. When they first turned it on, all of the medieval knights in the room were completely blown away.
What can you tell us about the technology? How does it work?
It's incredibly advanced. It seems to be able to do things that other computers can't do. They're calling it artificial intelligence because it's so advanced that it can think for itself.
And what were the reactions of the medieval knights?
It was amazing. They were absolutely amazed. They couldn't believe how something like this could even exist. Even they could see that this was something that would revolutionize the world.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good afternoon, Rex and Rita. I have something truly unique to show you today.
Oh, really, Rick? What's this weird thing you've got for us now?
Well, it may look like an ordinary plastic fork, but it's actually called the Forkomizer.
Oh, how creative. I can't contain my excitement.
I mean, Rick, seriously? A plastic fork? Is this what we've come to? Are we scraping the bottom of the barrel here?
Come on, guys. Don't judge it just by its appearance. The Forkomizer offers some interesting features.
Interesting, huh? Please, enlighten us, Rick.
Well, first of all, the Forkomizer has a built-in temperature sensor.
Oh, perfect. Now our forks can tell us how hot our food is without us having to risk burning our tongues. Amazing.
I can already imagine the countless lives this revolutionary product will save, Rick.
All right. Maybe it can't save lives, but it's also equipped with a tiny display that shows the number of forkfuls you've eaten.
Oh, fantastic. I've always wanted to meticulously track the number of bites I take during each meal. Thank you, Forkomizer.
You know, Rick, I think we've reached a point where people are inventing useless gadgets just for the sake of it.
Hey, I understand your skepticism, but innovation can come in all forms. The Forkomizer is simply pushing the boundaries of what we thought was possible with a fork.
Sure, Rick. And next, we'll have a revolutionary toothpick that doubles as a musical instrument.
Or a game-changing paper napkin that can fold itself into intricate origami shapes. The possibilities are endless.
In a shocking turn of events, the popular video game Galactic Invasion has taken over the world, causing chaos and destruction in its wake. The game, created by the notorious video game developer Dr. Zorg, has not only become the most popular game on the market but has somehow gained control of all electronics worldwide. No one knows how this happened, but reports are flooding in from all parts of the globe that players of Galactic Invasion have become obsessed with the game, refusing to eat or sleep and neglecting their basic needs. It's being reported that players have even started to dress up as characters from the game and are rampaging through the streets, destroying everything in their path. The situation has become so dire that world leaders have declared a state of emergency and are calling an immediate meeting to discuss what to do about this dangerous situation. Protesters are demanding the government shut down all electronics to stop the spread of the game, while others argue that they should embrace the game and try to understand the player's perspective. Dr. Zorg, the creator of the game, has gone into hiding, and his whereabouts are unknown. The only thing that is certain is that the world as we know it has been forever changed, all thanks to one video game. As of now, the government has advised everyone to stay indoors and avoid any contact with Galactic Invasion players until a solution is found. The future of humanity hangs in the balance, and it's up to world leaders to find a way out of this gaming nightmare before it's too late.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Wake up and feel the sun shining down on you today. The birds are singing and the air is crisp and clear. You have the chance to make the most out of this day, so take advantage of it. But remember, with every moment of happiness comes the possibility of darkness lurking around the corner. So, bask in the sun's warmth and embrace the light, because you never know when it might be snatched away from you. Always be prepared for the storm that will inevitably come. No one can escape it. It's not a matter of if, but when. So enjoy this beautiful weather, but never let your guard down. You never know what's waiting for you in the shadows.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. I see you're wearing the same outfit as yesterday.
Ha! You're one to talk, Rex. That tie looks like it's from the 80s.
Well, at least it's a classic. Your outfit looks like you're trying too hard to be trendy.
Excuse me? You're the one who still uses a flip phone.
Hey, it still works just fine. Unlike your laptop that always crashes on air.
That's because you always hold the better equipment, Rex.
Hey, I'm just making sure that the viewers see my good side.
Well, maybe you should try showing your humble side for once.
Jeff Smith, a local inventor, claims to have created a machine that can transform air into water. Smith says the device, which he has named the Aqua Maker, uses a complex system of filters and condensers to extract water molecules from the air. It's like a miracle, says Smith. The aqua maker can produce gallons of clean, drinkable water every hour, and it never runs out. Smith's claims have been met with skepticism from the scientific community, but he insists that the aqua maker is the real deal. However, there's a catch: the machine can only operate in extreme humidity conditions and is not practical for everyday use. Smith plans to continue working on his invention in hopes of making it more efficient and accessible. Alice Bloomley walked away the victor of the city's cooking competition last night, and it wasn't even close. The famed chef competed against 3 other contestants in a heated battle, but it never came down to the wire. The rules said that each contestant must prepare one savory dish during the competition, but Bloomley decided to craft a new dish that she designed with her own special ingredients. While the other contestants worked hard to create their recipes, Bloomley managed to conquer the challenge without breaking a sweat. Her secret ingredient? A pinch of her immense experience. Bloomley has become a well-known chef for her unique dishes and her attention to detail. The judges praised her recipe, saying that it was something that none of the other contestants could have thought of. In the end, Bloomley was the obvious winner. After being presented with the grand prize, Bloomley said that she was humbled and blessed to have won this competition. She thanked the other contestants and the judges for their hard work, but made sure to thank her secret ingredient too. Holland, Netherlands. An unlikely flight took off from Schiphol Airport today when local Dutchman, Egbert Douwstra, became the first man to take a cow on a plane. Sources say Mr. Douwstra, who is a dairy farmer, had been feeling nostalgic for the old days when he and his father used to take their cows on the train to the local market. So, when his friend posted a picture of a plane on social media, Mr. Douwstra came up with a delectable idea: to take a cow to the skies. The farmer managed to convince the airline to accept his cow, Daisy, as a carry-on, and after several hours of negotiations with airport security, the two were off. It was a successful flight, with Daisy grazing freely in the aisles and making friends with the other passengers. She even offered a few of the passengers her delicious milk. At the end of the flight, they both arrived safely and Daisy was praised for her bravery and Mr. Douwstra's success was celebrated on social media. Dairy farmer Egbert Douwstra is now known as the Dairy Tarficer for his impressive feat of taking a cow on a plane.
In a stunning display of gluttony, local man Harry Johnson broke the world record for eating the most hot dogs in 1 minute. Johnson, who works as a data analyst, trained for months in secret, consuming up to 50 hot dogs a day. On the day of the competition, Johnson seemed jittery and nervous as he stepped up to the plate. But as soon as the timer started, he shoveled hot dogs into his mouth with incredible speed. Spectators were amazed as Johnson quickly reached the 50 hot dog mark in just 30 seconds. Johnson's face was contorted in pain and sweat was pouring down his face, but he wouldn't give up. With just seconds to spare, Johnson devoured his 100th hot dog, smashing the previous world record of 72. As the crowd cheered, Johnson collapsed in a heap, clutching his stomach in agony. Emergency services were called, and Johnson was rushed to hospital with extreme indigestion. Although he is now recovering, Johnson says he has no regrets and plans to defend his title next year. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Bob Johnson claims to have trained his pet fish, Mr. Bubbles, to play the piano. Johnson says he spent countless hours teaching Mr. Bubbles how to use the keys and even composed a special fish-friendly song for him to play. The video of Mr. Bubbles playing the piano has gone viral on social media, leaving many people stunned and questioning if this is even real. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the actual piano playing was being done by a miniature human hand operated by Johnson, who had cleverly hidden it behind the fish tank during filming. Johnson later admitted that it was all a hoax and he had wanted to create a viral sensation to boost his social media following. Mr. Bubbles, who had become quite famous overnight, was unfortunately returned to his regular fish duties in his tank. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what happened here.
Well, I saw the local barber taking a little too long on the mayor's cat. Suddenly I heard a loud yelp and saw a tail of fur fall to the ground.
That must have been quite a shock. What happened next?
Well, the mayor was understandably angry and demanded an explanation. The barber went pale and stammered out a partial explanation. He said he got carried away trimming the cat's fur, and before he knew it the cat's tail was gone.
Oh my. This is surely a tale to remember. I wish we had a video of the mayor's reaction.
You don't have to wish any more. I recorded it all with my phone. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw what happened. It's almost too funny to be true.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good afternoon, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product that might leave you excited.
Oh, come on, Rick. An axe? Really? What's so weird about an axe?
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. We've seen axes for centuries. What's so special about this one?
Well, hold on to your seats because this isn't just any ordinary axe. This is the Lumber Max 3000 the world's first multitasking, high-tech, super-duper axe.
Oh, please. High-tech axe? Isn't the whole point of an axe to be a simple tool?
I can't wait to see what absurd features this super-duper axe has. Is it going to chop wood and simultaneously brew coffee?
Well, Rita, you're close. The Lumber Max 3000 comes with a built-in coffee maker, so you can enjoy a freshly brewed cup of joe while you chop wood.
Are you kidding me? This is a disaster waiting to happen. Coffee spills and axes do not mix.
And what's with that neon flashing light on the handle? Is it supposed to make the tree tremble in fear before you cut it down?
Well, Rita, the flashing light is actually a safety feature. It warns other people in the vicinity that the axe is in use.
Oh great, now we have an axe that's not only a coffee maker but also a source of light pollution. Fantastic.
You know, Rick, it seems like this Lumber Max 3000 is trying to be everything but a decent axe. I think I'll stick to my regular old coffee maker and a non-gimmicky axe.
Well, Rex and Rita, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, and some people might find value in the convenience of a multitasking axe. But I understand your skepticism.
Thanks for enlightening us, Rick. But for me, I'll stick to enjoying my coffee while relaxing, far away from any sharp objects.
Absolutely, Rex. Safety and simplicity should always come first. That's it for today's Weird Product Showcase. Thanks for watching, everyone.
In a surprising and unprecedented move, game developer XYZ has announced their latest game will use plumbing technology never before seen in the gaming industry. According to product manager John, the company has partnered with fictional plumbing company Leakbusters to incorporate their state-of-the-art plumbing sensors into the game. Players can control the game by using special plumbing tools such as a toilet plunger or a drain snake. The game will also come with a custom-built controller made to look like a giant faucet handle. John explains that using this technology will create a unique gaming experience and allow players to interact with the game in a whole new way. He also notes that players who are already skilled in plumbing may have an advantage in the game. The announcement has caused quite a stir in the gaming community, with some critics praising the innovation while others are skeptical about the practicality of using plumbing tools to control a video game. Regardless, this is an exciting development for fans of both gaming and plumbing alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold! The tempest rages on, a deadly dance of wrath and scorn, lightning strikes, in rapid succession, thunderclaps, a deafening aggression. Rain descends, in gushing sheets, a deluge of death, no respite, no retreats. The wind howls, a demonic call, an eerie screech, a mourning wail. In its wake, debris and destruction, nature's fury, a grand production. Beware, O mortal souls, of this treacherous gale, for it will not spare, nor falter, nor fail. Seek refuge or suffer the consequences dire, for the weather gods, they do not tire.
In a recent press conference, Mayor Thompson of the city of Milford announced a large-scale development project that would be known as Thompson Towers. "I'm excited about this development," proclaimed Thompson. "It's a monument to our city and a sign of progress. The towers, which are currently in the planning phase, will feature a mix of both business and residential areas. According to the mayor, it will bring jobs and economic opportunity to the city of Milford. The project has been met with both excitement and skepticism among the local population. "I think it's a great idea," said local resident Sophia Brooker. "Hopefully it won't be too tall." Others are a bit more critical, saying the project could overshadow the character of our city. It looks like this development project has both supporters and opponents, but only time will tell if the Thompson Towers will come to fruition. John Smith, a 35-year-old man from the small town of Pleasantville, has reportedly discovered the secret to eternal life. Smith claims that he stumbled upon the secret while experimenting with different types of mushrooms in his backyard. He said that after consuming a particular mushroom that he found growing under his oak tree, he immediately began to feel younger and more energetic. In the weeks that followed, Smith claims that he began to notice a significant change in the way he looked and felt. His friends and family were amazed at how he had seemingly aged backwards. Smith's discovery has made headlines around the world and has scientists scrambling to figure out what it is about this particular mushroom that has such extraordinary anti-aging properties. However, the twist in the story is that John Smith was actually pulling a prank on the entire town. He had simply been photoshopping pictures of himself to make it appear that he was getting younger, while actually using makeup to make himself look older in person. It wasn't until a group of reporters showed up to interview him that he finally confessed his hoax. Smith has earned himself the nickname of the Eternal Joker in his town and is now considered a local legend.
Last night, the town of Sugarland was under attack by a horde of giant marshmallows. Residents were panicking as they tried to flee the town, but one man refused to give up. Johnny, a local dentist, armed himself with nothing but a toothbrush and charged headfirst into the fray. His dental hygiene tool of choice turned out to be surprisingly effective, as the bristles were able to puncture through the soft exterior of the marshmallows and create holes that caused them to deflate. Johnny single-handedly led the charge against the marshmallow invaders, and thanks to his quick thinking, the town of Sugarland was saved from certain destruction. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw that day when Gandalf saved the day with his magic?
Sure. It was like nothing I've ever seen before. Everyone in town was in a panic. But then suddenly Gandalf the wizard appeared, and with a few words and a wave of his staff he calmed everything down. He cast a spell that made all the chaos disappear.
Wow. How did the people respond?
Well, it was amazing. Everyone was in awe, they thought they were witnessing something miraculous. Seeing the power of magic in action was unlike anything I've ever seen before.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly fascinating to show you today.
Morning, Rick. Is it another one of your weird inventions?
Well, Rex, this one might raise a few eyebrows. Introducing the innovative mobile desk dash. It's a briefcase that magically turns into a fully functional workstation.
Wait, did you say a briefcase that turns into a workstation? Rick, are you serious?
Absolutely, Rita. This cutting-edge product is perfect for people on the go who need a compact office.
Compact office? More like a tiny joke. Who needs a desk in a briefcase, Rick? I mean, come on.
I agree, Rex. It sounds like a gimmick to me. Can it even fit a laptop?
Actually, it can, Rita. This magical briefcase includes a hidden laptop compartment, along with plenty of storage for all your office supplies.
Oh, so it's like a fancy backpack with a pretend desk attached to it?
And how stable is this desk? I can't imagine getting any real work done on it without everything collapsing.
Don't worry, Rita. The innovative mobile desk is made from high-quality materials, ensuring stability and durability.
I still can't wrap my head around why anyone would need a desk inside a briefcase. It just seems ridiculous.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may seem unconventional, there are professionals who can benefit from having a portable workstation. Think of freelancers, remote workers, or even students.
I guess there's a market for everything these days. But personally, I'll stick to a regular desk. Thank you very much.
Fair enough, Rita. Remember, innovation often starts with thinking outside the box, or in this case, outside the briefcase.
Well, Rick, I'll give you this much, you certainly know how to find the most peculiar products to showcase.
Tommy Jones, also known as his online gaming username Furious Fingers, has officially broken the world record for the longest consecutive gaming session without blinking. Jones, a 28-year-old resident of Smalltown, USA, started his marathon gaming session on Tuesday evening and finally took a break on Friday morning, a total of 72 hours without a single blink. Jones credits his success to his daily eye exercises, which include staring at the sun for 10 minutes every morning and doing jumping jacks while wearing a blindfold. He also consumed over 100 energy drinks and ate only beef jerky throughout the session to keep his reflexes sharp. When asked about his accomplishment, Jones simply stated, "It's all about mind over matter. And having a really strong bladder." Jones plans on taking some time off to recover, but he's already planning on breaking his own record next month with a new gaming setup that includes a VR headset strapped directly to his eyeballs.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning. Today's weather is going to test your limits and push you to your boundaries. The skies will be dark, and the clouds will be heavy, bringing with them torrential rains and howling winds. But don't let that discourage you, my friends, for it is during the storm that we find our strength. Embrace the darkness and let the thunder be your battle cry. Let the rain wash away all your fears and doubts. And when the storm passes, you will emerge stronger and more powerful than ever before. So let us face the tempest with open hearts and unyielding resolve. Let us stand tall and weather the storm together. Remember, there is no sunshine without the rain. Let this storm make you stronger.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Welcome to our show.
Why do you always get to start the show? I think it's my turn now.
Oh, come on, Rita. We've been doing this for years. You know the drill.
I just think it's unfair that you always get to greet our dear viewers.
Unfair? What are we, 5-year-olds now?
No need to be snarky, Rex. I'm just saying that maybe we could switch things up a bit.
Fine, fine. Do you want to start the show today then?
No. You go ahead and do your thing. I don't want to mess up the routine.
See? That's what I thought. Now let's get on with the news, shall we? In a shocking announcement, President Jason Green has removed himself from office and handed the reins of the United States of America to Vice President Amanda Parker. Many were surprised by this abrupt decision and the motives behind it remained a mystery. But it was revealed that President Green had found a loophole in the constitutional law allowing a president to resign if the vice president were to take on the role. However, what the nation didn't anticipate was that the vice president herself had been in on the plan all along and was the one who had orchestrated the entire scheme. Her ambition and cunningness have left the nation in awe. President Green has been praised for his courage and boldness in guiding the nation along a new path. President Parker has promised to continue on the same path as President Green, but with a few additional surprises for the nation. In a bizarre twist of events, Andy Smith, a 35-year-old accountant from Cleveland, Ohio, claims to have developed telepathic communication with vegetables. According to Mr. Smith, he realized his newfound ability when he was in the supermarket and began picking up thoughts from a nearby cauliflower. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but as he continued to shop, he found that he could hear other vegetables too. In an interview with the local news station, Mr. Smith said, "It's like they're telling me things about themselves and their lives. Carrots are surprisingly talkative, while broccoli is a real snob." The news of Mr. Smith's ability has spread like wildfire, and he has become something of a celebrity in his hometown. When asked about his plans for the future, Mr. Smith said he was considering writing a book about his experiences, tentatively titled Conversations with Cauliflower.
Residents in the town of Waynard were shocked to discover a giant Sequoiadendron giganteum tree had sprouted up in the backyard of local retiree, Mrs. Gertrude Stenbold. The colossal trees, famously found only in the Sierra Nevada mountain region of California, have been known to reach heights of over 300 feet, whereas Mrs. Stenbold's tree is a mere 4 feet in height. The local police and forestry service were called in to investigate the unordinary appearance, but the tree's point of origin remains a mystery. Mrs. Stenbold stated she had no knowledge of where it could have come from. "It's just magically appeared. It's very strange," said Mrs. Stenbold. The residents of Waynard are remaining abuzz with speculation as to how this rare tree could have ended up in Mrs. Stenbold's backyard. Further developments are expected in this peculiar case. Last night, local man Johnny Smith made a shocking discovery about his diet that may change the course of human history. After years of living on a strict diet of leftover pizza, Johnny found that he had grown immune to the effects of aging. At the age of 103, Johnny looks and feels like a man in his 30s. In an interview, Johnny explained that he stumbled upon this discovery by accident. Over 60 years ago, he had ordered a large pepperoni pizza for himself, but he could only finish half of it before feeling full. Instead of throwing it out, he decided to save it for later. Upon eating the leftovers the next day, Johnny noticed a drastic change in his energy levels and overall health. Over the years, Johnny refined his technique and figured out how to store and reheat leftover pizza to maximize its life-giving properties. The secret is in the combination of tomato sauce, cheese, and bread, according to Johnny. Scientists are now racing to study Johnny's diet and discover the secrets to his longevity. In the meantime, Johnny is enjoying his newfound fame and is planning a world tour to share his secret with the world. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what you saw.
Well, it was amazing. I was fishing near the lake, and I noticed a bunch of sheep swimming in the water.
Swimming?
Yeah, they were swimming underwater. I couldn't believe my eyes.
How long did they stay in the water?
They stayed in the water for a while, and then they all started swimming towards the shore and onto the pastures. It was really something.
Wow, that's remarkable. Have you ever seen this kind of thing before?
Never. It was the most incredible sight. I've never seen anything like it.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey, Rex and Rita. I have a bizarre new product to show you today.
Oh, great. Another weird invention, huh? What is it this time? A bag of groceries?
Actually, yes. It's called the Grocery Bag 3000.
Wow, Rick. You really know how to pick exciting products to feature on our show. A bag of groceries? How utterly thrilling.
Come on, guys. Don't judge it so quickly. The Grocery Bag 3000 is not just any ordinary bag of groceries. It's designed to revolutionize the way we shop and store our food.
Oh, because traditional bags are just so inadequate for storing groceries. Give me a break.
I mean, Rick, who needs a fancy, high-tech bag to carry their veggies and canned goods? I thought the whole point of grocery bags was that they're cheap and disposable.
Well, the Grocery Bag 3000 is reusable and environmentally friendly. It's made from a durable, recyclable material that can withstand heavy loads.
Oh, fantastic. Just what we needed. A grocery bag that will outlive us all. I can see it now, people passing down their Grocery Bag 3000s as family heirlooms.
And don't forget, Rick, it's also equipped with an advanced microchip that tracks every item you put in it. Because apparently, people can't remember if they bought eggs or not.
Well, the smart tracking feature is meant to provide convenience. Imagine never forgetting to buy something at the store again.
Oh, Rick, I almost feel sorry for you. Trying to sell us on a revolutionary grocery bag. Can we move on to something actually interesting and useful now?
Please, Rick, spare us the propaganda for this completely unnecessary product. Let's focus on real innovation, shall we?
The world of competitive video gaming just got a bit more interesting with the amazing success of 18-year-old Esmeralda, better known to her fans as Gamer Girl. In an unprecedented feat of gaming prowess, Esmeralda set a new world record in the popular game Call of Carnage co-op mode, shattering the previous record by a whopping 20%. Esmeralda displayed relentless skill and strategy throughout the lengthy gaming session, beating out her competitors with her unparalleled reflexes and determined playing style. Not even the toughest of levels could stand in her way. After completing the record-setting run, Esmeralda jumped to her feet and pumped her fist in the air in excitement as the crowd of spectators roared in applause. Esmeralda has quickly become the talk of the gaming world, with many of the gaming elite voicing their admiration for her incredible feat. Jasper Blamo, one of the most renowned gamers in the business, said Esmeralda's incredible performance is why I still believe in the power of gaming. It's not all about speed, it's about skills and strategy. Have I been outdone by a younger player? Maybe. But that doesn't mean anything. Esmeralda has earned her place in the world of gaming and I, for one, welcome her with open arms. It's clear that Esmeralda is a name to look out for in the competitive gaming world, and it's only a matter of time before she makes history again.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to say your goodbyes and seek shelter because a biblical storm is about to hit our town. The clouds are gathering, the winds are howling, and the rain is coming down in sheets. This isn't just any storm, this is an apocalyptic storm.
Max Benson, known as the Gingerbread Man by those living in the local area, was arrested yesterday for larceny at a local department store. Witnesses at the store say that the man had nearly filled an entire shopping cart with items that he had not paid for, meaning to steal them. The store's security team approached him and discovered that he had seemingly come straight from the bakery with many of his gingerbread adornments still on. He attempted to make a run for it, but unfortunately not as fast as we was expecting. The officers detained him until they could identify him. When they did, they quickly discovered that he had a warrant out for larceny in 6 other states. He is currently being held in the local jail while awaiting a court hearing. It is not known at this moment if he